Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Heavenly Officials Bless, No Taboos Brain Storage. Where is this? Didn't I watch Kaido's 1-stick Ryuu, 2-stick Tyrants, and 3 sticks Awakening at home? How did I get to this damn place? Romon was a little confused. Little boy, I'm asking you a question. Don't treat me as if I don't exist. Laming, gossip. The roar sounded in his ears, attracting Luo Meng's attention. Laming, gossip. Do you think you are Kaido's teacher? You're still gossiping. Wait, I'll give you 9 gossips. Thinking of this, Luo Meng turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Before he turned around, severe pain spread throughout his body. Boom. Ah! Congratulations! The host was knocked out by Kaido just after crossing over. The system has awakened. The system has detected that the host was shot in the head and is rebuilding the host's body. Shaping progress %1, %18, %99, %100. Completely remodeled, now there is a novice gift pack, would you like to claim it? Luo Meng felt a little unbelievable. Wasn't I just watching Teacher Kaido's teaching? I could travel through time like this, and I even traveled to Teacher Kaido's presence. Fortunately, the network is honest and didn't lie to me. Teacher Kaido's teaching method is really effective, and it actually woke up my system. What are you waiting for, system? Hurry up, claim the novice gift pack. Novice gift pack is released. Congratulations to the host for getting it. Ulquiera template, broken way, bound way, instant weakened version. Reading the corresponding spell will be stronger. Captain level spiritual pressure. Boom. Woohoo, take off. The breath is full of the whole body. Romon is replaced by surprise, and before he can be happy for a while, boom. Kid, what ability do you have? I clearly knocked your head off just now, how come it recovered instantly? Kaido was a little confused just now. When he saw Romon for the first time, he clearly felt that this was an ordinary person. How could he not die even without a head, and recover in an instant, and then burst out with such a strong aura? Teacher Kaido couldn't figure it out. I was careless and didn't dodge. This was Romon's first thought. He flew backwards for thousands of meters and stopped. With Ulquiera's superspeed regeneration, Romon stood up shakily. Teacher Kaido, I like you very much, but you can't play me like a golf ball. Romon's anger was knocked out, and looking at Kaido 1,000 meters away, his fighting spirit was aroused. Ah! Come and fight! There was a loud bang. Whoosh! Kaido became interested. Good boy, you want to fight? Then come and fight, it would be better if you can kill me, ha 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 ha. Boom! The two punched each other, and the ground was visibly dented. The breath spread out, forming a hurricane that spread around. It feels so good. Kaido shouted excitedly. Kid, is that all? If you only have this little strength, you will die. Boom! Kaido exerted his strength and blew Romon away again. Come and try if you can kill me. Romon stabilized his body in midair and shouted. The fourth way to break the path, White Thunder. A beam of white lightning attacked Kaido. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, I really want to know what kind of ability user you are, a mythical beast. To have this kind of recovery ability and to emit thunder, it must be a mythical beast. Kaido shattered the thunder with his hand. Come, let me see how far you can push me. Swish. Romon thought, damn, Kaido teacher is not called for nothing, every move he makes is meant to hit me in the face. Turn. Break the path 33, blue fire falling. Boom. Hit. Before Romon could be happy for 2 seconds, Kaido's figure rushed out again in the smoke, with the force of thunder. As expected of the pirate with the thickest health bar, Romon's blue fire falling could not leave a scar on him. Although Romon had the strength to fight back, it was his first battle after all, and he lacked experience. Facing Kaido's attack again, he seemed a little flustered. In a moment of carelessness, Kaido shot him from both sides and beat him very badly. Ha 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 ha. Little ghost, is that all? Get up and fight again. I haven't had enough fun yet. Damn, you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Get up if you want, I have super speed regeneration, do you still need to be afraid? Bind the way 30, mouth flashes 3 times. Break the way 73, double lotus blue fire falls. I don't believe you can remain unscathed in the face of such an attack, Luo Meng roared. Boom. Interesting, this level of attack can indeed hurt me, but kid, don't think that this kind of attack can defeat me. I am the immortal Kaido. Thunder, Gossip. Kaido stabilized his body and came to Romon like teleporting, with lightning flashing on the surface of the mace in his hand. Romon smiled slightly and said, Kaido, do you think I will be hit by the same move again? Too naive. Let's see who is stronger. Padao 91, Thousand Hands Bright Sky Cannon. Bang! The two flew backwards hundreds of meters at the same time, and rushed towards each other again in mid-air. Bang! Boom! Bang! The aftermath of the bombardment made the ground bumpy, the air was flying, and the flames and thunder were flying, shocking people like the end of the world. Little boy, are you a hedgehog? Don't hide, let me hit you with a stick. Romon became more and more skilled in fighting, and realized that he was no match for Kaido in terms of strength. He no longer fought Kaido head-on, and relied on the flexibility of Xiangzuan and the broken way to play a guerrilla war with Kaido. Do you think I'm stupid? If I let you hit me with a stick, I might even go out to buy salted duck eggs. Ah! You're making me so mad. Don't think I can't do anything to you. I'm going to be serious from now on. Don't die so soon, kid. Whoosh! Do you think your method of movement is invincible? I can use my observation haki to lock onto your foothold, and then make corresponding moves, so that I can catch you. I just wanted to play with you just now. Do you really think I can't do anything? Romon looked at the club that was coming towards his head in disbelief. He hasn't used his observation haki until now? He knew that observation haki could predict attacks and capture the opponent's momentum, so as to know the direction of the enemy's next attack. But I didn't expect Kaido hadn't used it just now. He had just seen Kaido use armament haki, and he thought that observation haki was also in the activated state. Bang! Kaido angrily struck, knocking Romon away, and then shattered 2 mountains before stopping. Hey! It feels good. This kid won't be really knocked to death by my stick. I still want to recruit this kid into my pirate group. Woo 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 woo. What a pity. Kaido took out a pot of old wine from somewhere and drank it wildly. He was crying and laughing, just like an old madman. What is this? The air seemed to press down like rain, and Kaido felt a pressure similar to the domineering color domineering, but different from the domineering color. It had a certain suppressive effect on him, but not much. Virtual, flash. The suppressed voice spread throughout the venue, and a black beam of lightning rushed to Kaido the next moment. Danger! This time Kaido finally felt a sense of danger, and only the top people could give him this feeling. Armed, covered all over. Ah! It hurts so much. Ha 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 ha. Little brat, you're not dead. That's great, I recognize you, do you want to join my pirate group? Chapter 2. Invite me to join the beasts? Luo Meng said, we'll talk about whether to join or not later. I just want to beat you up now. The captain-level spiritual pressure appeared again, and the atmosphere became depressing. Want to beat me up? Then let's see if you have the ability. Today I have you in my hands. You can't get away, little brat. Kaido was getting more and more excited as he fought. Blue dragon form. Hot, interest. The 81st technique of binding, cutting the sky. Romon used the technique of binding and cutting the sky to intercept Kaido's hot breath halfway, and laughed excitedly. Ha 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 ha. This feels really good. Kaido, let's fight to our heart's content. If you defeat me, I will agree to join your pirate group. Boom. The heat breath was blocked by the invisible barrier in the sky. The heat breath energy burst out with unparalleled power like a missile, spreading throughout the entire Onigashima. Onigashima's headquarters. There is an enemy invasion. Who is Kaido fighting? The aftermath actually spread to this side. Yanzajin frowned and looked at the direction of the battle. The members of the beast pirates were alarmed. Jin, who do you think is fighting Kaido? Plague Queen came to Jin and asked. Jin said with a serious expression, I don't know. Come on, let's go there too. There may be a powerful enemy invading. We can't let Kaido fight alone. Jin unfolded his pteranodon form and rushed into the sky to fly quickly towards the fighting party. Who dares to invade our beast's pirates? You are tired of living, guys, get over here. It must be said that Jack, this reckless man, is as stubborn as ever and has never known what retreat is. Yes, go for it. Follow Big Brother Jack's footsteps and crush the enemy. The members of the beast group became more and more motivated, and they rushed to the battlefield regardless of anything. Damn, they are all a bunch of reckless men, Quinn cursed inwardly before moving. Well. They were dumbfounded when they arrived at the battlefield. Where is the enemy? It can't be that kid alone. But this kid is so powerful that he can fight Captain Kaido to this extent. After arriving at the battlefield, Quinn came to Yin and asked, Yin, what's going on, who is that kid, should we go up to help? Quinn, if you want to be beaten, go up there. Don't you see that Kaido is enjoying the fight? If you go up there at this time, you will definitely be greeted by Kaido's Thunderous Gossip. If you think you can handle it, you can go up there and try. That, forget it, Quinn smiled awkwardly. He didn't dare to accept Kaido's hammer. He certainly couldn't stand it. They had no intention of going up. But Jack, the reckless man, didn't care about that. Boss Kaido, let me help you. Jack, don't. It was too late for Jin to stop it. As expected. Who told you to come up? I don't need your help. Get out of here, Laming Bagua. Jack flew back faster than when he came. Even in the air, this reckless man couldn't understand why Kaido wanted to hit him with a stick. Quinn's mouth twitched, and he shouted in his heart, fortunately, it was me who almost flew in the sky. After dealing with the reckless Jack, Kaido said to Romon again, if the little devils come again, don't worry about them. I haven't had such a good fight in a long time. Kaido transformed into the form of a blue dragon again. Bad wind. Ha ha ha. They can't affect me. Romon knew Kaido's character, and he would never allow others to interfere in his battle. Haven't you seen that when he was fighting with Luffy in the movies, CP who interfered was sent away by him with a stick? Romon dodged left and right, used the ring to come to Kaido's head and roared. Take my move. Bang. The virtual flash hit Kaido's forehead, and Kaido fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Kaido boss. The beasts were anxious. Seeing their captain being knocked to the ground, they wanted to fight immediately. Jin calmly stopped them. Don't be silly. Boss Kaido will not be defeated so easily. Everyone, stay here and watch. No one is allowed to go up. Ah. It hurts. Kaido touched his forehead and stood up. Kid, you are the first person who can force me to this point besides Whitebeard and his men. Dragon Man form? This is the strongest individual form of Kaido teacher. The flexibility and attack power are greatly increased by multiples. But will Romon be afraid? The answer is definitely no. Ha 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 ha. Kaido, do you think you're the only one who didn't use your full strength? Next, I'll show you something interesting. Look carefully, this is the form I should have. Block it, black-winged demon. Boom. Romon used a section of return blade at this moment, and he was no longer the ordinary person he was just now. There were some black stripes on his face, his body became thinner, and he stayed in the air with his black wings spread, looking at Kaido without emotion. The whole person seemed cold and ruthless. What is this? A mythical beast? The members of the beast group were stunned by shock. Romon's form really opened their eyes. When Quinn saw Romon in this form, he was full of doubts. Ask, Jin, do you see what kind of devil fruit this is? No, it's a form that has never appeared before, but it looks like a mythical beast, otherwise he would not be able to use abilities like wind, fire, and thunder. As for what kind of mythical beast it is, I don't know, replied Jin. Quinn continued to ask with a little worry. It seems that this man's power is almost the same as that of Boss Kaido. Boss Kaido will not lose, right? Stop talking nonsense, Quinn. Boss Kaido hasn't used his full strength yet. However, this person can still beat us without any problem, at least he is a general level fighter. What puzzles me is that this kid never used his domineering power from beginning to end. Is it because he didn't have it or didn't use it? It's better if there is no domineering power. If there is, I really don't know the final result. Be prepared if, Jin didn't dare to say anything more after that, he always believed that Kaido was invincible. Ha 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 ha. Kaido was not afraid at all when he saw the state of Romon black-winged demon, but he was very happy. He said, Kid, I didn't expect that you didn't use your full strength, but this is good, only in this way can we fight happily. Come. Kaido jumped into the air, drew the thunder in the sky, and attacked Romon like lightning. If you want to fight, I will do it for you. The 96th of the Broken Way, a sword, cremation. This is the collision of fire and thunder. The two energies are competing with each other, and neither is willing to give in. Damn, hurry up, get out of here. Seeing that the aftermath of the bombardment had spread to this side, Jin hurriedly told everyone else to leave. But it was too late. The members of the Beast Pirates were blown to pieces, and only the three calamities, the Flying Six, and the real fighters were struggling to hold on, but it was not easy either. Ha 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 ha. After this attack, Kaido said, Kid, you're amazing. Your abilities are so weird that I even doubt whether you are a person with abilities. I've never seen a devil fruit like yours. Great power, Thunderous Gossip. After Romon dodged, he wanted to tease teacher Kaido, and said with a smile, Do you want to know what my abilities are? I won't tell you, or you'll be mad at me. You, little brat. Kaido was so angry at Romon's words that his attacks became more fierce. Bang, 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 bang. The collisions continued. They were enjoying the battle, but it was hard for the beasts watching the battle. Some of the weaker ones fainted under the ravages of Romon's spiritual pressure and Kaido's domineering color. Three calamities were taking these people away from the battlefield. They had to take them away. Leaving them here would kill them. After all, they were members of a pirate group and could not be ignored. Little devil, try to take my move again. Tyrant, Thunderous Bagua. Damn, this move is unstoppable. Feeling the power of this move, Luo Meng dared not be arrogant anymore and quickly dodged. Chapter 3. Boom. A 10-meter deep hole was knocked out on the ground. Luo Meng secretly exclaimed that it was a close call. Fortunately he dodged quickly, with his current strength he really couldn't block this move. Kaido laughed triumphantly. Kid, didn't you want to fight? Why did you dodge? If you can't do it, just say that as long as you agree to join my beast pirates, I will not beat you anymore. Luo Meng said, Tisk, Kaido, you haven't won yet. I said that if you can beat me, I will join your pirate group. Let's wait until you beat me first. Kaido made a move again, moving quickly and saying, Okay, then I will make you join my beast group wholeheartedly. Tyrant, Diamond Dyson. Come on, let me see how you can defeat me. Flash. After a collision of energies, the two collided again. There will be no end to the fight if it goes on like this. Jin, do you have any way to stop it? Yan Zejin looked at Qin unhappily. What can I do? If we go into this kind of battle, we will be courting death. Let's wait for Kaido to decide the outcome. No one can stop this battle. Qin sighed and said, this is the only way. By the way, where did this kid come from? He is so strong that he should not be an unknown person. How come he looks like someone I have never seen before? God knows, but if this kid joins our beast group, then we will have a chance to become the strongest of the 4 emperors, and Kaido's chance of becoming the Pirate King will also be greatly increased. I'm really looking forward to it, Jin said with a longing look. When Kaido rescued him from the world government, he swore to follow Kaido for the rest of his life. Although Kaido has been obsessed with suicide over the years, he is always thinking about how to help Kaido reach the top. After fighting for such a long time, Kaido saw that Romon's breathing was disordered and began to taunt him. Kid, you've been fighting for almost a day, and you look out of breath, are you still okay? Facing the taunting, Romon was not convinced and said, damn it, Kaido, how good do you think you are? Take a look at your own wounds first. This wound is just like tickling me. This little wound is nothing to me. Kaido was very stubborn, but he was secretly shocked. The wound on his body was caused by this little devil. It sounded like something called Po Deo Jushi, black coffin. There was endless darkness inside, accompanied by slashing. If he was not thick-skinned, he would really be beaten without any ability to fight back. Haha. Really? Since you underestimated my moves, then try this one again. You're not going to dodge it, are you? Romon provoked Kaido. Provoking me? But I really fall for it. Come on, kid, let me see what you can do to me with this trick. Seeing that his plan worked, Luo Meng smiled strangely. Ha 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 ha. This is my strongest move, I hope you will like it, Kaido. Really? Come on. Let me try. Thunder, the gun. Boom. The aftermath frightened Kaido. He had a thought in his mind, is it too late to regret? Romon seemed to see through his thoughts. Kaido, you don't want to dodge. No way. Sure enough, Romon's words aroused Kaido's desire to win. Alas, sometimes the desire to win can really hurt people. I am afraid. If I say I won't hide, I won't hide. Come on. His whole body of domineering aura was wrapped around the club, ready to face this frightening attack. Don't die, teacher Kaido. Romon yelled, Thunder Spear, give it to me, go. Come on. Kaido roared in the same domineering manner back on, Dayid, Liming, Bagua. Boom. The lightning spear hit the hammer and exploded with tremendous power, and a mushroom cloud rose within a mile. Damn it, hurry up, retreat again. Bang bang bang. The 3 disasters including Jin couldn't even stop the aftermath and were blown to the ground. As soon as they got up, they couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Their faces were full of horror. Jin looked at the center of the explosion with even more worry. Kaido, who was outside the center of the explosion, could feel the power of this move more clearly. His whole body was covered with domineering aura, and he tried his best to resist the fatal damage from eroding his body. After launching this move, Romon even had difficulty breathing and was half kneeling on the ground. Ha ha ha. The sound of panting continued. If it doesn't work this time, it will be a bit difficult. 5 minutes later, the smoke dissipated, revealing the scene inside. Kaido was lying on the ground, covered in blood. Romon breathed a sigh of relief. Did he win? He couldn't help but collapse to the ground. Cough 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 cough. After a while, Kaido's voice rang again. Kid, why did you lie on the ground first? You didn't think you won me? Romon looked at Kaido in disbelief and cursed, "Are you a turtle? You can still stand up like this? Stop joking, kid. I admit that this move of yours is very powerful. Even a Navy admiral would die if he faced it head-on. But, I am the Immortal Kaido. Do you think I can be defeated so easily? Ha 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 ha. I haven't enjoyed this kind of danger for a long time, I'm so happy." Kaido produced a pot of old wine and drank it wildly. He became staggering and his eyes turned red. Ha 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 ha. Come again, little devil. After drinking, wheel thunder, lead to Naraku. Again, the 61 way of binding, 6-rod light prison. Little ghost, although your abilities make me feel very troublesome, don't think you can restrain me, open it for me. Kaido roared. Romon was disheartened and thought to himself, no, I can't dodge it. Bang! The club fell on Romon's head with lightning, and his consciousness instantly became blurred. Am I going to lose? No. I don't want to lose. Ah! Romon roared, and slowly stood up with the club on his head. Give me, break! Romon used all his strength to push the club away and retreated backwards. Burp. Kaido burped and watched Romon break free from his attack. He said in a daze, if you still have the strength, let's fight again until one of us falls. Romon also shouted, come fight. Brother Jin, do these two have unlimited physical strength? It's been a whole day and a night, why are they still fighting? Why don't we go up and help Boss Kaido? Jack couldn't help it again and wanted to join the battle. A reckless man is a reckless man. He forgot how he was knocked away by Kaido's hammer before. He is worthy of being the one who dares to rush up and fight with the hero of the Navy, Sengoku. His recklessness can be said to have permeated his whole life. Nothing can stop him from being reckless. If there is, I believe he can be even more reckless. Jin was speechless by him. The scar healed and he forgot the pain. Don't make trouble, just leave it to Kaido, we just need to wait for the result. Believe in Kaido, he will not lose. Little boy, we've been fighting for a whole day, and it seems you don't have much strength left. Bring it on. Let's decide the outcome with one move. Roar. The dragon roars and shakes the earth. All right, let's decide the outcome with one move. Black-winged demon, second stage return blade. Good boy, you still have one trick up your sleeve. After the second stage of the return to the blade, Luo Meng became even more evil, his shirt disappeared, revealing his muscular figure. Come on. This is the end, the flame cabinet, Shenglong, flame gossip. Wang Su, flash. The two roared in anger. Kaido's surface temperature was higher than that of magma at this time, and the flash of Wang Su against Romon was about to fall on Romon. Romon shouted. Give me, explode. Boom. The two flew backwards at the same time, neither of them had the strength to stand up, and fainted. Boss Kaido. Brother Kaido. Jin and others rushed over. Jin came to Kaido and checked him. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was fine, just fainted. Let's go and take Boss Kaido back to heal his wounds. Brother Jin, do you want to kill this brat? No, take Yu Chao back. Chapter 4. Report. What's going on? Why are you so flustered? How disgraceful. Report to Sengoku Mushu. Spies report that a war broke out on a Nagashima in Wano country, and an unknown person fought fiercely with the four emperors Kaido on a Nagashima for a whole day, and the final result ended in a draw. Bang! What did you say? An unknown person fought Kaido in Wano country and the two ended in a draw. Are you kidding me? Zhangguo was originally very calm, but he was so shocked by the news that he even overturned his desk. Report, everything I said is true, I dare not lie about military intelligence. Zhangguo asked hurriedly, did you take pictures of the enemy? Show me. Yes, but the battle was too intense, our personnel dared not get too close, so the photo is a bit blurry, the Navy who came to report quickly answered. Zhang Guo took the photo handed over by his subordinates. The first one was okay, but he was stunned when he saw the second one. What is this? Is it a devil fruit ability? The second one is the black-winged demon form. With his knowledge, he can't tell which fruit ability it is. Marshal Zhang Guo, this is the information sent back by the spy, which records the ability of this unknown man. Zhang Guo took it and became more and more shocked. He can use wind, fire, and thunder, and can also build a black house to attack people. Even a thick-skinned Kaido can be hurt. How incredible! Then he got a headache. It's really a troubled time. Ace will be executed soon, and there are supernovas in front. Now another 4 emperors has emerged. I wonder if it will affect the future plans. Go make a few more copies, and then call all the senior executives to the conference room for a meeting. Yes, I will do it right away. As soon as Aokiji walked into the meeting room, he spoke lazily. La. Marshal Sengoku, what's the matter? You have to call everyone here. Sengoku put the information on the table and said, you all take a look at this information first, and tell me what you think after reading it. The information was quickly distributed to everyone, and they all exclaimed after reading it. Impossible, absolutely impossible, how could an unknown person fight against the 4 emperors Kaido? Oh my god! Young people nowadays are really like monsters. Alala, such an unknown person appeared at this critical moment. This is not a good thing. It's obvious at first glance that this person is not a good person. If I meet such a person, I will definitely send him to the Impel Down castle and lock him up for life. The 3 admirals expressed their opinions one after another. Kizaru always had an attitude of punching in and out for work. Aokiji thought more deeply and thought that it might affect the next action. As for Akainu, he wanted to send everyone to the Impel Down castle. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that the kid nowadays is so capable. I don't know if he is still alive, I really want him to experience my iron fist of love. Garp is still so casual. Click. A few black lines appeared on Sengoku's forehead. Garp, can you please not eat senbei in this kind of occasion? Ha 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 ha. Zhangguo, don't mind this little detail. Zhangguo really couldn't do anything about his old partner. Every time he was told off, he still went his own way. He couldn't expect him to give any useful advice. He turned his head to look at the think tank in the Navy. What do you think about this? Do you think this person will have any influence on the Navy's next move? He listened to Zhangguo's question. She thought for a while before speaking. There was no information about this person before. It's like he suddenly appeared. The fact that there is no bounty means that he was not a pirate before. However, he is now in Kaido's base camp and may join the Beast's pirates. There will definitely be some impact, we still have to be on guard. If the news of Ace the Fire Fist being executed gets out, it will definitely cause a stir everywhere, not to mention the Whitebeard pirates. They will definitely come to rescue Ace the Fire Fist. Kaido the King of Beasts will definitely not be lonely. He will either come to Marineford to join in, or take this opportunity to attack the White Group's territory. The Red Hair pirates seem to be in a neutral state at the moment and will not join the war. In order to maintain balance, they may also stop Kaido. As for the Ant Group, they are still dreaming in Wangguo. This person may be a variable. Before, the Beast's pirates were basically at the bottom. If this person joins the Beasts, then there will be 4 emperors in the Beasts, and Red Hair may not be able to stop them. That's what I want to say, he said, picking up the cup and taking a sip of water. Zhangguo nodded, he agreed with what he said. Vice Admiral Tsuru is right, we should be on guard. We still have a chance of winning against the White Group, but with the addition of 2 of the 4 emperors, our chances of winning are a bit low. What are you afraid of? It's just right that you're here to clean up these sea borers at once. Agree. Doberman and other hawks agreed with Admiral Akainu's words. Just forget it. Although Whitebeard is old, it is not a problem for him to fight against an admiral-level player like us. With the addition of several captains under him, even if he can't beat us, it is not a problem to hold us off for a while. If 2 more 4 emperors are sent in, who can fight them? You. Aokiji hits him mercilessly. I will fight if I want to. I, Sakazuki, have never been afraid of pirates. Sengoku interrupted their quarrel. Okay, stop arguing. When the time comes, invite the 7 warlords of the sea to participate. They enjoy the convenience of the government, so it's time for them to contribute. Do you have anything else to add? Sengoku Washua, should we issue a bounty for this person? Bounty? Sengoku thought for a while and decided not to issue a bounty, so he said not for now. It is not clear whether he will join the Beast's pirates. Others have no intention of becoming pirates, but we forced them to become pirates. We'll talk about it later. Inform the people in Wano country and tell them to keep an eye on this person's movements and report back to the headquarters immediately if anything happens. If this person doesn't want to be a pirate, we can try to recruit him into the navy. Then who will invite the 7 warlords of the sea? The generals have their own things to do, so Doberman, Ghost Spider and the rest of you can just go. Yes. Clear. Waring states, I'm still a little worried. What do you have to worry about? Even if we add 2 4 Emperor's level fighters, our layout should be fine, right? If there is any change, Garp and I will be there. Garp fell silent when talking about Ace, and stopped eating senbei. He was very sad. Zhangguo, you also know that the battlefield changes rapidly, and a little movement may change everything. I am thinking about whether to ask that person to come and take charge. You mean the Commander-in-Chief, Kong Gakong? He nodded. Yes, just in case, we can ask him to come over and take charge. After the meeting, I will ask the 5 elders to transfer him over. Okay, then there's no problem. Does anyone else have any questions? If not, go back and prepare. Everyone stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Old man, you. Don't worry, Zhangguo, I know what's important. I just regret why I didn't stop Ace from going out to sea. Old friend, you have to understand that this is not a question of whether or not you are a pirate, but a question of bloodline. Ace's bloodline was known by the higher UPS, and they could not tolerate Ace still being alive. Should the mistakes of the previous generation be borne by the next generation? Kapu seemed very excited. Alas! Sometimes things are beyond our control. My old friend, you don't have to take action in the war, but I hope you won't do anything else. Think about it. I have some official business to attend to, so I'll leave first. Zhangguo walked out of the meeting room, leaving Garp alone in a daze. Chapter 5. Who am I? Where is this? Why am I here? Luo Meng woke up and asked 3 god-level questions. Hey! You woke up? Romon turned around and saw a pair of big eyes, sparkling and looking at him. Isn't this Yamato? Or the adult version, with a pair of headlights that hurt people's eyes? Ah! I remembered that I traveled to the world of One Piece, and when I first arrived, Teacher Kaido knocked my system out with a hammer. In order to thank Teacher Kaido, I fought with him for a whole day, and I couldn't remember the last move of the blast. Did I lose? I didn't expect that I could lose even with such a powerful panel given by the system, or it was because of the lack of combat experience. Why are you like this? I'm talking to you, but you ignore me. Yamato was a little angry. Oh! Luo Meng came back to his senses, looked at Yamato, and said, what did you say just now? I was thinking about something and didn't notice. Well, since you are still a wounded soldier, I won't bother with you anymore. I heard that you beat Kaido up, right? Can you tell me the whole process so that I can be happy too? Seeing Romon reply to his words, Yamato was no longer angry, but very excited. Who are you? Isn't this the beast group? Why are you so excited when Kaido got beaten up? Of course Romon knew who she was, but he had never seen her before. Saying that he knew her would arouse suspicion. Me? I am considered Kaido's son. Romon said. No, then you are so happy that your father was beaten, you are really filial. Yamato curled his lips and said, Tisk, what kind of father is he? I am determined to become the man of Kojiki Oden. I didn't feel anything when I watched the original drama at the beginning, but now that I have experienced it personally, even Romon is speechless. Just because of a diary, his brain has been washed like this. In modern terms, this is definitely the talent of a brainless fan actor. Romon is born with it. He asked puzzledly. Who is Oden? Is he worthy of your praise? Is he famous? Speaking of Oden, Yamato instantly became interested. He took out a diary from his arms, handed it to Romon, and said, Here, I have a diary here. You will know why I want to be him so much when you read it. Romon took it. He was still very curious about the diary and wanted to see what was in it that fascinated her so much. The more he read, the more confused he became. Seeing Romon looked at it for a while, Yamato hurriedly said, How about it? Do you feel that this person is great? Do you admire him very much? Romon's eyes changed when he looked at Yamato, as if he was looking at a hopeless person, and said, No, isn't this just an ordinary navigation diary? What's so great about this? Yamato was not in a hurry and continued, It's really nothing. Let me tell you about him again. Romon knew what she wanted to say without thinking. Wasn't it the one who was boiled for the country? According to the original drama, people who didn't know his past might applaud, and people who knew his past would think he was stupid. With his power at the time, Kaido would not be able to deal with it if he just shook people. He was still stupid enough to deal with it alone, and as for him who abandoned the entire country for the sake of danger, even if he drove Kaido away, could he manage Wano country well? The answer is no, he might leave again. Sure enough, what Yamato said was exactly the same as what he saw. Seeing that Yamato was still chattering, Romon couldn't listen anymore and quickly interrupted her. Okay, you don't have to say anything, I have no idea why you admire him so much. Then Romon told Yamato his analysis. Yamato could not accept this fact at all, but Romon's words were well organized and she could not find any words to refute. Humph! Bad guy, you are in cahoots with Kaido, I won't pay attention to you. Yamato ran out of the room in tears, his headlights jumping up and down. Or is it because she has never seen the world? Romon was a little confused why Kaido imprisoned his daughter. If he had taken Yamato out to see the world since she was a child, it would never be like this now. Is it to protect her? It is possible. After all, Yamato is Kaido's only child, and it is normal to have this kind of protective mentality. Don't think about these, there are more important things to do. System, are you there? Come out to me quickly. Ding, because the host calls himself I in the system also wants to save face. The system is unbinding the host angrily. After the unbinding, the host will become a eunuch. I hope the host can live a good life in the future. So goodbye host. Luo Meng was shocked. This is too much. If the system turns him into a eunuch, he will lose all his face if it spreads among the traversers. Sometimes people should be submissive and not be tough. Don't. System Dad, if you leave, what should I do as your son? How can I live without you? Ding, it is detected that the host's attitude of admitting mistakes is relatively sincere. Daddy, please tell me the reason. If you have any questions, just ask. Luo Meng was speechless. This system is still a proud guy. System Daddy, can you introduce yourself? This system is called Wudishue's Wanja character sign-in system. It has only one function now. The system will issue sign-in tasks to the host from time to time. The host only needs to go to the task location and sign in with a specific posture to get the system reward. It is simple and clear, without so many fancy things. You said that the system has only one function now, can you still upgrade it? That's right, I didn't expect the host to be so smart. The system can be upgraded after the host completes the main task. System Dad, what is the main task? There is only one main mission, which is to pull down the creator of this world and liberate all people. Celestial dragons? This mission is not easy to do. The world government is full of talents, and the navy of the light side cannot be dealt with by one person alone. Not to mention that the world government also has the CP organization, the combat power of the 5 elders is also a mystery, and the most important thing is the person who has been sitting on the throne alone for 800 years. Yim. This person is very controversial on the internet. Some say he is a man, and some say he is a woman. The King of the Sky is basically 100% certain in Yim's hands, but I don't know what his personal ability is. System, are there any side quests now? I want to call you Daddy. Yes, yes, yes. System Daddy, are there any side quests? Now I'll let you be proud, and when I gain power one day, I will make you call me Daddy 10,000 times, Now issuing a side quest, please go to the auction house in Sabayati Archipelago to sign in within 10 days. System Dad, what is the timeline of the pirate world now? The host will arrive at Shampoo Island in 10 days, which happens to be the day when the Son of Fortune defeats the Celestial Dragons. Is that so? It is already this timeline, and the war at the top should be coming soon. I can join in and make some trouble then. Now the main thing is to complete the task first, and by the way, go meet the 2 beauties in the protagonist group. Robin and Nami. It is better not to move the protagonist group for now, maybe they will be useful later. First go to Kaido to ask for a recorder pointing to Shampoo Island. If you lose, you will be considered a member of the Beast group. This request is not too much. When you are about to walk out of the door, you pass by a mirror, stop, raise your hand and touch your face, and think to yourself. Am I wearing flesh? The face is still handsome, but the height has changed. He was 1.8 meters before wearing flesh, and he looks more than 2 meters after wearing flesh. If you wear flesh, you are considered an illegal in the world of pirates. It doesn't matter, as long as you are strong enough in the world of pirates, no matter whether he is black or not. Romon shook his head and stopped thinking too much. When he came outside, he met a person after walking for a while. Just when he was about to ask. Unexpectedly, this little shrimp was so frightened. Ah! Brother Jin, that devil is awake. Jin came here quickly and looked at Romon warily. Hey, 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 hey! Romon said speechlessly, I say, enough of you, do I look scary? Where is Kaido? Take me to see him. Jin thought to himself, you don't look scary now, but that was when I didn't know how crazy you were in fighting. Sir, please follow me, I will take you to see Boss Kaido. Chapter 6. Ha 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 ha. Little brat, you're awake. Will you? I thought you would never wake up again. Kaido was drinking from a bowl bigger than Romon's. When he saw Romon coming over, he cried and laughed, like an old madman. Romon retorted, even if you can't wake up, I won't either. What are you talking about, kid? Pay attention to your attitude when you speak, and see clearly where you are being arrogant. Is this the place where you can be arrogant? Kaido waved his hand to interrupt his subordinates and laughed at Romon. What do you want from me, kid? Don't call me kid, my name is Urchi, Romon, just call me Romon. Okay, Luo Meng, what do you want from me? Do you still want to fight? If you haven't fought enough, I'm here to fight you anytime. Kaido is indeed a fighting maniac. Romon said, what's the point of fighting? If I lose, I lose. I can afford to lose. According to the agreement, I will join your beast's pirates. I came to you to ask you for an item. Romon still thought he had lost and didn't think about it being a draw. Ha 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 ha. Luo Meng, you didn't lose. We were tied in that battle. You know the result, do you still want to join the 100 beasts? Kaido's vision is not that small. A draw is a draw. He will not insist on saying that he won. The dignity of a strong man prevents him from doing such a deceptive thing. Didn't you lose? In that case, you are definitely a 4 emperors fighter. Many skills will be forgotten to be used during the battle, otherwise you can kill the 4 emperors. Kaido is still chattering and persuading Romon to join the 100 beasts. It is a bit difficult for him to complete his main task by himself, and it is also possible to find some lawless people. Romon did not intend to refuse, but he did not know if Kaido has the courage. Thinking of this, Romon said decisively, you can let me join, but what I have to do is not simple. Do you have the courage to do this? Luo Meng, are you kidding me? I don't have the courage. The person who can scare me in this world has not been born yet. What is it? Tell me, what is the difficult thing? Romon looked around and told Kaido to call the people out first. He was not sure if there were people from the world government here, and it was not the time to let them know what he was going to do. You guys go out first. I want to see what this kid Luo Meng is talking about. He is so cautious. Boss, this. Get out. Don't make me say it again. Yes. The 3 disasters can stay, Luo Meng said with a smile. Romon, you can tell me what made you so cautious. What I have to do is not easy. Even if all the members of the beast group go out, they will lose 100%. I think, pull the celestial dragons off the altar. Romon, are you from the Revolutionary Army? Do you know what you are talking about? The world government is not as simple as it seems. The unknown 5 elders are basically all admirals, and 2 of them have even reached the 4 emperors level. It is said that there is another one on the 5 elders. Kaido looked a little solemn, and the 3 disasters were shocked by Romon's words. I am not a revolutionary. We do the same thing. They are doing it for the people of the world. I don't have such a big wish. I just want to kill all the celestial dragons. How much is the government's high-level combat power? However, we are not a group of people. We have the same intention as the Revolutionary Army. When the day comes to start the war, we can bring them along. There will be an opportunity next time. I am 100% confident that I can bring Whitebeard along. This way I will have 4 Emperor-level combat forces, and I won't act so quickly. I will wait until my strength reaches a certain level before taking action. Ha 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 ha. An unprecedented war. I like. Luo Meng, I can't promise you now. If you can really bring those 2 parties together, I will definitely get involved. Whitebeard and I are old rivals. He only cares about his family, so he won't agree to you so easily. Luo Meng said, don't worry, I wasn't sure before, but something will happen next, and the chances will increase greatly. Kaido said calmly, you have an idea, now tell me, whether you will join the beast group or not. If you're not afraid of me, I'll join you. Ha 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 ha. Jin, go and inform the brothers to start the banquet. Welcome Luo Meng to join us and become the 4th disaster of the beasts. Disaster. Yes, I'll go right away. Kaido wanted to find out more about Romon's ability, so he asked, by the way, Romon, what kind of person are you? How can you use elemental abilities in all directions, and have that abnormal recovery ability? Haha. The system can't tell, so Romon made up a reason at random. Just think of me as a mythical beast, in the form of a black-winged demon. Is that so? Soon the news spread throughout the beast group. They were also convinced by this extra disaster. Who would dare to object to someone who could tie with Captain Kaido? Come on! Brother Romon, I offer you a toast. Congratulations to you on becoming the fourth disaster of the beasts. Fuzz 4 came to Romon with a wine glass. Ha 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 ha. You're welcome. We're all brothers from now on. Come on, let's drink. Cheers. The others were a little scared when they saw that Luomeng was so approachable, but now that someone took the lead, they also let go and came forward to toast. Was Luomeng scared? You have to know that before he traveled through time, he was known as a man who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and he was not afraid of drinking anything. Until all the members of the beast group fell, Luomeng was only slightly tipsy. Brother Kaido, do you have a pointer to Shampoo Island? Give me one, I need to go there for something. Burp. Kaido didn't think much about it, and after a burp, he said, yes, just ask Jin for it tomorrow. Romon still had a doubt in his mind and asked, Brother Kaido, why do you want to trap Yamato? She had too little experience. That's why I admire Odin so much, even to the point of fanaticism. Oh. Luomeng, you have met Yamato. Yes. She was next to me when she just woke up, and I chatted with her for a while. Woo woo. Kaido cried again, his emotions were really fickle, and he cried while replying to Romon's words. I didn't let her go to the sea because I promised her mother to take good care of her. You also know that pirates are rampant outside. If something happens to her, how can I explain to her mother? I said it. How could there be such a cruel father? It turned out to be for protection. What the two of them didn't know was that Yamato was standing at the door, and she heard everything they said. Tears couldn't stop flowing. Humph. Don't think I can forgive you now. After saying this, she ran away. How about this? Brother Kaido, let Yamato go out with me to travel, which can be regarded as fulfilling her dream, and it can also make her hate you as a father less. You know my ability, there is no problem in protecting her. Kaido looked at Romon with a bit of weird eyes, and said, you kid don't have any ideas about Yamato. It's not impossible to have ideas, I feel at ease if she follows you. Romon looked at Kaido incredulously, thinking, I treat you as my elder brother, you want to be my father-in-law. Thinking of Yamato's figure and lowly appearance, it's not impossible. Then they started drinking again. Report to Marshal Sengoku, information has been sent back from Wano country. Bring it here quickly. There was only one line of text on the message. The person who tied with Kaido was named Orki, Romon, and has now joined the beast group and become the fourth disaster. Alas! Zhangguo had a headache, but he still joined. What's wrong, Sengoku? What's the matter? Is it about the person who fought with Kaido? Take a look. After he finished reading, Sengoku said, issue a bounty order. Before he could finish, the Den Mushi started to ring. Hello. 5 Elder Stars, what do you want to talk to me about? A male voice came from the Den Mushi. What are you going to do about Orki, Romon, Sengoku? Sengoku replied, I've just been deciding his bounty with he. Okay, let's set the amount at 2.2 billion. After all, he can fight Kaido to a draw, so this bounty is appropriate. No problem. Chapter 7. Hey! Newsbird, give me a newspaper. He casually gave him a Bailey, and Romon got a newspaper. He was a little surprised by the content, and then he was angry. He threw the newspaper on the deck and roared to the sky. Navy, do you guys know how to give it a name? What's wrong, Romon? Yamato ran over and asked. Romon ignored her. Yamato picked up the newspaper and opened it. It was a bounty order for Romon. The photo was normal, showing Romon's usual appearance, and there was also a photo of the black-winged demon. However, the name was a little hard for Rosen to accept. Black-winged birdman, Orki, Romon, has unknown abilities, can switch forms, and is preliminarily guessed to be a mythical beast. His bounty is 2.2 billion, and he is an extremely dangerous person. His battle record is that he fought with the 4 emperors Kaido in Wano country for a whole day and ended in a draw. He is now the 4th disaster of the beast group, disaster. Ha 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 ha. Birdman, Luomeng, you are a birdman, you make me laugh to death, I can laugh at you for the rest of my life. Ha 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 ha. Luomeng was asking the heavens in silence, and seeing Yamato laughing so happily, he also laughed with ill intentions. Hee. Yamato, have you forgotten who is the boss here? You dare to laugh at me, wait and see how I will deal with you. Bad Romon, what do you want to do? Don't come over here. Thunderous Gossip. Bang. This bounty spread throughout the world, stirring up a storm. Dad, something bad has happened. Bo hee hee hee. Marco, what's going on? Dad, look here. Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard, who was still shocked. Whitebeard's expression was a little solemn after reading it. Dad, do you know this person? How come such a person suddenly appeared? It would be bad for us if he joined the beasts. Ha 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 ha. What is there to be afraid of? I have a white beard. The red hair pirates Shanks, take a look at today's newspaper. The 4 emperors' red hair had only one sentence after reading it. It seems that the current situation is about to be broken. Wanguo, oh my god, this kid Kaido really found a treasure. At the same time, all the forces in the world were shocked. The first bounty was 2.2 billion. This was really unique. Luomeng also stood out because of this and became famous for a while. He became known to everyone in the world. Captain, there is a boat ahead, should we rob it? Shit, do you even need to ask me this? Aren't we pirates just to do whatever we want? Come on. Brothers, get ready to fight. Yes, Captain. Damn Luomeng, there are creatures approaching us from the right, what should we do? Well. Luomeng is basking in the sun. Hearing Yamato's words, he opened his eyes and looked at that creature, he didn't recognize it at all, it might be a small shrimp. Luomeng said casually, don't worry about them, wait until they get closer and see what they want to do. Brothers, fire at me. Roger that, Captain. Damn Romon, the other side fired, why are they doing this? We didn't provoke them, why are they firing at us? Yamato, you are too naive. These are real pirates. They won't reason with you. They usually just burn, kill, and plunder. Seeing Yamato's unbelievable look, Romon began to explain to him. This group of people are not that strong, why don't you go and have some fun with them? Yamato was already furious, how could she miss this opportunity? Whoosh! When the boat got closer, she jumped on it. Ha 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 ha! There is also a woman, brothers, hurry up and catch her. Yamato is a lieutenant general anyway, how could he be afraid of these people? He swung the club vigorously, and soon only one person was left. Girl, you are awesome, but I am not a vegetarian either. I ate chicken. Thunderous Gossip. Did you say you ate any chicken? Yamato, what do you think about this? Nothing, just a little bit unbelievable. Now you understand why your father didn't let you leave Ghost Island. The outside world is full of dangers. You didn't have the strength before, and it's very likely that something bad will happen if you go out. Kaido didn't let you out to protect you from getting hurt. But his behavior is a bit extreme. Yamato said sadly. Romon, is Odin really as bad as you said? I have analyzed his situation for you. You are an adult and should have your own independent thoughts. It is up to you whether you believe it or not. If you don't believe it, no matter how much I say, it will be useless. Okay. I want to be alone for a while, is that okay? Okay, then you stay here for a while. I'm going back to bask in the sun. It's still 2 days before I arrive. Life on the sea is too boring. They didn't encounter any problems in the next 2 days, and arrived at Shampoo Island peacefully. There were tall trees everywhere and bubbles floating in the sky, which gave it a magical feeling. After parking the boat, Romon said to Yamato, "Yamato, I'm going to see someone now. Do you want to stay on the boat or come with me?" "Stinky Luo Meng, I finally got out here, you can't leave me behind, I want to go with you too." "Let's go then." They arrived early, but the system said that the time had not come yet, so they could not sign in at the auction house. Luo Meng could only go to meet the legendary figure first. He remembered that Xiaqi blackmail bar seemed to be in Area 13. He asked people along the way with Yamato before they found the bar. They could have gotten here quickly, but Yamato was very curious about these new things, and dragged Rosen to look around, wasting almost an hour before they got here. The name of the bar was so direct that Luo Meng even doubted whether there were any customers inside. He was overthinking this, as he had just approached. A voice came from the other side. "Madam Boss, you are so mean. You want to charge me 50,000 Baileys for just this one glass of wine. Do you think I am a fool? Believe it or not, I will tear down your bar." "Haha, so you don't plan to pay?" A female voice came out. "Yes, I really won't pay you today, what can you do to me?" "Haha. Lao Lei, come out quickly, someone wants to dine and eat for free." "I'm coming. Speaking of which, I'm old, Xiaqi, could you please stop asking me to do this kind of thing all the time?" "Okay. From now on, don't eat my food or use my things, then you don't have to do it. If you can't do it, just help me clean up the garbage." "No, no, no, I'll do it." Bang, bang, bang. "Stop hitting me, Madam Boss, I'll pay you. If you had done that earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble." "What a scumbag." Luo Meng's mouth twitched when he heard this from outside. The name was really right. It was Xiaqi who was blackmailing so blatantly. "You two outside, why are you standing there and not coming in? Knowing the color? Stinky Luo Meng, should we go in? From what we just said, this is a shady shop." "It's okay, come in. The owner has invited you, it would be embarrassing not to come in, just go in and don't order any drinks, there shouldn't be a charge for entering the door." Romon pushed the door open and walked in, laughing. "Sorry, I was so engrossed outside just now. It's our first meeting, Pluto, really." "What is Pluto really?" "I'm just an old man now, but why would a person like you come to Shampoo Island? Shouldn't you stay in Wano country? You should know that Kaido and I have a grudge, so you are not afraid that I will attack you." Chapter 8. The Conqueror's Haki's pressure came towards Romon. Romon's eyes narrowed. The spiritual pressure came out of his body. Different from the mental attack of the Conqueror's Haki, the spiritual pressure can be said to be an advanced version of the Conqueror's Haki. What is this? It's not the Conqueror's Haki, but it's a bit similar. Rayleigh's eyes were a little confused. "I say, enough is enough. If you keep going, my hotel will be demolished. Stop it now." "Haha." Luo Meng began to shirk responsibility. "I'm sorry, boss lady, it was old man Riley who started it first. You can't ask me for compensation." "Boy you!" Lei Li cursed in his heart, "This kid is a bit unethical, he took himself out and left me, an old man, to bear the responsibility." Xiaqi was a little speechless and said, "Don't worry, I dare not blackmail you. Really, your pocket money for the past 6 months is gone." "Ha ha ha ha." Yamato saw this funny scene and laughed out loud regardless of Rayleigh's dark complexion. "Boy, this girl should be Kaido's daughter." Romon did not hide the answer to this question. "Yes, but it's funny, she has never called Kaido father, but she admires Odin very much." "You still dare to mention Odin? Don't think that I am too old to mention Odin." Rayleigh was a little angry when Odin was mentioned. Romon completely ignored Rayleigh's anger and said casually, why shouldn't I dare? You treat him as a friend, but in my opinion he is just an irresponsible person. Although freedom is precious. But I looked down on him because of the fact that he abandoned his country and went to sea with Whitebeard. Later he wanted to come back to be the master. Who does he think he is? Rayleigh retorted, then Kaido should take control of Wano country. As far as I know, Wano country is still in a closed state and the civilians still can't get enough to eat. Romon said yes, brother Kaido knows nothing about managing a country, but that's because the current Orokai is making trouble. I will deal with him after I'm done with this busy period, and Wano country will get better and better. This is just your one-sided statement, who can believe it? Rayleigh didn't believe Romon at all. Romon snorted and said, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. I don't intend to ask you to believe it. I usually do things according to my heart. Okay, okay. Xiaoqi interrupted their conversation. She was afraid that they would really fight. Her husband's fighting power had declined and he might not be able to beat this young man. Let's have a drink. Old Lei, you too, it's all in the past, you've already retired from society, why bother with it, you should let go of some things. Rayleigh fell silent. Luo. Meng said awkwardly, Sister Qi, I can't afford the drinks you have here, the Baileys I have on me are less than 10,000. Haha. The young man spoke so sweetly, don't worry, I won't charge you, drink as much as you want. Rayleigh couldn't help but interjected, Xiaoqi, is my wine free too? You? Xiaoqi's face changed instantly, from autumn to winter. Rayleigh, you have to pay double for the wine. If you don't have money, you can auction yourself off twice and you'll have it. You can drink now, but you have to keep a record. Rayleigh was devastated. Sister, I have no money, can you give me 1 cup too? Yamato said with a smile. No problem, sister will treat you to a drink. Thank you, sister. Xiaoqi and Rayleigh were a little surprised. This character is not like Kaido at all. Such a polite child is rare. Xiaoqi asked while pouring wine, Brother Romon, what are you doing coming to Shampoo Island? It's nothing, on the one hand I'm taking Yamato out for a trip, on the other hand I have something to do at the auction house in Area 1 in 4 days. Haha. According to my intelligence, there is nothing worth your attention in the auction house 4 days later. I'm not going to auction anything, I just want to see it for myself. Neither Rayleigh nor Romon believed what he said, but since he didn't want to ask, they didn't plan to ask further. Now. Stinky Romon, can we go out and play? I want to look around. Okay, okay, I'll go with you. Well, Sister Qi, we'll leave first. Goodbye, Rayleigh. Yes. Come and visit often when you have time. Lao Lei, what do you think of this person? Very strong. I shouldn't be able to beat him now. However, his style is somewhat different from that of a pirate. He is also very polite. If Wano country is given to him to manage, there may be great changes. I've only met him once, so I can't make any conclusions. Really? I have a different opinion from you. Tell me the story. In my opinion, Luo Meng is not a simple person. He was unknown before, but now he suddenly jumps out. He must be unwilling to be lonely. I have a hunch that the storms on the sea will become more turbulent because of him. Oh. Really? It has nothing to do with me. I just want to retire now. Let others worry about it. Then Rayleigh said to Xiaoqi with a serious face, Qi, can I discuss something with you? What's up? Can you forget my drink money? Ha 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 ha. I thought it was something important, but it turned out to be like this. Xiaoqi was speechless to her old friend. Get out. Okay. Time flies, years pass by like a shuttle. Time flies and it is the 4th day. Romon and Yamato sit in the last seat of the auction house. He also saw several familiar faces at the scene, Trafalgar, Law, Kid, and others. Nami from the Kusanagadan was also there, staring at the stage nervously. It seemed that it was still the same as the original drama. The mermaid Kami was caught, and Nami wanted to sell Kami back. But it was not as one wished. The bid of the celestial dragons made her feel desperate. The auction started soon. There were some unimportant things in the front, so I won't say more. System Dad, why can't I sign in yet? Please host, participate in the mermaid auction next, do not let the celestial dragons succeed, and anger the celestial dragons, and finally yell, I will deal with you on behalf of the moon, and finally kill at least one celestial dragon to complete the task. What is social death? This is social death. There is nothing wrong with angering and killing celestial dragons. My main task is to oppose celestial dragons, so this is not a conflict. But, why did you add the sentence I will punish you on behalf of the moon? If this gets out, where will I put my face? Ah! Luo Meng asked the system in disbelief. System Dad, are you serious about this request? Can you remove that sentence and only leave angering the Tianlong people and killing the Tianlong people? I call you Dad, and you still play with me like this? In front of the task, don't say Dad, it's useless to call me Grandpa, that sentence must be added, and it must be said loudly, please take the task seriously, otherwise the system will choose another host. Tired. Destroy. I may have another title in the future. Social Death Meng. Others don't know how helpless Luo Meng is now. The auction is going on as usual, and it's time to come to the finale. Dear guests, this is the finale auction item today. It is very rare. It can be said that it has basically never been auctioned before. Now please ask the staff to push it up. The auctioneer on the stage is introducing it vividly, mobilizing the curiosity of the people off the stage. Now let me show you this mysterious busha. That's right, this is a mermaid from 10,000 meters deep in the sea, and it's a woman. You bosses will definitely not lose money if you buy it back. The starting price is 50 million Baileys, and the auction starts now. Boom! The people off the stage were shocked, and those who came in were rich. They all started bidding. 60 million. 70 million. 90 million. 100 million. Chapter 9. Yamato couldn't accept it. Damn Romon, why are they like this? Can people be auctioned? Romon laughed and said, Yamato, you have seen too little. Did you see the 3 people wearing jars on their heads in front? Those are celestial dragons. What they did is even more despicable. I came here this time for them. The simple Yamato still found it a little hard to accept. She couldn't imagine that people outside would be like this. In comparison, Wano country is still good. These people are too dark. Dad, it's a mermaid. I want it. Saint Charlos said to Saint Risward with a snotty face. If you want it, just bid. Anyway, as long as we bid, those low-class people won't dare to follow. At this time, the auction price has reached 120 million. Nami only has 200 million in total. She originally planned to go all out and bet everything on it, hoping to shock these people. Unexpectedly. 500 million. She instantly felt desperate. 500 million was more than double her amount. She had no choice but to hope that Luffy and the others would come soon. When the others saw that the person who made the bid was a celestial dragon, they all lowered their heads, fearing that they would anger the celestial dragon. Ha 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 ha. Announce the results soon, I can't wait. Yes, yes, yes. Your Highness Charlos, I will announce it now. The auctioneer nodded and bowed. Etc. I bid 1 billion. The Tianlong people have already made their bids, who else dares to bid? Isn't this courting death? Everyone in the auction hall looked up in the direction of the voice and saw that it was just a young man. Some of them thought that this person was dead. Someone even recognized Luo Meng. Hey, hey, hey! How could such a person appear here? Are you kidding me? Haha! What a surprise today! I actually met such a big shot here. Nami and the others were also in disbelief. They also recognized Romon. There are really few pirates who don't know Romon, except Luffy. You untouchable, how dare you steal things from me? Do you want to die? Son, don't be anxious. If he wants to play, we will play with him. It's just money, right? I'll give you 1.5 billion. 2 billion. Since he was not prepared to pay anyway, he didn't hesitate to ask for 1 trillion Romans. He was thinking about how to say those words that would kill him. 2.5 billion. 5 billion. Luo Meng completely angered the 3 Tianlong people. You lowly people, I think you are looking for death. You guys go up and kill him for me. As you command, Saint Charlos. Romon looked at them, and a captain-level spiritual pressure appeared. Hey, hey, hey! Is this true? This pressure is like purgatory. Luo and Kid were horrified. Kid didn't take it seriously before, thinking it was not that powerful, but now he couldn't even move under this spiritual pressure. However, they felt relieved the next second, not physically, but mentally, and almost laughed. There's no way to avoid it, tell me. Luo Meng pretended to be calm and shouted excitedly. Do you want to kill me? Then I will destroy you first on behalf of the moon. Poof. Just because others don't dare to laugh doesn't mean Yamato doesn't dare to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Smelly, you stinky Luo Meng, why did you add this sentence? I am dying of laughter. I can't take it anymore. Please allow me to laugh for half an hour first. Luo Meng's head was full of black lines, and he turned to look at the Tianlong people. Snap! Whoosh! Kid, can you see how he moves? Kid shook his head with difficulty, his forehead was covered with sweat. He felt that he could not even take a single move from Romon. This was because the way he moved was too weird, just like teleportation. What are you doing? Let go of Saint Charlos quickly. Attacking the celestial dragons will attract the generals. Aren't you afraid of death? The celestial dragon guard was horrified and hurriedly tried to persuade him. Ah! Kami, I'm here to save you. Luffy rushed in with a roar, and Nami quickly grabbed him. Romon took a look at the son of luck in this world, and ignored him. He was still too weak. He had to complete the task first, and was indifferent to the guards who were still trying to persuade him. The fourth broken way, White Thunder. Ah! The celestial dragon only screamed and there was no movement at all. Oh my god! Kill the celestial dragons, run! General, it's coming! All the bystanders in the venue ran out of the auction hall in horror. In a few minutes, only the Kusanagi group, Law, and Kids group were left. There are 2 more, kill them all. If there is no one left, it will be a bargain for them. They will die after fainting and will not feel pain. I am too kind. 54th breakthrough, Waste Flame. Bang! The sea of fire instantly engulfed the 2 celestial dragons. You are finished, the general is coming, you can't escape. Luo Meng was too lazy to pay attention to them, he was receiving the reward from the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Because he killed 3 celestial dragons, he exceeded the target. Now he is giving out rewards. First, Zanpakuto Hiren Meru, all the states from the initial release to the release have been unlocked. Second, 10 senzu beans. Third, a natural devil fruit, the thunder fruit. Note, even if a person has already eaten one, it will be fine to eat this one, and it can eliminate the side effects, that is, the user of the devil fruit is no longer afraid of the sea. Fourth, the 3-color domineering has reached the intermediate level. The above are the rewards this time. I hope the host will continue to work hard. Romon was ecstatic. Hiran Meru is a Zanpakuto that can even control the sky. In my opinion, it is more useful than Aokiji's ice fruit. Senzu beans are completely strategic items. One more is like one more life. I won't eat the devil fruit myself. Although it is a natural devil fruit, it has the effect of eliminating side effects. There are people who are more suitable than me. The three-color domineering is also okay. I don't have domineering myself, so it will be easier to deal with the Admiral next time. Oh my! Luo Meng, you really did something amazing. I said that your coming here would not be a simple task, but I didn't expect that your target was the Celestial Dragons. I don't know whether your lawless character is a good thing or a bad thing. What the hell is going on today? Big shots are showing up one after another. The Pirate King's right hand, Pluto Rayleigh, is here. They are even more shocked. Rayleigh, you are here too. Romon was not surprised by his appearance. He knew that he must be out of money and came to auction his. Yes. I originally wanted to exchange it for some pocket money, but now that you've caused such a commotion, I have no chance. Uncle Rayleigh. Oh. Little Luffy, you are here too. Yes, I'm here to save my friend. That mermaid is your friend, let me help you. The ring on her neck will explode if you touch it. Really? Thank you, Uncle Rayleigh. This was the first time that Romon saw the protagonist of this world up close. His face was still very young, and his strength should be at the level of a major general. Zoro, Sanji, Robin, Bones, and Frankie were looking at Rosen with vigilance, fearing that he would attack Luffy. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper were trembling. Haha. You don't have to look at me like that. If I want to attack you, you can't stop me with your current strength. Relax. Especially the two beauties, I am very friendly to beauties. Humph. Stinky Romon, bad Romon, Yamato gnashed his teeth watching from the side. The people of the Kusanagi group still dared not relax, only Luffy was thick-skinned and didn't care. Okay, Luffy, you guys should hurry up too, the Admiral will be here soon, and you are no match for him. Yes, thank you Uncle Rayleigh for your help. No need to thank me, I'm leaving now, I'm old. Goodbye, Uncle Rayleigh. Wait, Rayleigh, can you do me a favor? Chapter 10. What's the matter? I won't help you deal with the Navy. We finally have peace and quiet, and we can't break the current life. Luo Meng said, don't worry, I'm not asking you to take action. I am sure I can handle the next thing. I want you to take Yamato to Sister Key Bar for a while. The Navy knows that I killed the Celestial Dragons, so there must be more than one Admiral coming. Yamato stays here, I can't let go to fight. You stinky Romon, don't underestimate me, I'm very strong. Yamato heard that Romon thought he was a burden, and immediately retorted unconvinced. I know you are strong, but you are only a lieutenant general at most. You have no chance of winning against an admiral. Be obedient and go with Rayleigh first. I will come to find you later. Romon explained to Yamato. Okay then. After Yamato agreed, Romon said to Rayleigh, how about it, Rayleigh, can you help me with this? Rayleigh did not refuse this matter. No problem, then I will take her back to Syaki Bar to wait for you, little Luffy, you come with me. Good. Let's go out together and clear the place. When they were almost at the door, Luo Meng turned his head and looked at Luo. Trafalgar, Luo, do you want to join the beasts? Romon was attracted by his fruit ability. The surgery fruit is a bug-like existence among many fruits. It can teleport, cut, transform, and even live forever. Haha. Thank you, Master Romon, for thinking highly of me, but I have my own group, so I won't join the beasts. Romon stopped persuading him, and he didn't have to. A group of people came to the front, and the Navy had surrounded the auction house. Romon opened his eyes, and the Conqueror's Haki appeared immediately, and the navy fell one after another. Rayleigh was a little surprised, but he soon figured it out. That's right, how could such a person not have Conqueror's haki? The Kusanagi group was shocked. They didn't know the existence of haki yet, only Robin knew a little. Okay, if you want to leave, go ahead. When the big guy comes later, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Ha 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 ha. Luo Meng, you are really strong. I will not lose to you next time we meet, Kid laughed. Tisk, Luo Meng ignored him completely. Then we'll go first. Yeah. Just now, in the Zhangguo office. Click. Hey. What's the matter? Report to Marshal Zhangguo, something bad has happened. 3 celestial dragons were killed in the auction house in Area 1 of Shampoo Island. The murderer is one of the 4 natural disasters of the Beast Group, Disaster. We are now requesting support from the headquarters. What did you say? Zhangguo's throat was almost broken, and then his head was in great pain. Although he had expected that Romon would cause trouble, he did not expect that Romon would make such a big fuss. Zhangguo said to Den Den Mushi, don't take action yet, I will send the general over, you just need to don't lose me, understand? Got it. After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, Zhangguo held his forehead. Zhangguo, what's wrong? What happened to make you like this? 3 Tianlong people were killed on Shampoo Island. The murderer was Luo Meng. I'm having a headache about who to send. Ha 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 ha. It turns out that 3 scumbags died. That's okay. You can continue to have a headache. Garp, that's enough. According to the news, your grandson Luffy is also here. Ah. Luffy is here too, Sengoku, you can't attack Luffy. Why not? He is a pirate and I am a navy. Isn't it normal to arrest him? Garp couldn't refute it. That's right, how can the navy not arrest pirates? Romon cannot be underestimated. 3 more celestial dragons have died. 1 general is not enough. Kizaru and Aokiji are at the headquarters. Send them. Garp, you should go with them. You must catch Romon. All right. I'll go meet this brat Luo Meng. Just because he dares to kill the Tianlong people, I admire him very much. Ha 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 ha. Garp, you can't not contribute this time. Sengoku, just don't worry. Even with the 2 admirals and me, Whitebeard can't be stopped. Although Garp said this, who knows what he is thinking. The mission was passed to Kizaru and Aokiji. Kizaru, oh, the young people nowadays are so scary, they are all like monsters. Aokiji, oh, it's really troublesome that such a thing happened at this juncture. The 3 of them soon met up and drove on the warship to Shampoo Island. Hey! I am the Warring States. How do you do things, Zhangguo? 3 celestial dragons died, and they were on Shampoo Island, which is closest to the headquarters. Send me a general to catch the murderer. Yes, I have sent Kizaru, Aokiji, and Garp. I believe we will be able to catch the murderer soon. Okay, that's it, if you can't catch me, you're the only one who'll blame me. Kaka. We are almost there. Luo Meng leaned against the tree and whispered to himself. Suddenly. Freezing capsule. With his observation haki, he detected the danger and reacted quickly, dodging to the side. Haha. Admiral Aokiji, as an admiral in the navy, sneak attacks are not a good habit. Orky, Romon, to deal with a lawless person like you, sneak attacks are nothing as long as they are effective. In order to bring you to justice, I can use any means. A tall figure appeared where Romon was standing just now. Behind him, a cloak with the word justice written on it fluttered in the wind. It was so majestic that the tree was frozen into a popsicle. Aokiji was looking at Romon solemnly. He used all his strength and sneak attacks to no avail. He felt that Romon was not so easy to deal with. Ha 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 ha. Boy Romon, nice to meet you. Do you want to quit the 100 beasts and join the navy? Hey, Vice Admiral Garp, this is not the time to invite me. I don't think the 5 elders will allow him to join the navy based on what he has done. Ha 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 ha. The navy really thinks highly of me. I thought they were 2 admirals, but I didn't expect that even the navy heroes would be dispatched. Romon felt that this was a bit difficult. Garp was the person who chased Roger all over the world. Although he was old, his strength had not decreased much. He couldn't hold back any longer, otherwise he might really fall into the hands of the 2 of them. Block it, Black-Winged Demon, second stage return blade. Boom. This momentum, is it true or not, Vice Admiral Garp, let's go together. Garp was also shocked, this state really looked like a demon or a ghost. Stop laughing. Shave. Meteor Bone Fist. Ice Saber, Ice Spike. Seeing Aokiji and the other man rushing up, Romon retreated while reciting the corresponding spell, using an enhanced version of the binding technique on Garp. This was the first time he used the binding technique in the form of a spell, and he didn't know how long he could seal Garp. Ha 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 ha. Cap, you should stay where you are for a while. 75 ways of binding, 5 iron pillars. What is this? Open it for me. Vice Admiral Garp. The binding method appeared out of thin air, binding Garp to the ground, and he couldn't break free for a while. Romon knew that he might not be able to bind him for long, so he had to find a way to quickly deal with Aokiji. Otherwise, he would have no chance of winning against the 2 of them. Come on, this is fair, Aokiji, let's fight one-on-one and let me feel the Admiral's strength. Don't even think about saving Garp. I won't give you the chance. Sound. Bang. He disappeared from the spot, and the next second he appeared in front of Aokiji, his fist covered with armament haki, and struck Aokiji's head with the force of thunder. Ice Shield. Boom. Aokiji retreated 100 meters. Oh my, Romon, you are really strong. Your strength is almost as strong as Vice Admiral Garp. And with all your strange abilities, it seems that you can't end the battle quickly. Your skill of blocking people's movements won't be used many times. As long as we can hold you back and wait for Vice Admiral Garp to escape, victory will belong to us. Chapter 11. Hehe. It doesn't hurt to tell you that this skill really can't be used too often, but I will kill you while I'm blocking Garp. Aokiji looked at the confident Romon and said, it seems that you are very confident. Let me see how you can kill me quickly. The pheasant's beak. The eagle formed of ice attacked Luo Meng. The ground it passed by was covered with a thick layer of ice. Before he even got close to Luo Meng, he could feel the sharp cold air coming towards him. Damn it, the 73rd level of the Kaido and binding is too energy consuming. Although it can be cast instantly, it can't be used many times. I discovered this problem when fighting Kaido. If I could cast it infinitely, I would have been invincible long ago. Brother Luo Meng, fighting is not the time to be distracted. Aokiji used the aftermath of the explosion to cover his body and came behind Luo Meng. The ice saber in his hand flashed with cold light, and he chopped down at Luo Meng's head from top to bottom without hesitation. Haha! I dare not be distracted when fighting with a master like you. Do you really think I don't know your moves? Breaking the way 1, charge. Brother Luo Meng, your ability is really troublesome. I am a little suspicious whether you are a devil fruit user. How can a fruit be so perverted? This basically summarizes your comprehensive abilities. The haki is not weak, the speed, the strength, are all very strong, and there is also the pressure of the conqueror's haki. Everything seems abnormal. Can you tell me what the fruit ability is? Haha. Want to know? I won't tell you, it will piss you off. Come again. The 2 abandoned long-range attacks and collided with their bodies. The roar continued, and each blow was accompanied by a sonic boom. Damn, is this the highest combat power of the Grand Line? Kid, if we fight against each other, we won't be able to hold out for more than a minute. It turned out that Kid and Luo's group had not left, and were watching the fight between Luo Meng and Aokiji from a distance, with ugly faces on their faces. They had thought there would be a gap, but this gap was too big. Kid felt that his brothers thought too highly of him. 1 minute? Kid felt that he couldn't even hold out for a single move. Kira, it seems that we can't rush to the second half. Let's find a place to practice for a while before going out to sea. After this, I found that we are still a long way from being a high-level fighter. If we face any of them now, we will be completely annihilated. Let's go. Let's find an island to practice for a while, and then go out to sea when we are strong enough. Kid, you are the captain, you do what I say. I also feel that my scimitar can be stronger. Captain Luo, Kid, and the others have left, should we retreat? We are not in a hurry. It is a rare opportunity to watch the top masters fight. This opportunity is rare. Bibo, let's watch for a while and learn a lot. But, Captain, I can't see their movements clearly, so what can I learn? I can only hear the sound of their collision. Beppo, just treat it as a piece of music. I can barely see clearly. I want to watch it for a while longer. If you don't want to stay here, you can go back to the boat and wait for me. Forget it, it's safer to stay with the captain. Shampoo Island may be surrounded by the navy, so we can take care of each other together. Well. Although Luo could see clearly, he could only see it at the moment when Luo Meng and the others collided. As for how Luo Meng and the others moved, Luo had no idea. Ha 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 ha. Aokiji, how long can you hold on like this? Don't be too complacent, Romon. I admit that I will lose if we continue fighting, but don't think about defeating me in a short time. When Vice Admiral Garp breaks free, what are you going to do? In less than 2 minutes, they exchanged hundreds of punches. Both of them had wounds on their bodies. Aokiji looked more seriously injured than Romon. Garp was anxious and struggled with all his might. He felt that he would be able to break free in another 2 minutes. At the same time, he secretly cursed Kizaru. Where on earth did Kizaru go when he arrived on the island earlier than us? What the hell, what the hell? Is there anyone who can answer me? Kizaru was holding a black den mushi and calling. Seeing no one answered, he felt helpless. He realized that he couldn't find Romon, and it was definitely not because he wanted to be lazy. Captain, hurry up, Admiral Kizaru is coming towards us, it will be too late if we don't leave. Don't worry, the hexagram shows that I will not die today, and the chance of escaping is 0. I can't escape, so I can only deal with it. Hey! Hey, have you ever seen Orchid, one of the 4 calamities of the Beast Wars, Romon? I'm sorry, I haven't seen you before, please ask someone else. Oh. This is a difficult situation. I can't find Romon, and if I run into you, you won't just sit there and do nothing, don't you think? Basil, Hawkins. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Old Yellow Monkey touched his chin, and his legs slowly approached Hawkins' head. When they reached a certain distance, they accelerated instantly. Bang! Captain! Kizaru thought he had dealt with Hawkins, but he didn't expect him to walk out of the building unscathed. So scary, the new guys nowadays are really like monsters. Hawkins knew he couldn't win, but he wouldn't surrender. Demon subduing appearance. Kizaru came to him in an instant, stretched out 2 fingers, and a yellow light flashed. Ah! I can't see. Hawkins covered his eyes in agony. Without the ability to see, he could only become a lamb to be slaughtered. Laser. Haha. You have a physical body. It seems that you are not a natural ability user. Your ability has its limits. How long can you last? Hawkins was very anxious after firing lasers continuously. Several scarecrows with smoke appeared on his body. He knew that he still had 2 substitutes. After 3 attacks, if the situation did not turn around, he would definitely die. It seems that this is your limit, so goodbye, Basil, Hawkins. Unlike the original series, the other supernovas did not appear, leaving Hawkins alone to face Kizaru. Den Mushi rang, saving Hawkins' life. What the hell, this is Kizaru. Reporting to Admiral Kizaru, where are you? Please come to Area 1 quickly, Admiral Aokiji can't hold on any longer. Isn't Vice Admiral Garp here too? Can't both of them beat Romon? Kizaru was a little surprised. He could accept that Aokiji couldn't beat him, after all, Romon was someone who could tie with Kaido. But if Vice Admiral Garp couldn't do anything to Romon, then he would take it seriously. Vice Admiral Garp was unable to make a move. He was locked in place by a skill used by Calamity Romon, and he could not break free for a while. So that's how it is. Tell me the exact location and I'll rush over immediately. I can't do this anymore, otherwise Marshal Sengoku might deduct my salary when I go back. Admiral Kizaru, the battle is right next to Auction House number 1. You can see it when you come here. They are fighting loudly. Okay, I'll be there now. Whoosh. Hawkins was sweating profusely. He thought he was dead this time, but luckily a turnaround appeared. Otherwise, he would have to go down to sell salted duck eggs today. Captain, are you okay? No, let's evacuate here first, let's go. Chapter 12. Come again. Romon was getting braver and braver as the battle went on. His fighting cells were stimulated and he quickly moved around Aokiji, punching him from time to time and using the broken path and binding path. In less than 3 minutes, Aokiji's body was covered with scars and blood was slowly flowing out. Suddenly, Aokiji felt a black screen in front of his eyes, his head was swollen, and he almost fainted. When masters fight, it is often these subtle changes that lead to defeat. Romon seized this opportunity very well. His armed color domineering covered his hands, and his fists fell like meteors. Seeing this, Garp yelled, Aokiji, get out of the way. Aokiji smiled bitterly. If he couldn't get out of the way, would his life be over? Justice has not been completed yet, he is really unwilling to accept this. He felt the breath of death from this punch. If it fell on his head, he would be useless if he didn't die. He closed his eyes and waited for the fist to fall. Brother, can you please withdraw your attack, light speed kick. Bang! Kizaru arrived at the critical moment and kicked Romon first. He saved Aokiji's life. Good. Yellow Monkey, you are finally here. At this time, Garp also broke free from Romon's bondage and came to Aokiji. Aokiji, how are you? Can you still fight? No problem, I still have the strength to fight. I must keep Luomeng here today, otherwise it will be difficult to have another chance in the future. Okay, let's join forces today to keep him forever. Ahem. Kizaru, the old man, sneaked up on me, had no moral principles, bullied me, a newbie, and was careless. I didn't expect that the Navy would send out 2 admirals and the Navy hero Garp to deal with me alone. There was no need to fight any further. Facing the 3 major forces, I was not enough and had to retreat. Romon stood up in the ruins, thinking about how to retreat. Not good, he wants to leave. Go ahead and stop him. Don't let him escape. Ha 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 ha. Luomeng laughed wildly and said, so what if you know I want to leave? Can you stop me? Let's see whether you guys are chasing me or saving Aokiji. Aokiji is seriously injured now, so it shouldn't be a problem to use the instant binding technique to trap him for a while. The 73 ways of binding, the mountain overturning crystal. Wang Su's flash. Oh no, Aokiji is in danger. He can't block this move, so he can't chase him anymore. The mountain reversing crystal completely imprisoned Aokiji. This is a completely closed skill. Even if he transforms into an element, he can't escape. And the flash is coming towards him. If Garp and Kizaru don't help him block this move, he will be in danger again. Boom! The flash, which condensed Romon's full strength, is not so easy to block. The three were blasted and flew backwards. When they recovered, Romon was gone. How about it, Vice Admiral Garp? Can you still sense Romon's location with your observation haki? Garp shook his head and said, no, this mission has failed, let's go back and report. Aokiji was seriously injured and had fainted, and urgently needed treatment. Alas! Sengoku was furious at this result. Haha! Kizaru laughed awkwardly, he felt that his salary this month was in jeopardy. If he could arrive in the first place, Aokiji wouldn't have ended up like this. Ha ha ha! This time it was really fun. Unlike the battle with Kaido, this time it felt clearer. Even if I was in the Four Emperors' combat power, I had many means, and each of the Four Emperors was strong, so it wouldn't be that easy to win. I also had god-level items like senzu beans that could kill a Four Emperor, not to mention that there would be rewards from the system in the future. System Dad, where should I go to complete the next side quest? Ding! Now the side quest is released. Please return to Wano country and rectify Wano country. The task time is 10 days. Well, this task is not difficult. The system only said to rectify, but did not say what to rectify. Go back and kill the big snake, and then issue some policies to benefit the people to complete this task. After completing this task, the war on the top should also come. At that time, I have to meet Whitebeard. System Dad, get me a senzu bean. Ding, the senzu beans have been taken out. Looking at this small bean in my hand, it is hard to imagine that it can have a miraculous effect. After swallowing it, the wounds and physical strength will be restored immediately, and there will be a feeling of fullness and comfort. Rip off the bar. Romon soon returned here, pushed open the door and saw that it was full of people, including Rayleigh and his wife, Yamato, Kemi, Zyoba, and Kusanaga's group. Stinky Luomeng, you're back, are you okay? Haha. I'm not exaggerating, nothing can happen, but this time it was really dangerous. The Navy sent out 2 admirals and Garp to deal with me. Ah! My grandpa is here too. I didn't follow you. No, I have to retreat quickly, otherwise if grandpa sees me, he will beat me again. Luffy jumped up and down anxiously. Luffy, be quiet, your grandfather probably didn't come with you, otherwise Romon wouldn't be standing here so easily, Sanji explained. Oh. Is that so? It's okay then. The people of the Kusanagi group were already accustomed to their captain's character, and were not surprised by his reaction. What a stubborn guy. Haha. Rayleigh said with a smile, Brother Romon, you are really strong. Facing the 3 top combat forces, it is basically impossible for me to escape now. It's nothing. I just want to escape. There are really few people in this world who can stop me. But I don't have much chance of winning against the 3 of them. Damn Luomeng, you are so immodest. Just tell the truth. Riley, Sister Chi, sorry to bother you this time. We have other things to do, so we will go back first. Stinky Romon, it's rare for me to come out, can't you play with me for a while longer? It's not like I won't come out again when I go back. I'll just take you out to play when the time comes. That, okay. Yamato was a little depressed. She hadn't had enough fun yet and she didn't expect to have to go back now. Goodbye, little brother. Come visit me often when you have time. Wait a minute. Romon looked at Roronoa and Zoro in confusion. What did he want to do by calling him? It couldn't be what I thought. Sure enough. Zoro said, seeing that you are holding a sword, you must be a swordsman too. Can you compete with me? Solan, what are you doing? Why do you want to provoke this person? Nami and the other 2 timid people were trembling with fear, feeling that the future was dark and there was no light. The other people in the Kusanagi pirates were normal. Rayleigh admired it a little bit. They dared to challenge the strong. As long as they didn't die, they would achieve great things in the future. Haha. Want to challenge me? Romon replied, I'm sorry, strictly speaking, I'm not a swordsman. This sword is just a carrier of my power. What the hell? What carrier of power? The others were confused and didn't understand what Romon was talking about. Romon continued, however, it's not impossible for you to challenge me. You guys in the Kusanagi pirates can come together. It just so happens that I also want to see how strong you supernovas are. Arrogant. This is the idea of the Kusanagi pirates. Well, that's as you wish. We also want to see how strong you are in the second half of the new world. Go outside. Don't destroy Sister Key Bar. Hehe. Brother Luo Meng, you are really gentle. Xiaoqi said with a smile. A group of people came outside. Luo Meng stood there calmly and said lightly, come on, use all your means. Brother, shut up. Luffy attacked first, his fist was like a phantom. However, for Romon, who had the haki of observation haki, it was too slow and he could easily dodge it. He came to Luffy in an instant and knocked Luffy away with one blow. Luffy, the Cao Peng group became anxious and used all their special moves. Chapter 13 108 Troubled Phoenix. Devil's Kick, Shoulder Kick. 30 rounds of hooks. Sakura Hoof. Bang. Romon dodged all attacks, came behind Robin in an instant, sniffed hard, and spoke. Miss Robin, you smell really good. You grew little hands on my body. Do you want to give me a massage? You can be a little harder, I can bear it. Robin turned around in disbelief and looked at the handsome man behind her. She didn't know how Romon came behind her in an instant. She felt the breath on her neck, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. Let Robin go. This scene was seen by Sanji, who was so angry that his night soul burned wildly and turned into a fireman, rushing towards Romon. Okay, that's enough, you are only as strong as you are now, I don't want to fight anymore. Bang bang bang. None of the Kusanagi pirates could take Romon's punch, and they all fell to the ground, unable to get up, except for Robin and Nami. I'm going to give you a piece of advice. If you try to play the second half with your strength, you're just courting death. Sister Chi, we are leaving first, bye. Yes. Goodbye, little brother. Everyone in the Kusanagi pirates stood up, their expressions were a little depressed, and at the same time a little hard to accept. The gap was too big, and they had no power to resist. Rayleigh comforted, you don't have to be so discouraged, you just don't have haki, that's why you lost so quickly. If you knew haki, you wouldn't be unable to deal with it at all. Haki? They already knew what haki was in the bar before. Haki is indispensable on the road to becoming a strong man. Their eyes lit up. Luffy said to the others, everyone, it seems that we still have a lot of shortcomings. I plan to practice for a while before going out to sea. Next time, I will never lose again. I agree, Zoro was the first to agree, and the others agreed. Uncle Rayleigh, can you teach us how to be domineering? Yes, you can. However, some of you are not suitable to follow me, so there will be a big gap in your practice. Why don't I take them to some place that's right for them? Who? Zoro and Sanji knew who this was, and who had nearly killed them before, so they prepared themselves as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Bartholomew, bear. Can you tell me what you are doing here? Rayleigh pointed the knife at the bear and spoke domineeringly, guarding against the bear's sudden attack. If you want to travel, is there any place you want to go? The bear answered irrelevantly. The next moment, he came to Zoro as if teleporting, just like Romon, and the people of the Kusanagi group had no chance to react. Bang! Zoro disappeared. Soran! The members of the Kusanagi group shouted. Do you think I don't exist? Rayleigh came to Kuma, holding his domineering sword, and slashed with all his strength. Kuma used the meatball fruit to deflect the slash, and at the same time said something in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Rayleigh stopped moving. Bang 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 bang! The members of the Kusanagi pirates disappeared one after another. Luffy, who didn't know why, saw that his companions had disappeared, and knelt on the ground in despair. This was the first time he was so desperate. After Kuma slapped the others away, he didn't move again, and stood there looking at Luffy. Goodbye, son of the leader. He knew that Luffy was the son of the leader, and he came here because he received the news that Luffy might be in danger, and while he was still conscious. He came to help the leader for the last time to prevent his son from getting into trouble. He happened to hear that they wanted to stop and practice for a while, so he sent all the people of the Kusanagi pirates to the right place. It's the same as the original drama, but Luffy is different. He was not slapped to the Kingdom of Women, but stayed with Rayleigh. Luffy, stand up, your friends are all fine, they were sent to a place suitable for their training by the bear. Ah! It's all right. Then I feel relieved. You can clearly feel your own shortcomings this time. Yes. Luffy nodded and said, my strength is too weak, Uncle Rayleigh, please teach me how to use domineering. Luffy really knew the gap between himself and the strong this time, and he made up his mind to calm down and practice for a while. It's not easy to learn to be domineering. Are you ready? I'm ready. No matter how hard it is, I can bear it. I don't want to experience this feeling of powerlessness again. Okay, next I will customize a series of practice plans for you, I hope you will have the perseverance to stick to it. Warring States, we are back. Ha 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 ha. Garp, have you captured Romon? Seeing Garp and the others coming back, Sengoku thought the mission had been accomplished and smiled happily. He didn't notice that Garp and Kizaru both looked unhappy. He didn't believe that even if the three great powers were dispatched together, they couldn't do anything to Romon. Garp and the other man looked at each other, and Kizaru spoke up. Marshal Sengoku, this mission failed, Aokiji was seriously injured and is now receiving treatment in the medical room. What? The sound of breaking air was heard, and even the building shook. It was unbelievable. How could a person's voice be so loud? 3 of you went out, and 1 of you was seriously injured. Is Romon invincible? Kizaru glanced at Garp, indicating that he should explain it. He was not there, so it would be strange if he could explain it. Garp explained it's not that he is invincible, it's just that he has too many methods. He used an unprecedented method to imprison me for a few minutes, but I found that his imprisonment skills are more powerful when combined with certain spells. That's how he managed to severely injure Aokiji one-on-one. As for Kizaru, Garp looked at Kizaru and found him standing next to him with an awkward smile. Then Garp told Sengoku the whole process word for word. Sengoku seemed to be listening to a story. If he didn't know this old man well and knew that he wouldn't joke about such things, he would never believe it. With so many abilities in one person, he couldn't think of what kind of fruit ability it was, but if it wasn't a fruit ability, what else could it be? Click, click. Without thinking, Sengoku knew it was a call from the 5 elders, and he answered the call with gritted teeth. During the Warring States period, was the evil criminal Luomeng caught? Without, the mission failed. Aokiji was seriously injured, and Kizaru Garp was slightly injured. What happened? Tell us the whole process. Zhangguo repeated Garp's words. Is it really that difficult? What Romon did is unforgivable. The celestial dragons have come to our side. You must send troops to attack the beast group of Wano country and give the celestial dragons an explanation. Zhangguo refused and said, no, I don't agree. This is an extraordinary period. The Navy is preparing to execute Ace the Fire Fist. At that time, the entire navy will be used to deal with the white group. There is no extra force to launch an attack on the beast group. This will not be worth the loss. The Den Mushi listened to Sengoku's analysis and did not reply for a while. Sengoku could hear a little sound, which was the sound of the 5 elders discussing. After a few minutes, the sound came out. Increase the bounty. Suppress the fact that the celestial dragon died at his hands. I don't want the incident to be spread. Zhangguo, I can't guarantee this. You know, the news agency guys are everywhere, and so many people saw it at the time, it was basically impossible to suppress it. We have to suppress it even if we can't. We can't let the power of the celestial dragons fall from the hearts of the people. That's it. We have to get this done. Zhangguo hung up the Den Mushi with an unpleasant look on his face. Chapter 14. What do the 5 old guys say? Zhangguo covered his head and said, increase the bounty and suppress the news of the death of the Tianlong people. You guys go out first. Correct. Kizaru, you have lost this month's salary. Ah. No. Kizaru was speechless and didn't say anything. He hoped that Sengoku could forget him. Unexpectedly, he still couldn't escape this disaster. His wallet will shrink next month. It's so sad. Get out. Okay. President, big news, you will definitely give me a bonus this time. A birdman pushed open the door of the president's office and shouted at the top of his voice, the whole person was like an orgasm, excited. Don't you know to knock on the door before entering? If the news is not big enough, you are dead. Morgan said as he pulled up his pants, and at the same time signaled the female birdman next to him to go out first. The person who came in to report was embarrassed. He didn't expect that the president was doing business. Then he remembered the news and became excited again. President, this is great news. 3 celestial dragons were killed on Sabayati Island, and the murderer escaped from Aokiji, Kizaru, and Caprin. The truth is about to be revealed. What? Did you take any photos? Tell me the whole story quickly. Morgans was shocked, and then ecstatic. If this was true, his news agency would make a lot of money again. The more Morgans listened, the more excited he became. He was happier than when he played with the little sister just now. He had even thought of the topic. Shocked, the beast pirates' disaster killed 3 descendants of the creator in a row, and then was besieged by the Navy Admirals Aokiji and Kizaru, as well as the hero Vice Admiral Garp. He seriously injured Aokiji, and then left safely. Ha 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 ha. Orky, Romon is really my lucky star. He gave me a big news not long ago and now he gave me an even bigger one. I really love him. Tell the newsbirds below that Romon's newspapers will no longer be charged. Also tell the people below to work overtime today. I want this news to spread throughout the world tomorrow. Click, click. Hey. Who? Marshal of the Warring States period. Is there a problem? What? You want me not to announce the death of the celestial dragons? I'll think about it. President, are we still sending it? Of course I have to publish it. Journalists are free. If he tells me not to publish it, I have to listen to him. Absolutely impossible. Hurry up, tell people to work overtime. If we can't ship to the whole world tomorrow, I will hold you accountable. If you get this done, I will buy you a car and a house, and even send you on a trip to the Maldives, Morgan said excitedly. Yes, I will arrange it right away. Ha 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 ha, I'm really rich this time. I have a car and a house. How long will it take for me to get married, start a family, and marry a beautiful, rich woman? The next day, this event that shocked the world was sent to the whole world in the form of newspapers. Whitebeard. Marco was stunned. Dad, something big happened outside. Dad, come and see if this is true or not. Whitebeard didn't care at first, he took it and took a look, his eyes narrowed into a line. He saw that it was written on it. Shocked, the beasts group killed 3 celestial dragons in a row on Shampoo Island. Facing the siege of the 2 admirals and Vice Admiral Garp, they handsomely injured Aokiji, slightly injured Kizaru and Garp, and then left in style. Attached are the corresponding photos. Below is Rosen's latest bounty order, which was issued by the world government when they saw that the news could not be suppressed. Godslayer, Black-Winged Birdman, Orky, Romon, Bounty, 4.02 billion berries, crime, killing 3 celestial dragons on Shampoo Island, heinous crime, top combat power, unknown abilities, can use multiple abilities, if the Navy encounters him, admirals and below are not allowed to fight him. After reading it, Whitebeard looked ahead with a serious expression. He didn't dare to underestimate Romon this time. Facing the 3 major combat powers alone, he couldn't achieve the same record as Romon. He might have done it when he was young, but now. Dad, do you have any response? Marco, when the enemy comes, we will fight him with our soldiers, and when the water comes, we will block it with earth. Dressrosa. Ha 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 ha. That's it, kill all these self-righteous people. I love this era so much, the era of rampage, let the storm come even more violently. Ha 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 ha. Doflamingo laughed wildly, and his laughter spread throughout the palace. A certain offshore area. On a coffin ship. Are you also using swords? I really hope I can fight you. A rare master, Hawkeye my hawk smiled faintly while looking at the newspaper, his sword intent soaring into the sky. Blackbeard pirates. Ha 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 ha. This is a devil fruit that has never appeared before. I will attack you after I complete this plan. I will definitely take this devil fruit. Teach's smile was infinitely arrogant, and with his leaky teeth, it didn't look out of place, but instead had a unique charm. Sister, something happened. It's a big deal. 3 Tianlong people were killed on Shampoo Island. The news has spread across the sea. What? Show it to me quickly. She took the newspaper and started to cry as she read it. Everything she had experienced in her childhood turned into a shadow that had been lingering in her heart, and she could not forget it for a long time. Now, the high and mighty celestial dragon who gave her nightmares every day had been killed, and she could not suppress the ecstasy in her heart. The demon-like figure in the newspaper became handsome in her eyes. What should I do? It seems that I have even thought of the name of my child with him. At the same time, all over the world, there was a storm because of this news. Some people were afraid, and some were happy. Yamato, the den mushi is ringing, help me pick it up. You stinky Luo Meng, you have hands and feet, but you only know how to order me around. I'm not your servant, you can't get it by yourself. Don't worry about it. Can't you see I'm busy fishing? If we can't catch it, our dinner will be it's time to eat. If you want to go hungry, I won't fish. Anyway, I won't starve to death. As for you, I don't know. Hey! There was no other way. Yamato could only stand up reluctantly to get the den mushi. After all, only Romon could cook. Although the food was not very delicious, it was better than what he made. Hey! For you. Click. Hello. As soon as the call was connected, Kaido's wild laughter came out of the den mushi. Ha 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 ha. Luo Meng, you did a big thing this time, you are really lawless, how about facing the 3 major forces, are you injured? Ha ha. Brother Kaido, you know what I am going to do. I just happened to run into these scums on Shampoo Island, and they want to kill me. How can I let them go? Kaido, kill them, it's no big deal. If the Navy knows your location, they will definitely attack you. Let's go back to Wano country first. Wano country is easy to defend but hard to attack. With our beast group, it won't be easy for the Navy to attack. Don't worry, brother Kaido, something interesting will happen next. The Navy has no time to care about me. All the Navy's forces will be used to deal with this incident. Chapter 15. Kaido was a little confused. He couldn't figure out what could have caused the Navy to use all its strength. What's going on? You're so mysterious. Tell me now. Don't worry, brother Kaido, the news should be out in the next few days. I'm rushing back to Wano country now, and I have a gift for you. Okay, I'll talk to you when you come back. Be careful on the road. Because there was still a lot of things to do, Romon abandoned the ship and took Yamato to Wano country in the form of the black-winged demon in 2 days. Romon, you're back. As soon as Jin went out, he saw Romon and Yamato walking towards him and greeted them. Yes, Jin, what are you going to do? Why are you in such a hurry? Is brother Kaido in there? Romon responded with a smile and asked if Kaido was here. It's nothing serious. Brother Kaido is drinking in there. If you have anything to say, just go in. I have something to do at Rabbit Well. Hehe, if it's nothing serious, Yin, you can come in and listen. There may be something for us to do together later. There will be an interesting thing happening later. You can come and see it. Well, it's nothing important anyway. I want to see what's interesting. Damn Romon, I won't go in. I'll go back and have a rest first. Yamato still didn't know how to face Kaido. After overhearing the reason, she no longer had much resentment towards Kaido, but was a little at a loss for a moment. Okay, if you want to rest, go ahead. You are free now. You can go anywhere you want in Wano country. You can't go out to sea. If you want to go out to sea, I will take you out to play next time. Hey! Got it, Stinky Romon. Haha. This is the first time I see Yamato so happy. It seems that your presence, Romon, has changed her a lot. Yin smiled happily. He has always regarded Yamato as his junior. Yin had only seen Yamato smile like this when she was a child. Ha 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 ha. Yes, she has changed a lot. I still remember that the first person I saw when I woke up was her. At that time, she was still a man who kept saying, I want to be Odin. I found it a little funny. After understanding her, I analyzed it for her. It's her own business if she can figure it out. If she can't figure it out, she won't listen to what others say. This also shows that she has feelings for Kaido. She doesn't recognize Kaido as her father now only because of face. It will be fine after a while. Romon talked as he walked, and soon he saw the tall Kaido sitting in the main seat drinking. Ha 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 ha. Luo Meng, you arrived so quickly. I thought it would take you a few days to arrive. Come, let's have a drink. Luo Meng took a sip of the wine on the table and said with a smile it was 2 days faster. I had something to do when I came back, so I abandoned the ship and flew back. It was only 2 days faster. What's the matter? By the way, Romon, you are awesome. Facing 2 admirals in Garp, he was able to seriously injure 1 person and still evacuate unscathed. No, the newspapers exaggerated. At that time, I was only facing Aokiji in Garp. Brother Kaido, you also know that I have the ability to block actions. I unexpectedly blocked Garp's actions for a few minutes, and then I defeated Aokiji one-on-one. Kizaru arrived later, so it was not as exaggerated as the newspapers said. Romon explained with a smile. I know about the blocking ability, but that strength shouldn't be enough to block Garp for a few minutes. Kaido was puzzled. He had personally experienced Romon's ability, which can block actions, but it can never block Garp for a few minutes. How can I put it? With the corresponding spell, my ability can be strengthened. Garp didn't know that he suffered a big loss. It won't be so easy to fight him again. Just like when I fought you, after you understood my abilities, you dodged them a few times, and the spells take quite a while to recite, and I rarely use them, so although they are powerful, their weaknesses are also obvious. Ha 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 ha. So that's how it is, Kaido laughed and poured the wine into his mouth. He thought this was the right way to go. Romon, you really made a splash this time, your bounty is almost as high as Kaido's. Tisk tisk tisk. Godslayer, what a domineering title, Jin laughed out loud, and at the same time he was very happy. Luo Meng did what he couldn't do. They Tianlong people had a feud with him. Seeing the Tianlong people die, he was of course happy. He only regretted that he was not at the scene, otherwise he would have spit on the corpse. You also know what I did this time, killing 3 Tianlong people, so it's not surprising that there is a bounty. Romon knew it was because of the Tianlong people, otherwise the bounty would not have been doubled directly. By the way, brother Kaido, I have something good to give you this time. It's up to you whether you want to use it or not. Trust me and use it. It will be very good for you. Oh. You said you brought me something good when we were talking on Den Den Mushi a few days ago. I'm really looking forward to it. Let's take it out and see it. Luo Meng reached into his clothes and thought to himself, System, extract the thunder fruit. Okay, the fruit has been extracted. Romon's hand sank, and then he took out the fruit. This is, Luo Meng, if I'm not mistaken, what you have in your hand is the thunder fruit. How did you find it? This fruit hasn't appeared for a long time. Jin looked at it for a while before speaking uncertainly. Yes, you can say this is the thunder fruit, or you can say it is not. This fruit is different from other devil fruits. Even if you have eaten a devil fruit once, you will not explode and die if you eat this one again, and it can eliminate the negative effects of your own devil fruit. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jin immediately refuted. As we all know, it is a rule in the pirate world that you can only eat one devil fruit. If what Romon said is true, it will break this rule. Jin will never believe it. Kaido is also a little believe it. However, he didn't think that Romon would lie to him. There was no need for that. There was no benefit for Romon to lie to him. Did he want to kill him? Such a strong man would not use this method. Reason made him feel that it was impossible to have such a fruit, but he was willing to believe Romon. This reaction was within Romon's expectations. It was normal not to believe it. He didn't have too many explanations. Should he tell the system about it? The existence of the system must not be known to anyone. Otherwise, the system would not cause trouble for him. If the news was accidentally leaked, he would never have a peaceful day. Even Yim in the flower room would not let him go. There's no way, I can't explain so much. Brother Kaido, it's up to you whether you eat this fruit or not, Romon said helplessly. Give it to me. I'm willing to take a gamble. Kaido boss, you. Jin, don't say any more. I believe in Romon. He won't lie to me, and he has no reason to lie to me. The main reason is that Kaido wants to take a gamble. If he wins, he can become the strongest among the 4 emperors. He feels that his strength has reached its peak and there is no possibility of further progress. Now, there is such an opportunity. He is willing to take a gamble and is unwilling to stop. He has never been afraid of gambling, even at the cost of his life. Kaido is a person who is unwilling to be lonely. Okay, Romon shouted. Then, Kaido took it and ate the thunder fruit in one gulp. Chapter 16. Boom. Ha 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 ha. I felt a brand new power. The feeling of becoming stronger again is so charming. Less than half a minute after Kaido ate the fruit, he felt the thunder growing in his body. The next moment, thunder penetrated his body and filled the entire room. Romon and Jin hurriedly left the room. Romon was not surprised. The system's products must be top-notch. Jin was horrified. He didn't expect it to be true. Kaido really had the ability to control thunder. Then he was ecstatic. He felt that his future was bright. With such a big brother and the mysterious Romon, who could stop their 100 Beasts group in the future. Whoosh! Kaido appeared in the air and turned into a giant dragon. Unlike before, his blue body was covered with thunder at this time, and thunder flashed around him with a huge momentum. Ha 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 ha. This feels so good, Romon, come up and fight. Want to fight? As you wish. Kaido is so enthusiastic, how could Romon not respond? He used all his strength when he attacked. Block it, black-winged demon. Boom. The thunder dragon and the demon-like Romon fought fiercely in the air. Jin, what's going on? What happened? Who's fighting up there? Is that Captain Kaido? Everyone attracted by the noise stared at the sky in amazement. Quinn walked up to Jin and asked. Yes, it was Kaido fighting Romon above. Although Jin was still a little shocked, he couldn't help but believe the fact before his eyes. That's not right. Kaido is the blue dragon fruit, but what the hell is that lightning all over his body? It's because Romon gave Kaido a thunder fruit that things turned out like this. Yin, do you think I'm stupid? Quinn didn't believe it at all, and the others looked at Yin with expressions that this couldn't possibly happen. Damn it, who lied to you? It's true, I still feel like I'm dreaming. They believed it, and they all raised their heads to look at the sky with difficulty, exclaiming. Damn, Captain Kaido is invincible. Captain Kaido has turned into thunder. Captain Kaido won't electrocute me. That shouldn't be the case. No way. Right. Stinky Romon, you didn't give me this good thing, but only gave me 2 beans. Humph, I'll teach you a lesson later. I'll bite you to death. Ha 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 ha. In the sky, Kaido laughed and turned into a dragon man, with the hammer in his hand shining with thunder. Romon, take this move from me. 100 million volts, great power, thunder, gossip. Ha 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 ha. Romon also laughed. Come on, full power, thunder gun, give it to me, go. Boom. Thunder covered the sky for several hundred meters, and a field of thunder formed within several hundred meters of the 2 people. Jin and the others quickly hid far away, not daring to get close at all. Brother Kaido, let's stop fighting. If we continue, we will tear down the houses below. With your current strength, I am unlikely to be able to defeat you. There is no point in fighting. I still have things to do. After Kaido was hit by the thunder, Romon did feel that he was no match for him, but he didn't care. With the existence of the system, becoming stronger is as easy as drinking water. Okay. I have a clear understanding of my own strength. Now it is just a preliminary improvement, and I feel that it can be stronger. Haha. This is certain. When you, Kaido, become more familiar with the thunder fruit, or develop the thunder to the awakened state, your strength will change dramatically. With your understanding of the fruit, it won't take long to develop to the awakened state. Ha 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 ha. Let's talk about it later when we are familiar with the fruit. Let's go and have a drink. We are having a good time today, so we must drink to our heart's content. Brother Kaido, I really can't drink with you this time. I have something to discuss with you about Wano country. Let's go downstairs and talk while we drink. Good. As soon as they came down, the members of the beast group surrounded them. Congratulations to the captain for his further improvement in strength, and for the unification of the world for thousands of years. They congratulated Kaido one after another, and then surrounded Shinromon, looking at him with shining eyes, including the 3 disasters Jin. What are you doing? I won't sell my body. Luo Meng quickly hugged his chest. He knew what these people wanted to do. It was just a joke. He. Brother Luo Meng, we don't want your body either. If you still have that kind of fruit, we are not greedy. Just give us a ton and we will be satisfied. That's right, Brother Luo Meng, if you don't have 1 ton, 2 tons will do. Anyway, the more the better. Romon looked at them in disbelief. How could they say such shameless words with a mouth that was 38 degrees wide? He said unhappily, no, that one. Big brother Kaido has already eaten it. If you have the guts, ask Kaido to spit it out. Yeah. Want to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Kaido looked at them and the danger was self-evident. The members of the beasts laughed awkwardly. They didn't want to try the advanced version of Thunder Bagua. They didn't dare to speak again and stepped aside. Ha! Finally squeezed in, stinky Romon, if you don't give me this good thing first, I will bite you to death. Yamato jumped onto Romon and started biting him. Being bitten was okay, but Yamato's headlights made Romon feel a little embarrassed. It was too comfortable. Kaido looked at Yamato like this, and his thoughts went back to her childhood. Once upon a time, Yamato treated him like this as a father. It has been a long time since he saw his daughter so happy, and Kaido smiled sincerely. He didn't care about his daughter and Romon playing around like this. In a word, he was very satisfied with Romon as a son-in-law. Okay, Yamato, come down quickly. Didn't I give you 2 good things? What the hell is this? It's just 2 beans. What's so special about it? You can't underestimate those 2 beans, they are equivalent to 2 more lives. You're kidding. I don't care, you have to give me the same as Kai, the kind of fruit. Okay, you come down first. If I have any in the future, I will give it to you. I really have nothing left. Luomeng had no choice but to agree first. If the system gives this kind of reward again, it doesn't matter to give it to her. That's more like it. Okay, Luomeng, didn't you say you had something to discuss? Let's go in and talk. The 3 calamities will stay, and the others can go about their own business. Kaido spoke immediately after the 2 of them finished talking. Everyone left one after another, and seeing Yamato also wanted to leave, Romon held her back. Yamato, come and listen too. Don't you look down on those 2 beans. One of the things I'm going to talk about next is related to beans. Okay, I want to hear what the little beans are good for, let's go. Everyone got up from their seats, Kaido drank and said, Romon, just tell me what you want to say, we are all family, there is no need to hide anything. Brother Kaido, I have 2 things to say. First, I want to talk to you about the problems of Wano country. What's wrong with Wano country? Isn't it fine? Brother Kaido, I know you don't manage the country, and it's not that I have any conscience. However, it is not feasible to manage Wano country in this way. If it continues like this, there will definitely be problems. I want to take over the management rights, and I will make changes to Wano country, so that at least we can have a unified voice, which is the voice of all beasts. Chapter 17. Romon, I can give you management rights, but the mentality of the people in this country is not easy to change. Some of them worship the Guanjia family to the extreme. It's okay, I know it's hard to change one's mindset. Don't they like the Kojiki clan? I know where Kojiki's followers are. Just kill them all. Time will dilute everything. Without a member of the Kojiki clan, the people will forget them completely within 2 years. Do you know where they are hiding? I have been looking for them for so many years and I can't find them. I know. I can clean up all the ones in Wano in one day. There are still a few outside, which are harmless. I can kill them when I see them. After cleaning up, I will customize a series of regulations to restrain ordinary people, so that they can live much better than they do now, and I believe they will not have other ideas in the future. Hearing the conversation between the 2, Yamato felt a little reluctant. Romon, can you please not kill those people? Yamato, I cannot promise you this. In troubled times, severe punishments must be used. The Kojiki clan must die. Only then will this country become better and go further. Keeping these people here will only cause trouble, they are useless. I agree. If I could find the Kojiki clan, I would have sent them to hell long ago. Jin said. I agree too. Quinn and Jack also agreed. Yamato was a little depressed and didn't know what to say. She knew that Kaido and the others would not listen to what she said. Yamato, although I don't want to hit you, this is how the world is. If you don't uproot the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. You should understand this. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Think about it, no matter whether they do it because of this country, if something happens to the 100 Beasts Pirates, or because of their Kojiki clan, will they let the 100 Beasts Pirates go at that time? I can assure you that this is impossible. It would be a good thing if they don't kill all the beasts. Of course, Kojiki can't do that. I'm just in case. Okay, it's decided. I'll leave the matter to you, Romon, and you can do whatever you want. Kaido said. Thank you, brother Kaido. There is one more thing next, which is a good thing. If this thing can be accomplished, the casualties of the beast group will be greatly reduced. Oh. Tell me about it. This aroused the curiosity of Kaido and the others. You know, every battle is accompanied by death, and there are not many items that can reduce casualties. Haha. It is the bean that Yamato mentioned just now. This bean is called Senzu bean. Senzu bean has only one function. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as you are not dead, eating one can instantly restore to an unharmed state, and the physical strength will be restored to the peak immediately. This is when Romon was still on the ship and asked the system whether Senzu bean could be copied. The system's answer was that as long as you have the ability to analyze the composition of Senzu bean, you can make it. It just so happens that Quinn of the Beasts is a scientist. Although it is a weapon, it should not be a big problem to analyze the raw materials. If not, go to Doflamingo and ask Caesar for it. Shock. Incomparable shock. They all know that if this is true, it will create a truly invincible beasts. Take Kaido for example, a meat shield, and strong attack. Who in the world can kill him in seconds? As long as you are not dead, eat a Senzu bean and instantly recover to full state. Do you think the opponent will be angry to death? If not angry to death, you can also exhaust him to death. Luo Meng, how many do you have? Can you take one out and try the effect? After being shocked, Kaido calmed down and spoke. Sure. Who of you is willing to hurt yourself and give it a try? Poof. It turned out that just as Luo Meng finished speaking, Jin stabbed himself through with a knife, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. Damn, Jin, what are you doing? Just cut your hand, are you so cruel? If you are not cruel, you can't stand firm. Since you want to try, just be thorough. This blow won't kill me. Luo Meng, give me the earth immortal beans. Okay, go on. Jin took the beans and ate them. A magical thing happened. Less than 3 seconds after Jin ate the beans, his wounds were completely healed, and he was exactly the same as before the injury. Jin also felt that the fatigue in his body had dissipated, and he was so comfortable that he almost moaned. Really? It's actually true. It's so fucking magical. From now on, no matter whose ship it is, I dare to approach it and mess with it. Haha. Yamato, how about it? Do you still want to give it back to me? Luo Meng joked. Don't even think about it, once you give it to me, it's mine, and it's impossible to take it back. Yamato quickly protected his pocket. Romon, can you mass produce it? The beast group will fully cooperate with you. As long as you can make it, I can help you find anything you want. Luo Meng shook his head and said, I don't have the formula, only the finished product. I can't be sure whether it can be mass-produced. Quinn, you are a scientist. I will give you the finished product. Can you analyze the ingredients of the beans? Quinn thought for a while and quickly analyzed. My main field is weapons. I can't guarantee it, but you can try. Give it a try. I have 6 here. I'll give you 2 for research, 1 for Kaido, and I'll keep 3 for use. You use 1 to study first, if it doesn't work, go to Doflamingo to borrow Caesar. Caesar? He is indeed better than me in this respect, so I will do as you say. If I cannot analyze it, I will ask Doflamingo to borrow someone else. Romon looked at Kaido and said, we cannot spread this matter. Even if we can copy it, it can only be controlled by a few of us. If we prevent our products from being snatched away and copied by others, our advantage will no longer exist. Don't worry, Luo Meng. I can imagine that this situation will not happen. The people here are trustworthy and the news will not spread. That's good. By the way, Brother Kaido, the negative effects of your devil fruit have been eliminated. You can go swimming when you have time. You are like a dragon entering the sea. Haha. I have this idea. Although my fish fruit, the blue dragon form, has a certain resistance to seawater, it is not completely immune. Do you want to try it out together? No problem, I'll go with you. Boss Kaido, I won't go. I'll go to the laboratory to analyze the ingredients of the senzu beans first. Quinn couldn't wait to copy the senzu beans. As a scientist, being able to copy such a strategic item would be a great sense of accomplishment for him. Okay, just go and do the experiment. In the end, only Romon and Jin went along. The two stood on the shore and watched the giant dragon swimming thousands of meters in the sea. Romon said lightly, Jin, I know that you are from that tribe. In this situation, you don't have to live with a mask on anymore. 2. You even killed the celestial dragons. I really don't need to wear a mask anymore. I didn't dare to reveal my identity before because I was afraid of causing trouble to Kaido. Now there is no need to wear it anymore. Jin said as he took off the mask, revealing his long white hair. His maturity and resolute face made him look very handsome. Haha. Jin, with a face like yours, you will definitely charm a lot of young girls if they see you. Do you have someone you like? Let me be a matchmaker. Romon, please stop teasing me. I only have one dream, to always be with Kaido. Tisk, it doesn't mean you can't get married and have children if you follow Kaido. I'll help you find one when I have time. By the way, you and I will deal with the people of the Kojiki clan later. We also need to kill Orakai. There's no point in keeping him alive. No problem. Chapter 18. For the whole day, Romon and Jin used thunder-like means to kill the followers of the Kojiki clan, and even Kojiki Hiri was not spared. The next day, Romon issued a series of reforms as a ruler. The regulations of the reform are also very simple. Romon just needs to move the modern regulations over. What 996, 9 to 5, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund are all arranged for the people of Wano country. Of course, in order to enjoy these benefits, they have to work. For these civilians, it's enough to have enough food, and they don't care about working or not. A few rich people were dissatisfied and jumped out to resist, and Romon solved them easily. So far, there will be no more hunger in Wano country, everyone lives and works in peace and contentment, and after only one day, there is a lively scene. Romon was free only on the second night. System Dad, I have completed the task. After 2 days of busy work, if the task is not completed, Romon will want to call the system his son. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of rectifying the country of Wano, and for initially showing a prosperous scene. Now the task reward is issued. Here it comes. The system came to me with the reward. Luo Meng was looking forward to it. According to the previous rewards, it should not be bad. 1. Reward the host with the 8 gates of Dungia. The first 7 gates are in an undamaged state and will not have any negative effects. There will be certain risks when opening the 8th gate. Please use it with caution. 2. Reward the host with the AK-47 manufacturing blueprint. Invincible. Luo Meng was overjoyed. The 8 gates of Dungia did not appear much in the Naruto world, but it was a skill that almost kicked out the finale. If all 8 gates were in an undamaged version, I would dare to challenge Yumo now. The AK-47 blueprint is also useful. I can produce it myself and sell it to the Revolutionary Army. This will also be a bridge. They have a lot of people, and they will be needed to launch a general war. System Dad, can my skills be used in a superimposed manner? No, don't ask why. If you can use them together, wouldn't you, the host, be invincible soon? What's the point of the author writing this? Tisk, the author can't write anymore. It's none of my business. I'm invincible. Oh. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. It's enough now. If there's danger, the 8 gates will be opened at the same time. Who can do anything to me? Anyway, I have senzu beans, Luo Meng curled his lips and said secretly. Bang! Yamato, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? If anyone bullies you, tell Luo Ge to beat him up. Seeing that it was Yamato who came in, he seemed to have cried, so Luo Meng hurriedly comforted him. Stinky Luo Meng, no one bullies me, can I ask you for a favor? You said, there are things in Wano country that you, Yamato, can't do. I want to hear it. It's not about Wano country. I want to ask you to help me save someone. This person was my only friend before. You must help me. Ace? Romon knew who it was without Yamato saying anything else. The only person who was not in Wano country and was Yamato's friend was Ace. Sure enough, Yamato handed Romon a newspaper. Romon, look, this is the person. As long as you help me rescue him, you can do anything to me. Haha. Anything is fine. Luo Meng had a wicked smile on his face and stared straight at Yamato. Damn Luo Meng, why are you looking at me like that? You can do anything else, but don't even think about this. Tisk, I just want you to give me a massage, what are you thinking? You are young, but your thoughts are not pure. Ah! You stinky Luo Meng, I'm going to bite you to death. Stop, stop, stop. Stop biting, I have agreed to this, let me go, or I will regret it later. It's okay to agree to Yamato. Romon originally planned to participate in the war at the top, and he also wanted to pull Whitebeard into his camp. No, you can't go back on your word, I'll let you go now. You're so stingy, you can't even take a bite. Whenever you leave, I want to go too. You go back first. I'm going to talk to your father now. Can you come with me? I can't make the decision. Okay, you stinky Romon, you must convince my father. I'll do my best. When Yamato walked out of the room, Romon unfolded the newspaper and smiled to himself. The war at the top is finally coming, it's time to meet Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world. I'm really looking forward to it. Romon walked out of the room and headed towards Kaido's camp. 10 minutes later. Brother Kaido, have you read today's newspaper? Well, after seeing it, isn't it the execution of Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain Ace the Fire Fist who will be executed in 10 days? What's so strange? Brother Kaido, you also know that Whitebeard values his son very much. He will not remain indifferent when the Navy publicly executes Ace, it's about to start. I told you before that there is an opportunity to bring Whitebeard into my plan, do you remember? Luo Meng, do you want to help Bai Tuan? Haha. Why not? It's basically impossible for the White Group to rescue Fire Fist Ace. With us, the White Group's chances will increase. By the way, Yamato is friends with Fire Fist Ace, and she also hopes that we can rescue Ace. Ha 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 ha. Really? This is the first time Yamato has asked me for help. It seems I can't refuse. What are you going to do with Whitebeard? He won't trust us easily. Don't let him attack us when we show up. This is not a problem. I plan to go to Beichuan tomorrow. Tomorrow, we need our beast group to provide me with the location of Beichuan. Okay, I'll ask for you tomorrow. Ha 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 ha. War. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. This exciting feeling and new abilities will be shown to the world. Sailors. Tremble. Be shocked. Welcome the coming of Kaido. Ha 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 ha. Romon looked at the excited Kaido calmly. Romon could understand him. He was not a peaceful person. It was normal for Kaido to be excited about the long-awaited war. After Kaido calmed down, Romon spoke, "Brother Kaido, Yamato also wants to go. What do you think about this?" "No way." Kaido refused without even thinking about it. He had finally protected his daughter for more than 20 years, and he would not allow anything to happen to his daughter. "Brother Kaido, it's okay to let her go. I know you don't want her to be in danger, but with the two of us protecting her, no one can hurt her. You can't protect her forever, you have to let her go out and experience some things to be good for her." Kaido thought about it and felt that what Romon said made sense. It was really not possible to protect her like this. There would always be a day when she would get old and die. How could he protect her then? She could only rely on herself. "Okay. You convinced me, but you have to tell her that she can't be too far away from us when she enters the battlefield, otherwise no matter how you persuade me, I won't agree." Ha 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 ha. "No problem, I'll tell her. Don't worry, with the two of us here, nothing will happen to her. Also, the beasts don't need to go out, just the two of us and Yamato can go, and we can bring Jin along, so that Jin can stay by Yamato's side at all times." "Okay, considering Jin's strength, I feel relieved when Yamato is by my side. Red Hair should also pay attention, he has been committed to balance, it is very likely that he will prevent us from leaving Wano country. I'm not afraid of anything. If that brat comes, I'll give him 2 big slaps." Romon's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that he would be such a teacher of Kaido. He could say anything after drinking. With their current strength, they really don't need to be afraid of Red Hair. "That's it, I'll go back and rest, and come see you tomorrow." "Well, go ahead." Chapter 19. The news of Ace's execution spread throughout the world the next day. After Romon killed the celestial dragon, it caused another stir. These days, the pirate world has been calm, but everyone knows that this is the calm before the storm. On the day of the war, there will be huge waves, which will cause this era to go completely out of control. Those who are unwilling to be lonely will pay attention to the results. If the white pirates lose, they will divide the territory of the strongest 4 emperors. If the navy loses, they will become even more unscrupulous. This day, Romon flew 10,000 meters in the sky in the form of a black-winged demon, looking at the endless blue sea below, and really wanted to shout. "Ah, see, you are all water. Damn Luo Meng, why haven't you arrived yet? How can it be so fast? We have only been out for a short time, and you are so relaxed, climbing on my back without any effort, and still whining. Believe it or not, I will throw you into the sea below." Romon said in a faint voice with a bit of helplessness. He didn't let Yamato follow him, but Yamato insisted on following him, and he couldn't get rid of him, and he shamelessly clung to his back. "Haha! Am I in a hurry? It's okay, just fly slowly, don't be in a hurry, just catch up, don't leave me behind. Kaido knows about this and will not let you go. Be careful, he will give you a 100 million volt version of Thunder Bagua." Yamato is a little scared. "She is a tough duck. If she is thrown into the sea, she will die." "Haha! I'm not afraid. It's not like I haven't experienced it before. By the way, Brother Kaido seems to be trying to bring us together. How should I treat you well when the time comes? The Luo family has 18 rules, and I have to use them on you one by one." Luo Meng laughed. "Ah! You stinky Luo Meng, what nonsense are you talking about? I will never let you have this chance. Who wants to marry you? Liu Meng did not look back at Yamato's face, otherwise he would definitely see Yamato's face as red as that rose. Tisk, with you dancing with a club in your hand with such vigor and vigor, who else would dare to want you except me? If you can meet me, you should hide in your bed and laugh secretly. Also said, look at the bite. Ah! You really bite. This is 10,000 meters high. I won't care if you fall down. Don't shut up and watch me fight back. Romon exerted force and held Yamato in front of him. You, what do you want to do? Yamato saw the smirk on Romon's face and couldn't help feeling a little shy. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Romon. What do you want to do? Of course I have to fight back. You always bite me, this time it's your turn to bite me. After saying this, Romon bit Yamato's little mouth. No, no. Well. Yamato started to resist fiercely, but as time went on, his resistance became weaker and weaker, and he hugged Romon tightly. Romon was not satisfied with the status quo and was about to take it further. I am so stupid, is this something that can be written? For those who didn't put their minds to the first chapter, please fill in the blanks yourself. Dad, the redhead is coming. Why is he here at this time? Let him come up. Yes, I'll go right away, Marco said, and then looked around. You newbies had better hide inside. You can't even stand steadily in front of that man. Ha 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 ha. I came here uninvited, please forgive me, Captain Whitebeard. As soon as Marco finished speaking, the red-haired man came up, his domineering aura was fully activated, and he formed a solid body. The hull could not bear it and cracks were formed. The weak-willed members of the white group fell to the ground one after another, their eyes rolled back. Red hair, take back your arrogance. Do you want to go to war with me by doing this to my sons? Haha. Sorry, I just experienced a big battle and I can't control my arrogance. I'm really sorry. Red-haired kid, what's the matter with you coming to my boat? Just tell me, don't be secretive. Ha 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 ha. I brought the best wine from the West Sea, won't you ask me to sit down for a while? The red-haired man put the wine jug in his hand, which was taller than himself, forward and looked straight at the white-bearded man. The white-bearded man glanced at him, then turned back to Marco and said, Marco, carry the fainted man back to the boat. Dad, you're alone. Ha 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 ha. It's okay, go ahead. After Marco and his men entered the boat, Whitebeard took the wine thrown by Red Hair. Is it the wine from the West Sea? I haven't had it for a long time. He drank the wine in a few gulps. The wine has been drunk. If you have anything to say, just tell me and leave the white group. The red-haired man also drank the wine in his hand, looked at the white beard and said lightly, I came here for only one thing, about Ace. Yeah. Tell me the story. I told you before that Daiki was not an ordinary person, but I didn't expect it to be proven so quickly. This time, I came here hoping that you would not go out on the day of Ace's execution. Whitebeard's face was very calm, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. It seemed as if a storm was brewing. Are you kidding me? Everyone can hear that Whitebeard's words are filled with anger, as if he had heard a big joke. His son was going to be executed, and now Red Hair told him in person that he had to watch his son die. How could he not be angry? I know what I'm saying, Whitebeard. Have you ever thought about the consequences of mobilizing all members of the Whitebeard pirates? The Navy has set up a tight net, and all that's missing is you getting involved. Are you still going to go your own way? You little brat, do you think I can't lift a sword anymore, or do you think I'm too old to walk? What's there to be afraid of the Navy? I, the White Squad, will never abandon my family. If the Navy wants to go to war, then go to war. As always, he was domineering, and no one could stop him from saving Ace. Don't you mind even if it will disrupt the rare peace in the world? What the world becomes has nothing to do with me, Whitebeard. I only care about my child's life or death. Everything else has nothing to do with me. What if I must stop you? Edward could no longer hold back his anger, so he picked up the big knife beside him and chopped at the red-haired man. Little ghost, you succeeded in angering me, take my sword. Bang! The red-haired man attacked with the same domineering force, and the sky was cracked when the two of them collided. Marco and the others hurried out, and when they saw this scene, they were stunned with horror. They didn't notice that there were two figures in the sky. Ah! What the hell is this? Why did the sky suddenly crack? Damn Luomeng, fly steadily. The two men were Luomeng and Yamato. After rushing and hurrying, they finally arrived at Whitebeard's side 2 days later. Just as they were about to land, the sky cracked. This scene was very familiar to Luomeng. Wasn't it the red-haired and Whitebeard fighting with swords? Yamato, hold on tight, I'm about to land. Swoosh. Ah! Damn it, slow down, don't go so fast. Stop now, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Yamato saw that he was about to reach the surface of the sea, and hurriedly closed his eyes and waited for death. Who is it? Red hair, Whitebeard, and Marco all sensed the uninvited guest, Romon, with their observation haki. Turning their heads to look at the sky. Whitebeard and Red Hair both looked a little solemn. They felt that the strength of the person coming was not inferior to theirs. They were waiting for it. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a figure also appeared at this moment, followed by a few words. Ha 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 ha! It's so lively, can I hear what you are talking about? Chapter 20. One of the 4 calamities of the beasts, Orky, Romon? What are you doing here? Tisk, what does my coming here have to do with you? Does your family own the sea? Red Hair, you are meddling too much. On Whitebeard's ship, the owner hasn't said anything yet, what the hell are you doing jumping out of here? The face fruit's ability, red-haired Shanks' ability doesn't work on Romon, just confront him and he's done. Red-haired Shanks' face turned black, I didn't ask a question, you confronted me, what, did I steal your chicken or something? Of course, he didn't say this. Of course you can go wherever you want, but are you coming to the Beichuan to take advantage of the situation at this time? Red Hair, stop trying to sow discord here. You came to see Whitebeard for something, and I also came here for something. Little boy, I have no friendship with the beast group. You come here alone, aren't you afraid that I will leave you behind? Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard, it's our first meeting. I don't care whether we are friends or not. I just come here to make a deal with you. I wonder if I could take up half an hour of your time. If you have anything to say, just say it now, there is no need to waste time. Haha. That's fine, I'm here to help you rescue Ace. Whitebeard said calmly, do you think my Whitebeard team can't rescue our family? I don't need your help, and I don't trust your beast corps. Kaido has fought with my Whitebeard corps no less than 100 times. Romon Whitebeard, I don't underestimate you, but time is unforgiving. You are old after all. Even if your Whitebeard corps can win this time, how many crew members can escape? It will be different if we are included. With 3 of the 4 emperors, we can't leave Marineford unscathed, but at least the casualties will be greatly reduced. If you believe me, please talk to me alone. There is an item that cannot be shown to others. This was obviously directed at the red-haired man. Before he could speak. Bang! Romon turned his head to avoid the bullet, and looked at the ship not far away with a dark face. A long-nosed man on the top held a smoking lance in his hand. Jesus Bulletin had been paying attention to this side, and listened to the whole process accurately with his excellent observation haki. He couldn't help but shoot at Romon, who had been targeting his captain. Since they had attacked him, Romon had to respond. He looked at the red-haired man calmly, pointed a finger at the red-haired pirate ship, and energy gathered at his fingertips. "What are you doing?" The red-haired man was horrified. He felt the breath of destruction in this energy. Virtual, flash. Boom. The beam of light attacked the hull, and the red-haired man disappeared instantly, and appeared in front of the hull the next moment. "God, get out of the way!" Griffin was covered with the domineering aura of a king, and the black and red sword energy with flashing light slashed at the rapidly shooting light. Boom! The aura exploded, and the hair of the people on the boat who were closest to the red-haired group was blown all over the place. The red-haired man stood at the bow with an ugly face and looked at Romon. "Captain, are we going to start a war?" The members of the Red Hair Pirates stood behind Shanks and looked at Romon from afar. "No, he is not weaker than me, and he can fly. We will not gain anything by fighting him at sea. Let's go." Seeing the red-haired ship leave, Luo Meng ignored it. He was not afraid of a real war. At worst, all 8 gates would open, and the death gate would open. Luo Meng was confident that he could keep all the red-haired people here forever. "Haha! Don't mind this surprise, let me introduce you, this is Yamato, Ace's friend, and Kaido's daughter." She had pushed the idea of rescuing Ace a lot. "Ace's friend? Please sit down. Tell me how you are going to help me first." Whitebeard understood that what Romon said was right. They might be able to rescue Ace, but how many of them could walk out of Marineford alive? He couldn't imagine it. They were all his children and he had to ensure their safety. If the beast pirates really wanted to join forces, he didn't mind working together. Seeing Romon and the other man sit down, Whitebeard said, "What are the conditions for you to help me? Tell me." Romon smart, "If it's a deal, then we must have something in return. The reward is that I will have an action later and I need you to take action. I'm talking about you. My future actions will be more dangerous than this time in Marineford. I know you will definitely not put your child in danger, so when the time comes, I just need you to come." "No, Dad, you can't agree to this," Marco spoke hurriedly. "What is it that neither you nor Kaido can do, and is more dangerous than this time?" Whitebeard did not agree immediately, but asked the reason. "Haha! I can't tell you this yet, but as long as you agree, I will not only help you rescue Fire Fist Ace, I can also help you recover from your injuries." "Boy, the injuries on Dad's body were formed over the years. We have tried everything. Even Captain Marco was helpless. What ability do you have to dare to say this? Aren't you afraid that the wind will bite your tongue?" Diamond Bridge said. Ignoring his words, Romon looked at Whitebeard. Whitebeard's answer could play a decisive role. What others said would be useless. Whitebeard thought for a few minutes before speaking. "Okay, I promise you, if you help me rescue Ace, I will owe you a favor. As long as your thing does not endanger my children, I will help you once, even if it costs me my life." "Dad, you... Marco, you don't need to persuade me anymore, no one can change my decision." "Ha ha ha ha. Well, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. N.A. This item can help you heal your injuries." Romon took out a magic bean and threw it to Whitebeard. "Boy Romon, are you kidding me? What kind of injury can this little bean cure? It's not even enough to fill the gaps between your teeth." Whitebeard looked at the senzu bean in his hand and felt that Romon was playing a trick on him. "Dad, can you show me?" Marco hurriedly he stepped forward. He was the user of the phoenix fruit and could feel the rich vitality emanating from the senzu bean. "Dad, this should have therapeutic properties, but I don't know if the effect can reach the level that Luo Meng said." "Ha ha ha ha. Don't worry, I dare to take it out, it will definitely work, Whitebeard, you will know after you eat it. If the magic beans don't work, then nothing can cure Whitebeard, unless the system gives him an item that can rejuvenate him." "Hey!" As soon as the magic beans went down his throat, Whitebeard felt that the hidden injuries in his body that had been there for many years were recovering rapidly, and his aura traveled throughout his body. In less than a few seconds, he felt that his body had recovered to its peak. Ha 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 ha. Really recovered, the feeling of being at the peak, the feeling of no longer being plagued by illness, so good. Whitebeard laughed wildly, and the domineering color of the king who dominated the world shone through his body, forming a 12-level typhoon. Ah! Dad is recovered. Dad is fine. The members of the Whitebeard group were unable to raise their heads due to the pressure, but they could not hide their ecstatic expressions. They were all happy that their father had recovered. Yamato was protected by Romon, and the domineering Haki was useless to them. They watched everything quietly. After Whitebeard's domineering Haki disappeared, Romon said, "Whitebeard, are you interested in a battle and find the feeling of being at the peak?" Romon also wanted to know how strong Whitebeard was at his peak, so he challenged him to a fight. Ha 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 ha. Well, that's what I mean. Let's go to the nearby islands. Yes, Daddy. Chapter 21. On the sandy coast, Romon and Whitebeard stood facing each other. In the distance, members of the White group and Yamato on the boat were looking at the two of them solemnly. Romon, use your fruit ability, you can't be my opponent in this state. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard, fighting you in the Black Wing Demon state is not enough, I have another skill, purely physical, this is my first time using it, I don't have a good control, you better be careful. Oh. Interesting, then as the first witness, I will go all out, come on. Fight. 8 gates, Dunjia, Kaiman open, Xiamen open, Shenmen open, Shocking door, open for me. 7 doors opened at the same time. The state changed, the skin color turned black and red, the blue veins bulged, and the blue aura covered the whole body. Shocking! Incomparable shock! Romon said with a high breath. Whitebeard, this is the strongest state I can use without injury now. I'm going to attack, you little heart. As soon as the word heart fell, the man had already arrived in front of Whitebeard, his fist filled with an unstoppable momentum. Ha 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 ha. Good job. Whitebeard came back to his senses from the shock and punched forward as well. His fist was covered by a circle of transparent light. The tremor fruit was used. Boom. After 2 seconds of confrontation, the two retreated at the same time, and then came into contact again, fighting purely physically. Marco, who do you think will win between Dad and Romon? Vista came to Marco and asked. Ha 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 ha. Vista, you have to believe in Daddy. Although Romon is in a very strong state, I firmly believe that Daddy will win. After all, Daddy is the strongest man in the world. Although he said so, he was a little unsure in his heart. Romon's aura was too strong. Even from such a distance, he could feel the beastly aura he exuded. Little girl, do you know what kind of fruit Romon eats? Why are there so many different shapes? I don't know either. Marco was about to ask again when he heard Yamato muttering. Damn Romon, you actually hid something and didn't tell me. How annoying. We are all in that state, yet you still hide it from me. After you finish the fight, I will definitely dig out all your secrets. Marco's mouth twitched, and he gave up the idea of asking more questions and looked back at the battlefield. As the two fought, the battlefield ground became dilapidated and bumpy. The ground around them was lowered by half a meter. The seawater poured in, and the island became smaller and smaller. Whitebeard felt unprecedented pressure. It was the first time he felt this way since Roger, a feeling of blood boiling. Luo Meng, you have to be careful with this next move too. Whitebeard raised his right hand high, and the shock power was continuously transmitted to his fist. The next moment, his fist fell. The space in front of him shattered like a mirror, the cracks continued, the air vibrated, and a Qigong wave was formed towards Luo Meng. Is the long-range attack of the shock fruit used? Daytime Tiger. Luo Meng also used his special move. Daytime Tiger can only be used when the Jingmen is open. The white tiger formed by energy rushed towards the Whitebeard's vibration wave. Boom! Everyone in the white group quickly raised their hands to block the oncoming aftermath. This battle is so fierce, we can't even withstand a single attack from them. Yes. I didn't expect that Romon was so strong that he could fight with his father at his peak to this extent. It's incredible. In this situation, I really don't know what the outcome will be. Luo Meng looks to be only in his 20s, how did he become so strong? I have really been living a dog's life these past few decades. The newspaper said he could fight Kaido to a draw. I didn't quite believe it at the time, but the newspaper still underestimated Romon. This is not the case of a draw with Kaido. Now I believe it when they say he can defeat Kaido. That is, newspapers are really misleading and spreading false information. We must resist them. Just forget it. Gang Luiman said that it was the first time to use it, so it would be strange if there was any information on the newspaper. Hee. I'm just saying. Daddy can't lose, let's cheer for him. Come on, Daddy. Come on, Daddy. The members of the Whitebeard group shouted and cheered for Whitebeard. Yamato was watching from the side, and she turned into a female man, moved a stool over, stood on it, took out a fan from somewhere, and waved it while shouting. Stinky Romon, come on! However, her voice alone could not match that of the entire white group, so she even used her fruit ability. The people on the boat shouted vigorously, and Luo Meng and the other man fought fiercely, a pure physical confrontation, neither of them gave in, and for a while the fight was indistinguishable. Luo Meng, it is both fortunate and unfortunate that you have appeared in this era. For me, a person from the old times, your appearance makes my blood boil again, which is my luck. For this generation, your presence will make them unable to raise their heads. This is the misfortune of young people. If you are interested in the throne of Pirate King, no one will be your opponent. Whitebeard said with a smile after exchanging a move. The two have not suffered many injuries since their fight, and they are evenly matched. He. I don't care whether it's a blessing or a curse to others, I don't need the pirate throne, just like you, Whitebeard, you only care about your family. I also have my goals, false fame is of no use to me, what's the point of it? Ha. Good boy, you really suit my taste. Do you want to consider quitting the beasts and come to my Beichuan? Luo Meng twitched his lips and thought to himself, why come to your Beichuan? Do you want to be your son? I don't have the idea of recognizing you as my father. Thank you for the invitation. I think Bei Xiao is pretty good and I have no plans to change teams. Really? That's a pity, Whitebeard didn't say anything nonsense, he really wanted to pull Romon to his ship. After a battle, he realized that he was no match for them. For the safety of his family, he invited Romon. He couldn't protect them forever, and he would die one day. But with Romon, it would be different. Romon is fully capable of being their umbrella. Whitebeard, are you going to fight or not? If not, go back to the ship and discuss the next course of action. What's the point of standing here and chatting? We can't fight anymore. If we keep fighting, the island will sink. Let's go back. Okay. The two of them returned to the boat. Stinky Luo Meng, whether you won or lost, what your condition was, even I don't know, what else are you hiding from me, tell me the truth quickly. No loss, no win. As for the status, I won't tell you. Ha. You stinky Romon, you're asking for a fight if you play with me. If they continue to fight, Romon is still confident that he can win, but he can't just say he can win in the enemy's base camp. Does NT Whitebeard have any face? After all, they are allies, so they still have to give some face. Whitebeard was a little envious when he saw Romon and Yamato fighting, and secretly thought, it's good to be young. Marco, pass the word, start the party, welcome our ally brother Romon. Ha. Got it. The white group members were very happy. They were a simple group of pirates. Apart from fighting, banquets were their favorite thing to do. Chapter 22. Ding! The system detected that the host is holding a banquet in Beichuan, and now issued a sign-in task. Please stand upside down and drink the wine in your hand, and shout "I want to be the man of the god of wine." Completing these 2 steps will complete the task. I was drinking the wine well, and the system suddenly issued a task with such requirements. Luo Meng was completely stunned. System Dad, I said you can issue tasks if you want, why do you have to bring such requirements? Ding, this is not something I can control. Please complete it as soon as possible, otherwise it will be shortened by 5 centimeters. System, you are such a fool. We must have been enemies in our previous life, otherwise you wouldn't torture me in this life. Thank you for the compliment. There was no way to escape. Luo Meng finished drinking it while standing upside down at lightning speed, then stood up and shouted loudly, ignoring the surprised looks of others. I am the man who will become the god of wine. I am most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Everyone looked at Luo Meng in a daze, and Luo Meng saw a meaning in their eyes. This man is a fool. How could a good child suddenly do such a nonsensical thing? Luo Meng's old face turned red, and he pretended to be calm and sat down, picking up the meat that was bigger than him and chewing it. When Luo Meng made a move, Yamato buried his head deeply in his legs. As if to say, no one saw me, I don't know him, and this time Luo Meng has lost face. Haha. Romon, you are really not particular about details, Whitebeard spoke awkwardly, he didn't understand what Romon was doing. It was quite sudden. Ha 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 ha. It's okay, everyone is drinking, why are you looking at me? I just felt something in my heart and couldn't help it, please forgive me. Luo Meng spoke while enduring the social suspense. System Daddy, it's done, give me the reward quickly, I've lost all my face because of your task. Tisk, if you're afraid of embarrassment, you don't have to do it. The hair is only shortened by 5 centimeters. What are you afraid of? What? System, can you explain it more clearly next time? I thought it was shortened by 5 centimeters there. Luo Meng felt that he would be tricked by the system sooner or later. You are just imagining things, it's none of my business. Okay, now let's pass on the rewards this time. 1 devil fruit with no side effects, animal type, fantasy beast, phoenix form, the effect is the same as the previous thunder fruit. 2 A book of kneading futon, it is recommended that the host read it in his spare time to cultivate his sentiments. System, you have all these things. To be honest, your previous host was not an old pervert, and what's the use of this thing? I'd rather read Yamato than read books. The first reward is better, the phoenix fruit, the effect is the same as the thunder fruit rewarded before, it can be used for Yamato, she wanted it in the first place, and eating this fruit can better protect herself on top. The world with phoenixes is full of legends, and I believe that phoenixes can also shine in this world. But what's the use of giving me a pornographic book? Are you going to use it to wipe my ass? I hate the hardness of paper when wiping my ass. Luo Meng said in a flattering way, System Dad, can you change the second reward? It's useless to give me this damn thing. Host, you are dreaming. It is impossible to replace it for you. This, do you want it or not? If you don't want it, you can throw it away. Is it really impossible to replace it? No. Romon has given up. The atmosphere on the scene returned to its previous lively state. Everyone seemed to have forgotten Romon's embarrassing social death and were drinking desperately. Whitebeard said, Romon, what are you thinking about? Come and drink. By the way, how many of you from the beasts will go to the war this time? Romon heard Whitebeard's question and came to his senses and said, the beasts will not send many people. Just me, Kaido, Jin, and Yamato next to me. The 4 of them are considered top combat forces. You also know that in that kind of war, the outcome is not determined by the number of people. If there are enough top fighters, the navy can't do anything to us. Whitebeard asked doubtfully, is this little girl going to participate too? I can feel that her strength is only at the level of a vice admiral. She won't be in danger, right? You also said that she is Kaido's daughter. Will Kaido be able to let her participate in this battle? Hehe. Romon, don't underestimate her. She will give you a surprise later. Yamato, you can raise your head now. You keep your head so low, what are you doing? No, don't call me, I don't know you, I'm so embarrassed. It wasn't that embarrassing at first, Yamato mentioned it again, and Romon's death scene came again. It's all over, why are you still bringing it up, Yamato? Hurry up and raise your head. I'll give you one of Kaido's fruits, or I won't give it to you. Ha! Really, give it to me, I want it. At this time, Yamato raised her head, her eyes twinkling, looking at Luo Meng with expectation. Who doesn't want two abilities? The most important thing is to be able to swim in the sea. She had had enough of feeling weak when taking a bath normally. Now there is a way to eliminate the side effects, how can she refuse? Now! Here you go! Devil fruit? This is indeed a way to quickly improve strength. The devil fruit given by Romon must be strong. In this case, this little kid should be able to protect himself in the war. Shut up, don't eat. Yamato was about to eat it when he was interrupted. Whitebeard frowned and said, Marco, what are you doing? This is the devil fruit that Romon gave to this little girl. Why are you stopping it? Do you want to steal it? I don't remember teaching you this. No, Dad, you misunderstood. She will die if she eats this fruit. Dad, you don't know that I saw her use the power of the fruit when you were fighting with Romon. If you eat another one, you will explode and die. Whitebeard stared at Romon and said, Romon, is what Marco said true? There was nothing to hide, Romon said openly, yes, what Marco said is true, Yamato did eat a devil fruit, and it was a mythical beast. Whitebeard was shocked. Then you gave it to her, don't you know that one person cannot eat two devil fruits? You will explode and die. Little girl, don't. Before Whitebeard finished speaking, Yamato bit off half of the fruit in his hand. She was interrupted just now and thought it was something else. It turned out to be just like this. With Kaido's precedent and trust in Romon, Yamato didn't care what others said. It's over. This is the voice of the Whitebeard group. They closed their eyes and couldn't bear to see the beautiful Yamato explode directly. Ha 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 ha. Captain Whitebeard, don't worry, it's okay. A phoenix cry resounded through the sky, and Yamato soared into the sky, turning into a 100-meter tall fire phoenix. The phoenix flames all over his body were attached to his feathers, making him look lifelike, and there was a hint of coldness. Romon knew that this was the effect brought by Yamato's big mouth true god. The white group looked at the 100-meter tall fire phoenix dancing in the sky with their eyes wide open. The shock brought by this time was greater than the battle between Romon and their father. It overturned their worldview. Whitebeard, who had lived for most of his life, had never seen this scene. Although he was a little surprised, he was not like other people. He felt that Romon was becoming more and more mysterious. He had never seen the fairy beans that could instantly heal injuries and the compatible devil fruits. Chapter 23. The phoenix flew across the sky and stopped over the white boat. The temperature of the fireworks made the faces of those with less strength burn, and at the same time, the entire night sky was illuminated. He he he. A sweet laugh came from the phoenix's mouth. Smelly Luo Meng, what do you think of me like this? Do I look good? Looks great, Yamato, can you control the temperature? Turn it down, it's getting too hot. Romon saw that some people in the white group couldn't stand the temperature of Yamato's phoenix form, so he spoke up. Oh. I can, but not now. I need to get familiar with it. I will restore my human form. Shoo! After a phoenix cry, Yamato turned back into a human form, happily walked forward and hugged Luomang tightly. Okay, everyone is watching. He. It's okay, you hug yours and we watch ours, there's no conflict, you two don't have to worry about us, just pretend we don't exist. Girls are a little thin-skinned, everyone joked. Yamato was embarrassed to hug Romon anymore, so he let go of him and sat aside. Marco said to Romon in surprise, Romon, what kind of devil fruit did you give Yamato? Yamato in this state has a blood suppression on my phoenix. This is a mythical beast, a phoenix form, a superior fruit of the phoenix, so it is normal to have suppression. Romon smiled and replied. Bloodline suppression, the phoenix is the king of birds, and birds will be affected by the bloodline when facing the phoenix. The most important thing is that if Yamato can develop to the phoenix nirvana, he will have an extra life. Phoenix form. A devil fruit that has never appeared before, and you, Romon, have so many strange abilities, you are still magical. Haha. Romon laughed, and did not reply to Marco. He couldn't tell them about the system. They probably wouldn't believe it even if he told them, and they didn't know what the system was. Whitebeard sat in the main seat and pondered for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind and said, Romon, do you still have the senzu beans and this devil fruit? Can you sell them to me? I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Marco and the others looked at Romon with curiosity, hoping that he would spit out a word. Romon smiled and said, I'm sorry, the devil fruit is gone, but I can give you another senzu bean. Ha ha ha, thank you, senzu beans will do. I'm not surprised that you don't have this kind of devil fruit. If it appeared in large quantities, you wouldn't have found me as an ally. I'll give you 3 devil fruits for the price of senzu beans. What do you think of this price? He didn't even plan to ask for money. He wouldn't refuse Whitebeard if he gave it to him. It's useless to him, so he can keep it for later. Okay, whatever you say. Romon took out a devil fruit from his pocket and threw it to Whitebeard. Whitebeard took it and put it away carefully. This is a life. If the war children are in trouble, the senzu beans can save their lives. He can't be careless. What if he eats it as a snack? It will be too late to regret. Romon, come on, let's get drunk tonight. When the members of the Whitebeard group saw that they had reached an agreement, they surrounded Romon, trying to defeat him in drinking. Is that what you call the tumbler on the table for nothing? Come on, tonight I'll show you what the god of wine is. Did I just shout out bragging? One by one, they came up to pitch Romon into the water, and one by one, they were all pitched down by him. Romon didn't stop until the members of the Whitebeard group were lying on the ground. At this time, only he and Whitebeard were still sober. The two walked to the boat stop and looked at the starry night sky. Whitebeard said, Romon, you have something to do, and you feel it's dangerous. You want to take action against that group of people, right? Romon smiled and said, you guessed it, that's right, my target is the scum who has sat on the throne alone for 800 years. It will be unjust if they don't die. Since you are targeting the celestial dragons, why don't you go find the revolutionary army instead of me? You know I won't let the children do whatever you want. You know the background of the world government. Haha. I will do it whether I understand it or not. They are strong now, but I will not stand still. What if I become stronger than the government in the future? No one can draw a conclusion before we fight that battle. Am I destined to lose? Moreover, I am not just bringing you in. I am also planning to make contact with the revolutionary army. We are like-minded and it won't be difficult to form an alliance. Whitebeard looked at Romon, who was confident and talking eloquently beside him. He admired him very much. He was in his 20s but so ambitious. What was he doing at the age of 20? He seemed to be an intern on the ship. But you, Whitebeard, you also know my plan. I don't need to tell you how dangerous it is. If I fail, what will happen to your children? It doesn't matter. My children and grandchildren have their own blessings. I can't protect them forever, but when the time comes, I will disband the white group and let them go home. Is that so? It was quiet for a while, with only the stars twinkling and the snoring of the white group members deafening. By the way, Whitebeard, there is something else I want to tell you. Yes. You speak, I listen. Regarding Tiki, this is probably one of his plans. Do you know the characteristics of the dark fruit? Whitebeard shook his head and said, I don't know. The dark fruit is considered a legendary devil fruit. I have never encountered it in my life, so I don't know what its characteristics are. I do know a little bit, the dark fruit has a great suppression on the fruit ability user. As long as Daiki's hand touches the ability user can't use the fruit ability. However, the greatest ability of the dark fruit is that it can capture devil fruits. In other words, as long as the owner of the devil fruit, Teach, is next to the corpse, the devil fruit will not fly away with the user's death. He is likely to attack your Zhen. You have to be careful about the war at the top. Dichi will definitely show up. According to the original drama, the top was caused by Dichi. Now I will analyze it for Whitebeard so that he can be prepared. Whitebeard said with a gloomy face, it is best for Dichi to come. The crime of killing his family is unforgivable. Now he has caused this situation. I will kill him for sure. Luo Meng said, with your current state, Whitebeard, you don't have to be afraid of him. The government should pay attention to it. They may guess that my beasts will participate in the war, and they will definitely take precautions. We still have to be careful. Luo Meng, don't panic. Unless the 5 elders take action, we won't lose this time. There won't be any surprises. You, me, and Kaido, this little girl has now reached the level of an admiral. Although the former captain of the white group cannot beat an admiral, he is more than enough to fight against a vice admiral. There are more than 10,000 members in my white group. Not every one of them can fight 1 against 100, but they are also considered ordinary navy level. Romon laughed and said, I'm not panicking. Kaido and I can hold back the 3 admirals and Garp. If Sengoku wants to command, he can't end it so quickly. Who can stop you at your peak? Let's not talk about this anymore. I will leave tomorrow. There are still 10 days before Ace's execution. I will be there on time on the day of Ace's execution. I still have things to do, so I won't stay any longer. Well, if you have something to do, go do it first. I look forward to seeing you. Go and have a rest. Chapter 24. In the early morning sunshine, Romon was awakened by the sound of Den Mushi. He casually lifted up the long legs that were pressing on him, picked up the Den Mushi and answered the call. Hello. Romon, have you been to Whitebeard's ship? Did he attack you? If so, tell me and I will fight him. Kaido's loud voice came from the Den Mushi. Romon couldn't help but take the Den Mushi away from his ear and waited until Kaido finished speaking before he spoke. I'm here. The deal has been settled. I'm on Whitebeard's ship. Nothing has happened. Brother Kaido, do you have anything else to say? Is Whitebeard with you? Let me talk to him. Wait a minute, I'll give Whitebeard a Den Mushi. The Whitebeard members were all awake and busy with their own things. They greeted Romon when they saw him. When Romon walked to the bow, he saw Whitebeard sitting in the sun, with Marco and several important members standing beside him. Captain Whitebeard, this is Brother Kaido calling. He has something to say to you. Whitebeard took the Den Mushi handed over by Romon and said, Kaido, what do you want to say to me? Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard, why haven't you died yet? Are you too old to walk now? As expected of their mortal enemy, Kaido started to argue with them in the first sentence. Ha ha. Whitebeard laughed and retorted, you are not dead, How could I die? If you just want to know whether I am alive or not, don't say anything more. There is no point in saying anything if you don't agree. Don't. With Romon as the bridge, we are now allies. Since the disbandment of Rocks, we have fought hundreds of battles, big and small. I didn't expect that we would have the opportunity to join forces again. Tisk, if it weren't for Romon, I wouldn't bother with you, an arrogant person. Whitebeard, what did you say? Do you want a fight? I am not the Kaido of the past. I will definitely not lose to you now. Do you want me to come over and fight you? Whitebeard said with a smile. You are so confident. It seems that Kaido's strength has greatly increased. Did Romon also give you a special devil fruit, which made you unable to recognize reality? Hey! How do you know this, old man? Did Romon tell you? Romon didn't say that your daughter Yamato ate a devil fruit given by Romon last night. Now you are so confident, I can easily guess it. Ha 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 ha. Kaido laughed heartily. The stronger Yamato is, the happier he is. He thinks it's great to meet Romon. Whitebeard, you know what, you are old and you are stronger than me, can you still beat me? Kaido didn't know that Whitebeard has now recovered to his peak state, and he spoke arrogantly. Whitebeard said strangely, Kaido, don't you know that Romon gave me a magic bean, and I have also recovered to my peak state, do you still have confidence? What? Kaido exclaimed, he knew how strong Whitebeard was at his peak. In this state, even with his double fruits now, he might not be able to beat Whitebeard. However, Kaido refused to admit defeat and said, so what if you recover? We haven't fought yet, so we don't know who will win or lose. Damn, why did this kid Romon use the senzu beans on Whitebeard? He can't pretend this time. Whitebeard smiled and said, okay, if you want to fight, I'll do as you wish. After this war, let's make an appointment and have a fight. Let's compete. After the war, I will be waiting for you in Wano country. I will beat you to a pulp. Kaido hung up the phone after making such threats. Whitebeard looked at the phone and recalled the past. Everyone knew that he and Kaido, the king of beasts, were sworn enemies, but few knew that they had been on the same ship. Although they did not have much friendship, it was not like this now. Romon took the den mushi handed back by Whitebeard and said with a smile, it's time for me to say goodbye. Whitebeard and everyone else, see you in Marineford. Won't you stay a little longer? Yes. At least eat something before you go. Luomeng smiled and refused. Everyone, no need to say more, time waits for no one, I still need to make a few more preparations, so I won't stay. Okay, we won't keep you here. See you next time. Marco went to the warehouse and gave the 2 devil fruits to Romon. Yes, I'll go right away. After waiting for a while, Marco came out with 2 fruits in his hand. Whitebeard smiled and said, Romon, this is not a precious fruit. Both fruits are animal related. One is a dog, wolf dog form, and the other is a dog, husky form. They. Husky came out. Romon took it and nodded, went back to the room, woke up the sleeping Yamato, and the 2 left the Whitebeard group. In the clear blue sky, Romon was sitting on the back of the phoenix transformed by Yamato. After flying for most of the day, Yamato had become much more proficient in the phoenix form and could control the flames freely. Romon would not have to worry about being roasted when he sat on it. Damn Romon, you can fly, why do you want to sit on my back? Yamato said reluctantly when he saw Romon sitting on his back. Ha 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 ha. Yamato, don't be so stingy. Didn't I carry you all the way here? That's fair, right? You just ate this devil fruit. If you use its ability more, you can become stronger quickly. I'm doing this for your own good. You stinky Romon, you are lazy, but you still find so many excuses, do you think I am stupid? It's not that I'm lazy. Your body is 100 meters long, Please fly faster. We have to get to Shampoo Island as soon as possible, but we don't have much time to waste. Don't you want to rescue Ace? All right. Your excuse is plausible, hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. Swoosh. When Yamato heard about Ace, he increased his speed to the fastest. The phoenix dragged a fiery red light, crossing the sky like a star. Time passed, and in Yamato's phoenix form, he reached Shampoo Island in less than a day, which was 5 days shorter than taking the boat. This was enough to show how fast Yamato was. Without staying anywhere else, the two came directly to the knockoff bar. Yamato opened the door and said, "Sister, we are here again, I'm starving, is there anything to eat?" "Sister, can you make me something to eat?" "Oh. It's Romon, Yamato. There is food, I'll get it for you, you can have a drink first, by the way, how do you have time to come here?" Luo Meng took a sip of the wine, Yamato was waiting for the food and didn't drink. Luo Meng smiled and said, "Sister Qi, I came to you hoping that you could give me a pointer to the Kingdom of Women, I have something to do there. I can't promise you this, unless you tell me what it is, otherwise I won't dare give you the pointer to the Kingdom of Women. After all, I am a woman who has been the king of the Kingdom of Women, so I dare not give the pointer to a dangerous person like Luo Meng without any reason. Don't worry, Sister Qi. I'm going to the Kingdom of Women only to ask the Empress for something. I won't do anything to the Kingdom of Women. You and Hancock have no connection. What do you want from her? It's no big deal. I hope to have her help in the next action. Even if she doesn't agree, I won't take action against the Kingdom of Women. I keep my word. Okay. I'll give it to you. Even if I don't, you have the ability to find the Kingdom of Women. I believe you. By the way, Sister Qi, why don't you see Rayleigh? Where did he go? Haha. He is training little Luffy. Hey. It seems that the plot has not changed much. Luffy still worships Rayleigh as his master. I wonder if the Kusanagi pirates are together, and whether Luffy knows about Ace's execution. Chapter 25. Brother Romon, you may run into Rayleigh and Luffy when you go to the Kingdom of Women. Rayleigh is training with Luffy on an island not far from the Kingdom of Women. Romon said with a smile, with your channels, you can't be unaware of the relationship between Ace, Rayleigh, and Luffy. Don't they know that the Navy publicly executed Ace? Xiaoqi said, Rayleigh knows, but he is old now and doesn't want to get involved in these things. Luffy was chosen by Ace. Even if Rayleigh knew that Ace was Roger's child, he couldn't do much about it. As for Luffy, we didn't tell him because this kid has a very chaotic personality and we were afraid that he would go to the war regardless of the consequences if he knew. Sister Qi, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. One day he will know. If you hide it from him now and he finds out later, he may even alienate you. It is better not to hide it. Xiaoqi was silent for a while and said, I will think about it carefully. I will go get you the pointer now. Wait for me. Seeing Xiaoqi leave and seeing Yamato eating heartily, Luo Meng was about to join. Ding! The system has detected that the host wants to go to the Kingdom of Daughters, and now has issued a specific sign-in task. Please go to the Kingdom of Daughters, find the Queen, and shout in front of everyone, Queen, can you let me see your panties? The task will be completed. When Luo Meng heard the system's voice, he had a bad feeling. Given the nature of the system, the task must have conditions that will make him socially dead. Sure enough, after hearing the task requirements, Luo Meng's face turned black as a piece of charcoal. Brother Luo Meng, why do you look so unhappy? Is there something wrong? Luo Meng shook his head and said, It's okay, I just thought of something unhappy. I will be fine soon. Now. This is the pointer to the Kingdom of Women. Thank you Sister Qi, we won't bother you anymore and will come to see you next time. Yamato, stop eating, we should go, Romon has lost his appetite due to the system. Now he doesn't want to eat at all. Thinking of the slogan of completing the task, he has a headache. It is conceivable that he will be given the title of a pervert in the future. Wait a minute, I'm not full yet, Luo Meng, you eat too, the food made by Sister Chi is so delicious, I don't want to leave. He. Xia Qi smiled and said, Yamato, if you think it's delicious, come to my place anytime in the future, I won't charge you any money. Yeah. Great, I will come here more often in the future. Sister Chi, you can't not give me food. Don't worry. Helplessly, Luo Meng saw that Yamato hadn't eaten enough, and he was a little hungry, so he had to eat a little even if he had no appetite. After eating and drinking, the two said hello to Xia Qi and set off again. Hancock, you can't refuse the Navy's call this time. If you refuse, it will be bad for the future development of the Kingdom of Women. An old woman with a cane, short stature, and wrinkles on her face said to the Queen Hancock. Old woman, could you please stop whining and disturb me from thinking about my husband Romon? You deserve to die. Be careful or I'll throw you out. Hancock was holding a newspaper and was fascinated by the photos on it. Her face was flushed. She was interrupted by Granny Nu and said angrily. Unlike the original drama, Luffy did not attack the celestial dragons. Her favorite person shifted to Romon. Alas! Men are really poisonous. Granny Nu knew what was going on when she saw Hancock like this. She thought about how she had also loved passionately in the past, but the ending was not ideal. Hancock, if you continue like this, where will the Kingdom of Women be? The peace and tranquility of the Kingdom of Women is due to your title of Shishibukai. If you don't obey the call, the Navy will take away your title after the war. By then, we will not be able to cope with the attack of the Navy, and the Kingdom of Women will also face the crisis of extinction. Are you so cruel? Hancock also knew that Grandma Nu was right. She pondered for a while and said, Old woman, I understand. I will accept the call. Isn't the Navy not here yet? Why are you in such a hurry? Wait until the Navy arrives. You can get out now. Okay, as long as you can figure it out, I'll get out of here. Seeing Hancock agreed, Granny Nu felt relieved and walked out of the room quickly. Sanda Sonia said, Sister, do we really have to agree to the Navy's participation in the war? Hancock said reluctantly, Granny Nu is right. If I don't participate in the war this time, I will definitely be liquidated by the Navy afterwards. If I'm alone, it's okay, but I can't let the entire Kingdom of Women get involved. Alas, if it weren't for this identity, I really want to risk my life to pursue my husband Romon. You too, get out too, and leave me alone for a while. Yes. Damn Luo Meng, is this the land of daughters? Luo Meng sat behind Yamato, looking at the pointer, which pointed to the island below, and laughed. Yes, right below. Let's go down. Don't fly directly into the island. This is someone else's country. Be polite. Let's go to the coast and find someone to ask them to go in and report. All right. Then I'll land. Swoosh. The 100-meter-long phoenix body was discovered by the people on the island without them having to look for it. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Come out quickly to defend against the enemy. A group of women came to Romon with bows and arrows, with their bows fully drawn, and each arrow was covered with armed color domineering. Seeing Romon on Yamato's back, they felt very strange. Why did this man look weird, different from the people in their country of women? Is this a man? One of the women shouted at Romon, who are you and what are you doing in the country of women? Men are not welcome here, please leave, or we will shoot arrows. Romon's voice came down from above. Disaster of beasts, Orky, Romon is here to defend, please inform the Empress. Impossible, if you don't tell me your purpose, I won't let you see the Empress, leave quickly, or we will take action. Just as Luo Meng was about to speak again, he heard a voice coming from behind the group of women. Don't do anything. When Granny Nu heard that someone was invading the kingdom of women, she hurried over. When she got closer, she recognized Romon. When she heard the warriors of the kingdom of women say they were going to take action, she was so scared that she almost died on the spot. She spoke up immediately. If she didn't speak up, she was afraid that the kingdom of women would be destroyed in the next moment. Granny Nu walked forward with cold sweat on her face and said, Sir Romon, I wonder what you want to see Hancock about. You know me, you just need to inform me. I have no ill intentions, I just want Hancock to take me to a place, nothing else. Okay, please wait a moment, I will arrange someone to notify them right away. Granny Nu randomly called someone to go to Hancock's residence. Damn Luo Meng, can we go down? I'm tired. Granny Nu and the others were shocked. They thought Yamato was just a bird and they didn't expect it to talk. Granny Nu didn't wait for Luo Meng to speak, but took the lead to invite him. Sir Luo Meng, if you don't mind, please follow me to the island and let the kingdom of women show us the hospitality of the host. Haha. Sorry to bother you, Yamato, let's go down. Chirp. Yamato hid his phoenix form, restored his human form, and followed Grandma Nu to the kingdom of daughters with Romon. Stinky Luo Meng, it's just as you said, this country is full of women, how do they give birth to children? Haha. Little girl, there is nothing special about all the women here. They are all orphans brought back from outside, so we don't need to give birth. Luo Meng was also a little curious. He thought it would be like the women's kingdom in Journey to the West, where you can only get pregnant by drinking river water. So that's how it is. Yamato didn't ask any more questions. Chapter 26. Report to the Queen, there is a person who calls himself the Beast Calamity, Orky, Romon, who wants to see the Queen. Granny Nu is receiving him and asked me to report. Swish. As soon as the voice fell, Hancock appeared in front of her. With excitement on his face, he said, Who are you talking about? Is the person here called Orky, Romon? Yes, this person is waiting at the island. I understand, you go out first. Hancock came to the mirror and tidied her appearance in a panic. Ah! I didn't expect to meet Mr. Romon so soon. What should I do? I'm so excited. I don't know if Mr. Romon likes me. If he likes me, shall we get married tomorrow? Hancock looked at herself in the mirror and thought wildly. I can't let my husband wait for long. I have to go there quickly. Whoosh! The long legs crisscrossed the street, leaving after images, and quickly went to the island. Before she was halfway there, she ran into Romon and his gang. When Hancock saw the person she had been thinking about day and night, her face flushed and her body softened. Her state was the same as that queen. Romon looked at the tall, fair-skinned, curvy woman in front of him, and said generously. Hello, Hancock, nice to meet you. She wasn't that stunning, but Hancock exuded a kind of charm. Romon guessed that it was caused by the characteristics of the sweet fruit. He was not afraid of the petrification of the sweet fruit. He was stronger than Hancock, and petrification was useless to him. Ah! Romon's husband called me by my name. Does he want to have a baby with me? Hancock was so weak that she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Romon was quick and hugged her. Hoo! Hancock greedily inhaled in Romon's arms, and her body became softer and softer. Romon knew what was going on. Because of his appearance, Luffy should have been the one to beat the celestial dragons away, which led to Hancock's love for Luffy. His killing of the celestial dragons changed the direction of the world a little, and the person Hancock liked shifted to me. Romon looked at the shy Hancock in his arms, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This is undoubtedly a love-brained person. What's wrong with you, woman? Why are you clinging to Romon? Let me go. Yamato was not happy and stepped forward to pry Hancock apart. Who are you and why are you disturbing me while I am hugging Mr. Luo Meng? Do you want to become his right hand? Sweet and sweet wind. Hancock was very angry at the person who disturbed her, and attacked without mercy. Want to fight? Then I'll play with you. Although Yamato didn't know what the power of the fruit of the Empress was, she felt the danger. She dodged the sweet wind and wanted to hit the Empress with a stick. The Empress said in surprise, "It seems that you are strong and have not been charmed." The two women did not use their fruit powers, but they fought evenly. For a while, no one could do anything to the other. Romon looked at them with a headache, and intervened directly. He came to them and said, "Okay, stop making trouble. There are still important things to do." "Yes, my husband Luo Meng, I will listen to you," Luo Meng spoke, and the Empress replied with a red face. Yamato was still a little unconvinced, and said, "Damn Luo Meng, get out of the way, I still want to fight her for 300 rounds. You unreasonable person," Mr. Luo Meng has said to stop, "do you still want to continue? I can't fight with you, Mr. Luo Meng will blame me. You are so shameless, who are you calling husband? Luo Meng is my husband, so what do you call me? You can't shout like that. I just called, husband Luo Meng, husband Luo Meng, I'm so mad at you. Ah! I'm so mad." Luo Meng was in the middle, looking embarrassed. He didn't know what to say in this situation. The people of the Kingdom of Women were laughing on the side. When have they ever seen the childish side of the Empress? She was usually majestic, so how could she quarrel like this without caring about her status? "Okay, Yamato, stop talking. Empress, you too, this is the first time we meet. It's not nice to call me husband. Stop calling me that, over, it's done. Ding, please shout out the slogan at this moment, Queen, can I see your panties? Now, immediately, right now, shout it out within 10 seconds, otherwise it will really be shortened by 5 centimeters this time." 5 words floated in the sky. "Kill me." Luo Meng's head banged, as if hit by a nuclear bomb. 10, 9, 8, 3. Seeing that the time was almost up, Luo Meng didn't care. He couldn't escape anyway. His face was also trained by the system. There will be many such tasks in the future. I can't die every time. I figured it out. The system wants me to be a shameless person, so I don't want it. I'll feed the dog with my face. Isn't there a famous saying in modern times? As long as I throw away my face, I will be invincible. Thinking everything clearly, Luo Meng calmly shouted, "Empress, can you let me see your panties?" As soon as he finished speaking, the system voice of completing the task sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and realizing the true meaning of shamelessness. The rewards are as follows. 1. 3 bottles of Scar Recovery Potion. Apply them to the scars. No matter what scars they are, they can be made to disappear and the skin can be restored to its original state. 2. A picture of Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo. Although the reward this time is good, it is of no use to me. I can tell at a glance that the recovery potion is prepared by the system for the 3 Hancock sisters. The kaleidoscope is okay, but it is not eternal, and I dare not use it indiscriminately for fear of blindness. Boom! These words were like a magnitude 12 earthquake, shocking the people around. They looked at Romon in disbelief, wondering how he could calmly shout out such shameless words. Yamato roared, "Damn Romon, you say such weird things again." I do." 2 voices appeared at the same time, and everyone looked at the blushing Empress in disbelief. The women's warriors were almost staring with their eyes wide open. Their Empress had given them so many shocks today. She could even agree to such an unreasonable request. Hancock blushed and said, "My husband Romon, I can let me show you, can you go back and look at it again?" "Haha. No need, I was just kidding," Luo Meng was about to answer, but he saw Yamato looking at him with murderous intent, so he quickly changed his words. Well, it's all up to my husband. You can come to me anytime you want to see it. Luo Meng interrupted, is there a place to discuss things? I need your help with something, Hancock. Yes, please follow me, my husband. Hancock answered Romon, turned around and looked at the others and said. You don't have to follow me. Mr. Romon will be received by me. You can go back to your respective posts. Yes. As ordered. Romon, Yamato, follow Hancock into a room. Romon realized that Hancock brought them to her boudoir. This was the first clean, tidy, and luxuriously decorated house he had seen in the pirate world. Although Yamato's house was clean, it was very simple. There was nothing else except the bed and the cabinet. The Empress's room could be said to contain all the furniture, including beds, stools, tables, and everything else. There was also an extra-large bathtub in it, which could easily accommodate several people. Nuhu! What are you thinking about? Romon threw away the messy thoughts in his head, found a stool and got straight to the point. Chapter 27. Hancock, have you been drafted by the Navy to attend Ace's execution? Well, yes, Hancock supported her chin with both hands, looked at Romon and replied. Yamato hurriedly tried to block her sight, but Romon stopped her and said, Yamato, stop making trouble, do your business. Okay. Although Yamato did not step forward, she stared at Hancock fiercely. If eyes could kill, Empress Hancock might have died thousands of times. Romon said, have you agreed to the Navy's call-up? I neither agreed nor refused in the Den mushy chat. The Navy will come to the Kingdom of Women in the next 2 days. You know me. As the head of a country, I cannot refuse. The Kingdom of Women also needs the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea to ward off trouble. However, if you don't want me to participate, then I won't participate. Everything is up to you. No, you have to join. I want to go to the Impel Down prison. You are called to join the war. It should be okay to ask to go to Impel Down to meet Ace. I will take a ride to Impel Down to do some work. But, Mr. Romon, I should be able to go to Impel Down by myself, but the Navy will only let me go, and I must take a Navy ship. Husband, you have no place to hide, won't you be exposed? Haha. It's okay. The Navy promised you to push into the city, so I can get on the ship without being discovered. Okay, I will state the condition, and the Navy will not refuse even this request. Romon smiled and said to Hancock, Hancock, I am here for this one thing, and I also have a gift for you. Taking out the recovery potion, Romon said this is a scar removal potion, which can remove the scar on your back. Hancock lowered his head after hearing this, not daring to look at Romon, and whispered. You know everything. Luo Meng said calmly, I know, it's nothing, everyone has experienced something, just be open-minded, and I will help you kill a few more Tianlong people. Don't you despise me? How could that be? Without the scar, you'd be the perfect empress again. The empress I know is not like this now. Cheer up, everything will be fine. Woo woo woo. Romon, what happened to her? Why is she crying? I don't understand what you are talking about. He shook his head. Hancock didn't tell anyone about this, and he wouldn't tell anyone about Hancock's past experiences. Humph, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Do you think I really want to know? Hancock cried for a while before stopping and said to Romon, can you help me remove my scars? Romon said embarrassedly, this, not good. Hey! You shameless woman, why did you take off your clothes, you stinky Luo Meng, don't look at it. Yamato, she just exposed her shoulder, why are you making such a fuss? Hancock exposed her shoulder and showed the dragon's hoof scar in front of Romon and Yamato, and talked about her past experiences in front of Yamato. While Hancock was talking, Romon came to her side and poured a recovery potion on the scar. The scar completely disappeared in less than a minute, leaving only snow-white skin. She didn't know that the scar had disappeared, and she was still sadly telling about the past that she couldn't bear to look back on. As Yamato listened, tears flowed down his face unknowingly. Romon listened to her quietly before taking her to the mirror. "Look, the nightmare has dissipated, and you will be a brand new you starting tomorrow." Seeing that the mark carrying the unbearable memories on her back had really disappeared, she hugged Romon and cried silently. This time Yamato did not disturb her. She did not expect that this woman who was soft to Romon and domineering to others would have such an experience. In comparison, she was still okay, just without freedom, not so desperate. As if her tears had dried up, she stopped crying, looking at Romon with even more joy. Her eyes seemed to be dripping with spring water. Romon smiled, turned his head, and said with a smile, "I still have 2 bottles here, you can give them to your sister." "Ah. Okay, no hurry, I'll give it to them later. I don't want to leave my husband and want to stay with him for a while longer." She really forgot her sister because she had a lover. Hancock only has Romon in her eyes now, and everything else has nothing to do with her. "You woman, you were so sad just now, but now you are back to normal, you stinky Luo Meng, you are not allowed to get close to her, get out of there quickly." "Haha. What I become is none of your business. Who are you to Mr. Luo Meng? Why do you care so much?" I am." Yamato wanted to say that she was Romon's woman, but she was too shy to say it. She stood there and did it. She regretted letting Romon come here. She didn't expect this to happen. Romon was not a person who would take advantage of her. "Hancock, you'd better not call me husband in the future. Yamato is my woman and she can really control my affairs." Seeing Romon speak for her, Yamato felt happy and looked at Romon with joy. Hancock was a little sad. After she figured things out, she smiled again. She left Romon, came to Yamato with a smile on her face, took Yamato's hand, and said with a sweet laugh, "I see. I'm so sorry, sister. Please forgive me for my rudeness." "What are you trying to do, my daughter? Your face changes so quickly. I have a bad feeling in my heart." "Sister, you think too much. I just want to make friends with you." "What? Do you look down on your sister? Yamato has been staying in Wano country. She has never seen the world and does not understand the ways of the world. How can she be a match for Hancock, the empress who travels across the sea?" She was soon fooled into calling her sister. If she knew that Hancock became sisters with her in order to infiltrate the inner circle, I wonder if she would still say, "You are such a shameless woman, you are plotting against me." Luo Meng felt a little funny when he saw Yamato helping to count the money after being sold. The two stopped arguing, and his ears were hurt. After a moment of silence, Hancock's thoughts were not revealed, and they were allowed to develop freely. Who wouldn't want to hug Hancock, not to mention a beauty like Hancock? Next, after they finished talking, Romon repeated the plan again, and Hancock arranged a dinner. Romon and Yamato experienced the customs and practices of the Kingdom of Women. Other places are either drinking or dancing, but the people of the Kingdom of Women are different. They either perform archery or fighting, and their tough folk customs are clearly visible. During this time, some girls drank alcohol and wanted to see the difference between men and women. They chased Romon and asked him questions. Romon was speechless. What they said on TV is indeed true. Boys must protect themselves when they are outside. Can you show the boys there? If you want to see it, you have to find a place where there are not many people. I don't want to walk the bird at night. Romon was helpless when asked. He couldn't hit him or scold him. He had to flee the scene and go back to the room arranged by Hancock to rest. Just when I was about to go to bed. Knock, knock, knock. Luo Meng said as he was getting dressed, "It's so late, who is it? Wait a minute." When he opened the door, he saw Hancock standing outside quietly with a red face. Without saying anything, he threw himself into his arms. Damn, if you do this, I won't be sleepy. He was a young man, and Yamato hadn't eaten it all yet. He was very angry. Feeling the hot body in his arms, he couldn't bear it anymore, so he picked up Hancock and walked towards the battlefield. At the last step, Hancock said shyly, I hope my husband will pity me. No problem, give it to you. There was no conversation that night, only cicadas, birds, and the occasional sounds coming from the room. Chapter 28. At noon, Luo Meng opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, thinking about what happened last night. He looked to the side, but Jia Ren was gone. He touched his aching waist and thought to himself, the ancient city, don't lie to me. There are only tired cows, but no plowed fields. System Dad, are there any people who have taken invincible medicine? Give me a ton of it, I'll eat it as a meal. He, host, you are no good either. You are useless at such a young age. What will happen when you are old? You can only look at it, but you can't eat it. Romon was furious at the system. This system is really here to torture me. Am I not good enough? It's just that the enemy is too strong. He didn't fall after fighting for 300 rounds. In the end, I fought her evenly. Blame me. System, stop talking nonsense. Just say whether there is or not. Tisk, dream on, I won't give it to you directly if there is one. You haven't done the task, you want to get it for free, and the rewards are all random. Whether the items in that aspect will come out depends on your luck. Then you should give the task. Every time the task is given if you want to, it is not given if you don't want to. How can there be such a system? Go to the next door and take a look. Other people's systems directly give those invincible combat power, invincible kidney pills. You gave me the combat power, what about the reward behind it? Can those slutty girls next door compare with me? This system is to make the host the master of all worlds. I haven't said anything about you yet. You think about these messed up things every day. As for the tasks, they are with me. I can give them to you whenever I want. What can you do to me? Romon pulled the corner of his mouth. This system, if I can touch him and beat him, I will definitely give him 2 sticks to teach him a lesson. Now, I will endure it. If I endure it for a while, everything will be fine. If I take a step back, the world will be clear. It is not yet time for me to turn the tables and become the master. Haha. System Father, you see that your son has such an important task next, can you give me 100 or 80 tasks to do first? Host, you want 100 or 80 tasks? The total number of tasks in this world is less than 80. I can bear it. Luo Meng smiled and said, if there are not dozens or hundreds, one will do first. His tone was full of flattery, just like the way a slave talks to his master. Luo Meng didn't know if he would really cultivate a slave's character if he continued like this. Seeing that the host is sincere, the system takes pity on you and mercifully gives you a task. Okay, thank you, System Dad. Ding, the task is now released. Please go to the 6th underground floor of Impel Down City to sign in, release the prisoners on the 6th underground floor, and shout loudly, everyone here is trash, I will fight you in a one-on-one duel. Romon knew very well who was imprisoned in the 6th underground floor of Impel Down City. Most of them were old monsters from the old times and the most vicious pirates today. They were all very powerful. Not to mention the others, the evil ghost Douglas, Barrett and the Red Earl were both 4 emperors. He said such things on the 6th underground floor. He was not afraid of a one-on-one duel, but he was afraid that they would not abide by the ethics of martial arts and gang up on him. With so many big pirates, he might not be able to stop them. Thinking of this, Romon said to the system aggrievedly, System Dad, if you do this, you will lose my obedient son. Host, were you tired and stupid last night? The mission is not to ask you to fight them to death. You can leave by shouting slogans. With your current strength, who can stop you if you want to leave? Others are stupid for 3 years after pregnancy, but you are stupid for 1 day after sleep. That's right. It can be done this way. Luo Meng's face turned red. He was really confused. It was all the system's fault. Every time it issued a mission, it always brought such messy requirements. Okay. System Dad, thank you for your reminder. Oh, no need to thank me. It's my fault that I have to have a host like you. I can't help it. I'm tired. I'm tired as well as you. I feel wronged for having to have a system like yours. Romon only dared to think about this in the depths of his mind but didn't dare to say it out loud, fearing that this damn system would play tricks again. At this time, there was a commotion outside. Romon gave up the idea of arguing with the system and walked to the door to open it. He was then greeted by Hancock and Yamato. When Hancock saw Romon, her face turned red. Thinking back to last night, she couldn't help but clamp her legs together. Hancock, what's wrong with you? Why did your face turn so red when you saw the stinky Romon? Yamato, I'm fine, I thought of something happy. Is that so? Yamato glanced back and forth between Hancock and Romon. She always felt that the two were hiding something from her, but she couldn't see anything. She just felt a little glow on her head. And it was green. Romon was also a little embarrassed by Yamato's gaze and quickly changed the subject. Hancock, what happened? Why is there so much noise outside? Husband, the Navy has arrived and the plan can begin. I'm going to talk to the Navy about heading to Advance City. Husband, do you want to come? Are we there yet? Okay, let's go together. The 26th way of binding, curved light. Ripples appeared in the space, forming a transparent canvas. The figures of Romon and Yamato gradually disappeared until they were completely invisible. Hancock was startled and said, Husband, are you still there? Yes, this is one of my abilities. It allows me to hide my body. Let's go. Good. The three of them came to the seaside and saw several warships docked on the sea. The leader was someone Romon knew. Just like in the original drama, the Navy sent Vice Admiral Weasel to invite Hancock. Wow, look, this is the Empress, so beautiful. That's right, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful person. The Weasel saw that he had already fallen before the battle, and although he was a little surprised, he still spoke quickly. Pirate Queen, what do you think? All the 7 warlords of the sea are invited to participate, I can't refuse. Haha. What if I refuse? I am so beautiful, you will forgive me, right? Hancock made as she looked up, and the people in front of her couldn't see her head at all. She appeared. The Empress's mysterious movements were still so charming. The army was fascinated by Hancock, and their eyes were heart-shaped. The next moment, they became stone men, motionless. He. You are quite good. You know how to use pain to get rid of my charm. Hancock said lightly when she saw the Weasel stabbing her leg. Pirate Queen, do you want to go to war with the Navy? Quickly unpetrify my men, or your kingdom of women will not be able to bear the consequences. You can be dismissed or go to the war, just agree to one condition. She didn't plan to talk to these Navy men anymore. She wanted to get straight to the point. What are the conditions? You tell me first. I want to go to Impel Down to meet the protagonist of this time. This condition is not difficult, right? Weasel breathed a sigh of relief. This condition is not difficult. He can make the decision himself. He doesn't think Hancock will cause any trouble in Impel Down. The warden of Impel Down is not someone Hancock can deal with. I agree to this condition. You can only enter Impel Down alone, and your men cannot follow you. This was expected. Seeing that he agreed, Hancock did not embarrass them anymore. She lifted the petrification and boarded the warship. Romon and the other man followed behind, and no one noticed. It was very smooth. Chapter 29. Is this Impel Down? Romon stood at the bow, looking at the building standing alone in the sea, and couldn't help but sigh. It's really a masterpiece. How the navy was built is a mystery. Could it be that the ice fruit ability user in the past froze the sea, hollowed out the middle, and then built it? Only in this way can the sea water not flow back in when building the house. Without thinking about it anymore, Romon took Yamato to Hancock's side and said in a voice that only they could hear. Hancock, we will split up when we get to Impel Down. The war is just a few days away. Ace may have been taken to Marineford. It doesn't matter if you didn't see him. Just go to Marineford with the navy. I have some things to do in Impel Down. I will go there after I'm done. Okay, husband, be careful. Don't worry, no one can hurt me here. You don't have to put in any effort when you join the battle, just paddle. Stinky Romon, what about me? Yamato, just follow me, we'll go together after we're done. Okay. As they were talking, the warship arrived at the edge of Advance City and stopped. Ha 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 ha. Lieutenant General Weasel, do you have any mission here? Deputy Warden Hannibal came out and asked enthusiastically. There is no mission. I am here to bring the Empress of the Seven Warlords of the Sea to see the protagonist this time, Ace. Empress? Haha, that's really unfortunate, Vice Admiral Weasel. Ace has just been taken to Marineford, you won't see him here. Empress, you heard it too, Ace is no longer in Impel Down. If you want to see him, you can only come with me to the headquarters. The execution is less than 2 days away, let's go. That's really unfortunate. I will take you to Marineford. Weasel nodded, said hello to Hannibal, and boarded the warship again, heading for the headquarters. However, there were 2 fewer people on the ship this time. Romon and Yamato had already entered the city of Impel Down. Damn Luo Meng, where are we going? Do you know the way? We have been walking for an hour and still haven't arrived. Are you lost? Luo Meng smiled awkwardly and said, this is my first time here. It's normal that I don't know the way. This prison has 6 floors. I want to go to the 6th underground floor. Let's look for the entrance carefully. After searching for a while, Luo Meng was sure that they just couldn't find the entrance. Just when he was thinking about whether to fire a virtual flash directly at the ground, he saw a jailer pushing a cart passing by. He took a closer look and found that it was a dining cart. Following the jailer, he could find the way down, and the 2 quickly followed. Luo Meng followed behind the jailer, his eyes looking into the dining cart, his stomach churning. Black and sticky, he had only seen this kind of food before he crossed over, and pig food was better than this. And there was only this little bit, and how much could the prisoners in the entire prison eat separately? He also understood that if they were not full, they would not have the energy to rebel. Got it. Following all the way to a door, Luo Meng was still wondering why the jailer wanted to go in. When the door opened, the doubts in his heart were solved. Damn it, it turned out that this was not a room, but an elevator. No wonder I couldn't find the entrance. I didn't expect this place to be quite advanced and there were elevators. The space was a bit small, and he would be discovered if he went in, so Luo Meng directly knocked the jailer unconscious. Stinky Romon, you are so stupid, we passed by here twice, and you didn't realize that this is the entrance. Ha ha ha. Yamato, you said I was stupid, but didn't you notice it? So, you are also a fool, we are the same, how can you blame me? Humph. I don't care, you are stronger than me, it's your fault, you couldn't find it, how could I find it? You are a little dumber than me, I am very smart. Yes, yes, you are so smart and I am a fool. Let's go. After exiting the elevator, looking around, there was a forest-like area in the middle. The trees were not real, and they emitted a cold light. Luo Meng knew that this was just the first underground floor, the Red Lotus Hell, where the prisoners were all insignificant pirates. He also wanted to go directly to the 6th underground floor, but the elevator couldn't reach it. This elevator could only go down one floor. If he had known, he would not have knocked out the jailer. It would be troublesome to find it by himself. However, knowing about the elevator, there is no need to search mindlessly. Just find a similar room. Bickering with Yamato all the way was not so boring. Walking in the prison, they seemed very comfortable. Unlike the prisoners in prison, Luo Meng also saw them. They were all thin and yellow, and looked like they were dying. He ignored them and soon found the elevator. He also met some jailers on the way. Luo Meng, Yamato was still invisible, and the jailer couldn't find him. The 2nd underground floor, the Warcraft Hell. Hey! Yamato, I saw a familiar person, let's take him with us, he might be useful. Who is it? You have acquaintances here. I can't say we are acquaintances. I know him, but he doesn't know me. That person is the user of the wax fruit. He is very good at unlocking locks. We'll need him when we go down to the 6th floor. Romon walked to one of the cells and said. Yo! Mr. 3, I will rescue you, how about you do me a favor? Who? Gal, Tino was shocked, looking at the empty space in front of him, he thought he was hallucinating, there was obviously no one, how could there be a sound? He. Am I not in front of you? Romon did not tease him and removed the ropes, and he, Yamato's figure, was revealed. Tino was stunned at this time. You know, this is Push City. How did these two people get in? He was sure that the two people in front of him were not members of the prison. Otherwise, they would not say that they wanted to go out with him. Hey, what are you doing? Do you agree to what I say? If you don't agree, there was a dangerous look in Luo Meng's eyes, and he aimed all his strength at him. Don't do it, I promise. Seeing that Romon was about to attack him, Tino quickly spoke up. No one would agree. This place was not a place for people to stay. Now there was a chance to get out, so how could he let it go? But, boss, I have sea stone in my hand, so I can't help you with anything even if I go out. Boss, I can help you, let me out. I can do it too. Boss, just let me out. I will do anything you ask me to do. Please. The prisoners nearby also noticed Romon and asked for help. Romon glanced at them and ignored them. He didn't know any of them. They were all small fry. He put his hands on the iron pillar of the prison door and exerted force. The iron pillar was slowly broken open, allowing one person to enter. He walked to Tino and knocked on the sea stone with his hand. He didn't know if he could cut it open, and that was why he asked Tino for help. The mission was to go down to the 6th floor and release all the prisoners. If he couldn't open the sea stone, the mission would not be completed. Bringing Tino along was like an extra insurance. Open your hands, let me see if I can cut the sea stone. Okay, boss, you watch the target and chop carefully, don't chop me like a vegetable. Romon nodded, then concentrated his strength on the knife and swung his hand. Ding! He couldn't cut it open. The sea stone was indeed hard enough. His knife could cut through steel, but it was useless against sea stone. It shouldn't be difficult to use all his strength, but if he did, Tino would die. He looked at Yamato and said, Yamato, do you have a way to open this sea stone? Yes. I can just break this man's hand with a hammer, that's not that difficult. Chapter 30. Tino was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly. He didn't understand how such cruel words could come out of the mouth of this beautiful woman so easily. And the man also seemed eager to try. What the hell is this? What day is today? Did God send them to scare me? Romon was indeed moved by Yamato's words. This aspect was the simplest. Losing both hands would not prevent Tino from using the power of the fruit. As long as he could make a key, that would be enough. However, seeing him stepping back with his arms around his chest, Romon felt a little funny and gave up the idea of cutting off his hands. Yamato, you stay here and watch him. I'll go and see if there's a key. Well, then you need to come back soon. Seeing how aggrieved this guy is, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist hitting him to death with a club. Ha ha ha. You. Don't touch him yet, I'll be back soon. If you can't find the key, he's useless and I'll leave it to you to deal with. Listen, is this what a human being is talking about? What do you mean you can't find the key, so you hand me over to this woman with a mallet? Have you ever thought about how I feel? There are so many thorns on the mallet, I'm scared. Seeing Yamato looking like he was going to send him to see God, Tino began to pray in his heart. Buddha bless you. God bless you. True God bless you. Bailey bless you, big brother, you must find the key, I will worship you in the future, I must find it. Amitabha. Mommy. Maybe his prayers were heard. When Romon came back, he was holding a bunch of keys in his hand. Tino smiled happily. Yamato sighed, alas, the sandbag is gone. The key was found by Romon on a jailer, and he didn't know if he could open the sea stone handcuffs. After trying several times, he finally opened Tino's sea stone handcuffs. Tino breathed a sigh of relief, his life was temporarily saved. Let's go. Do me a favor and you can leave. Boss, save us. When other prisoners saw that Romon had rescued Tino, they went completely crazy, and some even threatened that if they were not released, they would break out of prison. Haha. You dare to threaten me? Romon showed them a cruel smile, and sent them a white thunder regardless of whether it was a threat or not. All the prisoners fell to the ground, spewing black smoke, and it was unclear whether they could survive. Tino was terrified and dared not say a word. He followed behind obediently, and did not dare to make any sound when walking, for fear of angering this killing god and causing him to be thundered by him. Damn Romon, we are wasting time like this. It took us half a day to get down to the third floor. Do we have enough time? Otherwise, why don't you just punch through the ground? Yamato was a little impatient, and was afraid that he would miss the time to save Ace. Yamato, please be patient. Ace's execution will start the day after tomorrow. We will have plenty of time. I believe we will be able to reach the 6th underground floor soon. We don't have to look for it, someone will lead the way for us. Yamato said unhappily, there is no one here, who can lead the way for us, damn it, this Mediterranean hair, with a hairstyle with a 3. Damn, don't mention me, I've tried to reduce my presence as much as possible, why do you mention me? No, you have to lower your head a little more, Tino said secretly. This Mediterranean can't lead the way, of course. He can just open the lock. I'm not talking about him, but the rat following us. Yamato heard Romon say that someone was following behind. She activated her observation haki, and found that there were indeed 2 people following behind. One of them was androgynous, with a big afro, which made her feel a little disgusted. She raised her hand, aimed at the place where the 2 were hiding, and released a stream of phoenix true fire. Boom! The movement was not loud, but it was enough. 2 people jumped out of the smoke, one with a big head and a small body, and the other had a normal body shape, but his glasses and hair were a bit trendy. Haha! Yamato, your fruit ability is becoming more and more proficient. Your flame is much higher than normal flames, almost catching up with the temperature of magma. Really? I feel the temperature can be raised further. When I am fully familiar with this fruit, the temperature of the magma may not be as high as the temperature of my flame. Then you have to work hard. After saying that, Romon looked at the 2 people who jumped out of the smoke. The Demon King, Ivankov, and Inajima Scissor Fruit. They were originally out looking for food. When they came to the third level of the Hungry Hell, they found Romon and the other two and wanted to follow them to see what was going on. Unexpectedly, they were discovered after following them for a while, and the woman with the club was breathing fire at them. "Three of you, don't do it. We have no ill intentions. You are not Navy. It's rare to see people from outside in Impel Down. I followed you out of curiosity. I'm leaving now," Ivankov said as he pulled his companions back. He had to retreat. He felt that except for the Mediterranean, he couldn't beat the other two, especially the man. He looked ordinary, but he always felt that he couldn't take a single blow from him. Bang! "Where can you go?" This speed, Ivankov was horrified when he saw Romon approach him in a second, with the knife on his neck. Even the leader didn't have such speed, so only Admiral Kizaru could keep up. Seeing his companion was about to attack, he quickly interrupted him. He knew that resistance was useless, so he spoke out. "Boss, we really have no ill intentions. I will not tell anyone about your actions here. Can you let us go?" Romon said with a smile. "Revolutionary Army, Ivankov, don't be nervous, I won't do anything to you, just take me down to the 6th level of Infinite Hell, if you refuse." The spiritual pressure penetrated their bodies, pressing them so hard that they could not stand up straight. "You, know me, who are you? How do you know I am from the Revolutionary Army?" Ivankov asked under pressure. "It seems that you have been here for too long and have no information about the outside world, otherwise you would not fail to recognize me. My name is Romon, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Take me to the Infinite Hell and I will let you go." Ivankov was surprised and said, "It's you, the God Slayer, the black-winged bird man, Orky, Romon." Romon revealed his name, and he finally knew who he was. He was one of the 4 calamities of the beast group and had royal combat power. No wonder he couldn't even resist. Although he had never seen him, he had a den mushi that could contact the Revolutionary Army headquarters. The name Romon was the one he heard the most in the den mushi. For this reason, the Revolutionary Army also issued an order that if they met this person, they must not make enemies with him. The leader also analyzed that Romon might be the same kind of person as the Revolutionary Army. "Oh." Romon withdrew his spiritual pressure and said, "It seems that you know me. You saw me but didn't recognize me. You must have heard my name from the Revolutionary Army." "Yes, Mr. Romon, I know your name from Den Mushi. Our leader hopes to have a chance to cooperate with you. We can talk about cooperation later. Let's take you to the 6th floor underground. Also, you can just call me by my name. If you add the words Black-Winged Birdman, I will scatter your ashes." Seeing the murderous intent in Romon's eyes, Ivankov broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't understand why the Navy gave him this name. Birdman is indeed not a nice name, especially for a strong person. It is a bit insulting. Okay, I just slipped up. I won't do it again next time. I will take you to the 6th underground floor. I have been here for so many years and have created a path that leads directly to the underground. Please follow me. Chapter 31. Mr. Luo Meng, the leader has been wanting to talk to you for a long time. Do you think it would be convenient for you to come back to me first? Don't worry, it won't take you long. I won't talk on the phone this time. If you have extra den mushi, you can give me one. I just happen to have a big business deal that I want to discuss with your leader. The AK-47 blueprint has been given to Quinn. As a weapons expert, he may have started mass production. It's a good idea to do this business with the Revolutionary Army. We can also form an alliance. Anyway, both sides have the same goal. The Revolutionary Army saves the world, and I do the main mission. There is no conflict. Yes, then please come with me to my base camp, Mr. Romon. I don't have my den mushi with me. Well, Let's go. Yo! Ivankov, you found 3 companions for us this time. That's right, it looks like our she-male kingdom is going to have 3 more new humans. Ha ha ha. 3 of you, welcome aboard. Not long after they walked, Ivankov led Romon and the other 2 into a compartment. This was not like a prison. Everyone's face was full of laughter. However, the clothes were a bit strange. A bunch of grown men were wearing women's clothes. Romon and the other 2 felt that it was a bit eye-catching. Yamato was even covered in armed colors. Ivankov's head was buzzing. He saw that Romon did not seem angry on the surface, but when he looked at Yamato, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He said to the people who spoke, "What nonsense are you talking about? These 3 are distinguished guests of our Revolutionary Army." "Shut up! Aren't the Revolutionary Army our companions? We are right to say so." They haven't realized the seriousness of the matter yet, and they ignored Ivankov and were still talking at once. Romon's face darkened. "It's disgusting, so be it. For the sake of the Revolutionary Army, they can be let off once. It's a bit unbearable to do it again and again. Anyone who is said to be a she-male will have a bad temper. It's over." Ivankov also noticed that Romon's face turned gloomy, and with Yamato who was eyeing him covetously, it felt like the sky was falling. The most normal person was only Tino. He was trying his best to reduce his presence and followed behind without saying a word. Boom! The eyes of those people in strange costumes inside turned white, and they fainted the next moment. Ivankov patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't really do it. He knew that this was the effect of the domineering color deterrence. The people were fine and they would wake up soon. "Mr. Romon, don't be angry, they are just talking nonsense, wait for me 2 minutes, I will go get the den mushi and take you to the 6th underground floor later." "Well, go ahead. Damn Luo Meng, he brought us here, it really refreshed my 3 views. I thought he was the only one like this, but I didn't expect his followers to be even worse." Yamato was speechless. How could there be such people in the outside world? If Luo Meng hadn't stunned them, she would have beaten all the aliens with a club. Luo Meng shook his head and looked at the aliens on the ground. He didn't have much visual impact when watching anime, but now he saw it with his own eyes, his eyes were burning, and he said to Yamato. "Well, I didn't expect to see this scene, and I'm also disgusted. I'll get the den mushi and leave here. I don't want to stay here for a second." While they were talking, Ivankov walked out quickly with the den mushi in his hand and handed it to Romon. "Mr. Luo Meng, this is the headquarters den mushi. You can call anytime if you want to talk to Mr. Long. There are people at the headquarters to answer the phone 24 hours a day." I took it with my hand, cautiously, afraid of touching this demon king. I got goosebumps just by looking at him, not to mention touching him. "Let's go. Take us to the 6th underground floor, and you can come back." Noticing that Romon was afraid of touching him, Ivankov didn't care. After all, not everyone shared the same philosophy as him. Besides being a member of the Revolutionary Army, he also had a desire to create a prosperous world for humans and demons. He didn't dare to impose it on Romon and the others. If he did, he would go to see the King of Hell in the next second. "Okay, Mr. Luo Meng, please follow me. I have a direct route to the 6th underground floor." "Yes. You've done a good job in advancing the city. The prison guards couldn't find you." "Haha, sorry for making fun of me. I didn't use much strength. It was all thanks to the guy next to me. He has the ability of the scissors fruit. He can cut through any ground or wall. It was because of him that the guards couldn't find us." Romon knew the ability of this man's fruit. Cutting the ground was like cutting paper, so he didn't find it strange. Ivankov led Romon and the others to a dark path. The path was very narrow and could only accommodate one person at most. It was not straight, but curved. They walked for 10 minutes before stopping. Leave it to you, little crab. So simple. His hands turned into scissors and he inserted them into the wall easily. With another pull, a door appeared on the wall. Mr. Romon, outside is the 6th floor of Impel Down, the infinite hell, where are imprisoned the great pirates of the old times and the most vicious pirates of today. I don't often go to the 6th floor, but I know there is no one guarding here. People only come here at mealtime. It's mealtime now, so you might run into a jailer. Be careful. It's okay, thank you for bringing us here, you can go back or come and have a look, it's up to you. You're welcome, Mr. Romon. I won't go up with you. I'll wait for you here. Come back here after you're done and I'll take you up. Romon nodded, and stepped out with Yamato and Tino. The 6th floor was really dark, with only a little eclipse fire illuminating the surroundings. There were many cells, most of which were empty. Some cells had people in them, but they had no consciousness at all, either fainted or dead. Romon didn't feel much when he saw it. This is how the world is. The sayings of justice and villains are completely nonsense. Only the winner can control the life of the loser. Those who enter Impel Down have all been defeated, so the lives are controlled by the world government, there is nothing to refute. Ha 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 ha. Look who this is, isn't this Mr. 3? Why are you here? Let me out quickly, I will go out of this Impel Down city with you. The voice came from one of the cells, and the smile was very arrogant, making people feel that he was second only to God. Tino felt that the voice was very familiar, but the space was too dark and he couldn't see the face, so he couldn't remember it for a while. Romon knew who was talking without the need for observation haki. There was only one person on the 6th floor who knew Tino, the former 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile and Crocodile. Tino looked at Romon, wanting to know what this big guy meant. He raised his head, indicating that Tino could come forward. When he got closer, Tino exclaimed, "President, it turns out to be you. I was wondering who knows me down here. Stop talking nonsense, use your ability to make a key and let me out." Crocodile was also very excited, although he didn't know how his small subordinate got here. But he saw the hope of freedom, and he knew that the Lala fruit could easily make a key. Chapter 32. Tino didn't release Crocodile immediately. There were 2 big guys next to him. How could he dare to mess around? "Mr. 3, what are you looking at those 2 brats for? Quickly untie this damn sea stone chain for me." Tino completely ignored him. After 2 baptisms of Conqueror's haki, he felt that the president could not beat Romon. He even called Romon a brat. He didn't know why the president was so arrogant. Couldn't he see the fear in my eyes? "It's okay, you help him open it. If he doesn't open it, how can he complete his mission? The mission is to release all the prisoners on the 6th floor, and then tell them in front of them that everyone present is trash and they will fight." As for Crocodile wanting to escape immediately after opening it, Romon can only say that he is overthinking and wants to leave. "Did he ask me?" "Yes, Mr. Romon, I will open the chains for Crocodile right now." Tino easily opened the cell door with the power of the fruit and walked closer to Crocodile. Crocodile was very excited. He smelled a scent, the scent of freedom. He had had enough of this dark cell. Snap! The chains fell off, and he felt the power of the sand fruit again, turning into sand and appearing at the door of the cell. "Ha ha ha ha! I finally came out, forgetting that there were people around me, and I just laughed wildly." Seeing him like this, Romon said in a commanding tone, "Crocodile, you come over here too. Boy, who are you to dare to order me around? Do you want to die? Let me out. I'll let you go this time, but I'll kill you next time." Arrogant. What gave him the courage, the shasha fruit or Liang Jing grew? Luo Meng said to Yamato lightly, "Yamato, I leave him to you. Let him face the reality." He doesn't have much strength and only knows how to bark. Yamato felt very depressed when she came out of the kingdom of women. She had to be cautious in everything she did. It was totally inconsistent with her character. When she heard Luo Meng say to leave it to her, she laughed, from the bottom of her heart. He. Leave it to me, don't worry, I'll make him regret looking down on us. Kid, calling a little girl to fight me is really disrespectful to me, let me test your strength first. Sand Blade. You want to attack Romon, have you asked me? Yamato stepped in front and shattered the sand blade with one stick. If you have some strength, take another move from me, Diamond Sword of the Desert. Romon secretly shook his head. After Crocodile failed in his challenge to Whitebeard, he was immersed in external forces and wanted to steal the country. He didn't want to be the king, but wanted to find Pluto, one of the three great weapons in ancient times. This also led to his lack of domineering power, only the ability of the sand fruit. In the original play, Crocodile realized his own shortcomings after leaving Impel Down, and later he could fight anyone on equal terms. Now, Romon saw that Yamato didn't solve him at the first time, but just wanted to play. If he really went all out, Crocodile probably wouldn't be able to take two moves from Yamato. Play if you want to. He didn't make a sound to disturb Yamato, just stood aside and watched. Not only him, there were also several people in the depths of the cell looking over here. For example, the inheritor of the evil ghost, Barrett, the Red Earl, Redfield, and other suburban users with observation haki, all knew about the three uninvited guests of Romon. Especially the Red Earl, who was a one-man group. His observation haki was the strongest among them. He saw clearly what Romon was doing. Haha. Interesting, after saying this, he closed his eyes, and only his observation haki was still paying attention to Romon. Romon noticed that there were several mental powers looking at them. He glanced into the depths of the cell and ignored them. He was going to go over there soon, so let them watch if they wanted. Damn, who are you, little girl? With your strength, you can't be unknown, but I definitely didn't see any information about you before I entered the city. Could it be that you became famous recently? He didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He had already used all his strength, but the little girl was not injured at all. On the contrary, he had a few minor wounds on his body. If you want to know who I am, defeat me and I will tell you. Yamato has not used the power of the fruit until now. Crocodile is not in his prime, and his armament haki is enough to deal with it. He has no pressure and is very relaxed. He has never been underestimated like this before. Crocodile is furious. He attacks with a stronger force, and his body turns into sand, flowing around Yamato, and occasionally turns into a physical body to attack Yamato. Yamato calmly responds with her observation haki. She is almost done with it. When Crocodile attacks again, she grabbed Crocodile's clothes, pressed him to the ground, and swung the club at his head with a domineering aura and flashing lightning. If this club hits, Crocodile's head will explode like a watermelon. Yamato, don't beat him to death. Romon knew that Crocodile would surely die after being hit by this move, and his mission was not yet completed. He quickly asked Yamato to show mercy. Boom! His words were indeed useful. At the critical moment, Yamato moved the hammer and smashed it on the ground. The residual power made Crocodile's face painful, and at the same time he was a little disheartened. The times changed too fast. He was defeated by Luffy, a newcomer, before, and now he was defeated by a woman he didn't know. His self-esteem was rubbed on the ground, and there was nothing left. Ha ha ha! Damn Luo Meng, I feel much more comfortable this time. I was so suffocated walking all the way here. I can finally move around. It's great. Yamato is a more lively person. Luo Meng also knows that being cautious all the way is indeed difficult for her. In fact, there is no need to be cautious when entering the city. Luo Meng did this because he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Well, as long as you are happy. After replying to Yamato, Romon looked at the distraught crocodile again and threatened. What do you say this time? Do you want to follow me by yourself, or do you want me to knock you out and then take you with me? Needless to say, I'm defeated, you can kill me or chop me up as you like, but if you want me to help you, it's impossible, don't even think about it. Haha. It's not that I look down on you, you are arrogant and conceited. You have some brains, but not much. What can someone like you do to help me? Don't think too highly of yourself. I'm not here to recruit you as my subordinate. Make a decision quickly. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Don't think about it. Since it's not for me, I want to know what you want to do next. A wise choice, let's go. Romon turned and walked deeper into the cell, followed by Yamato, Crocodile, and the trembling Tino. He was very lucky that Yamato had wanted to knock him out before, but luckily he didn't succeed, otherwise his few pounds of meat would have been turned into meat paste. The 6th underground floor was not big, and Romon didn't take long to reach the depths. As soon as he approached, several auras locked onto him, and for a moment, the air became a little oppressive. Even Yamato was a little frightened, she felt that there were several auras here that were stronger than hers. Suddenly. Boom. Chapter 33. Do you want to show me off right after we met? You're overthinking it. Facing the oncoming domineering Haki, Luo Meng didn't care at all. It's not like he didn't have any, and the intermediate domineering Haki was indeed not as strong as these few, I still have spiritual pressure. An arrogant smile appeared on Romon's face, and the next moment, the domineering color and spiritual pressure appeared at the same time, like a violent storm against those domineering colors. Even Yamato's domineering color came out of his body, but it was too weak and was dispersed as soon as it came out. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that in this era there would be a strong man like you. I recognize you. Tell me your purpose. The several domineering auras in the cell disappeared, and Romon also restrained his own breath. He was not affected, but Tino was different. If Romon hadn't protected him, his eyes would have turned white at this moment. What's your purpose? Romon said casually, seeing that you old guys are useless staying here, it just so happens that there will be a war in Marineford soon. Do you want to come out and make a big fuss? Kid, you are too naive to think that we use it. So what if I use you as a gun? You have done nothing in advancing into the city, and people outside must have forgotten about you. Don't you want your name to be known throughout the world again? Or do you really want to spend the rest of your life in this push city? Silence, endless silence, everyone in the prison was moved by Romon's words. It's not that they want to be famous, but spending the rest of their lives in Push City is not what they want. Boy, let me out. You don't have to beat me, as long as you can withstand 100 of my attacks, I will accompany you to have a big fight. However, after the war, we will go our separate ways. Don't try to order me to do anything. 100 moves? Romon knew it was Barrett who spoke. He almost laughed out loud. Even if he used all his strength, he would definitely not be able to beat him. He really had stayed in Impel Down for too long and didn't understand the outside world at all. Tino, let him out. Ah. Mr. Luo Meng, do you really want to release it? Yes. Let go, I want to know how strong the evil demon Barrett is. Barrett is very strong in both physical and three-color domineering, only one step behind Kaido, and he is also a user of the fusion fruit ability and has reached the awakened state. He was defeated by Luffy later, and it was completely killed by the plot. At the last moment, he saw the figure of Roger on Luffy. Bang bang bang! Heavy footsteps were heard in the cell. As the footsteps became clearer, the atmosphere became more depressing. With the dim light, a tall figure like a beast appeared in front of everyone. Life in prison not only did not make Barrett weaker, but made him stronger. Romon had never seen him before, but some other pirates were familiar with Barrett. Romon was excited. This was the second person he had faced who was strong in physical terms. Barrett's aura alone was comparable to Kaido, but his recovery ability was not as abnormal as Kaido. Ha 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 ha. Yamato, please step back. I may not be able to take care of you when the fight starts. Luo Meng, you have to be careful, this guy is not simple, I feel a dangerous aura from him. A person who has the name of evil spirit in the old times is certainly not simple, but it's okay, don't worry, I'm sure. After hearing what Romon said, Yamato was relieved and stepped aside, while Tino had already huddled himself in a corner after releasing Barrett. Little boy, are you ready? I'm going to attack you. He ignored the others as they stepped back, his eyes only on Romon. He had not intended to make much noise, and wanted to sneak into the village quietly without firing a gun. However, in this situation, he did not care whether he would be discovered or not. His fighting instinct had been aroused, and his blood was boiling. He just wanted to finish the battle, even if the warden came. Romon shouted passionately, "Come on, Barrett, let me see how strong you are. The 8 gates of ninjutsu, the 7th gate, the Jingmen, open it for me." The breath rushed, blowing the hair of people nearby. The shocking scene made people who didn't know Romon stare with their eyes wide open. Barrett and the Red Earl saw something. They saw that this was not the ability of the fruit, but a secret technique similar to the Navy 6 styles, and even stronger. Barrett had no fear. All the cells in his body were beating. He was pursuing the strongest individual. In this secret technique, he saw the pinnacle of physical skills. He couldn't help but let out a hearty and arrogant laugh. Ha 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 ha. Little ghost, I would like to call this secret skill the pinnacle of physical skills. I admit that your aura is stronger than mine now. The 100-move agreement is invalid. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, I will accompany you to fight the war you mentioned. Now, don't hold back, let's have a good fight. Come and fight. Romon also shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the two men moved at the same time and collided with each other the next moment. As soon as they started fighting, a sonic boom sounded, and the hard ground was dented a little. This blow was enough to split the mountain and the rocks. The two men separated, and Barrett laughed even more fiercely. Kid, with your strength you can reach the top. Roger is not as strong as you. I am more and more curious about you. Tell me your name. I want to know who you are fighting. The beast's disaster, Orky, Romon, he told his name and power truthfully. The beasts? The other pirates were a little confused. Isn't that Kaido's pirate group? Although they were in prison, they were not unfamiliar with the beasts. On the contrary, they were very familiar with them. Kaido had also been to the 6th floor of Impel Down, so he was not unfamiliar with them. What they were puzzled about was how Kaido could have such a strong man as his younger brother. Ha ha ha. So you are Kaido's man. Although I don't know why a strong man like you would join the beasts, I am not interested in knowing. I just want to fight you to the bitter end. Come again. As you wish. Neither of them used any other abilities, and they fought purely with their bodies. Every time they clashed, the air would explode. The pirates in the cell couldn't help but be frightened. Only the Red Earl was normal. The Red Earl and Barrett were both strong men who could form a group by themselves. Unlike Barrett, Barrett had joined the Roger Pirates, but the Red Earl had always been alone. Crocodile was stunned. The world was changing too fast. He had only been here for a few days, and such a strong man had appeared outside. He realized how narrow-minded he was. The most normal person here was Yamato. When Romon and Whitebeard were fighting, this state was used, so she just watched from the side and had no intention of going up to help. The fighting here was too loud, not only the 6th floor, but other floors were also affected. The whole prison vibrated slightly. What's going on? Where does this vibration come from? Have you found anything unusual? Magellan walked into the messenger room. The person being questioned had sweat dripping down his forehead. Before Magellan entered, he had received information from the personnel on the 5th floor. If his guess was correct, then there would be big trouble. Chapter 34. He did not dare to hide it, and said to Magellan, "Warden, a message just came from the 5th floor, saying that the vibration came from the 6th floor, and it is suspected that there is a battle on the 6th floor. Quick, quick, gather all the people and go to the 1st floor to meet the enemy. We must not let the prisoners on the 6th floor escape." When Magellan heard that the problem was on the 6th floor, he was horrified. If any one person on the 6th floor came out, he would be in trouble. If all of them were released, the Impel Down would be overthrown. After arranging for others to rush to the 6th floor first, he felt that it was still not safe, so he returned to the office, picked up one of the Den Mushi and called over. "Warden Magellan, what's the matter with you calling?" Sengoku was discussing the execution of Ace with he and others, and he saw a Den Mushi ringing on the table, so he picked it up and answered it. "Marshal Zhangguo, it's bad. There was something unusual on the 6th floor of the city just now. It seems that someone escaped from prison. The prison staff are heading to the 6th floor. If only one person escaped, I would not be afraid. However, the situation is unclear now, so just in case, I request the general to send a general to support us." Zhangguo was shocked. "Are you sure?" "Not sure, but almost certain. Now the whole city is shaking slightly, and the source of the earthquake can be confirmed to be from the 6th floor. Okay, you must not let the prisoner escape. I will immediately arrange for someone to go to support." "Yes, I will complete the task." What is going on? One thing after another happened, making Zhangguo a little overwhelmed. He rubbed his aching head and looked at his colleagues next to him. "You all heard it, Kizaru, you are the fastest, you should rush to Impel Down to provide support, you must not let the prisoners escape, if you slack off again this time, you will not receive your salary this year." "Ah! This is really an unexpected disaster." Kizaru has no choice. In order to ensure that the salary can smoothly enter his own small treasury, he can only go, hoping that those old guys will not escape, otherwise it will be useless for him to go there. "Ha ha ha ha! It feels so good, Romon. I'm so glad to meet you. I haven't felt this way since Roger died. Even when the Navy captured me, I didn't feel as excited as fighting you. The two of them have been fighting so far, and both of them have been injured. Romon has only 2 wounds, one of which is still alive. It looks like his clothes are just a little torn, while Barrett's body is full of wounds, some blue and some black. In a physical duel, the winner is determined by the winner. Barrett has to admit that in terms of physical strength, no one can compare to Romon. He doesn't plan to hold back anymore and is ready to go all out. Luo Meng, be careful now. I am a user of the fusion fruit ability and have reached awakening. Next, I will use the fruit ability to fight you. Bring it on. Fusion fruit, awakening skills, give me, melt. Energy turned into liquid and flowed out from Barrett, covering the loose floor and movable objects in the entire battlefield. The next moment it melted, reversed back to Barrett, wrapped him up, and solidified. He then covered himself with the armament color overlord and turned into a black giant. The conditions in the prison were not good enough, and Romon knew that this was not Barrett's full strength. The giant he made in the movie could smash the island into several halves with one punch. However, Romon could feel that the fused Barrett was not much different from him opening 7 doors, so there was no need to change his form. "Romon, this is my ability after fusion, let's fight again." Bang! They separated immediately after the collision. Barrett retreated 20 meters, and Romon retreated a little further than him. After the fusion, Barrett's strength, defense, and speed have all been greatly improved. 7 gates may not be able to beat him. But it doesn't matter. This kind of evenly matched battle is fascinating. Bang bang bang. This collision was more forced, and the wind pressure blew. Even Yamato, who was infinitely close to the admiral level, felt pain on his face. While they were fighting, the jailers finally rushed over. There were quite a few of them, and there seemed to be dozens of them. They watched from a distance and did not dare to act rashly. They were not stupid. This kind of battle was not something that small shrimps like them could deal with. They just prayed in their hearts that the warden would come to support them quickly. The appearance of the jailers was also seen by the pirates on the 6th floor. No one paid attention to them, and they all looked at the two people fighting. On the battlefield, Romon found an opportunity, flashed to the top of Barrett's head, and stored his fists. After the power reached the critical point, Romon roared. "Peacock, let 100 flowers bloom." Energy turned into flames, forming hundreds of bird-like fireballs, attacking Barrett at lightning speed. Feeling the burning danger coming from above his head, it was too late for Barrett to fight back with his fists, and he could only hastily concentrate all his weapons on his upper body to meet this move. Boom boom boom. The first fireball touched the giant formed by Barrett, and it exploded violently like a bomb, and then hit Barrett one after another. Is it solved? This is what the pirates in the prison think. This fierce offensive will not have a good result if they face it head-on. However, Romon knew that Barrett would not be defeated by this move, and it could not even cause him much damage. Sure enough, the smoke stirred up by the explosion dissipated, and Barrett stood upright in the original handle. The combined giant was a little scattered, and there was nothing wrong with it. Moreover, the damaged area was quickly repaired by Barrett again. Monsters, both of them are monsters. Barrett was not hurt by this powerful move. Yes. Luo Meng is the same. He hasn't lost much energy in the fight until now, and he looks like he's only in his 20s. How did he practice? This kind of power makes me I can't even do this if I practice in the womb. Ha 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 ha. What's so strange about this? Heroes are made in troubled times. It's normal for one or two peerless figures to appear in every era. After the pirates saw Barrett take Romon's move, they started chatting. They were all shocked by the strength of Romon and Barrett. When the smoke cleared, Romon looked at Barrett and said with a smile, "Barrett, we have been discovered. Let's decide the outcome with one move. There will be a big battle next, the Navy should send generals to support. But you have to wait for me for a few minutes." After saying this, Romon looked at Tino. Tino, release all the people in prison. He never forgot his mission, and in order to shout out the slogan and not be besieged, his next move could have a deterrent effect. What? Let them all out? Ha 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 ha. Yes, Luo Meng, let us out, we will fight with you and turn the world upside down. That's right, Romon, let us out quickly. After we get out, I will listen to you in everything. After hearing Romon say that he would let them out, some of the pirates were very excited. Only 3 of them were not too emotional. The Red Earl, Rain Shiryu, and Fishman Jinbei were not very emotional. You can't let him go. The jailer also heard it and became anxious. He didn't care about the difference in strength and rushed forward with his weapon to stop him. Yamato. Got it, Stinky Romon, you just told me to clean up the small shrimps. Yamato was furious with Romon while hitting the jailers who rushed up with a stick. Chapter 35. Ha 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 ha. I am free. The chains of sea stone that had held me in death were finally broken. I feel this power. It has been a long time since I last felt it. This time I have to turn the sea upside down to calm the anger in my heart. As the sea stone left their bodies and their strength returned, some of them laughed wildly. Romon secretly remembered them. These pirates really had no humanity at all. He also recognized a few of them. If it weren't for him, they would have joined the Blackbeard Teach pirates after this time. He came to Impel Down in advance, and the plot shifted a little. In the original play, Luffy should have come to Impel Down at this time, and Blackbeard Teach invaded Impel Down on the day of the execution. He came to Impel Down in advance, and if they come again, they are doomed to be empty-handed. Do you still want to recruit younger brothers? I'll kill them later, but there is one who can stay and see if he can be recruited for his own use. Barrett saw that Romon let all the pirates out, without much reaction, but he was very interested in the next move. Romon, are you ready? There was one of them, and Tino had no choice. Romon stepped forward and took a look, and he knew who it was, the World Destroyer, Bondi, Waldo. He was frozen and Tino couldn't free him. Romon broke the way with one move, and the waste fire melted the ice. Only then did Tino open Waldo's handcuffs, but he was still unconscious and he didn't wake him up. The task required to free everyone, but did not say that slogans had to be shouted while people were awake. Hearing Barrett's words, he looked at him again. Romon laughed and said, "Okay, the next move will also hurt yourself. This is my first time using it, so you be careful. This move will be very powerful. 8 gates of Dungia, the 8th gate, the gate of death, give it to me, open." Boom! The blue aura on his body turned red, and his skin color turned black and red, which was very different from before. Even the surrounding space was distorted by the aura emitted by Romon. Shocked. Even the Red Earl broke out in a cold sweat under this move. They could feel the incomparable sense of oppression even from a distance. Not to mention Barrett, who was not far from Romon. He could more intuitively feel how strong Romon was when his 8 gates were fully opened. To use a metaphor, Romon was like a beast cub just now, but now he has turned into a real giant beast. Then he became excited. Although he knew that he might die under this move, he didn't. It's not possible. I will definitely fall under this move. But is he afraid? I, Barrett, have never feared death. The only thing I fear is that there are no opponents chasing me on the road to becoming stronger. If I don't die this time, Romon will become my target, and Roger will have to stand aside. Ha 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 ha. Romon felt the power when the death gate opened, and he laughed wildly. It was hundreds of times stronger than the 7 gates and 8 gates. He felt that he was a god at this moment, a god with unparalleled fighting power. The whole person became arrogant, looking at all the pirates, and he finally said the mission slogan. Ha 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 ha. In this state, I dare to say one word. Everyone here is trash, let's challenge each other if you dare. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and shouting slogans in the strongest state, avoiding being besieged. The task was completed very well, and the rewards are as follows. 110 Fairy Beans. 2 Green Lotus Sword Fairy, Li Bu Bai template, with the 3-foot green sword attached, reaching the level of the supreme sword in this world. 3 A Weapon Fusion Card. This card can fuse all the host's weapons into one. The abilities cannot be superimposed, but can be converted at will. 4 A Fantasy Beast Devil Fruit, a Suzaku form, with the same ability as the previous 2. What is a surprise? This is a surprise. Although the system tasks have some strange requirements, he really gives good rewards. It's just that the invincible Shenbeo fan pill didn't come out, which is a pity. Ignoring the system rewards for now, Romon and Barrett's momentum has reached the peak. Barrett yelled, "Come on, Romon, I don't think I can take this trick of yours, but if everyone dies, I will not be afraid." The final punch. This was a punch that abandoned defense. Barrett used all his domineering aura and fruit ability in this move. This move was the one he put all his strength into. Knowing that he couldn't win, he still went forward fearlessly. Ha 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 ha. Romon also laughed. He liked people like Barrett. His fearless spirit was a bit like himself. He knew that he couldn't hold back in this move, otherwise it would be disrespectful to the strong. Yekai couldn't use the final trick, otherwise Barrett would really die. A normal kick with full strength was enough to deal with it, and this was enough to respect Barrett. Boom! At the first contact, Barrett's combined fist was like tofu, and Romon broke it with a withered force, and his foot landed on Barrett's chest with deep affection. Barrett felt the god of death waving at him, but he was not afraid, so he laughed, and laughed happily. His body hit the wall, and he almost broke through all the walls before he stopped. The last wall cracked, and sea water seeped in. Romon's kick almost broke through the Impel Downs. The other pirates' eyes almost popped out when they saw this kick that took 100 years of skill. They asked themselves if they would be able to survive this kick. Left. Yamato also felt a little scared. If Romon abuses me in the future, he won't use this kick, will he? I can't stand it. Romon didn't know what Yamato was thinking. Even if he knew, he would just smile. It was enough to use the Luo family rules for domestic violence. Why do we need to use all 8 gates? Isn't the stick family rules better? Damn, all 8 gates, I'm not kidding. Romon felt his whole body was scattered and it hurt to move. Those arrogant pirates saw that Romon was in a bit of a bad state at this time. They never thought of accepting Romon's invitation to go to the battlefield. They saw that Romon the injuries they suffered were not light, so they thought of escaping from here, and they did so. The Red Earl and others who did not escape showed disdainful expressions when they saw some people escaping. They looked down on these pirates who wanted to escape. They escaped before Romon did anything. What kind of a deal is this? If they are pirates and are still so timid, what kind of pirates are they? They should just go home and eat milk. Romon had already eaten the senzu beans at this time, and his body recovered to its peak again. When he saw that the people he wanted to kill wanted to escape, he smiled, a dangerous smile, and looked at those people as if he was looking at dead people. The 81st binding method, breaking the sky. The few people who escaped hit the invisible wall and flew to the ground, knocked unconscious. They were not like Barrett. Life in prison had already worn down their strength, less than 1/10 of their peak strength. Luo Meng sensed that these people were now at most the strength of a major general of the headquarters. So he had no intention of taking action. Yamato, the few people who want to escape are now in your hands. Kill them. Don't hold back this time. Get rid of them quickly. Got it, stinky Luo Meng, you can't kick me with that foot in the future. Luo Meng was a little confused, he didn't know what Yamato meant. Why would he kick her? Mr. Romon. Those guys are not weak, I will go and help them, thank you for saving me. Jinbei? Romon nodded, indicating that it was okay, and he came to Barrett's side. Chapter 36. He still had breath, but it was very weak, as if he might die at any time. Romon avoided kicking Barrett's vitals, otherwise he would really die. Barrett was very tenacious. His breath was loose, his chest was sunken, but he was not fainted yet, his eyes were slightly open, and when he saw Romon, he smiled gently. But, the smile was a bit scary, his mouth opened, blood spurted out like money, and he couldn't speak. Romon looked at him and nodded, very few people were so cheerful in the face of death. He took out a magic bean from the system and put it into his mouth. Eat him. Barrett was doubtful, but he did not refuse. He used up his last bit of strength and swallowed the beans with difficulty. The next moment he understood why Romon asked him to eat this thing. As soon as it went down his stomach, vitality emerged, and his injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a few seconds, he recovered to his original state, even stronger than before, and even the feeling of hunger was gone. He stood up incredibly and measured his body. He really recovered, not a dream. Not to mention the visible injuries, even the hidden injuries were repaired. As all the injuries on his body recovered, his strength became stronger. He felt 3 points stronger than before. There are really strange things every year, and there are especially many this year. It seems that in the past 10 years, the outside world has become unfamiliar. There are such magical items. If Romon knew what he was thinking, he would definitely tell him that he thought too much. This is an exclusive product. Do you think it can be found everywhere? Barrett, you've recovered too, let's go. Don't worry, I won't break my promise to you. I will accompany you to Marineford. And you saved me again this time, I promise to help you again. If you need me in the future, just come to me. No problem. I'll come to you if I'm in trouble in the future. Let's go now. There's such a big noise. Magellan should be here soon, and the Navy's support will be here soon. Let's leave Impel Down first. Well. The two of them returned to their original place together. The battle was almost over, and only one was still struggling to hold on. The Red Earl was a little surprised to see Barrett coming back unharmed. He knew that Barrett would never be like this when facing Romon's move. Even if he didn't die, he should be seriously injured. Now both of them are unharmed, which is too weird. He couldn't figure it out. If he didn't know about senzu beans, it was normal for him to be confused. Seeing Romon coming back, Yamato finally used all his strength in human beast form, not the big-mouthed true god form. The big-mouthed true god form seemed to be swallowed by the phoenix, leaving only cold air. Yamato at the time of stopping was not much different from the human form. His hair and eyebrows turned fiery red, and he put on a set of pink striped armor. The figure is no longer so plump, and the appearance is no longer like a loli. The figure has become thin and slender, the headlights have become 1 degree smaller, and the appearance has become a royal sister type. The whole person looks very charming and enchanting, and the breath has also undergone a big change, fiery flames and ice surround it, giving people a visual impact. The Red Earl and the others all looked sideways. Just now, they saw Yamato reach the level of Vice Admiral without using the power of the fruit, but they didn't expect that Yamato also had the power of the fruit, and his combat power was catching up with the Admiral. Romon was also a little surprised. The human beast form and the one without the power of the fruit were like a different person. The immaturity faded and became charming. Romon also knew the remaining pirate. It was the old witch who joined the Teach pirates, the mythical beast species, the nine-tailed fox form. I forgot her name, but it doesn't matter, anyway, they are all dead. It's not wrong to call her the nine-tailed fox. It really seems to have 9 lives. Now there is only 1 tail left. It must have reached the upper limit. The next fatal injury will be her death. It was a bit difficult for her to deal with Yamato without the power of the fruit, not to mention Yamato in the human beast form. She was in a mess. When she was anxious, she caught a glimpse of Romon and quickly begged for mercy. Luo Meng, tell this little girl to stop, I am willing to join your beast pirates and participate in this war. Hurry up. I can't hold on any longer, you don't want to lose my fighting power, do you? Also, as long as you let me go, I will do whatever you want. Damn it, Romon was really disgusted. Can you imagine how it feels when an old witch says this to you? Anyway. Romon almost vomited, his stomach was churning, and he was so shocked that he almost couldn't help but go on stage and get to know her personally. Yamato was even angrier when he heard it. She was a little overwhelmed by someone sticking to Romon, and now this old thing also wants to take the position, he really doesn't know how to live or die. Concentrate all your domineering and fruit abilities to cover the club. This blow was her angry blow, domineering, phoenix flames, a big mouthful of true god cold air, and thunder flashing on the surface, 4 powers in one. The power is catching up with the 4 emperors, and Romon feels a little guilty when he sees it. Yamato won't use this stick method to hit him in the future. A little scared. Jinbei was still roaming nearby, and seeing Yamato use this trick, he quickly fled with sweat on his head and retreated to Romon and the others. The condensed power reached its peak, Yamato's figure disappeared, and the next moment he appeared next to the old witch, and the voice was also heard at this time. Binjian, Thunderous Bagua. Ah, Ah! Boom! It was not as strong as Luo Meng's kick, but it also penetrated 4 or 5 walls before stopping. With the naked eye, the old witch turned into a puddle of mud and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Damn Luo Meng, how about it, am I handsome like this? It was my first time using it, and I was shocked myself. The change was too big, and I didn't recognize myself anymore. After finishing the work, Yamato came to Luo Meng's side and asked Luo Meng while looking at himself. You are very handsome, and you are very charming now. I am a little itchy when I see you. Let's find some time to be alone. You change into this form and let me study what effect it has. Romon said with a wicked smile on his face. What do you want to do? Yamato was on guard. Luo Meng's smile reminded her of something. Every time he smiled like this, she would be in trouble. She would be eaten to death. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Romon turned around and looked at the remaining people, not many, the Red Earl, Old Sand, Barrett, Tino, and the fainted Waldo. There was one more person. Romon was a little puzzled why he didn't leave. The former warden, Zillu of Rain. He was removed from the position of warden due to too many killings and was imprisoned in the 6th floor. He was also a lawless person with strong strength. Romon had wanted to pull him into his camp before. Xilu of the Rain, I now invite you to join my beast group. Do you agree or not? Xilu smiled and said, haha, you want to invite me? As long as I can kill, why not join you? Luo Meng didn't expect him to answer like this. This bloodthirsty character is very similar to Brother Xiao in one person. Killing is allowed, but you have to take care of yourself. Don't kill your own people or civilians. You can do whatever you want with others. The beast group doesn't have so many restrictions. Then I will look forward to your guidance, Mr. Luo Meng. Come, eat him. Do you know where your weapon is? I'll go with you to get it back later. Chapter 37. Zilliu took the item that Romon threw to him. Although there was doubt in his eyes, he still ate it. Soon he knew why Romon asked him to eat it. As soon as it went into his stomach, his physical strength was restored to its peak. His physical strength was restored, and his momentum was also rising. The Red Earl and the others now knew why Barrett could walk out unscathed. It turned out that it was all thanks to a bean. They wanted one, but they couldn't bring themselves to do it. Zilliu is now a member of the beast group. There is nothing wrong with helping his own people recover, but they are not, so why should they give this precious item to eat? After Zilliu recovered, he smiled and said to Romon, Mr. Romon, thank you. Don't be polite, we are all family, there is no need to thank each other, it would be a bit awkward. After saying that, he turned to look at the others. Mingwei, what do you think, do you want to join the 100 beasts? Haha. I am used to being alone, but I don't want to join other forces. I don't want to owe favors to others. I can participate in the war you mentioned. After the war, we will go our separate ways. Lord Romon, please forgive me for not being able to join. Fishman Island is under the protection of Father Whitebeard. I will not join any other pirate group. I have always pursued being the strongest. Even though you beat me, I will not join you. When I become stronger, I will challenge you again. Lao Sha did not speak at the end. Luo Meng looked at him to see how he would answer. Don't look at me, I refuse to join either, I have my own things to do. Romon nodded. He had no hope of inviting these people. They were either lone rangers, or had a certain force to rely on, or were local tyrants. They were all people who were unwilling to be inferior to others. If they agreed to join the 100 beasts, Romon would find it strange. Okay, after this war, we will go our separate ways. Jinbei, can you communicate with the nearby fishes? He remembered that in the original play, Jinbei called his kind to escape from the Impel Down. If there are any of my kind nearby, I can communicate with them, but I can't communicate with other species. Okay, I'll make a hole, you go out and see if there are any of our kind, if you can lead them, go to the gate of Push City and wait for us, I don't have a boat to take you away. No problem, leave it to me. Romon pointed his finger at the place where he kicked open before. Seawater was already pouring in there, and a hole could be opened without much force. An ordinary virtual flash created a hole that could pass through, and Jinbei passed through quickly, like a sharp arrow, and soon disappeared without a trace. Everyone, let's go to Romon, there's another person fainted over there. Should we take him with us? No need. Romon thought. Waldo thought he was betrayed by his brother. Now he doesn't trust anyone. It would only be troublesome to bring him along. Besides, he is too ugly and has a pungent look on his face, just like Blackbeard Teach. All right. If you don't want to take it, then don't take it. Then shall we just go back the same way? The noise is big enough, so we don't need to hide anymore, just go up and get weapons for Zilu. Zilu was a little moved when he heard this, and said, Mr. Romon, the current warden is the user of the poison fruit. His ability is very troublesome. It can be said that a little bit of his venom can make people lose their combat effectiveness. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I think we should not confront Magellan. As for weapons, I can find another one after we go out. There is no need to take this risk. Hey! It's a bit strange to hear these words coming out of Ziliu's mouth. He is not as cold-blooded as he said in the original drama. However, since Romon promised to help him find the weapon, he will not break his promise. It's just poison gas. He doesn't have to fight Magellan in close combat. Both the broken way and the bound way can kill Magellan. It's okay if it happens. Do you see anyone else who is afraid? Not to mention Barrett and the Red Earl, even Old Sand can fight Magellan. With our lineup, there will be no problem as long as the three generals don't come to support us. We can even take down this prison. Ziliu looked at Barrett and the others. None of them showed any fear. Instead, they were eager to try. He was so concerned that he forgot about Barrett and the other criminals. He stopped talking and watched quietly. Boom! After Romon replied to Ziliu, he once again hit the roof with a virtual flash, which directly penetrated several floors before the energy dissipated. Shit, who is it? You are so unethical, don't you know there are people up there? The prisoners on the floor were all frightened. They could also feel the previous fight between Romon and Barrett, but it was not as loud as it is now. There were also a few unlucky guys who were taken away by Romon's flash, and nothing was left. The surviving pirates on the 5th floor then saw several figures jumping up from below. They were excited and thought they were saved, but they were not happy for 2 seconds before they saw those figures jumping onto the 4th floor without stopping. The hope of being rescued was shattered, and the ups and downs of life are so simple. Just as Romon and his men jumped onto the 4th floor, Magellan came to the 6th floor and missed them perfectly. Looking at the dilapidated 6th floor, and then noticing that all the prisoners were gone, his face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. Coming to a jailer who had not fainted yet, Magellan asked, "What's going on? Tell me everything you know. Where have all these prisoners gone?" Magellan, the warden, is the beast disaster. Orky, Romon, he released all the prisoners on the 6th floor and killed some of them. Now he is taking Shiryu of Rain, Barrett, Red Earl, Crocodile, and others up from the hole on the roof. Orky, Romon? Magellan was shocked. How could he, who had been making so much noise recently, I know. The key is how he came to the underwater prison silently, and released these old pirates on the 6th floor. This is a big deal. If the Red Earl and his men get out, the world will be turned upside down. No, we can't let them escape. We must keep them even if it costs our lives. As long as we hold on until the support from the headquarters arrives, it is still possible to keep them. With his mind made up, he said to those who were still conscious, you take Waldo back to the sea stone, and then block the sea water over there. When you are done, gather at the top floor. Deputy Warden Hannibal is on guard upstairs. You go find him. I'll go up and deal with them first. Got it. The ability of the Magellan fruit was activated. A venom channel connected to the upper 5 floors. He himself was like a fish, flowing in the venom. When he came to the 5th floor, he was relieved to see that the prisoners on this floor had not escaped. He was really afraid that Romon would release all the prisoners. Then there would be chaos. After seeing that there was no problem on the 5th floor, he flew upstairs again quickly. Time waits for no one. If he wastes time, Romon and his men might escape. Chapter 38. In this prison, with Shiryu leading the way, a lot of trouble was saved. They walked on the 4th floor. This floor is called the Hot Hell. The surrounding air temperature is very high. Magellan's office is on this floor. Shiryu said that his weapons are also on this floor, in a weapons storage room next to Magellan's office. Not to mention, this Impel Down is quite big. It took almost 10 minutes to get there, and we met some prisoners during the walk. It is worth mentioning that Crocodile met his number 1 thug, the user of the cut fruit, DAS, bonus. He didn't want to escape from prison, but after being persuaded by Crocodile, he agreed to follow Crocodile again. So far, Romon's team has added one more person. Mr. Luo Meng, this is the room where the weapons are stored. Wait for me, I'll go in and get the weapons and come out. Yes. Go. After Zillia went in, the Red Earl followed him in. He was also a swordsman. Romon knew that the Red Earl had not yet eaten the devil fruit of the mythical beast vampire form. Swordsmanship was his greatest reliance. It was his top-notch swordsmanship and top-notch sword-smelling domineering that made him famous in the sea. Not long after, the two walked out, each holding a weapon in their hands. The knife in Ziliu's hand, everyone else could feel the murderous aura emanating from the blade. This is a demon sword named Thunderstorm, which belongs to the list of the 21 great swords. The sword held by the Red Earl is much more ordinary, not a famous sword. It was just an ordinary knife, he didn't care. With his domineering aura, even an ordinary knife could exert great power when used by him. After finding the weapon, they did not stop. With Zillo leading the way, there was no need to destroy the roof. They did not encounter any jailers along the way. Luo Meng guessed that the jailer had gone down to the 6th floor. It was better not to encounter them. There was no need to go through so much trouble. The group came to the top floor steadily. As soon as they approached, their observation Haki sensed that the exit was surrounded by people from the prison. Luo Meng smiled and said to others, everyone, it seems that they don't want us to leave easily. You have been in prison for a long time, and you haven't exercised much. Go and play with them. The Red Earl and his men showed bloodthirsty smiles and walked out from the darkness. Hannibal's legs trembled a little when he saw the big pirates appearing one after another. This time he was really finished. He thought it was a prison break, but the most powerful ones came out. And how could Romon appear in the city of Impel Down? No information was received. What are the people on duty doing? The camp is here. Even if he is afraid, he has to face the challenge head-on. What if they are not as powerful as the legend says, and he can solve this crisis by himself, and the position of warden will be easy to get? Thinking that he can become the warden after solving this turmoil, Hannibal's hormones soared rapidly, and he took a step forward, not knowing whether to live or die. You damn pirates, surrender quickly, or don't blame the great warden Hannibal for being rude to you. I've seen stubborn people, but I've never seen one as stubborn as this one. Who gave Hannibal the courage to say this? The bounties of Romon, Barrett, and the Red Earl are almost 10 billion each. Can't he see the situation clearly? Anyway, Romon and the others looked at Hannibal as if he were a clown. There was no movement for a while. Hannibal was still chattering, and Lao Sha was the first one who couldn't help it. He turned into sand and came to Hannibal's side before Hannibal could react. The sand condensed into Lao Sha's upper body, and he punched Hannibal in the face. The man flew backwards and hit the wall next to him. "Fuck, you keep talking nonsense. If you want to fight, just fight. Why waste your words?" Crocodile returned to his human form and said this to Hannibal, who was trying to stand up. "Crocodile, you old bastard, dare to hit me in the face, I will kill you." Hannibal was enraged, and rushed towards Lao Sha with his weapon. The two fought fiercely. Hannibal knew how to use armed color domineering, but Lao Sha didn't, and the two fought back and forth. The author didn't know whether Hannibal would be domineering in the original play. He could become the deputy warden, so he must be able to do it. Barrett and his men were also a little itchy, so they rushed directly into the crowd. Red Earl danced beautifully with the knife in his hand. He was like a gentleman walking among the flowers. Every time he passed a jailer, beautiful and charming blood flowers would bloom on his body. Barrett was not interested in those small shrimps. He found the prison beasts. Although the prison beasts were stupid, they were very powerful. Several prison beasts fought Barrett to a draw. Of course, this was just the result of Barrett not using enough strength. "Ziliu, as the former warden, are you going to betray the government?" The one fighting against Ziliu was a woman wearing a devil suit and holding a whip as a weapon. She just fought back and asked after she suffered a loss. "Mino, stop asking such stupid questions. Isn't the result obvious? Ziliu, you must think clearly about the consequences of betraying the government. Now if you come back and help us deal with these pirates, the government will treat you leniently." "Ha ha ha ha, Mino, stop trying to persuade me. I've seen through what the world government is like. They're masters at settling scores later. But do you want to join the 100 beasts with me? Stop kidding, who would be a traitor with you? Since you are determined to be a pirate, I will leave you here." A whip was swung tightly, shattering Zillow's sword energy. Romon did not take action. He had been paying attention to the battlefield and saw the strength used by Hannibal and Mino. They did not look so strong in the anime. Now the combat power used by the two is a real lieutenant general level. However, he saw that except Lao She, who was a little struggling, everyone else was just playing. Barrett used a little real strength at this time, kicking those prison beasts back and forth like balls. He. This is really troublesome. Even you guys have come out. If I had known, I would have given up on this job even if it meant giving up my salary this year. Everyone, can you please go back to the prison on your own?" Everyone stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. A yellow light flashed, and a man wearing yellow and white stripes and a cloak appeared in the empty sky. There were two big words "Justice" written on the back of the cloak. This man was the Admiral of the Navy, Borsellino. He hurried and peed in the middle before he arrived. He also thought that only one prisoner had escaped. This situation was completely beyond his expectations. If he didn't know how to explain it when he returned, he would have turned around and left immediately. Can he deal with this group of people by himself? "Hey, old yellow monkey, you are here to support." "Yes. There is someone else." Yellow monkey looked inside and saw Luo Meng looking at him quietly. "Orky, Romon, why are you pushing the city forward? It seems that you have released all the prisoners. Have you thought about the consequences of releasing these people?" "Tisk, no matter what the consequences are, as long as I can cause trouble for the world government, I'm happy to do it. Why, can you alone stop us? That, plus me." Poison Dragon. Chapter 39. Magellan, sneak attack is not a good habit. Romon dodged the poisonous dragon behind him and said, "As long as I can catch you, a sneak attack won't matter, I can do even better." When Kizaru saw Magellan appear, he felt much more at ease. If he hadn't seen him just now, he would have thought he had been defeated. Now it seems that he had just found Romon. Although Magellan's strength is at the admiral level and his fruit ability is very abnormal, he may not be able to keep Romon. He was the one who made Aokiji lose his ability to move in just a few minutes. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. This mission is really a self-inflicted trouble. Ha 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 ha. You are right, it is correct to use any means to win, I was wrong. But, do you two really think you can stop us from staying or leaving? If you try to stop me again, I'll kill you. Alas, there is nothing we can do. After all, we belong to the government. How can we just watch you escape? Admiral Kizaru, I don't know about others, but you really have the potential. Why don't you come to me? I'll give you double the salary. Others were a little confused as to why Romon would say such a thing. Kizaru scratched his head. He was also a little confused as to how Romon knew that he cared about the salary. If he wasn't satisfied with the job in the navy, he might really agree. Ha ha ha. Brother Romon, you are joking. I joined the navy for justice. How could I join the 100 beasts just for a mere Bailey? Romon, stop talking nonsense with them. Let's fight them one by one. Let's kill them first. As soon as he finished speaking, Barrett rushed towards Kizaru, and the battle started again. The descendant of the evil ghost, Barrett, is so scary. He is as strong as a monster. This punch made my hand numb. Stop talking nonsense, and let's fight. The two men started to collide. Barrett's speed was not as fast as Kizaru, and Kizaru's strength was not as great as Barrett's. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Romon faced Magellan. The poison fruit was really not a cover. He felt a little dizzy after inhaling a little poison gas. He was not immune to all poisons, so he did not dare to be arrogant. He quickly distanced himself and used the broken path and the binding path to deal with Magellan. This was much easier. Magellan did not expect Romon to have so many abilities. He suffered a lot of losses. He wanted to get close but could not, and he felt very frustrated. Red Earl and Yamato had cleared out all the jailers, and they did not go up to help. Yamato completely believed that Romon would not lose, and Red Earl disdained to fight 2 against 1. Ha 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 ha. Your navy is very strong. You are the fastest except for Romon. Your strength is also okay, but your domineering aura is a bit weak. It seems that you are very dependent on the flash fruit. Oh my, Barrett, you are worthy of the name of the devil. The domineering color is really like purgatory, which makes people feel chilled. Bring it on. I am very happy today, I will play with you again. Barrett's strength increased by 3 points. However, old Kizaru was still the same, he could always easily avoid Barrett's attacks, and would harass him with a laser from time to time. Barrett was helpless, this was the most frustrating battle he had ever fought. Kizaru was too flexible, he could not touch him, but he was used as a living weapon. The mage against the earth, it was so unreasonable. Other people watching the game had an idea in their minds that Barrett might really be defeated by Kite. This is not a joke, this situation is really possible, and it seems that Kizaru has not put in much effort. It should be that the salary has not been paid yet, otherwise it will be as netizens said, the salary is paid, the 4 emperors will be useless. Damn, are all generals so despicable? Can't you be more passionate? You seem to be quite powerful, but why are you so timid in a fight? Come and fight me. Barrett was a little angry, and after being hit by another laser, he yelled at the leisurely old yellow monkey. No. I don't have your physical strength. If we fight head-on, I can't beat you. I have some self-awareness. Suddenly, with a flash of yellow light, Kizaru appeared in front of Crocodile with his feet raised. Crocodile, Hannibal can't let you kill him, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Bang! Crocodile's offensive was interrupted, and he disappeared from the spot, and the next moment he hit the wall. It turned out that Kizaru found that Hannibal had lost, and Crocodile still wanted to kill him. He didn't have time to continue to talk nonsense with Barrett, so he came to Crocodile's side at the speed of light, kicked him away, and saved Hannibal. Now, there are only 3 waves of people on the battlefield. Romon vs Magellan. Rain Shiryu vs Mino. Barrett vs Kizaru. Crocodile stood up with difficulty, looking at Kizaru with murderous intent in his eyes. After seeing so many strong people, he realized that his own strength was great, so he didn't rush up immediately, burying his murderous intent deeply. After this, he will definitely work hard to improve his strength and get the place back in the future. At this time, Romon caught the breath of Jinbei and some creatures, and knew that Jinbei had come with his kind, so he stopped fighting. It's meaningless to fight like this, and he doesn't know if the Navy will have other support. Don't wait to play it out. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, we've had enough fun, it's time to retreat. Everyone's expression was very prominent. As soon as Romon spoke, they reacted. Those who were not fighting walked out first. The 2 major fighters were dragged by Romon and Barrett. They retreated without encountering any obstacles. Want to leave? Did you ask me, Poison Giant Soldier? Magellan saw that the Red Earl and his men were almost at the door, and he became anxious, so he used his strongest state. The purple venom turned red, and his body increased exponentially, becoming more toxic. Even the skin of the ground he passed by was corroded. Magellan, we want to leave and you can't stop us. Just stay here and watch us leave. Kaido 91, Black Coffin. The darkness spread from Magellan's lower body to his upper body, and the speed of the spread was very fast. Magellan could only watch the Red Earl and the others walk out of the door. The destructive power of the Kaido without reciting the spell was not high, and it could not kill Magellan. However, even Kaido could break through the defense, so it was unlikely that Magellan would walk out without injury. Ring! Bang! Old Yellow Monkey, take my move! After trapping Magellan, Romon used Xiang's wand to enter the battle site between Barrett and Yellow Monkey, pointing his finger at Yellow Monkey, with energy condensing at his fingertips. Yellow Monkey's alarm bells were raised. It was impossible for him to not be hurt at all after taking Romon's move. Want to leave? Unfortunately, I won't give you this chance. Binding technique number 73, Mountain Reversing Crystal. It is really troublesome to trap a natural type ability user. Other binding techniques have little effect on the natural type. Only binding technique number 73 is a sealed space. It can trap a natural type ability user for a short time. With danger imminent, Yellow Monkey tried desperately to break the cage, but Romon's flash had already shot at him. Flash, 3 layers of heavy shield. Yellow Monkey could only hurriedly use flash to make 3 layers of light shield to resist. Boom! As soon as the flash touched him, he was blown away by a violent force and hit the wall. The flash exploded and the wall was shattered. Chapter 40. Zilu, stop playing around, it's time for us to retreat. All right, Mr. Romon. One sword style, a flash of cold light, whoosh. Mino, who was fighting with Zilu on equal terms, had no power to resist and fell down helplessly. Damn, Zilu really doesn't know how to be gentle with women. He can be so heavy-handed to a beautiful woman and even chopped her on the head. How will Mino's husband look at her when she gets married in the future? If she is left with a scar, she may not even have any interest in it. It's none of your business, just think about it in your mind, he won't say it out loud. After seeing that everyone had escaped, Romon and the other 2 rushed to the door. As soon as they walked out of the door, they saw a bunch of large fish floating on the sea. Yamato and the others jumped on the backs of the fish, waiting for them to come out. Seeing this, Romon and the other 2 also jumped on the back of a fish. When Jinbei saw that everyone had come out, he let out a strange cry, and the fish began to swim away as if they had received an order. Romon knew it was not over yet. There was a gate of justice blocking the way ahead. The gate of justice, the area around them was full of whirlpools formed by rapids, and the only way to get through was through the gate of justice. They also had Yamato who could fly, so there was no problem, but they could not let Barrett and the others sit on Yamato's back. Yamato's back was his exclusive seat, and no one else could even think about it. With the speed of fish, they soon arrived at the gate of justice. Although they had seen it once when they came in, they were still shocked when they saw it again. The gate that went straight up to the sky stood on the sea. Looking at it with the eyes, it was at least 1,000 meters high, not to mention the thickness. It was simply outrageous. Everyone, this is the last door. Let's concentrate our strength on one point and open a hole in this door of justice. The fish stopped in front of the door of justice, and Romon said to the others lightly. Okay, let's go all out. Full power, King's Void Flash. Phoenix Flame, Eternal Fire Line. Rustling, Diamond Power. One Sword Style, Bloody Sunset. One Sword Style, Killing Intent Blooms. Those who had long-range attacks used their strongest moves. Barrett had no long-range attacks, and he turned on his domineering power to the maximum. The whole person attacked the door of justice like a cannonball. For a moment, energy beams, flame rays, and sword energy shining with cold light were all concentrated on one point and fell on the door of justice without hesitation. Boom! The seawater next to the door of justice was pressed away by the residual power and scattered to the surroundings, resulting in a short vacuum zone in the sea area next to the door of justice. A big hole was blasted in the door of justice, and Barrett returned to the back of the fish with the help of the falling rubble. You guys are really lawless. I can't let you escape easily. Yasakani no Megatama. Kizaru finally arrived. He saw that the gate of justice had been broken. It was not right to continue slacking off. Now he was not pushing forward into the city. He was no longer worried about accidentally hurting his own people and no longer held back. Hundreds of light bullets fell from the sky. Romon was not surprised that Kizaru could catch up. Although the Void Flash was strong, it could not kill a general. The 81st way of binding, cutting the sky. With one move of cutting the sky, he intercepted the light bullets above their heads, and some of them fell into the sea. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, I'm here to intercept Kizaru, you go first, don't forget our agreement, I'm waiting for you to come. Romon didn't directly say that their agreement was the war on the top. As for whether Kizaru could guess it, that was his business. If he couldn't guess it, these people might give the Navy a big surprise on the day of the top. Block it. Black-winged demon. Yamato. Damn Romon, I get it, although the two of them could not communicate with each other's minds, she still understood what Romon meant when he called her. Chirp. The cry of a phoenix was heard, and Yamato turned into 100-meter phoenix and flew in the air with Romon. Barrett and the others looked at Romon and the others deeply, and then Jinbei commanded the school of fish to carry everyone across the gate of justice. At this point, they had escaped from Impel Down. Oh my, I didn't expect that this little girl is also a user of special abilities, what a monster. Kizaru didn't dare to chase Barrett and the others. At this moment, the pressure from Yamato on Romon was too great. He once again felt that taking on this mission was a huge loss. Not only did he not save a single person, but his favorite clothes were also torn to pieces. You have to know that these clothes were bought with his own monthly salary. It can be said that this mission was a total loss. Romon stood in the air facing Kizaru, and said with a smile, Kizaru, what do you want to say? Do you still want to stop me from staying or leaving? Haha, brother Luomeng is really good at joking. I really don't have the ability to stop you, but we are in different camps, so I still have to fight, otherwise it will be difficult to report back. Really? Then let's fight, let me see how fast the speed of light is. Bang! In the returned blade state, Romon's speed and strength are greatly increased. His mobility is not worse than Kizaru, and his domineering aura is almost the same. However, Romon's spiritual pressure can suppress Kizaru's strength a little, and with his many means, he doesn't feel too much pressure to fight Kizaru. Ha ha ha! Admiral Kizaru, is this all you have? Show me your ability to defeat the 4 emperors when your salary is in place. Kizaru was confused. Why did Romon always talk about the salary? Also, who told him that I could defeat the 4 emperors? I have almost used up all my strength, okay? Although I still have one trick, I don't want to use it. It's too exhausting. It doesn't suit my character, I would rather die than use it. Romon saw that although Kizaru was being beaten, he still looked nonchalant. He couldn't help but sigh. Sengoku must not have paid enough salary, otherwise Kizaru wouldn't be like this. Romon didn't have any idea of fighting with Kizaru in this state. Yamato, let's go. Romon withdrew from the battlefield and fell on Yamato's back. Seeing that Kizaru still wanted to cause trouble, he used the same trick again, and the mountain crystal and the hollow flash duet appeared again. When Kizaru came out, Romon was no longer there. After sensing with his observation haki, he returned to Impel Down. When Magellan saw Kizaru coming back alone, he knew that the prisoners had escaped. It was a great shame. Since the establishment of Impel Down, no one had ever escaped except Golden Lion. Golden Lion even paid the price of his legs for this, but Romon and his men were unharmed. On the contrary, he suffered heavy casualties on his side. This was what he could not accept the most. Warden Magellan, I'm sorry that Romon and his men escaped. I couldn't keep them here, and it's time for me to go back and report. You also have to compile a set of information for Zhangguo. I won't stay any longer. Serena. After saying that, without waiting for Magellan's reply, he turned into a ray of justice and left the city. Magellan stood there and thought for a while before he sighed and turned back to clean up the mess. If some people are not treated, they will not be far from death. After counting the number of people, his face darkened again. Hannibal and Mino were seriously injured, more than a dozen jailers died, and others had varying degrees of injuries. At this moment, his hatred for Romon reached a peak, and he wished that Romon and his gang would be cramped and bones pulled out. Chapter 41. Romon sat on Yamato's back, away from the Impel Down city, and only then did he have time to look at the rewards for this mission. The previous 10 senzu beans have been used up, and the 10 rewards this time just make up for them. Fantasy Beast Species, Suzaku form for Hancock. The biggest gain this time is the ability fusion card and the template of the Blue Lotus Sword Immortal Li Bubai. I don't know much about swordsmanship, and the Sword Immortal template just makes up for my own shortcomings. His swordsmanship is so unrestrained. After fusing the Sword Immortal template, I am also a prodigal swordsman. System Dad, help me fuse the Blue Lotus Sword Immortal template, use the weapon fusion card, and keep the appearance of the sword for me. Compared with other swords, Romon prefers the appearance of ancient swords. With the 3-foot green sword in hand, I can go anywhere in the world. The world of pirates will surely leave the legend of the Blue Lotus Sword Immortal. Ding, okay, the template of the Green Lotus Sword Immortal has been merged. The weapon fusion card will take 10 minutes to complete. Please wait. As the template merged, a new understanding of the sword appeared in his mind. He was worthy of the name of the Sword Immortal. Every sword move was full of uninhibitedness and poetry. The Green Lotus Sword way is casual. Whatever you think in your heart, you can just use the sword as a move. It feels like returning to the original state. In this way, he was immersed in the understanding of swordsmanship. 10 minutes passed unknowingly. He came back to his senses when he heard the voice of the system. Ding! The weapon fusion card has been successfully used, and the weapon form is a 3-foot blue sword. As soon as the system finished speaking, he clearly felt that he was connected with other abilities, and he could switch abilities at any time as long as he wanted. There are 3 abilities that the weapon has, the commonly used return blade, black wing demon form, the higher Inmara form that has not been used yet, and the blue lotus sword immortal form, which are all 3 in 1. Before, if you wanted to use the corresponding ability, you had to take out the corresponding weapon, but now you don't have to, you can switch with just a thought. It's a pity that they can't be used at the same time, otherwise, no one in this world can beat he except Yumu. But it's okay, switching it will can achieve unexpected attacks, and the enemy doesn't know, and you have the opportunity to make the enemy suffer a big loss. It's better not to use the 8th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu casually. An ordinary full-strength kick is a bit too much for his body to bear. He can't use it again unless his life is in danger, unless the system gives him a non-injury version. By the way, System Dad, help me fuse the Manjiki Sharingan as well. Okay, it is being fused. My previous thinking logic fell into a misunderstanding, and I was afraid that the fusion would cause blindness. However, fusion does not necessarily have to be used. As long as I don't use it, the blind can't catch up with me. In addition, the Sharingan is a part of the body. The templates cannot be used at the same time, but the Sharingan can be used at least. When the fusion began, a cool feeling came from his eyes, which was very comfortable. He almost cried out. Uchiha Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan, the strongest moves are Amaterasu and Susanoo. Amaterasu releases black flames at a fixed point. The flame will not go out unless the caster takes it back actively. Susanoo is even more exaggerated. He turns into a giant and holds several artifacts at the same time. He can just hack at the enemy. After the fusion is completed, without using the Manjiki, the vision has been qualitatively improved. For example, before the fusion, he could only see 100 meters. After the fusion, his vision has at least increased several times. He can even see mosquitoes 100 meters away clearly. So far, the reward for this task has been completed. All in all, I am still very satisfied. Damn Romon, where are we going now? We can't just fly aimlessly. Yamato could also feel the changes in Romon. She was no longer surprised by his occasional changes. Yamato, wait a minute, let me see. Romon took out a piece of paper from his pocket. It was a life paper from Hancock, and there was no pointer to Marineford. Romon had to ask Hancock for a piece of life paper before setting off, so that he wouldn't have to worry about getting lost. As for Barrett and the others, Jinbei had been to the Navy headquarters, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to find the way there. Got it, Yamato, fly to the right and see if you can find an island. Let's take a rest first. The day after tomorrow is the day Ace will be executed. There's still time. Damn Luo Meng, you only know how to order me around. I'm tired, you carry me, or I won't leave. Yamato stopped in the air and started to act like a spoiled brat. No problem. I'll carry it on your back, don't regret it, Luo Meng said with a malicious smile. What are you regretting? Yamato was still too naive. She didn't notice Romon's smirk. Instead, she smiled happily when she heard Romon say he was willing to carry her on his back. The next moment, she knew why Romon told her not to regret it. She felt something strange in her body, and her face turned red. Her heart was beating wildly. Stinky Romon, don't move your pig hands. No, that won't work. You were the one who asked me to carry you on my back. I am responsible for your safety. If I don't hold you tight, what will I do if you fall? Stinky Luo Meng, are you hugging me? Don't treat me like an idiot, your hand is almost in there, get out of the way, I don't want you to carry me anymore, I'll fly by myself. Luo Meng turned his head, looked at Yamato and said with a wicked smile, you've entered the wolf's den and you still want to leave without paying a price, you're dreaming. He didn't listen to Yamato, his actions became more and more outrageous. Ah! Yamato's eyes became blurred, and she didn't resist. Anyway, the stinky Luo Meng wouldn't listen to her, and she didn't mind, there was still that little bit of, it was comfortable. It took 2 hours until dark to find an uninhabited island, and Romon flew down immediately. Yamato, wake up, I found an island, we will rest here for the next 2 days, so as to prepare for the battle against the sky. Ah! Are we there yet? Yamato opened his eyes sleepily, and the first thing he saw was Romon's smiling face. Looking at the island again, it was full of trees and green ecology, and the air was fresh, making people feel relaxed and happy with just one breath. There were roars of wild beasts in the depths of the forest, proving that the island was not as harmonious and beautiful as it seemed on the surface, and it was full of dangers. However, who were Romon and his men? They were not afraid of such dangers at all. They happened to be hungry, so it was a good idea to go in and kill 2 wild beasts for barbecue. I'm hungry. Let's go in and kill 2 wild animals to eat. Luo Meng didn't say that she didn't feel very hungry yet. As soon as she said that, her stomach growled. She pulled Luo Meng and ran into the forest like the wind. Bang! Bang! After 2 bangs, they killed 2 tiger beasts, found some firewood, lit a fire, and then strung the skinned tiger heads together and started a large-scale barbecue. The roasted tiger was sizzling with oil. Seeing that it was cooked, Yamato couldn't wait to tear off a leg and eat it with his mouth full of oil. Luo Meng was not very interested in the meat. He was staring at the 3rd leg of the tiger, thinking to himself, they say that what you eat will replenish what you replenish. Should I try it myself? This tiger thing is a great tonic. Alas! Forget it, I can't eat it. Chapter 42. Kizaru, you're back. Has the unrest in Impel Down been quelled? Seeing Kizaru come back to the headquarters unharmed, Sengoku thought that the situation in Impel Down had been resolved. He glanced at Kizaru and lowered his head again to handle official business. In fact, Kizaru didn't come here the first time he came back. He went back to change his clothes before coming here. Otherwise, Sengoku would have discovered that Kizaru's crotch was ripped. Hearing Sengoku's question, Kizaru didn't know how to answer for a while. He was afraid that Sengoku would faint if he knew about this. After not hearing the answer for a long time, Sengoku raised his head again and saw Kizaru, who was hesitant to speak. He felt a little bad. Would there be any big problems again? Say something. You are dumb. I can't escape, so I'd better tell the truth. After 2 defeats, I probably won't get paid this year. Warring States Marshal, all the prisoners on the 6th floor of Push City have escaped. Boom! This news was like 1,000 thunderbolts falling on Zhangguo's head, almost causing him a 12-degree concussion. What's going on? Zhangguo's tone was very depressed, and he stared at Kizaru intently. Yes, it was Orki, Romon. He brought a girl with him. He somehow invaded the Impel Down and released the prisoners on the 6th floor before escaping together. Who escaped? Did everyone on the 6th floor escape? No, among those who escaped, there were the Red Count, Drifel, the Devil, Barret, Crocodile, and Shiryu of the Rain who also defected. There were also 2 who were not from the 6th floor. These 2 people used to be Crocodile's subordinates. I forgot their names. Warden Magellan will call you shortly to report the entire process. You said that Romon was with a girl. Do you know the girl's information? I only know that Romon calls her Yamato. I have never seen her before, but she looks a bit like Kaido, with a pair of horns on her head. Most importantly, her combat power has reached the level of an admiral. Although I have never fought her, I can feel it. The ability of the fruit should also be a mythical beast. When she fully transforms into a beast, she will become a flaming bird that is hundreds of meters long. I have never seen such a bird before. Like Romon, it is an unknown devil fruit. Then, Kizaru told the whole process he had experienced truthfully, without leaving anything out. Romon, Romon, and Romon again. How can he be so good at making trouble? Zhangguo's angry voice broke through the sky, and the building was shaking 3 points. He was already overwhelmed by the Ace incident, and Romon was making trouble one after another. The Celestial Dragon incident was not over yet, and he made the Impel Down incident again. He hated Romon more than Magellan. However, the incident had already happened, and it was useless to get angry. Kizaru, go out and ask the signalman to ask all the lieutenant generals and above to go to the conference room for a meeting. I have a feeling that Romon will definitely come to Ace's execution. The previous layout is not safe and needs to be rearranged. Okay, I'll leave first. Yellow Monkey breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't say that he would deduct my salary. He finally escaped. Old Yellow Monkey was grateful at this time. His salary was saved and he could buy new clothes. He went out and said something to the signalman, and then he went to the meeting room first. Before long, the conference room was full of people. Because of Ace's execution, the elites scattered around the country gathered at the headquarters in the past 2 days. They waited for Zhang Guo to speak with serious faces. Everyone, just now, the world's strongest prison Impulse City was breached. The prisoners on the 6th floor, Dreef, the demon Barret, the former Shishibukai, Crocodile, the former Shishibukai, the fishman Jinbei, the former warden, Rain Shiryu, escaped. Except for Waldo, all the other prisoners died. The mastermind is the Beast Calamity. Orky, Romon, this evil man somehow managed to sneak into the Impel Downs and release the prisoners on the 6th floor. You all know that the people who escaped are all lawless criminals. The day after tomorrow is the day Ace will be executed. I called you to the meeting to let you analyze why Romon released Barret and others, and whether it will affect the execution the day after tomorrow. While waiting for everyone to gather, Sengoku also received a report from Magellan and learned about the whole process. His words were like a huge rock falling from a high altitude into the lake, causing huge waves, which was truly earth-shattering. After being shocked, everyone looked very ugly. Romon pressed their navy's faces to the ground and rubbed them again and again, leaving no trace, and their skin was worn flat. It was Akainu who spoke first to break the calm situation, and his words were as impulsive as ever. Sengoku Washuat, I request that we immediately declare war on the beasts pirates of Wano country. We cannot let Romon continue to develop. He is riding on our heads and pissing on us. If we do not take action, the pirates will think that our navy is easy to bully. As soon as Akainu finished speaking, Tsuru objected and said, I disagree. Our current forces are all used to deal with the Byakugan pirates. We cannot spare any forces to attack the beasts pirates. If we want to attack the beasts pirates, we have to wait until after Ace's incident. Moreover, the white group is not that simple. After the war, we don't know how many people we will lose. We must rest and recuperate for a period of time. We can't attack the beast group in a short time. I suggest that we ignore them for now and focus on dealing with the white group. So are we going to let Romon get away with it? Okay, the two of you stop arguing. Vice Admiral, he is right, the Navy really can't spare the troops. I called you here, not to discuss the attack on the 100 beasts, but to analyze whether Romon and the prisoners on the 6th floor will come to participate in this battle. Don't get off topic. If Romon and Barret participate in this war, our navy will no longer have an advantage and may even lose. Qingji Romon invaded Push City for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to subdue those big pirates, but it was too difficult to do so. Barret and the others were all arrogant. Second, as Zhangguo Wuxue said, will he participate in this battle? I think the probability of his participation is more than 80%. Luo Meng rescued Barret and the others, so they must have reached some agreement, otherwise Luo Meng would not do such thankless things. I agree with what General Qingji said, there is a high possibility that Luo Meng and the others will participate in the war. If they join the war, our current layout will be ruined. However, our high-level combat forces have already come from all over the world. It can be said that they are unprecedentedly concentrated. There is no other combat force to invest. Zhangguo, you can only ask the 5 elders for people. If the combat power is not enough and the war is lost, the navy will become a joke. Zhangguo rubbed his aching head and said, I will report to the 5 elders later. Do you have anything to add? In terms of combat power, Magellan also participated in this war. Warring states, you are crazy. Magellan is coming to join the war. Who will guard the city of Impel Down? It's okay, don't worry, it'll only take 1 day, nothing will happen, he will go back after the war. Zhangguo, don't forget that Magellan's ability does not distinguish between friend and foe. Do you want him to poison our own people? He will try his best to control the poison gas, don't worry, this is the arrangement, you all go back and prepare, I'll go ask the 5 elders for someone. He stopped trying to persuade them, and everyone started to walk out one after another. Old Yellow Monkey walked the fastest, and he didn't say a word during the meeting. Garp didn't say a word either, as he was struggling inside. Chapter 43. In the Holy Land of Marijoa, 5 people were sitting in a gorgeous room, discussing something. Saint Peter said seriously, everyone, you have heard what Sengoku said. Beast Romon really doesn't take the world government seriously. He hasn't been held accountable for the celestial dragons yet, and he has invaded Impel Down again. We can't just leave it alone. Saint Nasujiro frowned and said, we know nothing about Romon except his name and some abilities. He hates us celestial dragons so much. Could he be that, D? The D clan? These words made the remaining 4 of the 5 elders look thoughtful. Ma Saint said no, there is no D in his name. With his unscrupulous style of doing things, there is no need to hide his name. Romon should be the same type of person as the Revolutionary Army, but he will not be a member of the Revolutionary Army. If he was a member of the Revolutionary Army, he would not have joined the beasts. The 4 nodded at Ma Saint's analysis. They agreed with this. Satan Saint said Sengoku wants us to send people to support. What do you think? Now there are 3 admirals in the Navy headquarters, and the vice-admirals are almost gathered, plus Sengoku and Steel Bone Kong, and Garp is not counted. It will be good if he doesn't turn around and attack us. Even if Luo Meng and the others join, the high-level combat power is almost the same, but I am afraid that all the beasts will go out, if all the beasts join. Ma Saint said the beasts will not join. Our spies have not found that the beasts have any intention of leaving Wano country. But the beasts himself may join. He is in the form of a blue dragon and can reach the headquarters in less than a day. Peter Saint said it's just right to come, just in time to catch them all. If they want to fight, then fight with them. Doesn't the warring states want people? Give it to him, we just need to send out CP0 to break this balance. It's still not safe, Edward, Newgate, Kaido, Drefel, Barrett, and Romon are all 4 emperors. According to Zhangguo's report, there is a woman named Yamato beside Luo Meng who has also reached the rank of general. Zhangguo has to command the battlefield, he can't act easily, and the 3 generals plus Magellan and Kong Gang just correspond to the 5 emperor-level combat forces of Newgate. CP0 has 1 who barely reaches the emperor level, and 2 generals. With their participation, we can win, but we can't completely wipe them out. We need to send more people over. Okay, I will go there in person the day after tomorrow, so that everything will be safe. The 4 of them looked at the man who spoke, and they nodded secretly. With him joining, there will be no problem. So it is decided, and we will reply to Zhangguo according to the arrangement. Hello. Brother Kaido, what's the matter with the phone call? Romon, Yamato had just finished eating brain tiger. Both of them had bulging stomachs as if they were pregnant. They were lying on the ground to digest their food when they heard the den mushi ringing. He took out 2 den mushi from his arms, locked his eyes on the one that was calling, and answered it casually. Ha 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 ha. Where are you, Romon? The war is coming soon. Can you make it? Kaido's heroic voice came from the phone. Kaido's voice was very excited. He couldn't wait. Although it was not the first time to hear Kaido's loudspeaker, Romon was still a little uncomfortable. His ears were a little dazed. Yamato and I are already near Marineford and can arrive at any time. Brother Kaido, you and Jin just need to follow the plan. No problem, I and Yin will be there on time, and this time the Navy will be in big trouble. Brother Kaido, don't be careless. Today I invaded Impel Down and released Barrett and the others. I reached an agreement with them and they will also participate in this war. The Navy has discovered that they are not stupid and will definitely respond. Even if we can win, it won't be that easy. Hey! Luo Meng, you have quietly created such a big thing again, why didn't you call me? I have wanted to pacify Pusha City a long time ago. Haha. It is easier to act with fewer people, so I didn't tell you. I'm telling you now so that you can be more careful in this war and not be tricked by the Navy. Don't worry, I wish they could kill me. If you can do it, come and kill me. All right. Romon saw Kaido's suicidal temper coming back, and couldn't help but hold his forehead. The original drama really didn't describe it wrong. In addition to drinking and recruiting followers, Kaido's only hobby is suicide. And he can't die, which makes people very upset. Anyway, just act on time. I won't say any more. I don't want to have a love affair with Yamato. Ha 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 ha. Then I won't bother you anymore. You better take it easy, Yamato is still a child. Not small anymore, not small anymore, just like that, it's over. You stinky Luo Meng, what are you talking about? Who wants to talk about love with you? You are talking nonsense. That's what she said, but looking at Yamato, she was still very happy. Luo Meng wanted to tease her. Yamato, what you said hurts my heart. We have been like that. What's wrong with talking about love? I am dead. I won't talk to you anymore. After this time, I will talk to Hancock. After hearing what Luo Meng said, Yamato hurriedly said, No, you can't go to that vixen. I will talk to you. Seeing the smirk on Luo Meng's face, she knew that Luo Meng was teasing her. She shrank her head into the headlights and cursed in her heart, Stinky Luo Meng, bad Luo Meng, you only know how to bully me. Luo Meng saw that Yamato had nothing to say, and ignored her, muttering in his heart. System Dad, come out and talk water. Host, what are you doing? It's so late, you don't need to sleep, I still need to sleep. Damn, System, aren't you smart? You still need to sleep, do you have to be so humane? What's wrong with intelligence? Does intelligence have no right to sleep? This system can not only sleep, but also pick up boys. Old lady? The system's voice has always been a male voice. Now it calls itself old lady. Luo Meng was confused. Could this system be a she-male? Luo Meng asked cautiously, System, are you a man or a woman? Host, are you stupid? Is intelligence divided by gender? I call myself old lady, old man, it's none of your business. You're right. I'm stupid. I shouldn't ask this question. Tell me what you want from this system, or I will make you 5 centimeters shorter. I was sleeping so well, but was woken up by your stupid host. I really want to be struck by a thunderbolt. Damn it, this system still has a bad temper when it wakes up. Don't let me have the chance to sing. When this opportunity comes, let the system know who is the father. Now. I can bear it. He 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 he. System father, don't be angry, haven't you issued any tasks to me, your son? I came to you to ask for tasks, so that I can do the main tasks better when I become stronger. Don't you think this is the truth? Okay, okay, seeing that your attitude is pretty good, I will give you a task. Don't disturb my sleep anymore. Okay, okay, I will definitely not disturb you. Ding, now the side quest is released. Please rush to the execution site of Ace to sign in. The sign-in requirement is that the host should do something unspeakable to the General Daotuo on the battlefield to complete the quest. Hey! The system has changed its nature and knows to give the host a welfare quest. I like it. It seems that the wheel of fate has gone astray. In this war, Daotuo is also there. It is getting more and more interesting. After getting the task, he stopped disturbing the system, walked to Yamato, hugged her, and began to appreciate the moon. Of course, his hands were not idle either. You can imagine what he was doing. Chapter 44. The moon was bright and the sky was clear. On the day of Ace's execution, 100,000 elite navy officers stood in the square, waiting for battle. Each of them had a serious look on their faces, and their eyes were all looking at the semicircular sea in front of them. On the execution platform in the back, a boy with freckles on his face was kneeling, and there were two Akoji holding long swords beside him, with the long swords crossed in front of Ace. On the platform stood Sen no Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru and Vice Admiral Garp also stood above. On the next step, the three admirals sat on chairs with their legs crossed, controlling the whole scene. They Shishibukai were below the three admirals. They were not like the navy. The Shishibukai acted much more casually and never thought about really helping the navy. However, they were also looking forward to this war, especially Doflamingo and Gecko Maria. You can tell from their expressions that they were very arrogant. The vice admirals also stood below, lined up in a line, and there was a woman among them, who was the target of Romon's mission this time, Momotoji. She was not going to participate in the war, but Sengoku felt that her high-level combat power was not enough, so he transferred her back. The walls inside the bend were covered with artillery fire, all added up to form an encirclement, waiting for the Whitebeard group to appear in the sea ahead, so that thousands of artillery can be fired at the same time, giving the Whitebeard group a big blow. Suddenly, Sengoku took the loudspeaker Den Den Mushi from the navy next to him and began to tell Ace's past and life experience. On the surface, everyone knew that Ace was Whitebeard's son. When he first called him, except for a few people who knew the truth, the others were extremely confused and didn't understand what Sengoku wanted to express. When Sengoku finished speaking, they understood, which caused a sensation. Not only the navy was surprised, but people all over the world who were watching the live broadcast were extremely shocked. I didn't expect that the captain of the Whitebeard group's second team was actually the child of Pirate King Roger. The big search back then didn't find it. Is it the blood of the sinner? Ace's mother is really great. She was pregnant for 20 months before giving birth to him, and she died of exhaustion. What an amazing mother! After being surprised, the current navy and people watching the live broadcast around the world are discussing it. Some people said that Ace should be executed immediately, and some people said that the sins of the previous generation should not be borne by this generation. Most of the time, the more sentimental people were sighing at Liu Ju's spirit of maternal love, who was willing to give up her own life for her child. After telling Ace's life story, Sengoku said loudly, "Now I declare that the son of the sinful Roger is sentenced to death at noon today." After that, he quietly waited for the time to come, or waited for the appearance of the white group. The stage has been set up, waiting for the actors to go on stage. Time passed by minute, and the atmosphere became more and more serious. The lookout holding the telescope suddenly yelled, and in his sight, one pirate ship after another gradually appeared. "Here they come, it's the White Pirates' fleet, get ready for battle." Suddenly appeared, where did it come from? The lookout also let go of the main members of these ships and said loudly. Ranger Doma had two black bags under his eyes, and a monkey was hugging his neck from behind. Thunder Lord Magai, with two lightning beards, seemed to have a lot of personality. There were also well-known pirates under the Whitebeard group, all of whom were famous figures on the sea, with a total of 43 ships. Whitebeard's main fleet and captains were nowhere to be seen. After listening to the lookout's report, Sengoku and Crane, two deep-minded people, looked a little solemn and had bad thoughts in their hearts. A large number of bubbles appeared on the calm sea. Gurgle. It seems that the layout is wrong. Crane knew what was going on below at a glance, and said this with a grim expression. The next moment, the calm sea surface exploded, and several pirate ships surfaced from the sea. The surface of these ships was wrapped in a layer of bubbles. The bubbles burst, revealing the people inside, who were the captains of the white group. They stood on the edge of the ship, facing 100,000 naval elites. They were not afraid. Appeared, it was the captains of the white group. The captain of the first squad, Phoenix, Marco, the captain of the third squad, Diamond, George, the captain of the fifth squad, Flower Sword, Vista. Was it so easy to be invaded to the inner bend? Zhang Guo's face was very ugly. In this situation, the previous layout was half useless. It was thought that the white group would at least lose some people if they wanted to enter the inner bend, but they never expected that they would appear in a way they had never thought of. Tick 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 tick. Heavy footsteps came from the cabin, and the captains all took a step apart. Whitebeard Newgate walked up slowly until he was completely in front of everyone. The moment Ace saw Whitebeard, tears streamed down his face, and he roared with a choked voice. "Dad, everyone, why did you come to save me? It was my stubborn behavior that led to this situation. I am not worthy of your rescue." "Hey, Ace, stop talking nonsense. It was my order." "Marco, don't you think so?" "Yes." "Ace, wait until we rescue you, then go back and drink and eat meat." Hearing what Whitebeard and Marco said, Ace was so moved that he regretted it very much. If he had listened to his father and not insisted on hunting down Teach, his brothers would not have risked their lives to save him. After Whitebeard replied to Ace, he looked at the Buddha Warring States standing next to him with a sharp gaze. "Oh my god, Zhang Guo, we haven't seen each other for decades. I didn't expect to meet in this way. I hope Ace didn't suffer any injustice from you." "Newgate, stop talking nonsense. Today, Marineford will be your burial place. If you can do it, give it a try." Shock, the force of the sea is overwhelming. Whitebeard inserted his second brother's Azure Dragon Crescent blade into the boat, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and punched back fiercely. The space that could not be grasped was shattered under his fist, and cracks extended. Ocean, sea surface. Ha 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 ha. Is this the strength of the strongest man? It's really exaggerated, even the sea surface has been made so layered by his ability. Doflamingo laughed. I wonder how strong the corpse of the strongest man will be if I make him into my zombie. With him, I can seek revenge on that bastard Kaido. Gecko Mariah was a little greedy in his excitement. Hancock was fine, her eyes searching everywhere, trying to find the figure she missed. With the power of Whitebeard, even my hawk, who had a blank expression for thousands of years, was a little eager to move. The calm sea surface was no longer calm after Whitebeard's attack, but became higher layer by layer. After this scene, there was a tsunami. A tsunami hundreds of meters high covered Marineford. If no one stopped it, the tsunami would cause heavy losses to the navy. The elite navy in the bay were in a panic. They were also human beings. They were instinctively afraid of natural disasters. Just when they wanted to escape, a tall figure appeared in the air. Ice Age. It was General Aokiji. He saved us. Chapter 45. Aokiji was sitting in his seat. Seeing the tsunami coming, he knew it would be over if he didn't take action. He didn't hesitate and flew into the sky. 2 ice strips in his hands extended to the sea water, freezing all the sea water. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. His move was not so simple. After his body recovered, the use of the fruit ability also returned to its peak. The sea water can be frozen, but this. The ice layer began to vibrate, and it became more and more violent. The Navy, who thought they had escaped, was frightened again. After the vibration reached a critical point, it suddenly exploded, and ice blocks of different sizes shot towards the Navy rapidly. This is an extension of Whitebeard's shock ability. A layer of shock power is covered on the surface of the sea water. It will be triggered when encountering obstacles. This move can only be used when the fruit ability is at its peak. Aokiji's face was not very good. He didn't expect that the sea water would be covered with shock power. When he wanted to activate the ability reinforcement again, it was too late. He could only try to break the huge ice block. Ah! Go away! Ice cubes are coming! The navy below was in chaos, and some even began to retreat. Seeing this, the lieutenant generals showed their magical powers one after another. While breaking the ice cubes, they spoke to stabilize the morale of the army. Don't be afraid, it's just broken ice, it won't have any impact on us, don't panic, keep the formation, if you face this little danger, you have to run away, what kind of navy are you, calm down. The admiral's words calmed the panicked navy, they no longer thought about running away, but hid from the small pieces of ice that fell. After they calmed down, no one died, and a few unlucky guys were slightly injured. Hey, guys, we have a natural platform provided by the admiral. Come on! Rescue your brothers, Ace! Ha 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 ha! Kill! Ace, wait for us, we will rescue you. As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, the pirates on more than 40 ships jumped off the ship. Tens of thousands of pirates were not afraid of facing 100,000 navy. The battle was about to start. In the face of life and death, no one dared to hold back, and their best skills were used one after another. There would be death in the battlefield every second, either navy or pirates. Admiral Aokiji, let me be your opponent. After dealing with the ice, Aokiji did not leave the battlefield, but landed on the sea. This ice platform was made by him. For the pirates who dared to attack him, he would attack without hesitation, and each strike would take away a pirate. How could this one-sided killing not attract attention? Look, Diamond George found him. Alala, captain of the third squad, the diamond user, are you targeting me? What a headache! I wonder if my ice can freeze your diamond. Ha ha ha, come and try and you will know. After that, they started a fierce battle. This was a battle between ice and diamond, the coldness of ice and the defense of diamond. Both of them were big names who had been famous for a long time. However, Aokiji was a general after all. George could stop him for a while, but sooner or later he might be defeated. On the execution platform, Sengoku and Ace watched the battle below. They would show distressed looks with every death. Sengoku felt sorry for the navy. These 100,000 navy were not easy to train, but now they were dying in front of him one by one. Ace was the brothers of the white group in his heart. Although he didn't know all of them, these brothers were here to save him. He wasn't dead yet, but they died first. How could I face my brothers when I went down? Oh my! War is really cruel. It seems that in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, we can only capture the leader first. Kizaru turned into Deiko and disappeared from his seat. Akainu meowed and ignored him. Like a sunboat, Kizaru's figure condensed above Whitebeard, and Whitebeard couldn't help but say. So dazzling. Yasakani no Megatama. Ha 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 ha. How can, you are disturbing our king right from the start. Before Whitebeard made a move, Marco took the lead in meeting Kizaru's flashbang, and his hands turned into phoenix wings, intercepting the flashbangs in mid-air. The attack fell on him, and he was beaten to pieces without causing him any damage. The ability of the phoenix was obvious at a glance. It was not a natural system, but it was better than the natural system. If Marco did not have Whitebeard's protection, and developed well, and constantly challenged the strong, he could at least become an emperor. Seeing that Marco blocked his Yasakani no Megatama like this, Kizaru said casually. Captain of the 1st Division Marco, the mythical beast species, the phoenix fruit, you really are like a monster. The navy fighting below was also talking about it. Is this the ability of the phoenix fruit? His recovery ability is really abnormal. Admiral Kizaru's special move didn't cause him any damage. It's incredible. Marco saw Kizaru's casual look, grinned, and then transformed into a full beast form. A blue bird appeared in the air and quickly attacked Kizaru. He came above Kizaru and restored his human form again, leaving only a pair of wings burning, and kicked hard from top to bottom with his right leg. Bang! Kizaru raised his hand to block it and said casually, this trick worked. Seeing Kizaru say this and looking at his relaxed look, everyone knew that Kizaru was joking. Marco looked at it with a frown and said, you are kidding. With his legs exerting force secretly, Kizaru disappeared in the air like a meteor and fell on the surrounding wall. With a bang, the wall was blown to pieces. I wonder if the warring states will settle the score later. Ah! Admiral Kizaru was knocked away. Marco is too strong. As soon as the navy who was just there to make a cameo finished speaking, Kizaru reappeared unscathed, without even a speck of dust on his body. After he told the giants to pay attention to the air, he began to slack off. The war at the top was a little different from the original drama. Hawkeye my hawk did not use that knife at Whitebeard, and Diamond George did not have the opportunity to throw the giant ice. He was fighting fiercely with Aokiji at this time. Without the giant ice falling, Akainu would not have the opportunity to use that big fire-breathing move. He still sat on the chair motionless. In the navy, except for Akainu, Crane, and Sengoku, the rest of the combatants took action, as did the 7 warlords of the sea. They had the same mentality as Kizaru. They didn't even cover up their slacking. It can be said that they paddled without any scruples. The most hard-working one was Gecko Mariah, a guy who couldn't tell the difference between the big and small kings. Hancock, no matter whether it was the navy or the pirates, she would fight. However, she had to work harder to fight the navy. Romon told her that he was an ally of Whitebeard. Ha 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 ha. Just like that, let the times run wild, this is the best time. Doflamingo laughed wildly while using strings to control several pirates to kill each other. Whitebeard was already a little eager to act as he watched his children die one after another, but he had to be ready to deal with emergencies at any time, so he resisted the urge to act immediately. He also believed that Romon would come, and that would be their chance to turn defeat into victory. Chapter 46. At an altitude of 10,000 meters above Marineford, no one noticed that there were 4 figures standing here, watching the battlefield below. They were Romon, Yamato, Kaido, and Jin. When Romon was rushing over, he met Kaido and his 2 companions who were also rushing over halfway. When he first saw Kaido, he still had wounds on his body, obviously after a battle. After understanding, he realized that Kaido had indeed encountered red-haired Shanks who came to block his way after leaving Wano country. Today, Kaido is a dual fruit ability user, and his ability has long been stronger than the peak. Even red-haired with 2 arms can't stop him, let alone one-armed. If it weren't for the fact that red-haired's crew members were not weak, Kaido would have wanted to kill them all. The battle below made Kaido's blood boil, and his fighting factor was activated. He laughed wildly and said, Romon, I'm going to go down and play first. Do you want to go down now or wait? Romon also kept looking down. Today's war on the top is different from the original drama he has watched. There are many more high-level combatants. In addition to his mission target this time, Shitun is also there, and there are also several giants that he has never seen. The most important thing is that he doesn't believe that there are only so few high-level combat forces. There must be government personnel in the dark, but they haven't appeared yet. Hearing Kaido's words, he squinted and smiled. Brother Kaido, if you want to go and play, go and play. The 3 of us will take a look. Kaido laughed and said, then you wait, I'm going. As soon as Kaido set out, Romon found that there were 3 ships approaching Marineford. The 3 ships were in different directions, and they were all people he knew. The 3 parties were the Blackbeard pirates, Barrett, and a group of people who formed temporarily. The last group surprised him the most. Kusanagi, Luffy and Rayleigh. If there were only the 2 of them, Romon would not be surprised. The people on their ship surprised Romon the most. Everyone on the ship was wearing prison uniforms. He was not unfamiliar with these prison uniforms. They were the prison uniforms of Impel Down. There were also several familiar figures among them. For example, the Demon King Ivankov, the Son of Destiny, and the Clown Buggy. They were all among them, and their goals were very clear, directly aiming at the battlefield. It seems that the Wheel of Fate still guides Luffy to Impel Down. The people on the Barrett and Blackbeard ships did not rush forward immediately, but instead watched from the blind spot. He. It's getting more and more interesting. I wonder how the Navy will respond next. When their sight came to Luffy, as soon as their ship approached, Luffy shouted in his childish voice, "Ace, I'm here to save you." Luffy, 2 voices sounded at the same time on the execution platform. One was Ace's, his face was full of disbelief, and the other was Garp's, his forehead was full of black lines. Sengoku also had a black line on his forehead, looking at Garp and said, "Garp, it's your grandson again." Their appearance was also seen by the Navy. They didn't care much about Luffy, the newcomer, but they were stunned when they saw one of the figures. Pluto, really? Unlike the surprise of the Navy, Magellan in the dark was about to faint. He recognized that the people on that ship were all prisoners of Impel Down. He didn't expect that as soon as he left, Impel Down would score twice. Whoosh! There was an extra person next to Whitebeard. He looked at Rayleigh, who was as old as him, and said, "Rayleigh, why are you here, old man?" Rayleigh smiled and said, "Haha, Newgate, long time no see, you're still as powerful as before. That kid over there is my apprentice, and Ace is the captain's child, this is a good enough reason." Whitebeard looked at Luffy, but he didn't pay attention to the person. His eyes were on the hat, which was Roger's hat. Before he could say anything, something unexpected happened. A crazy laugh came from the air. "Ha ha ha ha! Newgate, and Rayleigh, why aren't you dead yet?" Whitebeard didn't seem surprised to see the people coming, but the Navy was a little disheartened. "Kaido, you finally came out, and where is Romon?" When Sengoku saw Kaido coming out, he looked around again. "Oh my, the monsters are really appearing one after another." Kizaru had a headache. He felt that he couldn't paddle in this water today. Kaido officially appeared, and his dragon body of thousands of meters began to shrink, and he also stood next to Whitebeard. Whitebeard said, "You are here, and it seems that Romon has also arrived, why didn't he come down?" "Tisk, Romon is up there watching the show, I'll come down and play first." "What's the matter, you're standing on the boat without doing anything, are you scared?" Seeing Kaido's sarcastic tone, Whitebeard ignored him and continued to turn his head to look at the battlefield. Seeing that Whitebeard ignored him, Kaido put the club on his shoulder. "Tisk, boring, I'm going to go play first, you wait here," Izuku said, and then he appeared on the battlefield. "Ah! It's Kaido, the king of beasts. He has joined the battlefield. Who will stop him? Is this the 4 emperors? It's too scary. Even the giants can't block his attack. It seems that only the generals can stop him." Not long after Kaido joined the battlefield, a giant came to him. Kaido taught the giant a lesson, letting him know that being big is not everything. Sengoku wanted to order the generals to stop Kaido, but when he saw a yellow figure coming up, he stopped talking. "Oh my, I can't let you kill like this," Kizaru came to Kaido and said. "Light speed kick." Kaido was not surprised but happy to see this. He laughed and said, "You came at the right time, these little shrimps make me lose the desire to fight, and you, the Admiral, can make me excited." Bang! He raised his hand to block Kizaru's light-speed kick, and swung a hammer with his backhand. Kizaru felt the power above and did not dare to take it head-on, so he could only avoid the edge temporarily. Turned into light to dodge, but now Kaido is the user of the Thunder Fruit ability, and the speed of thunder is not slower than light. This is the first time he has shown the ability of dual fruits in the Navy. Turned into thunder and chased the light. What? How is it possible? Kizaru just stood still and saw Kaido's attack, which was covered with thunder, coming to his chest. He could not dodge it, and hurriedly condensed the armed color with both hands across his chest to block the blow. Boom! This time, Kizaru could no longer remain calm. The pain in his arm made his expression a little distorted. It had been a long time since he felt this kind of pain. Except for Whitebeard and some people who had seen Yamato transform into a phoenix at that time, the rest were stunned. Those who didn't understand were thinking, what the hell is this? Isn't Kaido a mythical beast, the fish fruit, and the blue dragon form? How can he transform into thunder? Isn't this a natural characteristic? Haven't you heard that the mythical beast can also do it? Sengoku frowned and looked at Kaido. They were all old acquaintances, and they had fought more than once or twice. They knew Kaido's abilities very well, even the mythical beast, the blue dragon form. It is impossible for him to transform into thunder. If I had known earlier, I would not have withdrawn the spies from Wano country. Something must have happened to Kaido during this period. I didn't expect that withdrawing the spies would make him so passive. Chapter 47. Kizaru walked out of the rubble, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked fine, but he knew that he had been injured internally. He turned into light again and came near Kaido. He did not attack immediately, but asked doubtfully, Kaido, is the thunderbolt just now also the ability of your mythical beast? Ha 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 ha. This is the ability of the Thunder Fruit, and now I am a dual fruit ability user. Kaido did not hide it and revealed the dual fruit ability. It might arouse the greed of the world government. They want to find out the secret of Kaido's dual fruit and will attack the beast pirates, but he is not afraid. If he is afraid, he will not be called Kaido. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The battle has stopped, and they are all looking at Kaido. When Kaido said this, it was undoubtedly like a 12-level typhoon sweeping through, blowing them dizzy. The most surprised was Teach in the dark. He wanted to integrate the dual fruit ability, but because his physique was different from that of ordinary people, he dared to try it. He didn't expect Kaido to be able to do it. They never thought it was because of Romon. When Kizaru heard this answer, an impossible expression appeared on his wretched face. However, he knew Kaido's character better. He was not a liar, and he disdained to lie. Even though it was hard to accept, he had to accept it. Oh my, you are already so strong, and now you have the ability of two fruits, and the thunder fruit. In this case, my advantage in speed no longer exists. Fighting with a monster like you is really going to kill me. After saying this, Kizaru condensed a lightsaber and flashed towards Kaido. At this moment, he no longer thought about paddling, but used his true strength. I would die. Come on. Kaido also rushed forward with a flash of thunder. As soon as the two weapons touched, the broken ice beside them was all bounced away. The shrimps on the battlefield came to their senses and started fighting again. The scene became chaotic again. They were fighting, but they didn't dare to get close to Kaido's field. No one saw that the figure of Admiral Akainu above had disappeared. He still found the giant snail spider who had a grudge against Roger as in the original play. After a heartfelt speech, Akainu showed a smile of success. After the giant snail spider walked towards Whitebeard, he retreated. As in the original play, the giant snail the spider came to Whitebeard and chatted with him for a while. When he found an opportunity, he wanted to pierce Whitebeard with his long sword. However, how could Whitebeard, who was in his peak state, be easily hit? Sensing the danger, his armed collar covered his back and blocked the attack of the big snail spider. This situation was discovered by Marco, who hurriedly held down the big snail spider and asked a soul-searching question, why? After understanding it, Whitebeard realized that this was a divisive tactic of the Navy. He comforted this stupid son and explained it loudly to his other sons. Whitebeard was furious. You dare to use your own son to deal with me. This is unforgivable. Seeing this, Sengoku shouted hurriedly, the strongest man in the world has taken action. Be careful. Shock, air shock. The air was vibrated, forming a shock wave that went straight to the bottom of the execution platform, aiming directly at the execution platform. Akainu flashed to the path of the shock wave, and the magma in his hand erupted. He shouted, how can I let you destroy the execution platform so easily? Big fire breathing. Boom. The two forces collided and began to cancel each other out. To others, they seemed evenly matched, but Akainu himself was horrified. He had used almost all his strength to block Whitebeard's attack. Is it reasonable that he still possesses this level of strength at such an old age? After completely eliminating the air shock, Akainu had a little cold sweat on his forehead. In order to maintain his image, he pretended to be calm and returned to his seat. This magma kid, Whitebeard was not surprised to see his attack blocked. It would be strange if it was so easy. He yelled, guys, rush into the square in one go. On Sengoku's side, he picked up the Den Mushi and said, notify everyone and ask the entire navy to withdraw. We can start planning. Got it, Marshal Sengoku. After this man finished his reply, he roamed around the battlefield. The navy who heard his words spread it to the nearby navy. The navy began to withdraw to the curve in an orderly manner. This change made the pirates stop. Except for Kaido and Kizaru, they were still fighting fiercely. Kizaru knew about this plan and wanted to retreat, but Kaido would not let him go. Whitebeard stood in place and looked at Sengoku on the high platform, and yelled, Sengoku, what tricks are you trying to play again, old man? Sengoku ignored him. After all the navy entered the curve, his order was issued. The encirclement wall was activated. Marshal Sengoku, it's bad, the encirclement wall is blocked by ice and can't be raised for the time being. Sengoku looked at Aokiji with a frown on his face, and said to the people below, hurry up and find a way to get rid of the ice. We must activate the encirclement wall before the pirates invade the square. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. How could they deal with the ice caused by the Admiral's ability? They could only continue to increase the power. Fortunately, it succeeded. The encirclement wall was activated, separating the navy and the pirates. Seeing this, Whitebeard fired an air shock, and the encirclement wall sank. Although it didn't fall, it was almost there. That's it. Whitebeard was a little confused. He didn't know what Sengoku was doing. At his peak, he wanted to break through this barrier, and there were at least hundreds of ways. But what he didn't know was that Sengoku didn't know that he had recovered to his peak. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he couldn't break it, and said to the admiral below, Akainu, it's up to you. Upon hearing this, Akainu walked to the front of the stage, his arms turned into magma and pointed at the sky. The magma was like a machine gun, erupting countless magma fists that disappeared into the air. The momentum was huge and spectacular. The pirates in the square stared, waiting and preparing to deal with what would happen. Everything. But soon, their faces were full of question marks. This move can be said to be a big move with a lot of noise but little action. They thought it was so awesome. Is that it? There was nothing else in the sky, only the magma dust scattered all over the sky. The fragments couldn't even kill chickens, let alone pirates. They looked at Akainu, and their eyes seemed to say, are you here to make fun of us? This attack can't hurt us even if it hits our faces. The air suddenly became so quiet, which seemed very strange in such an occasion. Not to mention the pirates, the faces of the navy were much uglier, especially Sengoku and Akainu himself. Sengoku even yelled, Sakazuki, what are you doing? How could this happen? Akainu, who looked ugly, didn't reply to Sengoku. He was also full of doubts at this time. This move of meteor volcano had never failed. How could it fail at such a critical moment? It doesn't make sense. Unwilling to give up, he raised his hand again and erupted magma into the sky. Seeing this, everyone's heart was lifted again. Chapter 48. Looking up at the sky, Akainu's moves once again passed through the clouds. After reaching a certain height, a magma meteorite fell down. There were 3 figures standing in the sky. Seeing this scene, they attacked again. Damn, it comes again. Romon and the other 2 stood in the air. Seeing the magma meteorite falling again, they were busy and each of them smashed the magma. This caused the people below to have black question marks on their faces. This idea was proposed by Romon. He wanted to see what expression Akainu would have. Akainu did not disappoint him. Looking at Akainu's expression like he had eaten shit, he almost laughed to death. After an attack, the meteorite turned into magma fragments and fell towards Marineford. The scene was repeated. Everyone, including the navy, looked at Akainu more strangely. Kizaru thought, everyone says I am good at paddling, but what about Akainu? Padding has gone beyond the sky. It can be regarded as a role model for our generation. In the days to come, I would like to call Akainu the king of paddling. Kaido, Whitebeard and Rayleigh almost laughed out loud. They knew that Romon was in the air, and all this must have been his doing. They didn't expect that Romon had such a bad taste. They all laughed and shook their heads. The story repeated itself. Sengoku and the others were not stupid. If they couldn't see anyone in the sky, they could go home and take a shower. However, in the navy, except for Kizaru who can fly with light, no one else has this ability. Kizaru was held by Kaido and couldn't separate. The navy's 6-style moon step can go to the sky, but it is too slow. The person must be in the clouds. Thinking of the way Kaido appeared, Sengoku could easily analyze who was in the sky. Disaster of the beasts, Orki, Romon. After sorting out everything, Sengoku shouted to the sky, Orki, Romon, you dare not show up when you come, can you only do some small tricks? People who didn't understand heard what Sengoku said, and they all looked up at the sky. Ha ha ha. Smart, you are worthy of being called a wise general, Buddha of warring states, you thought of me so quickly. As soon as the voice fell, they saw 3 figures appear in front of them. Romon in the state of the black-winged great demon, Yamato with a 3-foot green sword on his waist, a set of fiery red armor, a pair of flaming wings behind him that moved with the wind, and Jin wearing a black heavy metal suit. The 3 of them appeared on the top for the first time. Ah! Mr. Romon, you are finally here. Hancock's eyes turned into hearts. It's really him, the evil man known as the God Slayer, Orkilaman. I was wondering how Admiral Akainu could make such a low-level mistake. It turns out that it was all caused by Romon. I almost thought that Admiral Akainu was a traitor. Damn it! Who said it wasn't? I think so too. No, after the war, I have to apologize to Admiral Akainu, otherwise I won't be able to get over it. Romon's appearance caused a huge uproar in the navy, with different thoughts, and the navy felt guilty for misunderstanding Akainu, and looked at Romon even more fiercely. Akainu wanted to peel off Romon's skin, and he almost ruined his reputation. Hee hee. Whitebeard laughed and said, Romon boy, I didn't expect you to have this side. If you don't show up, Akainu may be ashamed to death. Romon replied, who told him to attack me? If not him, who else? Don't say, when he attacked for the first time, Akainu's expression almost made me laugh. The 2 joked without scruples, and the pirates laughed. Akainu had never suffered such humiliation before. He felt a bang in his head, and his emotions were completely out of control. He shouted angrily, damn it, you all deserve to die. He turned into lava and rushed out of the platform regardless of everything. Don't be impulsive. Sengoku's persuasion was of no use at all. At this moment, Akainu's only thought was to kill Romon. With his action, the war broke out again, and the pirates began to rush to the square. Sengoku hurriedly ordered the artillery to fire. The shells were still useful for ordinary pirates. More than 10 cannons on the wall fired at the same time, causing considerable casualties to the pirates. Akainu ran all the way out of the square and came to the ice. Due to the high temperature, he was an admiral, and ordinary pirates did not bother to stop him. He walked to Romon's side very easily. Romon didn't know what he was thinking. Did he look like a soft persimmon? Not to mention that there were Yamato and Jin. What gave him the courage to fight 3 people alone? Akainu didn't know what Romon was thinking. He came to Romon and yelled, "Go to hell, you big shot!" Bang! Before he could even utter the word fire, his body was hit hard and he flew backwards, interrupting his skill. Ha ha ha! Sakazuki, I'm here to be your opponent. When Barrett and the others appeared in Romon, they no longer hid and quickly rushed to the battlefield. Barrett had no interest in the navy of small shrimps, and naturally targeted the rushing Akainu. Evil Ghost, Barrett, Red Earl, Crocodile, and Shiryu of the Rain, have they all appeared? The high-ranking navy officials were not surprised that Barrett and the others would attack, as they had already analyzed it. After Akainu flew to the ground, he stood up after a few seconds. This blow made him sober up a little. He looked at Barrett and said, "Barrett, you are also a sinful person, go to hell." The 2 men started fighting, the flaming magma against the domineering Barrett. Their bodies were not weak, and fierce sparks collided. Romon did not watch their fight, but looked in the direction of the execution platform, where several masked people appeared. Those dressed like this must be from the CP organization. He said to Jin and Yamato, "Jin, you stay with Yamato, you two help each other. The people who appeared on the execution platform are from the government, and they are all powerful. Be careful." "Okay, don't worry," Jin replied. "Damn Romon, can we make a move? I can't wait." Romon saw that everyone had made a move, and he stopped hesitating and said, "Okay, let's go straight into the backstage." "Haha! Great," Yamato yelled, "Ace, I'm here to save you." Romon was speechless. How could Yamato be the same as Luffy? Too immature. And Ace was confused. How did this beautiful woman know me? I don't remember knowing her. Yamato's human beast form had completely changed his appearance, so of course Ace couldn't recognize him. Ace has really made a warm-hearted friend. Guys, you can't just rely on a little girl to rescue Ace. Go in and kill them. Whitebeard yelled. Air shock, give me, break. Boom. The shock wave hit the encirclement wall again. This time, without any surprise, a hole was blasted open in the encirclement wall. He also jumped off the boat. Charge like a beast. Charge. Dad opened the way for us, and we rushed in to rescue Brother Ace. Kill. The pirates rushed into the square. Sengoku was surprised to see this. Did Whitebeard take medicine? He was so powerful. He found something unusual. The old Whitebeard could not have such strength. However, he did not have time to think about it and quickly commanded the navy to meet the enemy. Chapter 49. Unexpectedly, the pirates invaded the inner field so easily. Sengoku looked very unhappy. He said to the people of CP organization beside him, "Why don't you take action? When will you take action?" The people of CP ignored Sengoku. They were directly under the 5 elders and there was no need to listen to Sengoku's words. They did not start to act until a strong voice came from the dark. Is this the power of the strongest man in the world? It's terrible. He is no match at all. Who will stop him? Whitebeard invaded the square like a wild beast that had escaped from the trap. No navy could block his attack. Romon was also in the square. He retreated from the black-winged demon form and landed on the square. He threw out instant white lightning, which electrocuted the navy who dared to approach him and made them spit out black smoke. He did not find a high-powered person. His goal was very clear. His eyes were always on the mission target, Daotu, and people also approached him quickly. "Hey! Beautiful girl from the navy, how about we fight each other?" A voice sounded from behind. Daotu jumped away instinctively, looked back, and said, "Olki, Romon, I haven't found you yet, but you came to me first, so I'll leave you here." Although she said so, she didn't dare to be careless. She knew Romon's record. He had beaten generals. She was not his opponent, but she couldn't lose in momentum. One knife flow, ruthless falling cherry blossoms, chaotic blades. Dozens of pink sword auras slashed at Romon. Romon smiled slightly and switched to the Qinglian sword Immortal template. The momentum changed, and the oppressive aura emanating from his body turned into endless sharpness. The sword light surrounded his body, and the sword intent soared into the sky. A few sword auras shattered Daotu's sword aura. After he used the sword Immortal template, all the swordsmen present felt it, and their eyes turned to him. Hawkeye's blood was boiling. He sensed it, and there was no way. The swordsman on the scene, this sword intent is purer than his, and sharper than his. He had a feeling of meeting a soulmate. Although he wanted to go up and fight a few moves immediately, he still held back. The duel between the two swordsmen is sacred and cannot be disturbed by anyone else. After Romon and Daotu finish the duel, he will find Romon without hesitation. Romon's changes were also seen by others, and they were all shocked. Lieutenant General he was even more worried. The Admiral couldn't do anything to Romon, so how could Daotu beat him? Carp saw his worry and said, "Don't worry, Crane, Daotu will be fine. I'll be watching her. I will take action as soon as there is a situation." He nodded but didn't reply. Daotu saw that Luo Meng's aura changed instantly, as if he had turned into a sword, which was sharp and carried a sense of unrestrained and uninhibited. As a swordsman, she was not afraid of Luo Meng, who was in the template of a sword fairy. Like Hawkeye, she was also inspired with endless fighting spirit. This was the instinct of a swordsman, and her breath went up 1 degree. She flashed close to Luo Meng and started close combat. Ha 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 ha. Luo Meng's personality was a little affected by the state of a sword fairy, and his words were much more casual. He said, "Navy beauty, we don't have to fight to the death. Why don't we find a place for me to buy you a drink and enjoy the beautiful scenery under the flowers and the moon?" As he spoke, he casually broke Daotu's offensive, wielding the 3-foot green sword in his hand gracefully and unrestrainedly. "No, who wants to watch the moon with you? If you follow me into Impel Down Castle obediently, I will consider having a drink with you as a farewell to you." Daotu was merciless in her words, and Kinpala was even more merciless in his dancing. Romon smiled casually and said, "Oh, you are really heartless. I won't go to Impel Down Castle. I just came out of there and there is nothing interesting in there. How about you come to Wano country? We can do some wonderful things there. You are looking for death, and now you are teasing me. When our navy catches you, I will make sure you are in trouble." Daotu said in a delicate voice. "Ha ha ha. You caught me, what do you want to do to me? Let me tell you first, candles and whips are required." Daotu is not a new little girl, how could she not know what Luo Meng meant? A blush appeared on her face, making her look even more beautiful and charming. Although she is not young, her figure and appearance are still perfect, otherwise Luo Meng would have thought about giving up this mission. When Daotu heard Luo Meng's frivolous words, she said angrily, "You hooligan, I'm going to kill you." Itoryu, Iai, Sakura walk. The Iai technique is similar to the sword drawing technique, and the moment the sword is drawn, an unparalleled speed bursts out. However, Daotu's speed is no match for Luo Meng, so this trick is useless, and Luo Meng blocked it casually. He has played enough, and talked too much, and he no longer hesitates for the mission, and his breath has become erratic. Luo Meng chuckled and said, "Beauty, your stubbornness really makes my sword intentions flourish. Take my move, Sword of the Great River." "Oh no, Garp." He saw this and hurriedly told Garp to take action. Whoosh! Garp disappeared on the execution platform and rushed to Dao Tu's side desperately, but he stopped when he was about to arrive. Looking at the two people hugging each other, he was confused. Should I go up or leave? Back to Luo Meng, he used a move of the Sword of the Great River, and the sword intent completely locked Dao Tu. She couldn't even resist from behind under this move, and thought, "Am I going to die today?" She closed her eyes and waited for death to come. She didn't feel the pain, but her mouth felt it first. She opened her eyes and was confused. The pain came into her eyes first. What caught her attention was a pair of sparkling eyes, and then there was Romon's rogue face. She actually forgot to resist for a moment, and just stared and felt it. This bastard even stuck his tongue in, shameless. Ahem. I say, you two, you are still fighting, it's not good for you to do this. Garp still didn't leave, and came to them and spoke. This voice also made Dao Tu react, and she quickly broke free from Romon's arms. Her face was flushed. The rogue actually pinched her twice in the end, and then there was endless anger, and she yelled, "Damn rogue, I'm going to kill you." There was someone who was even angrier than her, that was Shatun. The goddess in his mind was defiled in front of his eyes, which made him furious, but he couldn't get away for a while, so he didn't kill Romon immediately. Ha 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 ha. Beautiful lady, I'm sorry, I can't help myself, I can't help myself. Come to Wano country to find me when you have time, and we can have a deeper exchange. After saying that, Romon retreated. Ah! You bastard, you said don't run away, let's fight for another 300 rounds. Momota was so angry that she wanted to chase Romon when she saw him escape. Garp interrupted her and said, "Okay, you are not his opponent. The result will be the same if you catch him. Get rid of the pirates first. If you want revenge, wait until you win this war and catch him." Momota also knew that chasing after him would only bring humiliation upon herself, so she temporarily suppressed the idea of killing Romon. Her anger made those little pirates suffer. They thought to themselves, "We didn't kiss you, how can you be a hero for hitting us so hard?" The situation here was also seen by several people who were paying attention to Romon. "Yamato, damn Romon, I'll make you suffer when I get back." Kaido. Is this kid too fickle? Should I give him a beating for Yamato? Hancock, whatever husband Romon does is right. Should I find a chance to rob this female sailor? Hawkeye, I can't bear to watch. Crane, it's over, the cabbage has been pushed by the pig, and I can't beat this pig. What should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent. Sengoku, it seems that this kid likes beautiful women. Should I use a beauty trap on him? Chapter 50. Luo Meng left Dao Tu and shouted in his heart, "System Dad, the mission is completed, give me the reward quickly." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, the rewards are as follows. 1. Instant teleportation, the host can reach any place he can see as long as he thinks about it. 2. A set of Kang teacher's photo albums, when the host is bored, he can take them out and watch them to relieve his depression. 3. A super invincible pill, this is the best choice to improve that aspect, as for which aspect, the host knows. The above are all the rewards this time, I hope the host will continue to work hard. System Dad, I love you so much, the rewards for this task are quite satisfactory, although the instant teleportation is not as abnormal as that in Dragon Ball, it is also pretty good, where my eyes go, I can see my figure, the eyesight improved by the Sharingan is not small. Kang teacher's photo album, oh, forget it, there is nothing good to see, I have seen enough in my previous life. As for the invincible pill, wow, I like it. There is no need to think too much, Luo Meng shouted in his heart, System Dad, help me integrate the instant teleportation and take out the invincible pill. Ding! Start fusion teleportation for the host, fusion degree %1, %100, fusion completed. I suggest the host not to take the invincible pill now, the effect is too strong. If you take it, you may do the thing of walking the bird under the moon. Romon had put the pill to his mouth, but when he heard the system's words, his hand stopped, and he was sweating. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten it yet. The system didn't know to mark it when issuing rewards, and it almost killed me. If I really do a bird walk on the top like someone, I won't lose my 2-meter thick face. After putting away the invincible pill, his eyes were on the war. The main combat power was basically faced by the high-level combat power of the Navy. Kaido was still fighting with old Kizaru on the ice outside the square. Kizaru was really not weak. Although Kaido, who had 2 fruits, had a hard time fighting, he didn't lose immediately. Barrett also fought back and forth with Akainu on the ice. He even used the fruit ability, and the fusion fruit fused 2 of Whitebeard's ships. Whitebeard faced Aokiji, who was beaten so badly that he must have cursed in his heart. Is this the strength that old Whitebeard can use? Nonsense. Rayleigh was entangled by a CP man and couldn't get away. The one who fought with Redfield surprised Romon a little. The Warden, Magellan, didn't appear in the original play. His arrival changed a lot. No one dared to step forward near the battlefield between the 2 of them. Magellan's poison gas was no joke. Yamato and Jin fought very easily. They were found by 3 people from the CP organization. The 3 people from CP were not at the Admiral level. It was not a problem for them to fight against them. Yamato did not lose even when fighting 2 people. Crocodile still found Doflamingo, Jinbei fought Gecko Maria, and the other 7 warlords were just paddling. Hancock even turned around and fought the Navy, and was being entangled by Smoker and others. Suddenly, Romon's eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of a figure moving quickly on the battlefield, and his brows were furrowed. Invisible? Every time this person kills someone, he disappears. With his eyesight, he can't see how he disappears. However, the invisibility fruit was eaten by Gecko Moria's men, so it shouldn't be the invisibility fruit. The moment he came out to kill was also seen by Romon. He was wearing a mask and was a member of the CP organization. System Dad, do you know what kind of person is invisible? Ding, host, that is a mythical beast, the cat fruit, the dark night leopard form. Invisibility is his skill. Stealth is another character I haven't seen before, and he has reached the level of Admiral. When he saw him approaching Whitebeard, Romon ignored him. It is not so easy to sneak attack Whitebeard. Clean up the Navy that came to kill again. At this time, Orky, Romon, how about I fight you? Romon looked in the direction of the voice. Hawkeye my hawk was standing not far from him, full of fighting spirit, holding the black knife yelping, with the tip of the knife pointed at Romon. When Romon left Daotu, he couldn't help but fight, gave up his opponent, and aimed at Romon with the flower sword Vista. Romon felt his fighting spirit, and he was still in the form of a sword fairy, and his fighting spirit was also aroused. If you want to fight, then fight. I also want to see what kind of style you, the world's #1 swordsman, have. Hearing Romon's words, Hawkeye smiled, very happily. The sword intent of the 2 kept rising. Before they made a move, their sword intent had already collided. Their actions were known to everyone, and they all stopped consciously. Even Whitebeard and other high-level fighters temporarily separated, and their eyes were on Romon and Hawkeye. Voices kept coming out of the field. The world's greatest swordsman versus the God-Slayer Orky, Romon, who will win? Ha ha ha! This battle is really exciting. Can Hawkeye keep his title as the world's #1 swordsman in the hands of Romon? Redfield and Bista, several sword disciples, saw something different. Hawkeye had already lost in terms of sword power. If he didn't make a move, his sword heart might be disturbed. In addition to them, the 5 elders in the dark also saw it. Facing Romon's sword intent, the knife in his hand was a little eager to move. They could see this problem, and Hawkeye could certainly find it. He no longer hesitated and directly swung out a green sword energy. Romon smiled faintly, and the 3-foot green sword in his hand also swung out a sword energy, which offset each other. After one move, the two started close combat, and the black knife and the 3-foot green sword collided to produce unparalleled fireworks. The surrounding ground was covered with sword marks cut by their sword energy. Hawkeye lost in both sword power and sword moves, but he was very excited. He felt that there was still room for improvement in his swordsmanship. Romon, I'm lucky to meet you. I see in you that my swordsmanship has the potential to be further developed. Romon replied as he fought, learning never ends. Who dares to claim to be the strongest in swordsmanship? I heard that you also like wine. Why don't we have a drink after this fight? Hawkeye's eyes lit up, as if he had found a soulmate. He had a soulmate before, red-haired Shanks, and now he felt like he had another soulmate. That's right, who dares to claim to be the strongest in the sword art? I am just sitting in a well and looking at the world. After this battle, I will definitely bring good wine to visit you. Now, let's just enjoy this battle. One sword style, heaven and earth are connected. Hawkeye no longer used a normal attack, but used a sword move. A stream of sword energy condensed into a line and attacked Luo Meng with a sharp edge. Seeing this move, Luo Meng thought to himself, he is worthy of being the world's #1 swordsman. His might has reached the level of the 4 emperors. His sword intention is completely opposite to Luo Meng's. Hawkeye's sword intention is mainly based on the momentum of moving forward, while Luo Meng's Qinglian sword Immortal is mainly free and unrestrained. Ha ha ha! Good job, watch me, a stroke of genius. Turning decay into magic, Luo Meng did not use the sword energy, but instead covered the sword energy on the 3-foot green blade, pointed the sword tip at Hawkeye's sword energy, and after breaking it, stabbed directly and quickly at Hawkeye. Chapter 51. Hawkeye couldn't dodge the extremely fast speed, and he could only raise the black knife and hold it across his chest in a hurry. Bang! The huge force made him slide back hundreds of meters before stopping. The hand holding the knife was shaking slightly. After stabilizing himself, the Eagle Lord stepped forward again. Ichirikuryu, Iai, draw the sword. Hawkeye's Iai slash is much faster than Momoda Sagai's, but Romon still said that in terms of speed, he has never been afraid of anyone. With the sight of observation haki and the Sharingan's enhanced vision, he is not afraid of even the speed of light, let alone the speed of sword moves. Directly attacking the flaw, Hawkeye appeared behind Romon. Romon was not hurt at all, but after catching Hawkeye's Iai, he returned a sword with his backhand. Hawkeye turned around. There was a scar on his chest that was stained with blood. I was not seeing things, Hawkeye was actually injured. He was actually injured by Romon in the kendo match. It's incredible. It seems that after today, the title of the world's #1 swordsman will be taken away by Romon. Seeing Hawkeye injured, the little shrimps exclaimed again. Is even kendo so powerful? Zhang Guo watched the fight between the two on the high platform and was secretly shocked. Whitebeard and the others already knew the result, so they no longer paid attention and fought again. Hawkeye touched the wound. He hadn't been injured like this in kendo for a long time. Even Shanks couldn't do it. He was no longer calm and laughed. Great, come again, fight. Romon also responded to him, come. The figures collided again. Hawkeye's heavy swordsmanship against Romon's chic swordsmanship. With the constant collision, Hawkeye's wounds became more and more. Regardless of speed, strength, or sword moves, Romon was the winner, and Hawkeye could only resist. His defeat was obvious, and there was no possibility of turning defeat into victory, unless Hawkeye could break through the existing swordsmanship in the battle and upgrade to a higher level, there would be a little chance of turning defeat into victory, but it was only a little possibility. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Hawkeye half knelt on the ground, panting, barely stood up, and smiled faintly at Romon. The last move, if you can take it, I lose. Luo Meng also had a few small wounds on his body. Hearing Hawkeye's words, he also laughed heartily. Really? Then come on. Let's decide the winner with one move. Secretly accumulating strength, the two climbed up again. Some people who were still paying attention knew that after this move, the winner would be decided. One sword style, Dark Knight Sword. Hawkeye's move was no longer green sword energy, but black. Hundreds of meters of sword energy flew horizontally towards Romon. Wherever the sword energy passed, the space was a little unstable. After he used this move, his strength was drained. Even Whitebeard was a little shocked by this move. He had to use a lot of strength to break Hawkeye's move. And Romon also used a move when Hawkeye made a move. Come on, look at me, a sword, end of the world. This move of Romon's sword end of the world is also sword energy, not as exaggerated as Hawkeye's sword energy of hundreds of meters, only less than 10 meters. However, this sword energy of less than 10 meters against the sword energy of hundreds of meters, collided with each other and shattered Hawkeye's sword energy in less than 3 seconds. He flew towards Hawkeye at the same speed. Hawkeye was not afraid. Even if he died in this move, he had no regrets. He had no strength to dodge and closed his eyes with a smile. He did not feel the pain he imagined. He opened his eyes confusedly and said to the person who came to him, "Why? This figure is Romon. It's just a duel. He doesn't have to kill Hawkeye." Knowing that Hawkeye can't block his move, he will move here instantly to help Hawkeye block it. There's no why. I have no grudge against you. This is just a swordsmanship competition, not a life and death duel. Killing you will be of no use to me. And didn't I say that just now? I hope we can have a drink together someday. Don't you think having a goal to chase is more motivation? I'll wait for your breakthrough in swordsmanship, and then we can have another duel. Hawkeye was a little confused. Why did this sound so familiar? It seemed like I had said this to a green-haired man before. Is that so? Okay, I'll give you the title of the world's #1 swordsman for the time being. When I break through, I'll go to Wano country and challenge you again, I won't lose again. Romon exited the sword Immortal template, patted Hawkeye's shoulder vigorously and laughed. It's okay to come to Wano country to challenge me, but you have to bring some good wine. I know you have collected a lot of good wine. Hawkeye was almost knocked down by the slap. He was not killed by Romon's sword, but he was almost killed. Seeing Romon's sword intent restrained and turned into this state, he nodded helplessly. Romon smiled and said, "Then it's settled. I'm leaving, you stay here by yourself." Whitebeard and other high-level fighters were not surprised by Romon's victory, but it caused an uproar among others. Those who didn't use swords were horrified, and those who used swords knew that they were going to become the #1 swordsman, and the target to challenge had changed from Eagle Lord to Romon. Hawkeye had fought enough and had no interest in other people. He put the black knife back behind his back and walked in one direction. Seeing that he wanted to leave, Zhang Guo yelled, "My hawk, the war is not over yet, where are you going?" Hawkeye kept walking. "I also contributed in the war, and we were defeated. Now I have no obligation to help you anymore." Sengoku said, "You just leave like this, aren't you afraid that the Navy will deprive you of the title of Shishibukai? You must know that without this title, you will be hunted down by the Navy again." After hearing what Sengoku said, Hawkeye was too lazy to pay attention to him. He had never cared about the title of Shishibukai. He agreed to become Shishibukai only because he didn't like flies constantly coming to him. This title was dispensable to him. Seeing that, Hawkeye ignored him and left the battlefield on his own, Sengoku thought to himself, pirates are pirates, none of them can be trusted, especially that woman Hancock, who didn't fight the Whitebeard group, but instead fought the navy. I will abolish your title of Shishibukai when I turn around, and let you run around like rats. The battle continued as usual, and the CP member of the mythical beast species really found Whitebeard. With him joining, Aokiji was much more relaxed, but neither of them could gain an advantage against Whitebeard, and both of them were injured. Barrett had a hard time fighting, as the two were equally strong and evenly matched. The fight between Kaido and Kizaru was much more gorgeous, with the pursuit of lightning and light constantly going on. Yamato faced off against Momosegi, and Jin faced off against Chiton, and the fights between them were also very exciting, with fire versus sword energy, and strength versus strength. The one who was most relaxed now was Romon. After the battle with Hawkeye, no high-level fighters came looking for him, so he wandered around the battlefield and kept cleaning up ordinary navy. It's time for Ace to be executed now. Chapter 52. When it was noon, Sengoku decisively gave the order and shouted, "The time is up, start executing Fire Fist Ace now." He wanted to use Ace's death to hit the morale of the Byakugan pirates, and also to boost the morale of the navy. The executioner heard Sengoku's order and decisively raised the long sword in his hand. Seeing this, Whitebeard shouted, "Sengoku, do you think I am incapable of rescuing Ace?" After that, he made a full effort and shook Aokiji and the other man away, trying to catch up to stop them, but Aokiji and the other man were like cowhide plasters and stopped him again. Seeing that the executioner's knife was about to stab down, Whitebeard's eyes shrank into needles, and his heart slowed down. Luffy no, Aces! Conqueror's Haki was accidentally released, sweeping across the entire venue, and was about to reach the execution platform. An unexpected event occurred, and another Conqueror's Haki appeared, easily shattering Luffy's Conqueror's Haki. In this war on the top, Sengoku was more cautious than in the original drama. Although he was a little surprised that Luffy used Conqueror's Haki, he still took action, and his own Conqueror's Haki was also released at the same time. The soldiers fell one after another under Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, and the execution platform was intact, and the execution was still going on as usual. Ace! No! Zhanguo, you dare! The members of the white group shouted loudly. They tried their best to stop them. The navy tried their best to stop them. Hey, Sengoku, are you so impatient to execute? I won't let you have your wish. There was one more person on the execution platform. After Luffy's domineering aura was broken, Romon used instant movement to come to Ace, and easily dealt with the two executioners, and then cut off Ace's chains, but the sea stone handcuffs were not opened. Sengoku's face was very ugly. It's you again, Orky, Romon, do you think you can rescue Ace like this? Romon smiled and said, didn't I rescue him? How are you going to stop me? Sengoku turned into a big Buddha and yelled, all of you stay here, air wave. Romon did not run away. He looked at Ace, then looked at the square. He had an idea and lifted Ace above his head. Ace was rescued and was still a little confused. After he reacted, he saw that he was lifted above his head and sweated profusely. What are you doing? Don't do it. It will kill people. Hearing Ace's words, Romon ignored him and smiled. Marco, go ahead. Pikachu. Whoosh. Ah. Ace kept screaming in the air. Marco withdrew from the battle after hearing Romon's words. Seeing Ace flying from the air, he was also sweating coldly. Fortunately, his opponent was not strong, otherwise I would not have a chance to catch him. Whitebeard and the others were relieved to see Ace was caught. Otherwise, he would not be killed by being thrown to death instead of being chopped to death. If that happened, it would be a joke. After throwing Ace away, Romon switched to the black-winged demon state and fought with Sengoku. After a few moves, Garp also joined the battle. In the fight, he didn't put in much effort, but winked at Romon. Romon also gave him a look that said I understand. Sengoku was furious. Didn't that old bastard Garp think I couldn't see it? The water has become a sea, and I'm the only one fighting like a clown. I'll take all of Garp's senbei to get rid of the anger in my heart. Sengoku didn't count on Garp anymore. If they all escaped today, the Navy would have no face to see anyone again. He yelled to the back, things have developed to this point, aren't you going to take action? A voice came from the dark. You Navy are really useless. Fire Fist Ace was rescued so easily. Zhangguo's face became even uglier, and several black lines appeared on the golden face of the Buddha. He felt that he had not checked the almanac today, and everyone would step on his face. Luo Meng turned his eyes to the sound, and saw an old man walking out of the house behind the execution platform. He was wearing a white training suit and a long sword on his waist. With this face and this kind of dress, he dared to mock Zhangguo unscrupulously in the Navy headquarters. His identity was about to be revealed. Luo Meng narrowed his eyes. One of the 5 elders, god of finance, is Nasujiro holy? Suddenly, 2 more figures walked out of the darkness, and disappeared the moment they appeared. Romon sensed the danger, and hurriedly crossed his hands across his chest. Boom! The powerful force caused Romon to fly backwards directly to the square, and the ground was cracked by Romon's impact. Smoke was swirling, and Romon's figure could not be seen clearly in the smoke. This change shocked Yamato and the others. Stinky Romon! Mr. Romon! Romon boy! They all wanted to move forward, but they were all entangled and couldn't get away. Zhangguo, this kid made you so anxious, but he doesn't look so bad. One of the 2 people who knocked Romon away, with grey hair, muscles all over his body and shining eyes, asked Zhangguo. The corner of Zhangguo's mouth twitched fiercely. General Kong, you have seen his ability just now. He is a pervert with many means. It is not something that ordinary people can deal with. We'd better be careful, don't let him capsize. Zhangguo didn't know if Steel Bone Kong was stupid after staying in Marijoa. He asked such a naive question. Couldn't he see it? He was still so careless. He really thought that he lost after knocking Romon away once. He didn't have any idea at all. Nasu Xiaolangsheng said lightly, okay, it's okay if the person is rescued. We can catch him back. We have more people and the advantage. There is no need to be so nervous. PC Chief, go help Kizaru. Although I don't know why Kaido has the ability of 2 fruits, I am very interested. It would be best to capture Kaido and send him to Vegapunk for research. Sora, you go help Aokiji and number 2. Whitebeard seems to have recovered to his peak state for some reason. All this seems very abnormal. I'm going to deal with Luo Meng. This kid has the most secrets. I'm going to catch him and ask him clearly. As for you, Sengoku, go fight Rayleigh. It seems that Akainu can't be defeated. As soon as Nasujiro opened his mouth, he took over the right to issue orders. He made clear arrangements for Sengoku and the others. Garp ignored him. He was not blind. If he was slacking off like this, he couldn't be expected to do anything. When Garp heard that he had no share, he was happy and relaxed. He stood by and picked his nose unscrupulously. Got it. Both Kong and CP Chief responded. Kong was originally working for the Celestial Dragons, and he obeyed the words of the 5 elders very much, not to mention the CP organization. The dead soil cultivated by the Celestial Dragons must complete the orders of the 5 elders even if it costs his life. Zhangguo did not refute. The 5 elders were also his superiors, and the soldiers were mainly responsible for executing orders. The few people who received the order ran towards their destination. Garp saw that he was the only one still on the execution platform. After all, he was a navy, and he couldn't let those young flowers die. He also joined the battle and wandered around the battlefield. Chapter 53. Ahem. The smoke cleared and Romon's figure was revealed. He rubbed his numb arm and thought, the power is really strong. There are two people I haven't seen before. The one wearing the mask should be the leader of CP. Romon also has some guesses about the old man with white hair. He is the former admiral of the navy, Kong. There are quite a few big names who have come forward in this war. I didn't expect that one of the 5 elders would come. Boy, can you tell me what kind of fruit ability this is? There is no fruit in the fruit encyclopedia that corresponds to yours. Is this an ability that has never appeared before? While Romon was thinking about things, Nasujiro Saint came not far from him. He did not attack immediately, but asked Romon with interest. He was really interested in Romon. His swordsmanship was not worse than his. His forms were changeable, and he could use all kinds of elements such as wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. It was just like eating a devil fruit tree. Romon was not in a hurry to answer his words, but looked at him with his eyes open. There was nothing different, but his sword intent was 3 points stronger than Hawkeye. Romon didn't watch the later plots much. He didn't know whether the 5 elders had fruit abilities, but his sword intent was definitely at the Emperor level. Kaido said that there were 2 Emperor level and 3 Admiral level stars among the 5 elders, but it was unknown how long it had been since Kaido last saw the 5 elders, and their strength would definitely not stand still. If this Nasujiro Saint still has the ability of the fruit, he may be stronger than Kaido with the double fruit, so he must not be careless. After looking at him for a while, Romon said, I won't tell you what my ability is. But you, old man, don't you retire in Marijoa, but come here to give your head? If so, stick your head over here, I'll help you. Nasu Xiaolangsheng was not angry at what Romon said. He had seen many people who were good at talking, but in the end they were all tortured to death by the Tianlong people. Hehe, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. When I defeat you, I will find a way to make you say it. I hope your mouth will still be as hard as it is now. Are you so arrogant? Luo Meng was thinking whether he should use all his strength and kick him to death. Don't say it, it's really possible, but he has to think of a foolproof method. Seeing Nasu Shulang's holy attack, Luo Meng threw away his thoughts and switched to the sword Immortal template to fight him fiercely. The aftermath would make the nearby navy and pirates miserable. Boom! Who attacked me? Kaido was fighting with Kizaru. He stood firmly on the 5th floor and beat Kizaru on the 4th floor. Suddenly, he was hit hard from behind and flew forward. He stood up and looked at his previous position. There was another person there. It was the CP chief who came. This chief was also a person with special abilities. Like Kaido, he was a mythical beast, with the dog fruit, a mythical beast, and a 3-headed dog form. Ha ha ha, here comes another one seeking death. It just so happens that Kizaru is too despicable. I'm not having enough fun beating him. You look pretty durable in this form. Watch me smash all 3 of your heads into pieces, 100 million volts, great power, thunderous bagua. Kaido was not surprised but delighted. After saying this, he flashed to the side of the 3-headed dog, with his club covered with Overlord's color and lightning shining, and attacked the dog's head with a mighty force. The CP chief was not stupid. He knew how powerful Kaido was. He did not think he could withstand this move, so he quickly dodged to the side. Kaido was relentless and continued to pursue him. He was determined to smash these 3 heads today. Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief. It was too much pressure to face Kaido with 2 fruits alone. His own Pika fruit had no advantage in speed against Kaido's thunder fruit, and he was even more outclassed in terms of domineering and strength. Now that a high-powered person has joined, his pressure has finally eased a little. The 2 of them kept attacking Kaido, but Kaido was not afraid. Instead, he became more and more courageous. The ability of the 3-headed dog of hell is somewhat similar to Kaido's blue dragon form. He has mastered the 3 energies of wind, fire, and dark. His dark energy is not explosive, but the corrosive effect is very good. Inadvertently, Kaido got a little bit of it, and his skin was corroded a little bit. With him joining, Kizaru felt like slacking off again. The salary was just like that, so why bother fighting so hard? On Whitebeard's side, Steel Bone Kong also joined the battle. Ha ha ha, Newgate, I haven't seen him for decades, but he's still as powerful as ever. He's so old, but his fighting power is still so high, he deserves to be called the strongest man in the world. Seeing Sora joining the battle, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. Sora, I didn't expect you and old guy Nasujiro to come too, it's really a surprise. Seeing Sora and Nasujiro reminded him of the war in the Valley of the Gods, both of them were very strong. Even at his peak, he wouldn't have much chance to survive against two admirals and Sora. It seems that today is a bit dangerous. Looking at Ace in the field, his sea stone handcuffs had been opened, and he was fighting against the navy with his brother Luffy. Whitebeard had the idea of retreating. After forcing Sora back with an air shock, Whitebeard yelled, "Guys, Ace has been rescued, it's time for us to retreat, don't fight to the death, break out with all your strength. Luo Meng, you should also find a way to get out of the battle. We are outnumbered and it will be disadvantageous for us to continue fighting like this." Receive. Dad, we got it, you have to be careful too. Luo Meng glanced at Whitebeard. He also knew that if he continued like this, it would be very disadvantageous to his side. He didn't need to fight the navy to death now. He had to withdraw. Ha ha ha. Dad, where are you going? You can't leave today, let me see you off to the end. Who is it? Such an arrogant voice, the people who heard it looked over, several figures walked out of the ruins, taking steps without recognizing their relatives. Teach, you bastard, how dare you show up? I'll scatter all your ashes. Today, this treacherous guy Teach will die. Seeing Blackbeard Teach coming out, the members of the Whitebeard group were furious. Teach completely ignored the people who were shouting, and his dark acupoints opened, spitting the unknown people who rushed up into the darkness. The battle at the top was beyond his expectations. Seeing so many powerful people in the field, he originally wanted to retreat. He knew Whitebeard very well, and the old Whitebeard should not have this kind of combat power. It was basically courting death for him to face Whitebeard in this state, but he was not willing to withdraw like this. How could he not get any benefit from this war that he had caused? As soon as Steel Bone Kong and the others appeared, his eyes shone with light again. 4 against 1 Whitebeard, there was no problem at all, so he showed up. Romon couldn't help but take a look at this hero. If this guy were in modern times, he would definitely be an actor. He hid for decades just to wait for the dark fruit. He pushed his ruthless character to the peak, all just to sit on the throne. Teach. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, his killing intent reaching its peak. He had never shown such killing intent to anyone, except for Teach, the guy who killed his family. Chapter 54. Ha ha ha. Dad, it's been a long time. Teach quickly came to Whitebeard's side, greeted him, and then looked at the 3 navy men. Everyone, how about we work together to kill Whitebeard? It won't be difficult for the 4 of us to kill Whitebeard together. What do you think? Kimble Kong didn't understand what Teach wanted to do. However, he also knew that Teach was now a member of the 7 warlords of the sea and was considered to be on his side. After thinking about it, he gave his answer. Sure, let's work together to kill Whitebeard quickly. I don't care what you want, but don't play any tricks, Cyborg Sora replied to Teach while fighting. Teach smiled sinisterly and said, don't worry. We are all friendly forces now, and we won't play any tricks. As soon as he finished speaking, Teach quickly joined the battle. Ace, Marco, and the others were shocked when they saw this. It was hard for their dad to fight 3 alone, and now there was another one. How could they fight? They wanted to go up to help, but they couldn't. They were dragged by Doberman and other vice admirals and couldn't get away. Whitebeard saw the intention of Marco and the others to come up to help, and yelled, "Don't come up, break out with all your strength." "Dad! What? You don't even want to listen to my orders?" The members of the Whitebeard group burst into tears. They knew that Whitebeard had made up his mind to die, but they had to listen to orders, so they began to break out with all their strength. Seeing this, Whitebeard was finally relieved and glanced at Romon. The person he felt most sorry for now was Romon. After helping him so much, he might not be able to fulfill his promise to him. "Ha ha ha, Dad, you still have the mind to care about others, take care of yourself first." Dark water. The black energy in Teach's hand turned into a windmill shape, gravity appeared, Whitebeard's body shook, and he flew towards Teach involuntarily. "Ha ha ha! Dad, you can't use the tremor fruit anymore? Without the tremor fruit, how much strength do you have left?" Teach grabbed Whitebeard's hand and laughed arrogantly. Suddenly, he saw the expressionless Whitebeard and was shocked. The characteristics of the dark fruit were mentioned by Romon before, and Whitebeard also remembered it. If he was still in his old age and didn't have the power of the tremor fruit, it would be a bit troublesome. However, he has recovered to his peak now, and he is confident that he can beat Teach with his body alone, so he didn't resist, but came directly to Teach, looking down at Teach with no emotion in his eyes. "Tikai, you are the only one who is not worthy of being my son. Even if I die today, I can't leave you behind." Although he was shocked, Tikai still said, "Without Zhen, what can you use to kill me? Go to hell." Bang! Teach tried to hit Whitebeard's stomach with a punch, but was blocked by Whitebeard's other hand. He didn't expect that he could be blocked from such a close distance. His hand was caught by Whitebeard and squeezed so hard that it made a creaking sound. Teach hurriedly asked for help from Cyborg and the others. At this time, Whitebeard was filled with hatred. How could he let others come up to disturb him? He broke free from Teach's hand and used his full shock ability to temporarily force Cyborg and the others to retreat, then pressed Teach to the ground with his backhand. Upon seeing this, Teach hurriedly yelled, "Dad, don't do it! I'm your son! Don't you recognize me?" Whitebeard didn't hesitate at all. Punches as big as clay pots rained down on Teach, and the ground was sunken 2 meters by Whitebeard's hammer. Bang, 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 bang. Ah! The sound of hitting and screaming was endless, and everyone on the battlefield looked sideways in shock. "Good job, Dad, just killing that bastard Teach. Come on, Dad, hit him a few more times. It's not enough, Dad, use a little more force, beat him to death." The members of the Whitebeard group were so happy to see Whitebeard being beaten that they shouted while evacuating the battlefield, and they were just about to have a feast and a few drinks. Teach's companions saw that their ship was beaten into such a mess, and they didn't know whether they should go up to help. If they went up, they were not capable enough, and they would just be a bunch of food if they went up. If they didn't go up, it would seem a bit disloyal. In the end, reason overcame loyalty. They didn't want to be beaten, so they turned their heads in other directions and pretended not to see. Seeing that Teach was already in a state of breathing in and out, Whitebeard was about to give him the final blow. The vibration in his hand was condensed to the extreme, and suddenly, "Newgate, it seems that hatred has made you let down your guard." This voice shocked Whitebeard's heart, and an ominous sign emerged from the bottom of his heart. When he saw Teach, he only had the intention to kill. He was fighting hard just now and forgot to pay attention to Cyborg and Kong. Before he could think about it, he felt a sharp pain in his back and flew forward. 3 voices came into his ears. Bone Fist, a heaven-shaking blow. Freeze, Polar Spear. Armed, pointing guns, Chaos. Steelbone Sora, Aokiji, and CP, seeing Whitebeard's opening, all used their full strength to attack. The change in the situation made the Whitebeard members who were cheering for them shrink their eyes into needles, and they all shouted with a worried tone. "Dad! Dad, Are you okay? Assholes, Aokiji and the other two bastards deserve to die. You Marines, get out of here. I'm going to kill them. They dared to hurt my father like this. They are absolutely unforgivable. Seeing their father being beaten away, Marco and the others ignored Whitebeard's call to retreat. Several captains started to fight desperately. For a while, they actually broke through the encirclement of the navy and rushed to Whitebeard's side. However, they hadn't even walked halfway when Whitebeard's voice resounded throughout the place. Stop right there, I don't need your help yet, I'm not dead yet. Break through with all your strength, I'm giving you my last order, after I die, Ace will take over Whitebeard, now, get out of here, all of you. Dad, don't fight them anymore, let's go together. Yes, Dad, Ace has been rescued, let's go together. The children still want you, Dad, to take us to swim in the sea. Without you, Dad, is Beichuan still Beichuan? Dad, I won't leave. Please forgive me for not being able to obey your orders this time. You all came to save me and I am in this situation. Even if I get out alive, how can I face my brothers? Ace was particularly excited about this order. Seeing that Whitebeard was determined to die, he also wanted to accompany him to death. He didn't want to let his father walk alone in the underworld. Whitebeard glanced at Ace who was speaking, and said angrily, Ace, this is not the time for you to be willful. Look at the brothers who died in this war. Which one of them didn't die for you? If you die, how are you going to face them down there? Get out of here, as long as you are here, the white group will still exist in the world. Marco, take Ace and retreat. Marco held back his sadness and replied, yes, Dad. Ace was pulled and did not resist. Yes, if I died, how could I face my brothers down there? I was really ridiculous. Is there no way to have the best of both worlds? Ace burst into tears. Chapter 55. Seeing Ace and the others leave, Whitebeard slowly pulled out the ice spikes stuck in his body. He had many scars on his body, the most serious of which were the 3 injuries he had just received. Aokiji's 2 ice spikes pierced his body, and CP's finger guns left more than a dozen holes in his back. The most serious one was the punch from Sora Aokiji, which broke a lot of bones and slowed down his mobility. But even with such injuries, he was still fearless, and roared with fighting spirit. Come on, fight again. After saying that, he drove his remaining body to meet Sora Aoki and the other 2, and used his shock ability during the battle to stop the navy from chasing his sons. The navy was powerless against Whitebeard's shock and could only dodge. In this gap, the pirates retreated to the outside of the bend. The navy stopped for a moment, looking at this old man who looked like a hero at the end of his life. It was difficult for Whitebeard in his peak state to beat these 3 people, not to mention his seriously injured body now. As time went by, he suffered more and more wounds. When Romon saw this scene, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Did the old man Whitebeard go stupid from fighting? Didn't I give him a senzu bean? Could it be that he doesn't know how to use it, or he was so stupid that he didn't bring it with him? With his personality, it's really possible. He must have left it for his sons. Damn it, I've made all the bets. If Whitebeard dies, I'll be at a big loss. Saving Ace is fine, but in the end you still have to save you. After the war, I must get some benefits from Whitebeard so that I can feel a little more balanced. Thinking of this, Romon breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't drag it on with this Nasujiro saint any longer. He was almost the same as him in Kendo. However, he didn't only have Kendo. He had another ability that he hadn't used yet. He could use it to switch states, Da Honglien, Hiren Meru. Boom! The sword power in his body turned into cold air, and the cold air spread. The navy thought it was Aokiji's ability at first, but they found that the source of the cold air was not from Aokiji's side. The navy looked back and was stunned. Who was that? Who is this? How did he appear? He is still fighting against the 5 Elder Stars. Where is Luo Meng? Wasn't he the one fighting against the 5 Elders? How come he suddenly changed to someone else? No, it's not that he is a different person, he is Romon. He still looks like Romon, just his form has changed. Holy shit, now that I mention it, I take a closer look and it is indeed true, and his clothes haven't changed, so it is undoubtedly Romon, but how can this son of a bitch have so many abilities? How can our navy fight him? Damn, how to fight? Fight with gritted teeth. In the Bankai state, Romon's appearance changed again. He was covered with cold air, his hair turned white, his expression became very cold, and even the 3-foot green sword changed. Surrounded by cold air, not only the navy, but also Whitebeard and several other people on the battlefield temporarily stopped fighting, all looking at Romon. After completing the transformation, Romon exhaled a breath of cold air, pointed the tip of the sword at Nasujiro Shang with a cold face. Old man, I won't play with you today. Wash your neck clean, and I will come to take your life later. Nasujiro Shang was a little surprised by Romon's transformation. The great demon form, the realm of the supreme great swordsman, and now this winter posture, he is more interested in the secrets of Romon. If Romon threatens him, he will not care. There are so many people who want to kill him, but who can succeed? As for Romon saying that he doesn't want to play with him anymore. Ridiculous, do you think I will watch Romon escape? Boy, it's not up to you to decide whether to play with me or not. How are you going to escape from me? Although you have a skill similar to teleportation, your companions are still here. Can you abandon them? Tisk, he actually knew that I have a skill similar to teleportation, and this old guy still underestimated himself. He really thought I could leave. If he wants to keep me, wait another 100 years. Luo Meng sneered at him. You can leave or not. You will know after trying it. Hiren Meru, Dragon Mist Frame, 1000-year Ice Prison. Long Wujia repelled the rushing Nasu Shaolang Sheng, and the 6 icicles of the 1000-year Ice Prison surrounded him. Boy, do you think you can trap me like this? Open. Boom. The sword energy chopped on the icicle, and the ice shook off 2 layers of skin, but did not break. Luo Meng's eyes were cold, without a trace of emotion close. As soon as the word came out, 6 ice pillars gathered in an instant, and the figure of Nasujiro Shang disappeared. Everyone was stunned. This old man was so powerful when he appeared, even Zhang Guo was confronted. It wouldn't be over like this. Seeing this, several people from the CP organization hurriedly wanted to leave the battle and go to the rescue, but how could Kaido and others let them do as they wished? The situation was reversed, and it was CP's turn to be anxious. CP was anxious. If Nasujiro Shang died, they would not survive either. They all began to desperately try to break through and go to the rescue. After the 1000-year ice prison gathered, Romon exhaled a breath of cold air. He knew that this ice prison might not kill Nasujiro Shang, although this skill was described as very powerful in Death Note. As long as you are frozen, you can't get out, but that is for the soul, and it's not clear for the flesh. It doesn't matter if you die, and there is no idea of going up to make up for it. Looking in the direction of Yamato, the teleportation started. Whoosh! Bang bang bang! A few attacks kicked away the 3 members of the CP organization, as well as Dao Tu and Chitun. Damn Luo Meng, why are you here? Give me some time, and Uncle Jin and I can defeat them. Seeing Luo Meng appear beside him, Yamato spoke with a club in his hand. Yamato, Jin, there is no need to fight anymore, it is time for us to retreat. Put your hands on my shoulders and I will take you to Big Brother Kaido. Go and help Big Brother Kaido first, and then we will retreat. Yamato, okay then. Jin said nothing and immediately came behind Romon and put his hands on Romon's shoulders. Yamato did the same. Bastard, you dare to appear in front of me, I will kill you. Romon was a little surprised. Although he didn't use much force in his attack on her just now, he didn't expect Dao Tu to catch up so quickly. This really made him a little interested. Romon showed a cold smile to Dao Tu, who rushed over, and the figures of the three disappeared, leaving only one sentence echoing in the space. Navy beauty, you missed me so much. Come to Wano country when you have time. I will talk to you all night long. Ah! Bastard, don't let me catch you. If I catch you, I will cut you into pieces. I am so angry, who? Dao Tu saw that Romon and the other two disappeared, and did not forget to tease her when they left. She was furious and slashed at the air to calm her anger. Whoosh! The disappeared Romon and the other two came to Kaido's battlefield the next moment. Here, Yamato and Jin joined the battle. The pressure was once again given to Kizaru and the other two. Kizaru's expression was so bitter that he could not slack off again. Romon disappeared again after Yamato and Jin joined the battle. Chapter 56. Ah! My dear husband Romon, you came to see me, I am so happy. Romon's figure disappeared from Kaido's side and came to Hancock's side. He had to take her with him. This woman would attack the navy. If he didn't take her with him, she would definitely be liquidated by the navy after the war. Hancock was his woman, how could he ignore her? The ones fighting against Hancock were Smoker and a few navy men that Romon couldn't recognize. They were not strong, but they were beaten badly by Hancock. Glancing at the Empress in his arms, Romon smiled and said, well, it's not appropriate for you to stay in the Navy headquarters. I'll take you away. Your companions haven't come yet. The Empress blushed and hugged Romon, saying tenderly, okay, wherever my husband goes, I'll go. As for my companions, they're here too. They're staying in the sea nearby, but it doesn't matter. I have a den mushi with me. I can just tell them to retreat later. Romon nodded and said, then let's go. Romon ignored the few marines who wanted to rush up to stop him. His figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already come to Kaido's side. Kizaru was speechless. One after another, did they think we were gods? How can we fight? Oh my, Empress, Hancock, have you decided to betray the navy? You must think clearly about the consequences of betrayal. Kizaru still wants to persuade her to see if he can trick the Empress into joining the navy again. He and this CP cannot fight so many people. Kizaru's persuasion is doomed to fail. Now the Empress only has Romon in her heart. As for the consequences, she is not afraid. If the navy wants to attack the Kingdom of Women, she will just fight with the navy. Do you really think the Empress will be afraid? Humph! You wretched fellow, you still want to turn me against me? What are you dreaming about? I am not afraid of any consequences. As long as Mr. Luo Meng is here, I will be fearless. Watch out, fragrant feet! Kizaru dodged immediately. He didn't want to fight anymore. It was too bullying. Kaido heard what the Empress said, looked at her, and thought, this kid Romon is quite a playboy. He already has Yamato, but he is still messing around outside. He must find a chance to give him a beating. Within a few seconds, Romon's figure appeared again, with another person standing beside him. Seeing this, Kizaru yelled in his heart, what's the point of fighting? Romon didn't know what he was thinking, and said to Kaido, brother Kaido, this is Shiryu, he has joined our beast group, don't knock him too. Romon was really afraid that Kaido would give Shiryu a blow. As the former warden, Shiryu must have seen Kaido in Impel Down. With Shiryu's bloodthirsty nature, it is very likely that he had attacked Kaido. Romon disappeared again after giving his instructions. How could you not notice his blatant action? Sengoku and Kongasu were all on high alert. As long as Romon showed up, they would go all out. Romon did not disappoint them. His figure appeared next to Whitebeard. Oh, it seems that the strongest man in the world is a bit weak. He's been beaten like this, but he's not going to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Kongasu and the others attacked with great force. Romon swung the 3-foot green sword in his hand, which was flashing with cold light, and created a thick ice wall, which temporarily blocked Kongasu and the other two. Whitebeard watched all this calmly. He was not angry at Romon's sarcastic tone. He owed it to Romon. If it weren't for Romon, all the members of the Whitebeard group would have died in the Navy headquarters today. Whitebeard even laughed, ha 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 ha. Romon, you are here. It seems that today is not the day for me to die. Romon said angrily, you said that I gave you a magic bean before? Why don't you use it? I have spent a lot of money on you. If you die, who will pay you back? Whitebeard didn't care and smiled, don't care so much. I will keep the magic beans for Marco and the others. By the way, Romon, do you have any more? Give me 10 or 8. Romon was speechless. He didn't expect Whitebeard to be like this. Whitebeard didn't care about his face, but he gave him 10 or 8. Why didn't he go to heaven? Alas! I really owed them in my previous life. If I don't save them, everything I did before will be useless. I have no choice but to take out a magic bean from the system. Here. I'll give you another one, but I'll make it clear that this one is not for free. You have to give me something as compensation after we retreat. Whitebeard laughed and said, no problem, as long as you don't want my children to die, you can take whatever the Whitebeard group has. You can even take my life. I won't say a word. Romon glanced at Whitebeard. He was a qualified father. He threw the beans in his hand to Whitebeard. You said that yourself. When the time comes, I will take it. Don't feel bad. Whitebeard took it and put it in his mouth. As soon as he swallowed it, his injury healed instantly and he returned to his peak state. Ha ha ha. Luo Meng, feel free to take whatever you want. External objects are useless to me. Just take whatever you want. It's no problem to move all my treasures away. Now that my strength has recovered, should we kill these 3 people? If we work together, we have a great chance. Romon shook his head. Don't fight anymore. We can't kill them in a short time. It will be even harder to kill them when other navy catches up. Let's retreat. Put your hand on my shoulder and I will take you away. Whitebeard didn't insist. He also wanted to retreat. He was still worried about whether Marco and the others were okay. With his hand on Romon's shoulder, they disappeared the next moment. Steel Bone Kong and the other 2 saw Whitebeard recover with their own eyes, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. This was too unbelievable. How could there be such a thing in the world? It was not until Romon and Whitebeard disappeared that they came to their senses. Steel Bone Kong gritted his teeth. We chase them, we can't let them escape. Aokiji and the other man nodded, and quickly rushed towards the ice together. The Whitebeard members all retreated to the ice, resisting the Navy's attack while trying to move the ships frozen on the ice. One of them saw Whitebeard appearing on Kaido's side, and was overjoyed. Look, it's Dad, he's fine. Romon brought Dad out. Marco, Ace, and others immediately looked in the direction the man was pointing, and after seeing the tall figure, they all shouted in surprise. Great, Dad is fine. Ha 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 ha. After this battle, I really need to have a drink with Luo Meng and save my dad. I will be grateful to him for the rest of my life. Tisk, you know how much Romon can drink. If we drink with him, he can drink us to death. I'll drink even if I die. The Whitebeards were all very happy to see that Whitebeard was fine. They started to discuss the situation happily and didn't care much about the attacking navy. Only one person didn't laugh. He wasn't unhappy that Whitebeard was rescued, but he looked at Kaido with great hatred in his eyes. The people pushing the boat also worked harder. Suddenly, dozens of magma boulders fell from the sky and landed accurately on the ships, which were scrapped. Chapter 57. The white group was shocked and rushed to put out the fire, but the lava boulder was very powerful. Even if the fire was put out, the ship was useless. The lava was emitted by Akainu. When he saw Romon and his men appear on the ice, he knew they were going to retreat, so he destroyed the ship to see how they would evacuate. What a bastard! It was Akainu, he destroyed our ship, he didn't want us to leave, he wanted to take someone with him even if he died. That is, fight back and kill all the navy. Everyone, don't worry, we still have a backup plan, let's see what Dad says first. Whitebeard certainly saw the situation here, but he didn't care. It's just a ship. If it's gone, we can just build another one. Besides, he has more than just these ships coming. Children, don't worry about these ships, run to the seaside, there will be people to pick us up there. Whitebeard's voice was heard from afar by Marco and his team. Marco and his team's captains knew they had a backup plan, so they started to organize people to run to the seaside. Marco, quick, brothers, listen to Dad, and rush to the seaside. Diamond George, Flower Sword Vista and other captains were all blocking the navy that was chasing them, giving the Whitebeard team members time to retreat. Romon used teleportation continuously to bring all the high-level combat personnel to Kaido's side. Kizaru and CP General did not dare to take action. This lineup was not something they could deal with. Even Akainu abandoned his opponent and came to join Kizaru and the others. Barrett also chased and joined Romon's team. Akainu looked at Romon's lineup with a gloomy face and said, "Romon, you can't run away. Justice does not allow you to exist in the world. Today I will review you." After that, Akainu said to Kizaru and CP General, "Let's go and hold them for a while. When the marshals come to support them, they can't run away." After the words fell, Akainu and the other two began to harass Romon's group with long-range attacks. They did not dare to fight in close combat. Akainu was frightened when he saw Romon's lineup and did not dare to be arrogant. Romon and the others were dismissive of Akainu's words. They had lived for most of their lives and knew what the world government was like. It could be said that it was rotten to the extreme. However, they also understood one thing. As long as they lost today, the government could say whatever it wanted. After all, the winner is the king, and the winner can write history at will. Romon dodged the attack and said quickly, "Everyone, don't get entangled with them, let's retreat." After saying this, Romon began to chant, "The sky is controlled by me, Ice Day. Burial of flowers." Following Romon's words, the sunny sky quickly turned into dark night, as if it was going to rain heavily. Romon knew that this move did not distinguish between friend and foe. Although he tried his best to control it, he still shouted, "Everyone, retreat quickly. This move of mine does not distinguish between friend and foe. Get out of this range quickly." Well, Kaido and the others were a little surprised, but they did not object. After repelling Akainu and the others, everyone rushed to the beach. Akainu and the others also heard Romon's words. They did not dare to be careless and were preparing for a serious battle. The navy also noticed this change. The sunny day suddenly turned cloudy. Anyone who was not blind could see it. Suddenly, snowflakes were floating in the dark sky, looking very beautiful, like a beautiful winter scene. Only Luomeng knew the murderous intent hidden under these snowflakes. As the name suggests, snowflakes will bloom into ice flowers after touching the human body. When 100 flowers bloom, it means the enemy will die. A navy soldier, out of curiosity, reached out his hand and touched a snowflake when it was about to fall next to him. Ah! What the hell is this? Why did it suddenly freeze? Save me! As soon as one snowflake fell on him, a second one followed, and so on. Soon the navy was buried in ice flowers. Seeing this, Akainu and the others shouted, "Don't touch the falling snowflakes! Get out of the way!" But it was too late for them to speak. They could not escape. There were countless snowflakes in the sky above the heads of the navy, covering the inner square and most of the ice layer. The navy who were not strong enough were buried in the ice one after another. Those who were strong all shook off the snowflakes falling around them. Romon's move directly took away more than 5,000 navy officers. The scene in the square looked very beautiful, with countless ice flowers on the ground. However, if you look closely, you can see that there is a person buried in the piles of ice flowers. The expressions on their faces are so desperate. This creates a scene of beauty on the surface and purgatory on the inside. After this move, the ordinary navy did not chase after them. They knelt on the ground with tears streaming down their faces, and their will to fight was completely shattered. Romon did not feel guilty about this scene. War is like this. It is either you die or I die. At this time, having good thoughts about the enemy is undoubtedly seeking death. The members of the white group were also stunned. They even forgot to escape. It was as if they were cast under a spell of immobilization. When they looked at Romon, it was a bit like looking at a devil. Damn! This move of Luomeng is really cool. I just noticed that this move buried at least several thousand navy soldiers. I even saw a vice admiral buried in the ice flower. If there is a war somewhere, with this move of Romon, he can probably destroy the enemy directly by making it snow. Even Whitebeard and the others had strange expressions when they looked at Romon, as if they were looking at a murderer. How could such a handsome young man be so cruel? Seeing that they were all looking at him like this, Romon said unhappily, "What are you looking at? Be more normal, you make me uncomfortable." Kaido and the others did not reply, but suddenly felt their bodies sink, which made them stop temporarily. Boom! Several domineering auras appeared and all pressed towards Romon and his group. "Romon, you dare to kill the navy like this, today I will never let you escape." Sengoku has already chased after him, and there are also Gang Wukong and his group beside him. Nasu Xiaolang Shendu has escaped from the shackles of the 1,000-year ice prison. Romon's Ice Sky 100 Flowers burial can be said to have violated the bottom line of the Navy's top leaders, and even Garp has chased after him. At this moment, they all fought with all their strength, and the most spectacular thing was the three admirals, who used all their awakening skills, and they all roared. "Shan Shan, I am like light. Magma, Inferno. Freeze, thousands of miles of ice. Big Buddha, Tathagata Palm. Iron Fist, Air Strike. One sword style, heaven and earth are like blades." Boom! Kizaru transformed into endless light, condensed into a light ball hundreds of meters high and threw it towards Romon. The light ball was full of destructive aura. Akainu transformed into a magma giant dozens of meters high, and his fist fell towards Romon with unstoppable force. Aokiji was even more exaggerated, transforming into an ice man, putting his hands on the ice, and in an instant, countless ice spikes pierced out from the ground. Romon and the others quickly jumped into the air to avoid it, and when they saw that the ice spikes were about to reach the members of the Whitebeard group, Whitebeard didn't care about so much, fell to the ground, like Aokiji, put his hands on the ice, and roared, "Zhen Zhen, earthquake wave." Boom! The ice spikes were broken, and the ice was shattered by his trembling ability. Both the navy and the pirates fell into the sea at this moment. Only a few people used their own advantages to stabilize their bodies on the broken ice. Chapter 58. Romon stopped in midair and shouted in his heart, "Shit, this is going to be a big deal. The navy is fighting desperately, even Kizaru and Garp, the two lazy guys, are not holding back. Everyone, don't hold back at this time, use all means to save your life, Yamato." "Damn Romon, I get it." Chirp. This was the first time that Yamato used the full beast form of the phoenix fruit in the summit. Hundreds of phoenixes were horizontal in the air, and Romon landed behind Yamato with Hancock. Seeing this, Kaido and Jin also transformed into full beast form and flew to the left and right of Yamato respectively. Kaido was holding Shiryu in his hand. Now he was his own man, so he had to take care of him. As for the others, Romon couldn't care less, anyway, they had the ability to deal with them. Seeing all the attacks approaching, there was Kizaru's 100-meter light ball, Akainu's giant fist, palm techniques falling from the sky, and sword beams that pierced the sky. Romon's side also showed his magical powers, and began to use their special moves desperately. Romon switched to the great demon form in seconds. Wang Su's flash. His move was aimed at Kizaru's 100-meter light ball. Kaido also shouted 500 million volts, thunderous breath. Flames spurted out of Kaido's mouth, matching Akainu's moves, and the flames were also carrying thunder that could destroy everything. Yamato also spurted out a flame from his mouth. Unlike Kaido, his flames were filled with cold air, matching the attack of the CP general. The palm technique that fell from the sky was broken by Whitebeard standing on the broken ice with an air shock. The sword moves of the 5 elders Nasujiro Sei were quite interesting, and it took Rayleigh and Redfield working together to break them. After all the dangers were lifted, Romon and the others quickly retreated. A tall figure and several ships had just appeared in the outer waters of Marineford. This was Whitebeard's backup for retreat, with Aji leading several ships waiting. Aji did not appear on the field at this time, but was assigned a pickup mission by Whitebeard. Most of the members of the White Group got on the ship, or climbed onto the giant Aji. Aokiji, don't let them leave, use your ability to freeze their ships. After hearing what Sengoku said, Aokiji didn't say anything, but put his hand on the broken ice again and exhaled a breath of cold air. Ice Age. Under Aokiji's ability, the broken ice condensed again, covering the sea outside at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha 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 ha. We want to leave, you can't stop us, Sengoku. Whitebeard said this with a big laugh, and also used Zhen to stop the spread of ice, creating time for the members of the Whitebeard group to retreat. After the ice stopped spreading, Whitebeard also quickly jumped onto the boat. Oh my, I can't let you go like this, Shan, brilliant light. Countless rays of light shot down towards Whitebeard and his men, making a terrifying sound. Hee hee. Kizaru, you'd better go back and paddle. You can't stop it, the 81, broken sky. Boom. The light shone on the invisible space barrier, and in less than 2 seconds, it broke through Luomeng's broken sky. Luomeng didn't care. Huang Yuan's state looked different from the original drama. It should be the Flash Awakening. In the original drama, Huang Yuan didn't use the awakening skills. If 1 broken sky can't block it, then 2, and if 2 can't, then 3. This is the fact. Luomeng instantly used 3 broken sky to block Huang Yuan's move of brilliant light. Ha 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 ha. Luomeng, thanks, let's watch mine next, air shock, sway. When Whitebeard saw that Romon helped them block the attack, he thanked him, and condensed a transparent light wave in his hands, and punched the air repeatedly. The space vibrated, and the wave spread to Kizaru. Seeing the power of this move, Kizaru did not dare to take it head-on. His figure flashed and returned to the ice. After forcing Kizaru back, Whitebeard saw that everyone was on the boat, and laughed. Guys, let's go. The person driving the boat, upon hearing the order, immediately turned the boat around and left. Romon smiled slightly, and whispered to Yamato under him, let's go too. Damn it, Romon, I get it. Yamato was about to fly away, but Romon hurriedly said, Yamato, don't go yet. Damn Luomeng, what's wrong? Luomeng didn't reply to her. He was listening to the system's voice in his mind. Ding, host, you coward, why are you walking? Turn around and give me a task. If you can't do it, I will turn you into a eunuch. Luomeng's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The punishment of this system is either shortening by 5 centimeters or turning you into a eunuch. What is this? Luomeng asked in his mind, System Dad, what is the task? Now issuing a task, please go back and kill the old guy of the 5 elders. This system doesn't like him. Anyway, if he doesn't die today, you, the host, will become a eunuch. You make your own choice. Damn, this task, Luomeng took a look at the lineup next to the 5 elders: Sengoku, Steel Bone Kong, Akainu, Aokiji, CP General. How to kill them? Isn't this asking me to die? Killing is not an option. Luomeng doesn't want to become a eunuch. A man's life is not enough. A feasible method flashed through his mind quickly, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Can he kill? And it's possible to kill instantly. If it doesn't work once, try twice. Romon, what are you doing? Why don't you leave? Kaido saw Yamato stopped, and I turned around and asked Romon. Whitebeard and the others also stopped on the sea, looking at Romon in confusion. Kaido's words brought Romon back to reality. Romon didn't look at Kaido, but at the 5 elders, with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. It's okay, you guys wait here, I'm going to kill someone and then retreat. Hancock, when I come back, you immediately give me this magic bean to eat, understand? Romon took out a magic bean from the system and handed it to Hancock. Okay, Mr. Romon, you have to be careful. After Romon gave the senzu beans to Hancock, he looked at the 5 elders again and said, for my future sexual happiness, I can only ask you to die. Just as Kaido was about to say, I'll go with you, Romon's figure disappeared on Yamato's back. Instantaneous movement. When he reappeared, he had already reached the ice surface. The moment he appeared, his voice resounded through the sky: 8 gates of ninjutsu, Death Gate, give me, open. Boom. Endless red aura emanated from him, shocking Zhangguo and the others into sweating profusely. Zhangguo said in horror, this aura, what does he want to do? Before Zhangguo finished speaking, a hoarse voice sounded beside him. Knight, Kai. Boom. Zhangguo and his men were forced to retreat again and again by this breath. After Luomeng opened the 8 gates, he approached the 5 elders again in an instant. With one move, Yakai aimed directly at the 5 elders with an unstoppable force. His breath turned into a red dragon head. Wherever his figure passed, the space was distorted. The 5 elders were terrified and couldn't escape. The space was locked. He could only make his last sound in the world. Save me! Boom! Just after he finished speaking, Romon's Hong Kong kick landed on his chest. The next moment he disappeared from the spot, his body flew towards Marineford, like a meteor, and directly pierced Marineford. Doflamingo, hey, is this true? Can a human kick this attack? Kaido, damn, Romon's kick would kill me. Kizaru. Fortunately, you didn't kick me, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get my salary in the future. Chapter 59. The Navy and pirates were all stunned by Romon's sudden kick, and then there was a storm in their hearts. After Romon finished the kick, he teleported back to Yamato's back. Hancock always remembered Romon's words, and when he appeared, Hancock immediately fed the senzu beans into Romon's mouth. Whoosh! After eating the senzu beans, Romon recovered and let out a long sigh. He thought to himself, it's so cool to just kick and leave. When he heard the sound of the system completing the task, he knew that he didn't need to kick again. Damn it, why didn't I see you use this move when you were fighting me, Romon? Why don't you go back and kick me too, and see if you can kill me? Romon was almost speechless. Brother Kaido, stop messing around, didn't you see my condition just now? If I didn't have the senzu beans, I wouldn't dare to use this move, the after effects are too strong, I almost died myself. Romon was really shocked. The 8 gates are fully opened, he had used it on Barrett before, but he didn't use this move of Yakai. Now that he used it, he understood why it was called the 8 gates are fully opened. The enemy would die, and the user of the 8 gates might also die. It was too serious, all the bones in his body were broken one by one. If he hadn't taken the senzu beans in time, he would have been dead. Stinky Romon, can we go now? All right, let's go to Whitebeard's ship. Yamato heard this and immediately flew towards Whitebeard's ship, with Kaido and Jin following him. On the side of Marineford, When the 5 elders were kicked away, the CP chief rushed to Marineford. When he found the 5 elders, the old guy was already dead, and his body had turned into a pool of mud. And Sengoku and the others were still on the ice, looking at Romon and his group getting farther and farther away, their faces were ashen. Defeated. Or a complete defeat. The white group only paid 2,000 to 3,000 ordinary crew members this time, while their own navy lost at least tens of thousands of people, and even several vice-admirals died. This was an unprecedented defeat, and many navy officers were disheartened. Akainu gritted his teeth. We can't let them go easily. I will lead people to chase them. Even if we have to go to the ends of the earth, we must catch Romon and his group of heinous people. Sengoku and others withdrew their eyes from the distant white group. He didn't even think about what Akainu said. What can you use to chase them? The other side has that lineup. If we don't send all our members out, are you sure you can catch them? Well, if we continue to chase him, how many lives will be lost? This war is my fault. I didn't plan it well enough. I will take all the responsibility. After I deal with this matter, I will take the initiative to resign as the marshal. Zhang Guo looked a little lonely. He didn't expect that in this war, he would end up losing his integrity. This would become the biggest stain in his naval career. No, we must give chase, otherwise we may all die. Nasu Xiaoro Sheng is already dead. If we don't catch Romon back, we will all be implicated. After finding the body of Nasu Xiaoro Sheng, the CP chief returned to Zhang Guo. When he heard Zhang Guo say that he did not plan to give chase, he immediately opened his mouth to refute. Zhang Guo had a headache. It was really difficult to give orders. Nasu Xiaoro Sheng was one of the highest decision-makers in the government. Now he was dead here. It would be hard to explain if he didn't give chase. As for giving chase, he was not sure at all, and it would create unnecessary sacrifices. Every sailor has been trained for a long time to become an elite. Just because of Nasu Xiaoro Sheng, he was asked to give orders to give chase, and it might cost the lives of thousands of sailors. Zhang Guo could not give this order. Our navy will not pursue you. If you want to die in vain, I will not stop you. Don't joke with the lives of living people. As for any responsibility that the world government holds me responsible for, I will bear it all. You. The CP chief was so angry that he couldn't help the navy. If they chased him, they would be wasting their time. Finally, he looked at Steelbone Kong. Commander Kong, what do you say? You know this situation. Ace is no longer important, but if we don't catch Romon, the criminal who killed Saint Nasujiro, we will all be punished. Steelbone Kong's face was uncertain. With his status, he must set an example. If he chased him, his idea was similar to that of Zhang Guo. He had no confidence at all, but he still had to do the surface work to show his superiors. Chase, I am now giving orders as the chief marshal of the government. The 3 admirals will go with us to pursue. Marshal Sengoku will stay at the headquarters to deal with the aftermath, and Vice Admiral Tsuru will assist Sengoku. After saying this, Steelbone Sora looked at Akainu. Akainu, you go and select a team of 10,000 people, get on the ship and set out immediately to pursue Romon and his gang. Akainu replied yes and went down to make arrangements. There is no way, although the systems are different, the Navy is a subordinate force of the world government after all, and Steelbone Sora is the former Navy Marshal, and now he is the Commander-in-Chief of the entire army, and he has the power to give orders to them. The CP President breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Sora Aram did not reject him. If he did nothing, he would be dead or alive when he returned to Marijoa. Sengoku's face was gloomy as if water was about to drip out, but he could not stop it. Sora Aram had the right to bypass him and go straight to the present. The one who acted the least concerned about the death of Nasujiro Sei was Garp, but he was still upset about Romon killing thousands of Navy officers. But when he thought of his 2 grandsons on Whitebeard's ship, he gave up the idea of actively pursuing. After Akainu and others left the headquarters, Sengoku was alert and commanded without being affected. No matter how seriously injured a person is, rescue others. The expression on every Navy's face was very sad. They lost too many colleagues in this battle. Looking at the companions who were still laughing and joking with them the day before yesterday, now they are cold corpses, and the tears in their eyes can't be stopped. The old friend is gone, and only the image in the mind is left. After an hour, the bodies of the dead Navy and pirates were separated. According to statistics, there are more than 11,000 deaths in the Navy, more than 1,000 serious injuries, and countless minor injuries. For this data, Zhangguo only felt his eyes black. This is more serious than he thought. Romon, if I don't bring you to justice in this lifetime, I will be unworthy of being a marshal. Zhangguo let out a long howl to the sky, and his sad voice spread throughout the entire Marineford. He walked lightly to Zhangguo's side and patted him on the shoulder. Old buddy, you don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. War is like this. Every war is accompanied by a large number of deaths. You don't have to take all the responsibility on yourself. War is not your decision alone. When it comes to responsibility, each of us has it. Garp also stepped forward. He is right, old buddy, you should relax a little, we will shoulder everything together, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Zhangguo did not reply to them, staring at the corpses on the ground in a daze. Chapter 60. Captain, something is wrong. Isn't it a war? Why is Marineford so quiet? And judging from the situation, it seems like the Navy has been defeated. Even the headquarters is in such a mess. Not far from Marineford, on the red-haired ship, the Foss, Jesus Bulletin was looking at Marineford with a telescope. The quiet scene made him a little confused. I don't know what happened, let's go over there first. Just as Zhangguo was lost in thought, the situation changed again. Marshal of the Warring States period, a ship appeared on the seashore. It's the ship of red-hair Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. One of the Navy officers saw another ship approaching Marineford on the sea, and hurriedly shouted to report to Sengoku. Upon hearing this, Sengoku and others turned their eyes to the direction pointed by the Navy, and indeed saw a ship, which was Red Hair's Foss. Whoosh! Then they saw Red Hair appear on the ice, slowly walking towards this side. Sengoku frowned, walked out of the inner square with Garp and others, and also came to the ice. Red Hair, what are you doing here? Leave if you have nothing to do, you are not welcome here. The 3 admirals are gone, and now only Garp is left, who can deal with the Red Hair pirates, but the Red Hair pirates are known as the Iron Wall pirates, and each member is very powerful. Although they are not afraid, there is no need to confront them again, causing unnecessary casualties, which is not what Sengoku wants. However, Shank's words in the next second almost made Sengoku want to fight to the death. Marshal Sengoku, we are not here for any other purpose. We are here to stop the war. It seems that I am late. If you win, please let me deal with the bodies of Newgate and Ace. Otherwise, my red group does not mind playing another battle with your navy. Fuck you, if the 3 admirals were not here, your red group would have been wiped out today. You don't even know the situation, and you are still talking nonsense here. Do you really think that anyone in my navy can be trampled on? Sengoku cursed in his heart. Even Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was not easily angry, was almost broken by Red Hair's words. Red Hair frowned and looked at the murderous eyes of Sengoku and the other 2. His heart clanged and he had a different guess. Your navy, we are not going to lose. He did not stop Kaido before because he knew that Kaido would also appear in the war, as well as that brat Romon. However, he knew the background of the world government very well. Even if Kaido and Romon joined, they would not be able to influence the war situation. Now it seems that he was wrong. Red-haired Shanks, don't think we don't dare to attack you. I say it again, you are not welcome here, get away from Marin. Van. Sengoku gritted his teeth, and spoke the last sentence word by word. His anger had reached its peak. All the navy raised their weapons when they heard Sengoku's words. As long as Shanks said one more word of nonsense, they would attack without hesitation. Shanks' eyes flashed, and he didn't say anything this time. He turned around and left. If he couldn't figure out the situation, he could find a piece of tofu to kill himself. His mind was flexible. He asked the question just now because he thought the navy had won. Now it seems that the navy has lost, and any more words would undoubtedly be rubbing salt into the other party's wounds. Sengoku and the others looked at Shanks' back, trying their best to control their murderous intent. They waited until Shanks jumped onto the fosse before returning to the square. As for Shanks, as soon as he got on the ship, Beckman immediately came up to him. "Shanks, how is it? What's the situation?" Shanks shook his head slightly. Zhangguo did not respond directly, but from the expressions of the navy, it can be seen that the navy lost this war. "What? As for the Whitebeard pirates, we know very well that they shouldn't be able to win. That is, Whitebeard's current fighting power may not even be able to beat the captain, so how did he win this war? Is it because of Kaido's joining? But that's not right. The three admirals of the navy, Sengoku, Garp, which one of them is not a master, plus a group of vice-admirals and the like, even if Kaido joins, there is no chance of winning." The people of the Red Group didn't watch the live broadcast. If they had watched it, they would know that this war was far beyond their expectations. They thought that only the three admirals would participate in the war. Little did they know that this war could be described as 100 flowers blooming, and each showed its power. Shanks heard his men's discussion and interrupted gently. "Okay, you don't have to guess. Regarding the defeat of the navy, I have a guess that it should be the unstable factor of Romon that caused this situation. But, I don't quite believe it. I fought him in the Whitebeard group before, and his strength was at most Emperor level. How could he beat the navy like this?" Beckman patted Shanks on the shoulder with a serious expression. "Shanks, what should we do next? Should we go to the Whitebeard group to find out the situation or go back to the territory first?" Shanks put aside his doubts. "No need to go find Whitebeard, let's go back first. For such a big event, there will definitely be news within 2 days. Let's make plans for the next step after we understand the situation clearly. Brothers, let's turn back." "Roger that, Captain." Everyone who watched all this through the live broadcast was so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats. Especially the supernovas, they were almost scared to death. Some of them were even thinking about going back to farm because it was too dangerous outside. The live broadcast did not stop, thanks to Red-Nosed Buggy. Just like in the original drama, he hid after joining the war and accidentally received a live call from the navy. The entire process of the war was filmed. Unlike the original drama, Zhangguo and his gang were busy dealing with Romon and his gang and had no time to deal with Buggy. Therefore, Buggy can be said to be the safest in this war. Holy Land Marijoa. Luo Meng, this extremely evil person, actually dared to kill Nasu Langsheng. He is unforgivable. I will tear out his tendons and bones to eliminate the hatred in my heart. The old man Zhangguo is also a bad guy. He can't even do such a thing. His position has come to an end. I will find an opportunity to throw him into the city of Pushing Fortress later." The 5 elders also watched the whole process. When they saw that Nasu Shaolang Saint was killed by Romon, Wokayulai Saint was furious. "Okay, it's already happened, no matter how angry you are, it's useless, Romon must die. But his ability is too weird, I don't feel anything about teleportation, I can do it after eating the teleportation fruit. But I don't understand the other abilities, I've never seen them before, the demonic form, the ice form, the sword form, and most importantly, the last move against Nasujiro Sei, if Nasujiro Sei couldn't stop it, then we can't stop it either. But don't worry, Romon's move must have great limitations. Otherwise if he used it at the beginning, he could have easily won the war in Marineford. Saint Peter interrupted Saint Wokayulai, who was angry, and began to analyze. Chapter 61. Since we can't deal with it, should we notify? Satan, shut up. The master is still asleep. If we inform him of such a small matter, he will be angry. We cannot bear it. Before Satan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Peter. Peter continued, Romon is not untouchable. He has so many people, and our government has so many people. If we really fight, we can wear him down. But there is no rush now. We first send CP to Wano country to find out the situation, and also to find out why Kaido can use the double fruit, and why Whitebeard can recover from his injuries in an instant. As long as we understand the situation clearly, our chances of winning will be greatly improved. Also, Sengoku cannot be sent to Impel Down. He has a high prestige in the navy. Just remove him from his position. As for the candidate for the new marshal, I choose Akainu. The other 5 elders nodded slightly after hearing Saint Peter's words. Saint Wachek, if Akainu is chosen as the new marshal, there will be no problem. However, there are many people in the navy who support Aokiji. If we give the order directly, Aokiji's people may be dissatisfied. Saint Satan acted casually. If they are dissatisfied, let them speak with their strength. Anyway, they just need to be obedient. It doesn't matter who is in charge. Indeed, the navy is just a dog they lack. As long as the dog is obedient and does not bite the owner, they have no objection to who is in charge. Then it is decided, the army cannot be without a general for a day, and the country cannot be without a ruler for a day. Let's discuss who should take the position of Nasu Shulangshen. Then, the 5 old guys began to discuss fiercely, and each of them nominated a different person, and no one could come to a conclusion for a while. As for Romon, and Yamato were surrounded as soon as they arrived at the white group. Oh shit, Luo Meng, that kick you just gave was awesome. It would take hundreds of years of practice to be able to perform that kick. How did you practice that? Can you teach us? Tisk, with your mediocre qualifications, you still want to learn? Just go back and go to bed. What did you say? You dare to say that to me? Do you think my 500-meter sword is not sharp anymore? Do you want to compete with me? The quarrel between the two made everyone else speechless. Marco had no choice but to step forward and separate the 2 men who were about to kiss. Okay, what are you guys arguing about? Aren't you making fun of yourself? After separating the 2, Marco smiled at Romon and said, Sorry, we in the white group are like this, unrestrained and outspoken, don't be offended. Romon chuckled and shook his head, indicating that he didn't care and was just joking. It's not like he didn't hear it. Hehe, Ace, do you remember me? At this time, Yamato, who was standing behind Romon, jumped out and asked Ace this question with a smile. Ace's face was full of question marks. He was sure that he had never seen this woman, but she knew him. How could this be possible? Ah! Luo Meng, why did you pat my head so hard? Yamato rubbed his head, his tone a little aggrieved. Yamato, you idiot, look at yourself, you are still in human beast form, it's strange that Ace can recognize you. Oh, yeah, I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. In order to get familiar with the fruit ability, I have been switching between the 2 forms of full beast and human beast these past 2 days. I even forgot that I am still a human. I will change back to my original form now. Yamato took a deep breath, and his appearance began to change slowly. His wings were retracted, his flaming armor disappeared, and his figure gradually became plump. After a while, he turned back into a human. With Yamato's transformation, Ace finally found a suitable character in his memory. When he remembered, Ace's face was full of surprise. I remember now, you are Yamato. I haven't seen you for many years since we parted in Wano country. I didn't expect you to come to save me this time. Thank you so much. As he said that, Ace bowed to Romon and the others, and Luffy, who was standing next to Ace, also bowed. He knew that if it weren't for Romon, he would never see Ace again. Ace was one of his few relatives. They had played together since childhood. Although they were not brothers, they were better than brothers. Romon smiled lightly. You don't have to be polite. This is just a deal. People who didn't know the situation were a little confused. Deal? What deal? Why was there no news at all? Ha 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 ha. Ace, don't worry about it. Let's talk about this later. We should leave here as soon as possible. Romon killed one of the 5 elders. The world government will not give up the pursuit easily. But don't be afraid. It is not easy to find us in the vast ocean. Whitebeard interrupted Ace and continued to ask. He didn't want to make Ace and the others worry. If anything happened, he could handle it all by himself. After Ace's questioning, Whitebeard looked at Romon and the others. Romon, are you going to follow us to the Whitebeard group's territory, or return to Wano country? Romon thought for a while, looked at Kaido. Brother Kaido, what do you say, are you going back to Wano country or what? The war is over, I will go back to Wano country first. As for Romon, you can go wherever you want, anyway, no one in this world can hurt you. Romon nodded, he still had things to do. First he had to empty the White Group's treasury, then send the Empress back to the Kingdom of Women, and then go back to Wano country. The arrangement of meeting with the Revolutionary Army had to be put on the agenda, and there were a series of things to do afterwards. It was a bit of a headache just thinking about it. Why did it feel more tiring than the 996 life in the previous life? However, compared to the boring days of going to work, Romon still liked the present life. He didn't have to worry about car loans and mortgages, he was carefree. Okay, then Kaido, you and Jin go back first, and take Shiryu back with you. Yamato and I will send Hancock back to the Kingdom of Women and then back to Wano country. Kaido put the club on his shoulder and glanced at the Empress. Romon, you are a bit fickle. I don't care about your affairs, but don't hurt Yamato, or I will beat you to death with a club when I get old. Romon nodded awkwardly, as a response to Kaido. When Kaido was about to transform into a blue dragon and leave, suddenly, bang! With a pine sound, Kaido sensed the danger and dodged the bullet. Everyone was a little confused by this sudden situation, thinking that the navy was chasing them, and they all stood up and faced the sea vigilantly. However, the sea was empty, with nothing. The people of the White Group were a little confused, and they looked around and saw a man dressed as a woman, with the pine in his hand smoking. Chapter 62. Izzo? Marco and the others knew about the feud between Izzo and Kaido. After all, Izzo was also from Wano country. They didn't know what to do about this kind of thing. Izzo, put down your gun, are you doing this to put me in an unjust position? It was Whitebeard who spoke first, breaking the silence. After all, Kaido came to help them. What kind of a move would it be if the Whitebeards turned around and attacked Kaido? Dad, Okay, we all know about the grudge between you and Kaido, let's talk about it later. Marco quickly pushed down Izzo's hand that was holding the gun. Dad is right, don't do it yet, let's talk about the affairs of Wano country later. Kaido also helped us rescue Ace. If you do it like this, what will others say about the Whitebeard group? Are you ungrateful? Izzo put down his hand with a grim face. Kaido glanced at him, and from what Whitebeard and Marco said, he knew that this sissy was from Wano country, and had such a great hatred for him, he should be Odin's man. If Whitebeard hadn't been in Romon's plan, he would have killed Izzo with a club. Romon and the others also had ugly faces. They came to help with all their strength, but were bitten in return. No one had a good face. Romon looked at Izzo with a gloomy face. This is the first time and the last time. Don't blame me for not giving you Newgate face next time. As Romon spoke, the atmosphere became a little solemn and tense, as if a fight was about to break out if they disagreed. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, picked up the knife beside him and said, Romon, what Izo did was wrong. I apologize to Kaido on his behalf. He shot Kaido. It has already happened. I have nothing to say. As a father, I will bear his faults. I also hope you can give Izo an answer about the matter of Wano country. After all, Wano country is where he was born and raised. After Whitebeard finished speaking, he took the knife and stabbed it into the body. Dad. No. Captain Marco, come and heal Daddy. Such a change caused chaos among the Whitebeard members. Marco hurried forward and used his Phoenix ability to heal Whitebeard's wound. Ace stood aside with a worried look on his face. Luffy was a little confused about the situation, but Izo shed tears. Kaido didn't care about Whitebeard's actions. Romon, it's okay, I'll leave first, you take good care of Yamato. Romon nodded, and Kaido turned into a blue dragon and flew away with Shiryu and Jin. Romon looked at Whitebeard with a little admiration. For the sake of his relatives, he could really do it to himself. Although the knife was not fatal, it could also cause him serious injuries. Thinking of this, Romon looked at Whitebeard. I have nothing to say about Wano country. I just want to ask Izo one question, are you loyal to Wano country or to Odin? If you are loyal to Wano country, you can find time to go back to Wano country and compare your life now with your previous life. I dare say that Wano country will only get better and better under my reform. If you are loyal to Odin. At this point, Romon's eyes narrowed into a line, and he slightly pulled out the knife at his waist. If you are loyal to Odin, you can draw a line. Whether it is a single fight or a group fight, the beast. Izo asked himself in his heart, between Wano country and Odin, which side he leaned more towards. Wano country was where he grew up, and Odin had a deep bond with him. Between the two, Izo really didn't know how to choose. His heart was in a mess. Time passed by, and everyone was watching him. In the end, between Wano country and Odin, Izo still chose Wano country. Okay, after this, I will definitely go to Wano country. If the people of Wano country are still living in dire straits, then I will withdraw from Whitebeard. Even if I die, I will challenge you. To hide you. Marco, you don't need to persuade me. Things have to be resolved. When the time comes, I will quit the Whitebeard group. It will be my own business and I won't make it difficult for my father. Wearing women's clothes and acting like a man, Romon originally planned to kill all these samurai. Izo is Whitebeard's man, so he can be spared. However, if he is still dissatisfied and wants to take action after seeing the current situation in Wano country, let alone Whitebeard, even the King of Heaven can't save him. In addition to Izo, there are several samurai outside, especially Momonosuke. It is unjust not to kill him. Romon thought of 108 ways for Momonosuke to die. I remember that Momonosuke first appeared 2 years later, on the island where Caesar was doing research. As for which island, Romon forgot, and he would ask Doflamingo for the address when the time comes. There is also a mythical beast fruit made by Vegapunk using Kaido's bloodline factor. Momonosuke can't get it cheaply, and he won't give it to the dog. As for now, Romon glanced at the sentimental people in the Whitebeard group. After this incident, he was not in the mood to stay here. Captain Whitebeard, we won't stay here either. I'll come back to move your treasure house later. See you next time. Yamato. Yamato sighed. Every time Romon called her name without saying anything else, she knew that Romon was going to ride on her again. After she said hello to Ace, she changed into the phoenix form again. Seeing this, Whitebeard sighed. Okay, you can come and get it whenever you want. I will keep it for you forever. He also knew that in the current situation, it would be useless to ask for it to stay. Romon did not reply this time. He looked at Barrett and the others. Everyone, our agreement is fulfilled. You can go wherever you want from now on, but I still have to say that you are all well-known people. In the future, you should try to avoid attacking civilians. That's all I have to say. Everyone, see you again if we have the chance. After saying that, Romon and the Empress jumped onto Yamato's back. The Empress was holding a piece of life paper in her hand, which was his sister's life paper. Just now, she had called her sister through Den Den Mushi and asked them to leave. After leaving the white group, of course she had to go back to her ship. Yamato followed the direction indicated by the Empress and flew away from the white group quickly. On the white group side, after Romon left, everyone began to get busy, some sailing, some healing. Barrett and the others did not object to Romon's words. They would not bother to take action against ordinary people, unless there were ignorant people who were looking for trouble with them. Barrett stepped forward heavily, and the planks of the boat were banging under his feet. Newgate, tell your people to stop at the nearby island. I won't go with you. After Barrett's words, Redfield and the others also said they wanted to get off the ship. The agreement had been completed, and they didn't need to stay with the Whitebeard pirates anymore. Rayleigh and Luffy didn't say anything. Rayleigh and Whitebeard were old acquaintances, so it would be fine to stay for a while, and Luffy wanted to stay with Ace for a while. Whitebeard didn't refuse Barrett's request. After instructing his men to stop at the next island, he quietly let Marco treat his wounds. Chapter 63. System Dad, how do I use these two things you gave me this time? Luo Meng sat behind Yamato, holding the Empress in his arms and holding two cards in his hands. He knew what these things were, but he didn't know how to use them. My goodness, the system even has this thing, is it going to cultivate immortality? The two cards in Luo Meng's hand were the rewards for kicking the 5 elders to death. They were 2 defensive formation cards. This formation also has a mysterious name, the Hunyuan Wuji formation. Ding! The host only needs to stick the card on the ground of an island and chant the spell, Tais Hang La Jun, hurry up and obey the order. The range of the formation depends on the size of the island. The size of the formation depends on the size of the island. In this formation, even if the strongest person in the world comes and bombards it for his entire life, he will never be able to break it open. At the same time, this formation has another function. Anyone who has malicious intentions towards the host will be detected by the formation and expelled from the island. Is that so? There are 2 islands in the formation, namely Wano Country and the Kingdom of Women. The system is really thoughtful. However, is the spell serious? Did I go to the wrong set? This is not a weird world. It would be more appropriate to say Mommy Mommy or Open Sesame. I was a little worried before that if I kicked that old guy to death, the world government would launch a general attack on Wano Country. Now it's all right. With this formation, when the world government comes, Romon can learn the classic quote of the emperor's uncle who continued to play music and dance. My dear Luo Meng, why are you staring at the 2 cards? The Empress was a little confused when she saw Luo Meng staring at the cards in his hand. Luo Meng hugged the Empress tightly and kissed her twice. Ha ha ha, it's nothing, this is a good thing. With this card, your kingdom of daughters will be worry-free. The Empress felt dizzy and her body went limp after being kissed twice, so she didn't hear what Luo Meng said next. I'm telling you too, you're flirting on my back, as if I don't exist. I'm angry, I won't carry you anymore. Yamato quickly changed into human beast form, and the 2 people fell down without a foothold. Romon shook his head helplessly, switched to the great demon form in a second, and flew to Yamato with the Empress in his arms. Looking at Yamato's current state, Romon wanted to laugh a little, her mouth was pouting, and she could hang a bottle of soy sauce. In the anime, I really didn't find that she had a jealous side. Okay, stop pouting, don't wait until I can't help it and kiss your mouth until it's rotten. How about letting Hancock fly and you sit on it and take a rest? Okay. I want to sit. Hancock smiled and said, my husband Romon, I have no objection, but I can't do it, I don't have the ability to fly. The Suzaku fruit rewarded by the system has not been used yet. Give it to the Empress, won't she be able to fly? Romon thought to himself, and a green fruit with fire patterns appeared in his hand. It's okay, Hancock, you can fly after you eat this. Yamato was not surprised to see this scene. Romon could always conjure up objects for no reason, and she was no longer surprised. Hancock didn't feel anything. She could accept whatever Romon did. She also knew that eating 2 devil fruits would cause her body to explode and die, but she was 100% sure that Romon would not harm her. Even if Romon hurt her, she was willing, so she didn't think about it, reached out to take the fruit, and ate it. As soon as she ate it, the Empress felt the changes in her body, and her strength continued to grow. She broke away from Romon's arms, and her body changed in the air. The delicate body continued to grow, and colorful feathers grew out of the body. A sound similar to a bird's cry echoed in the air. The wings spread violently, and the 100-meter-long body stood horizontally in the sky. Then, the feathers burned with flames, and the temperature was higher than Yamato's phoenix form. It is not much inferior, and can even be said to be better. Feeling this new power, the Empress was overjoyed, and the bird's cry from her mouth resounded through the world. Luo Meng looked at the Empress's long cry and smiled slightly. The Suzaku can be said to be of the same kind as the phoenix, the king of birds. The classic of mountains and seas said that the Suzaku is more noble than the phoenix, was born earlier, and is the ancestor of playing with fire. The phoenix fruit and the Suzaku fruit are both types of mythical beasts. They are not in the pirate system, and their potential is also unlimited. As long as they are developed properly, they will surely be able to shock the world. Not long after Yamato ate the phoenix fruit, he had the strength to fight the Admiral. I believe that it won't be long before the Empress's combat power will increase exponentially. After more than 10 minutes, the Empress was able to control the flames. With a long cry, she slowly landed next to Luo Meng, and gently swept her colorful head over Luo Meng's body. Mr. Luo Meng, thank you. This thank you contains too much. It is thank you Luo Meng for taking away her nightmare, thank you Luo Meng for everything he has done for her, and thank you Luo Meng for giving her a new life and new strength. The Empress was fortunate to have met the right person, Luo Meng, during this nightmare time. Luo Meng smiled and touched the hair on the Empress's head, which was bigger than him. It didn't look rough, but very soft. You don't need to thank me because of our relationship. You are now familiar with the power of the fruit. Let's go find your sisters and then send you back to Wano country, Yamato, gone. Hee. It's finally time for me, the liberated serfs, to sing. Yamato flapped his wings and landed behind the Empress, regaining his human form. He also stepped on the Empress's back twice, laughing happily, like a naughty child. Romon shook his head helplessly. Yamato's character was still the same, but it was good this way. At least she could live a carefree life. With her strength, as long as she didn't meet top masters like Kizaru, she would not be in any danger. The Empress didn't care about Yamato's actions. As long as it was related to Romon, she could tolerate everything. Besides, although Yamato stepped on her twice, it was useless. Tickling was heavier than Yamato's 2 feet. As the Empress spread her wings, she began to fly in the direction pointed by Romon. When the Empress transformed into Suzaku, Romon took the life paper in her hand. There were still 3 people, but the roles had changed. This time it was Yamato's turn. And lying in Luo Meng's arms. With the flying speed of the vermilion bird form, it took less than half an hour to find the boat. After a few days of sailing, they rushed back to the Kingdom of Women. After arriving at the Kingdom of Women, it was already night. Luo Meng found a place to set up the Hunyuan Wuji formation. The location was the palace of the Empress. This was the center of the Kingdom of Women, which was the most suitable. It was that spell. When Luo Meng read it out, he felt a little inappropriate. The system always made these messy spells, and he was speechless to the extreme. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Luomeng took the super invincible pill in his hand and ate it without thinking. The next moment, he understood why the system told him not to take it in the war on the top. Damn, the drug power is really invincible. The golden hoop couldn't hold it down. Looking at the Empress on the bed, Luomeng turned into a wolf and started this night of spring with a cry. Chapter 64. Cough cough cough. Hancock, why are you coughing so hard? Are you sick? Yamato faced the Empress and heard her coughing non-stop. He looked a little puzzled. She was fine yesterday, how come she became like this after one night? Ahem. It's okay, maybe I just caught a cold. Yamato was full of questions. How could you catch a cold with your strength? Is the stinky Luomeng here with you? I can't find him. At this time, Luomeng walked out of the room with a happy face. Hearing that the Empress coughed like this, he scratched his head. It's not his fault. If you want to blame someone, blame the system. Damn Romon, I was wondering why I couldn't find you. Turns out you came here to look for the vixen. Tell me, what did you do? The Empress was unable to speak and looked at Romon shyly. She thought of Romon last night and then of the Romon before. In contrast, Romon last night made her terrified. Her legs were shaking just thinking about it. Romon glanced at the Empress who was squeezing her legs together, then looked at Yamato. I didn't do anything. I came to discuss something with Hancock. Yamato, do you have anything to talk to me about? Yamato didn't quite believe what Romon said. She looked back and forth between the two of them to see if she could see anything, and she really saw something. The Empress's state was the same as when Romon did something bad to her. Yamato didn't know everything anymore. He had done what he should and shouldn't do on the island near Marineford. Good. You stinky Romon, you lied to me, do you really think I can't see it? You must have spent last night here, you must have done a lot of bad things. Romon smiled awkwardly, as if he was caught cheating. Finally, he couldn't stand this atmosphere anymore. He remembered the novels he had read before he traveled through time. Facing this kind of situation, he could solve it with violence. Not knowing if it was true, Romon didn't care. He suddenly picked up Yamato who was still staring at him. Ah! Damn Luomeng, what are you doing? Let me go. Luomeng ignored Yamato's resistance, threw her on the bed and pounced on her. This was the opportunity to figure out who was the boss. The effect of the drug was permanent. How could a novice like Yamato be a match for Luomeng? Only after the Empress joined in did they barely fight on equal terms. The battle lasted until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Luomeng and the other two walked out of the room. Luomeng was in high spirits, while Yamato and the Empress were exhausted. Especially the Empress, who hadn't recovered from last night's injury yet, and today's injury has become even more serious. Ha ha ha. You two should take a rest first. I'm going to go for a walk outside. You don't have to follow me. The two girls nodded with red faces. Yamato didn't dare to say anything. She had said a few more words just now, and every word she said would be severely beaten. If she continued like this, she didn't know if she would be able to return to Wano country alive. After they went back to the room, Romon left here and soon came to the streets of the country of women. Everyone here knew him, but they were still very curious about men. They gathered in 2s and 3s and pointed at Romon. Romon didn't care about it. It was a rare opportunity for him to have some free time, and he whistled at a few of the beauties who were looking at him. However, the women in the country of women can be said to understand nothing about love, teasing and the like. They just think Romon is very interesting. Romon felt a little emotional. The girls here were really innocent. If you whistled at a strange woman in your previous life, she would definitely call you a hooligan. Noticing a bird in the sky, Romon waved his hand. After the news bird came down, he took a newspaper from the news bird. Romon was a little confused. He didn't know why the news bird didn't take his money for the newspapers. He didn't think about it anymore. He unfolded the newspaper in his hand. He didn't see any news related to the top. They were all news from some countries. Romon had no interest in these and threw them away. After walking around for a while, he felt that there was nothing interesting, so he returned to the Empress's room. This made the two of them suffer again. The next day, in the territory where Whitebeard is. Dad, the news of the war at the top has come out. This time, Romon is in big trouble. His bounty has skyrocketed. Now his bounty is higher than ever before. Whitebeard was wrapped in bandages. He was not surprised to hear Marco's words. For example, Romon killed thousands of Navy soldiers with one move. His bounty would not be low. Not to mention, he also defeated the world's #1 swordsman and the alternate Admiral Momosaki. The most important thing is that Romon also killed the old guy Nasujiro Sei. It would be strange if his bounty didn't skyrocket. Yet. Captain Marco, please read to us how much Romon's bounty has been increased. That's right. Stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us. Before Whitebeard even opened his mouth, George and the others rushed to ask. Marco did not refuse, and read from the newspaper one of the 4 calamities of the beasts, disaster, came to fight during the execution of Fire Fist Ace, defeated the Admiral's substitute in the battle, defeated the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye, slaughtered more than 3,000 Navy soldiers, and killed one of the highest leaders of the government, Nasujiro Seiji. This is the most evil person. A bounty is now issued for the Scourge of Beasts, the God's Lair, the thousand-faced demon Orki, Romon. The bounty is 8.172 billion Baileys. Note, this extremely evil person, whether you are a navy or a pirate, as long as you kill him or catch him, you can come and claim the reward. Marco stopped reading here. Whitebeard shook his head and thought, this bounty is really a bit unexpected, but the last few sentences of the note are a bit disgusting. There is no shortage of stubborn people in the world. Take himself for example, with the title of the strongest in the world, I don't know how many people want to step on him to get to the top, or use his head for money. Romon's reputation is now bigger than his own, and small troubles are bound to be inevitable, but with Romon's strength, those bounty hunters will just die if they come to him. Tisk tisk. This bounty is incredible, 3 billion more than my dad's. Now Romon can be said to be truly famous throughout the world. Captain Marco, except for Romon, have the others improved? Yes, has mine increased? Captain Marco, please show me. Marco smiled and said, among our white group, only Ace's bounty has increased. Ace's bounty has increased to 1.1 billion. The bounties of the beast group who came to participate in the battle have all increased. Kaido's bounty is higher than his father's, reaching 5.2 billion. In addition to Romon, there are 2 others who have the highest bounty increase. Yamato fought alone against Momoseki and 2 CP members, and his bounty can be said to have skyrocketed to 1.5 billion, which is higher than mine. There is another one, Zillow of the Rain, who joined the beast group and performed very well in the war. His bounty is 954 million. The others have not changed. Barrett and his team have also restored their previous bounties. That's the summary. Chapter 65. Ha ha ha. Kids, don't worry about the bounty. As long as the people are safe, that's the best for us. Seeing that the crew members were a little depressed when they heard that their bounty had not increased, Whitebeard spoke to comfort them. To him, nothing was more important than family, and he didn't care about the bounty. Yes. Brothers, the bounty is of no use to us except to increase our reputation. Let's be more open-minded and cheer up. Marco also spoke to comfort them. The people of the white group gradually understood and the ship became lively again. Shanks, the newspaper is out. You guessed it right. The Navy's defeat was all caused by Romon. Take a look. Shanks took the newspaper from Beckman and read it with a serious expression. The more he read, the more frightened he became. It took him 10 minutes to finish reading it word for word. He looked up at the blue sky, but his mind was flying to who knows where. Dover, the beast group is in big trouble this time. After this, the beast group will becoming the strongest of the 4 emperors. Romon's bounty reached more than 8 billion. Ha ha ha. Really? Go down and prepare a gift to send to Wano country. All beasts have a deal with us anyway, so a gift is a gift for congratulations. Remember, don't be stingy with the gift. I remember there is an animal-type fruit in the warehouse, so give it to me. Yes, I'll do it right away. After waiting for everyone to leave, Doflamingo slowly walked to the window. His expression was crazier than ever before. He was thinking about whether to cooperate further with the beasts and jointly launch the war of the century. Wanguo, Cake Island. Lingling, one of the 4 emperors, was also looking at the newspaper with a changeable expression. Kaido, this kid, made such a big noise without saying a word, and went to the war without telling me. All my efforts before were in vain. Also, I want this kid Romon too. It would be great if I could give birth to a son with him. Why can't I meet someone like Romon? The more Lingling thought about it, the angrier she became, and her illness flared up again. Katakuri and the others quickly ordered the kitchen to prepare the corresponding food before they quelled Lingling's riot. The Kingdom of Women, the Empress Room. Luomeng held Yamato and the Empress in his arms, and suddenly shuddered. Damn, who is thinking about me? Why do I suddenly feel like I'm being targeted by a monster? Is the Navy going to attack me? It doesn't matter. I have a formation. Come on, I'll set up a table by the island and let them watch me eat. It won't make them angry. My husband Romon, what are you going to do next? Romon stroked the Empress's hair and said with a smile, Yamato, am going to rush back to Wano country today. You don't have to worry about the Navy launching an attack on the Kingdom of Women. I have set up a formation here, and the Navy cannot break in. The Empress was a little confused. What is the formation? I don't know how to explain it. You just need to know that the formation can keep the Kingdom of Women safe. As long as you don't leave the Kingdom of Women, no one can do anything to the Kingdom of Women. The Empress nodded as if she understood. Then can't you stay a few more days, husband Luomeng? I don't want you to leave. How about I go back to the Kingdom of He with you? Luomeng hugged her tightly. I won't stay any longer, and you don't have to go back to the Kingdom of He with me, just stay in the Kingdom of Women, and I'll come to find you when I'm done with my work. That, all right. Don't forget me. Yamato listened to the conversation and rolled her eyes. Hancock, that's enough, can you stop talking so cheesy? The Empress looked at Yamato with a strange look in her eyes, thinking, I listened to you before because I hadn't infiltrated the inner circle yet, and it's the same now. You still dare to talk to me like this, let me see how I deal with you. The Empress left Romon's arms, threw herself on Yamato, and held her tightly. What are you doing? Let me go quickly, don't force me to use too much force. The Empress ignored Yamato's words, and said to Romon with a smile, my husband Romon, I will hold Yamato down, you come and teach her a lesson, let her know the consequences of disturbing us. Romon's eyes lit up, the Empress knows how to play, and she knows how to play this way, so I won't be sleepy anymore. Yamato was horrified. After a great battle, Yamato endured the discomfort and turned into a phoenix to rush to Wano country. After 3 days, he finally returned to Wano country. This was the first time that Yamato showed his phoenix form in Wano country. When he appeared in the sky above Onigashima, he attracted the attention of all the beasts. They did not think that there was an enemy invasion, so they all ran out to prepare for battle. Only a few people who knew about it had smiles on their faces. You don't have to be nervous, that's Master Yamato and Romon, go and do your own things. Jin looked at the members who were nervously preparing for the battle. This was also his problem. He didn't tell everyone when he came back, but only told Quinn and Jack. Although they had seen Yamato's bounty order only had normal and human beast forms, and they had never seen the full beast form. I was wondering why Brother Jin wasn't nervous just now. It turned out to be Master Yamato and Brother Romon. This is the first time I see Master Yamato using this ability. It looks really shocking. Although its 100-meter-long body is not as big as Captain Kaido's, the power it exudes is no less than that of Captain Kaido. That is, with Captain Kaido, the four calamities, young Master Yamato, the Flying Six, and the real fighters, we, the beasts, will become the strongest four emperors. The beasts kept discussing as they left, with smiles on everyone's faces. Jin looked at them and smiled as well. He saw in Romon the view of the beasts reaching the top. Brother Jin, do you think Brother Romon still has that kind of fruit? I want it too. Look at Brother Kaido and Master Yamato, they both have two abilities. I envy them so much. Cut, you, a reckless man, still want it, but I still want it. What's wrong with being a reckless man? I dare to approach anyone. Do you dare, Quinn? If I'm a reckless man, you're a coward. Jinx looked at the two people arguing with each other and didn't stop them. Which pirate doesn't have a temper? They are not the type who fight to the death. He and Brother Kaido generally don't care. They can solve the problem with mouth or force as long as it is not fatal. However, seeing that Jack and the other person were arguing endlessly, Jinx separated them. Stop arguing. I don't know if Romon is still here. He will be coming down soon. You can ask him later. But there is not much hope. It will be great if this kind of devil fruit can be mass-produced. All right. Jack and the other man stopped arguing and looked at the phoenix that was flying down. Chapter 66. Hey, Jin, Jack, Quinn, you are all here. As soon as Yamato landed on the ground, Romon jumped down from behind, and saw Jin and the other two standing outside, and greeted them with a smile. Jin smiled and replied, the crew has never seen Yamato's full beast form, and I was afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings, so I came out to explain to them. Romon nodded, and Jack, who was impatient, couldn't help but walked up quickly. Brother Romon, do you still have that kind of devil fruit? Can you give me one? Jack, don't worry. I don't have it now. If I have it in the future, I will save it for you. Like this? Jack felt a little disappointed, but when he thought that there would be opportunities in the future, he didn't care much. Okay, then Brother Luomeng, if you have it in the future, don't forget me. Don't worry. After replying to Jack, Romon turned to look at Quinn. Quinn, how is the research on senzu beans and weapons going? Are there any breakthroughs? I have no idea about the senzu beans, and I cannot analyze the ingredients inside. But the weapon blueprint you gave me, Brother Romon, is very simple. Although it can fire continuously, it is not very powerful. I also upgraded the weapon. As for the power, it should be several times greater than your blueprint. It's a pity that the senzu beans were not researched out, but that's also true. After all, the senzu beans are an item in the Dragon Ball system. Some ingredients may not exist in the pirate world, so it's normal that they can't be researched out. Romon didn't plan to give up. If Quinn doesn't work, then let Caesar try. If Caesar doesn't work, then take Vegapunk back and try. If even Vegapunk doesn't work, then he can only give up. As for weapons, Romon also knew that the blueprint was not satisfactory. After all, in the later period of pirates, laser cannons were common, and so was Quinn. He could be said to be a walking missile depot. However, such powerful firearms are rare, and in the war between countries, the AK-47 can play a significant role. Quinn, how much does a gun cost? How many have been produced so far? Quinn pondered for a while and said, because it is an upgraded version, the price is higher. The price of one gun is 2,000 Baileys. These 2,000 Baileys are the money that the workers of Wano country have earned. The materials are already there, so now we only have to pay for the labor costs. If we buy the materials from outside, the price of one piece is about 5,000 baileys, plus the labor costs, that's 7,000 baileys per piece. If it is not upgraded, the price of one gun can be reduced to about 4,000 baileys. As for the quantity, about 5 guns have been produced now, with 100,000 bullets. 7,000 baileys. Romon thought for a while and said, there is no such weapon on the market. No, there are weapons that are stronger than this one, but they are rare. By the way, brother Luo Meng, if you think the price is too high, you can make some adjustments to the labor cost and just give them food. Why bother giving them bailey? Looking at Quinn, Luo Meng said calmly, if you want the horse to run, you have to let it eat grass. It is not feasible to just ask for it. Take from the people and use it for the people. The cost is high, so it's fine. You said there is no such weapon on the market, so the price is up to us. We can pay a little today and earn it back many times tomorrow. The labor cost should be what it is, don't deduct the workers' money. There will be a buyer tomorrow for 5,000 rifles. We will set the price at 50,000 per rifle. A magazine of bullets will be given with each rifle. After that, you will need to pay for the bullets. By the way, how much do the bullets cost? Quinn said without thinking. Bullets are cheap. 10,000 bullets only cost 1 million baileys. Then we will sell 10,000 baileys for 3 million, then we will make money, and if we can find a long-term partner, we will be rich. After listening to Romon's words, several people looked at him with a bit of weirdness in their eyes. So cruel, a gun costs 7,000, and he priced it at 50,000, and 10,000 bullets cost 1 million, and he priced it at 3 million. If you calculate it this way, it's a huge profit. A total profiteer. But there was still a doubt, and Jin asked Romon, your price is not a problem, but once the weapons are circulated, others will be able to imitate them, and then we won't be able to monopolize the market. At Jin's words, Romon laughed, and laughed a little arrogantly. Jin, have you forgotten who we are? After a pause, Romon continued, we are pirates. If others dare to imitate and sell them, Jack, what do you think we should do? Brother Romon, of course we should fuck him. I understand. Even Jack, the reckless man, understands. How can Jin and others not understand? Solve it with force. Although it is violent, it is simple and effective. With the strength of the beasts, others who want to pluck hair from them should really think twice. As for the world government, if it wants to intervene, Romon doesn't mind changing a naval branch every day. Let me put it this way, Quinn, prepare those 5,000 weapons and bullets. When the buyers come tomorrow, you can sell them after you negotiate the price. Also, Jack, go to Doflamingo and ask him to borrow Caesar for a while. Tell Doflamingo that this is what I said. It will only be borrowed for a few months and you will return it to him when the time comes. Brother Luo Meng, okay, I'll go right away. He just happened to have a batch of artificial fruits. I'll pass on your message. What if Dover doesn't lend it to me? Doflamingo is not stupid. He can see the current situation clearly. If he can't see it clearly, I don't mind going there myself. Well then, prepare your belongings for sailing and I'll set off. Jin, is Kaido here? And why haven't I seen Shiryu? Brother Kaido went out yesterday, and no one knows where he went. As for Zilu, he went to the flower capital to drink. Shiryu didn't cause any trouble, did he? Jin shook his head. No, he has been drinking or on his way to drink since he came to Wano country. He even had a fight with me yesterday. I have to say, Shiryu is really not weak. His kendo is much better than mine. If it weren't for my fruit ability, I might really lose to him. Romon walked to Jin and patted him on the shoulder. After all, he is the former warden. It is normal for him to have such strength. His character is a bit bloodthirsty. Jin, you should pay more attention to him and don't let him kill civilians. They are the people who make money for us. If he wants to kill people, ask him to kill pirates and people from the world government. Don't worry, I'll be watching. If you have nothing to do, let's go have a drink. After saying that, Romon took Yamato and walked in first, followed by Jin and others. During the 3-day flight, Romon and the others ate something when they passed by the island, and ate fish in the sea when they didn't see the island, which was tasteless. When they returned to Wano country and saw the delicious food served, Yamato's eyes sparkled and he almost drooled. Several people ate and drank a lot, and left with their bulging stomachs. After several days of travel, Romon didn't have the heart to do some unspeakable things with Yamato, so he went back to the room and fell asleep. Chapter 67. The next morning, Wano country welcomed several guests. The one walking in front had a tattoo similar to a shoe print on his face. He exuded a faint aura, not violent, but a bit easygoing, a kind of leader's aura. Next to him was a man holding a water pipe, who looked very capable, and a woman who looked a bit like a beautiful girl. These people were Long, Sabo, and Kurla. When they left the daughter country, Romon contacted them and agreed to meet in Wano country. It happened that Long was doing business nearby, so they made an appointment today. Mr. Luo Meng, nice to meet you, I am Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Ha ha ha. The Revolutionary Army Dragon, it's better to see it in person than to hear about it. Welcome to Wano country, let's go in and have a drink first, and then we can talk about things while we drink. Romon walked forward enthusiastically, this is his god of wealth. Regardless of what Long thinks, Romon pulled him in. So enthusiastic? Sabo and Kurla looked at each other, and then quickly followed, they were afraid that Long was in danger. The two walked in, Romon Long had already started drinking. As the DJ of the beasts, Quinn walked up to them and started drinking when he saw Sabo and the other two come in. While Romon and Long were chatting, he had always wanted to ask a question. He was curious about whether the mark on Long's face was caused by garp. However, it seemed very rude to ask like that, so he gave up the idea. After chatting for a while, the topic came to the main topic. Romon, Quinn, and Jin took Long to the place where the weapons were produced and tested the power. Long was very satisfied, but the price was a bit high. After negotiation, Romon took a step back and reduced the price of 50,000 baileys to 40,000 baileys as the first cooperation. In this way, Long took this batch of weapons at a price of 200 million baileys, and Romon even thoughtfully asked someone to help them load them onto the ship. After everything was done, it was time for Long to leave, and Romon saw them off. Walking on the road, Romon glanced at Sabo. This character also played a very prominent role in the original drama. In terms of dragon technique alone, he could fight against an admiral. Later, he got Ace's Gobuli fruit and integrated it into his physical skills, and his strength reached the level of an admiral. Romon also had some guesses about dragon technique. Dragon was originally a navy, and dragon technique might be an extension of his 6 styles of the navy. Mr. Romon, you are looking at me like this, do you have anything to say to me? Romon tentatively said 2 words Ace. Ace? He knew Ace, the protagonist of the war a few days ago, the captain of the White Group's 2nd Division, but why did Mr. Romon tell me this name? Also, why do I feel very familiar with the name Ace? Ah! My head hurts so much. The more Sabo thought about it, the more it hurt. He covered his head and shouted in pain. Sabo, what's wrong with you? Why do you suddenly have a headache? Kurla hurriedly supported Sabo with concern on his face. It seemed that his memory had not yet recovered. When Romon saw Sabo's appearance, he knew what was going on. Mr. Romon, do you know about Sabo's past? Romon turned his gaze back to Long. I know a little, but not much. Judging from his appearance, he should have lost his memory. If he wants to regain his memory, he can go to Ace. He knows more about Sabo's past than I do. Okay, thanks for letting me know. You're welcome. I'll take you here. If you need anything, just contact Den Den Mushi. Long nodded, and he and Kurlaw helped Sabo walk away. Romon also walked back. He wanted to find a place to set up the formation. He forgot about it when he came back yesterday, but remembered it today. There was no need to find a place. Romon put the formation card in the meeting room. Just after it was pasted. Whoosh! Several people appeared outside Wano country. They looked confused. Lucci, what's going on? Aren't we investigating the situation in Wano country? How could we suddenly appear outside the island? Fortunately, we are all masters of the 6 styles, otherwise we would be doomed this time. Lucci was also confused. He walked on the road and walked until he was outside the island. He didn't know what was going on. This weird thing was the first time he encountered it. How could he answer it? I don't know, I can't figure it out, let's go into the island again. The others also knew that this was not the place to talk, and they all used the moon step to try to get into the island again. But this time they couldn't get in, and they tried every way they could. The island was surrounded by an invisible barrier, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't succeed. Looking at the boundless sea, they were a little desperate. The boat had sent them here before and left, and they couldn't get in again. Did they have to fly back using the moon step? That was simply impossible to do, and they were all people with special abilities. When their physical strength was used up, they would be buried in the sea. Lucci and the others looked very unhappy. There was no way, so Lucci could only say let's go, the 4 of us, take turns to hurry on the road, 2 carrying 2, hoping to meet a boat, otherwise we will be in great danger this time. The other 3 had no better ideas, so they had to follow Lucci's method. 2 of them used the moon step to jump onto the backs of those who were still using the moon step to restore their strength. This is a relay race, and the one who can hold on is the winner. Romon didn't know that because of the formation, several people were floating in the vast ocean. He was holding Yamato and communicating with the system at this time. System Dad, will there be any welfare tasks like before? If there is, give me 100 or 80 of them. Ding, no, you want another 100 or 80, don't even think about it. Tisk, how can I not think about it? If I don't think about it, wouldn't I just be a salted fish without dreams? If I don't have 100 or 80, at least give me 1. Otherwise, life will be so boring. All right. I'll give you 1, just 1. There are no more. Ding, now the side quest is released. Please go to Fishman Island, meet Princess Shirahoshi, and sleep on her peak to express your excitement. Haha. Not surprising, given the nature of the system, it is normal for the quest to have this condition. However, this is also a welfare quest. Who doesn't like the peak? It's just that Shirahoshi has a blank personality. It's not good to do it yourself. Ah. How can I think like this? I just want to sleep peacefully on it, and I don't do anything else. Besides, Shirahoshi doesn't have that thing. I'm also a little curious about how mermaids reproduce. I'll ask when the time comes. Oh. My damn curiosity. Chapter 68. Dover, Beast Jack is here. Treble approached Doflamingo with a runny nose. 2 veins popped out on Doflamingo's forehead. Hey, Ball, don't get so close to me every time you talk. Your snot is about to splash on me. Get away from me. Treble took 2 steps back, and Doflamingo calmed down his nausea. If Treble wasn't a member of his family, he would have scattered his ashes. Come here, what's so strange about that? This is the agreed time for the artificial devil fruit transaction. Just proceed according to the previous transaction. Let's go. I'll go out with you. The beasts are at their peak right now, so we can't neglect them. After saying that, Doflamingo looked at a woman next to him and said, "Baby 5, I need you to inform the people downstairs to prepare food and wine." "Am I needed?" Baby 5 looked happy and said, "Yes, I'll go down and prepare it right away." After she walked out, Doflamingo and Treble also walked out of the room slowly. When they came to the reception room, they saw the tall and strong Jack. "Ha ha ha! Mr. Jack, welcome to Dressrosa. Let's not rush the transaction. Let me show my hospitality and let's have a drink." Doflamingo was very enthusiastic when he saw Jack. "Doflamingo, put aside the drinking. I am not here just for the artificial fruit. Brother Romon has assigned me a mission. I want to borrow someone from you." "Oh. Who here is worthy of the attention of the God-slayer Romon? Who has such a big face?" Jack glanced at Doflamingo, who was a little confused. "I'll be frank, Brother Romon wants to borrow Caesar for a while." Doflamingo was silent. He didn't expect that Romon would borrow Caesar. If he lent it to someone else, he might not even think about it. But Caesar, this scientist, is his egg-laying rooster, and the eggs he lays are golden eggs. It is Caesar who is researching artificial fruits. If he lends it out and doesn't return it, he will lose a lot of money. Seeing that Doflamingo didn't speak, Jack said expressionlessly, "Brother Romon also said that if you don't lend it, Brother Romon will come to Dressrosa in person." "Threat, this is a naked threat." As soon as Jack finished speaking, Doflamingo's veins popped up. Several family members also looked unhappy. None of them were stupid. How could they not hear the meaning of the words? As the owner of the domineering aura, Doflamingo was even more uncomfortable, but the situation was stronger than the person. He had to endure it no matter how uncomfortable it was. His family had no chance of winning against the 100 beasts. Without Kaido and Romon, the other 3 disasters could destroy his family. However, as a qualified businessman, he knew that everything could be negotiated. You can lend people, but you must know what they are going to do. Thinking of this, Doflamingo calmed down. "Jack, you can lend, but I want to know what you are going to do with Caesar." Jack pondered for a moment, and remembered what Romon said to him before leaving. "Of course, Caesar is borrowed for research. As for what research, I can't tell you." "Research?" Doflamingo's mind quickly flashed the direction that the 100 beasts might research. "Is it Kaido's double fruit ability?" "No, Kaido already has the ability of 2 fruits. If it is an artificial fruit, the technology should be mature, and there is no need to use Caesar. But it is not necessarily the case. It is also possible that Kaido is an exception. If he really researched it, there is no need for the beasts to trade artificial fruits with him." After filtering it in his mind, he couldn't figure out what the hell he borrowed Caesar for. But if Jack didn't say it, he had no choice, and he didn't dare to do it. He couldn't bear to leave this country. He had developed Dressrosa with great difficulty. He couldn't give it up. Speaking of borrowing, I hope Romon will keep his promise and return Caesar to him. "Okay, Caesar, I will lend you the beasts, but I hope you won't go back on your word. Return it to me when you're done. Tisk, if you haven't figured it out, I'll give it back to you. The beasts don't lack a scientist. If you do, you still want it back? Haha. Go dream on." Of course, Jack didn't say this. He had to trick Caesar into his hands first. If he didn't know Caesar's location, Jack would have wanted to rob him directly. Why would he waste time talking nonsense? After this incident, Doflamingo was not as enthusiastic about Jack as before, but Jack didn't care. He ate and drank as he pleased. It didn't cost any money anyway. "I am a small bird, I can't fly high." There was a white and black figure flying quickly over the sky above Shampoo Island, singing loudly as it flew, attracting the attention of the people below. "This is Romon, the scourge of all beasts, has come to Shampoo Island again. This is the first time I've seen him in person, and he really does look like a devil." Let's go, I heard he likes men, if he sets his eyes on a handsome guy like me, I might lose my virginity. Damn, no way. Where did you hear that? That's right, this is what my uncle told me, and my uncle's friend was even kissed by him. Oh my god, I didn't expect such a big shot to have such a perverted hobby. Go, go, don't get targeted. I am also a little bit talented. It will be bad if I am targeted. Romon was flying in the sky and didn't notice the conversation below, otherwise he would be very angry. The news is getting more and more chaotic. Some Navy officers also saw it. They were quickly contacting the headquarters, but the reply from Zhangguo was that they didn't need to care and just need to pay attention to what Romon did on Shampoo Island. Now the Navy has no troops to deal with Romon. Akainu and Aokiji are in a mess. After the war at the top, their vitality has not recovered. Now is the time to rest and recuperate. The higher UPS don't care, let alone these little people like them. They also want to pay attention to Romon's movements, but they can't. In the blink of an eye, Romon disappeared. How can they monitor him? Rip off the bar. Luo Meng pushed open the door and saw Xia Qi sitting at the bar with a glass of wine. Hey! Sister Qi, you are drinking alone, how about I have a drink with you? Zyke! Luo Meng, why are you here, isn't your girlfriend here with you? Seeing that it was Luo Meng who came in, Xia Qi smiled and joked, then stood up and walked into the bar to pour Luo Meng a glass of wine. Luo Meng took it and sat down at random. Lakey, you want to ask if there is a ship going to Fishman Island in the next 2 days. As for Yamato, she didn't come this time and stayed in Wano country to rest. Xia Qi sat down next to him with the wine. Haha. Then you came to the right place. There will be a pirate ship going to Fishman Island tomorrow. They are now parked in the number 1C area. You can go and find it tomorrow. Chapter 69. Really? That's a coincidence. Thank you for the information, Sister Qi. Xia Qi smiled and shook her head. No need to thank me for that. But you just made a big fuss and went to Fishman Island again. What do you want to do? Can you tell me? As an intelligence officer, Xia Qi also checked the information of Romon, but the information she got was the same as that of the world government. There was nothing, as if it appeared out of thin air, so she wanted to know all of Romon's actions. Hee. Haven't you seen a mermaid? I wanted to broaden my horizons. Xia Qi actually believed this answer. Yamato, Hancock, and the female admiral of the navy, all of these showed that Luo Meng was a little pervert. Thinking of this, Xia Qi secretly shook his head and sighed that being young is good. I didn't expect you, Luo Meng, to be so playful. It's hard to imagine that someone like you would be so interested in these things. Haha. I can't say it's an interest, I'm just curious. Let's not talk about that. Sister Qi, do you have any vacancies? I'm sorry to bother you tonight. There are plenty of vacancies, but I'm open for business, don't you think? I got it right away. Fortunately, I brought Bailey with me this time. Luo Meng took out a handful of money from his pocket and threw it to Xia Qi. Xia Qi took it with a smile. Sensible, do you want me to find you some fun tonight? Luo Meng looked at Xia Qi with a bit of weirdness. Could this old woman be interested in me? This is not good. I can't afford it. I'd better leave it to old man Rayleigh. Luo Meng, what are you looking at? I said I would find you some back scrubbers, what did you think? Qi Qi couldn't help but roll her eyes at Luo Meng. So that's how it is. Luo Meng quickly took a sip of wine to calm down. He was really scared just now. It was more frightening than facing the entire Navy headquarters. After hearing Xia Qi's explanation, Luo Meng didn't refuse. He should enjoy himself. No one should suffer. So, after drinking for a while, Luo Meng went to the room arranged by Xia Qi to rest. In the evening, Xia Qi found 2 back scrubbers to come to his house as promised. The two didn't know that the customer was Luomeng at first, but now they know. They are very careful when giving massage, for fear that he will be killed suddenly. Boss, do you think we can set off now? In Sea Area Number 1, on a certain ship, a middle-aged man with a crooked face was speaking humbly to the person sitting in the main seat. Luomeng glanced at him and nodded. Okay, let's go. He fell asleep during the massage last night, and when he woke up, he came here according to the direction given by Xiaoqi. He didn't know anyone on this ship, they were all small fry. These people did know Luomeng, and after he got on the ship, they all thought they were dead. Fortunately, Luomeng told them that he was just a ride, which made them feel relieved. At the same time, everyone on the ship was serving Luomeng. It can be said that Luomeng experienced the treatment like an emperor, and he was given whatever he wanted. Okay, I'll go and order the boat to start. It might be a little bumpy, I hope you don't mind. After saying that, the man left without waiting for Luomeng to reply. Facing Luomeng, he felt too much pressure, and it seemed that he couldn't breathe if he stayed for one more second. Luomeng didn't care and closed his eyes. It would take a long time to get to Fishman Island, and there was no entertainment, so he could only sleep for a while. Seeing Luomeng close his eyes, the boatman was more careful, for fear of disturbing Luomeng. My lord, wake up, we have arrived at Fishman Island. Well. Romon slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Are we here already? I think I just fell asleep. We are here in the blink of an eye. Didn't they say that there would be sea beasts that would stop the incoming pirate ships? It seems that nothing happened. Sir, we have arrived at Fishman Island. Luomeng waved to him and said, you can leave now, but don't go too far. I still need to take your boat. If you leave. Yes, we will not leave, we will not go anywhere, sir, if you have finished your business, come here anytime, we are always on standby. The man heard the threat in Luomeng's words and answered quickly with cold sweat. Hearing his words, Luomeng ignored him, jumped off the boat, and walked towards the place where the mermaids were. He wanted to ask for directions. Captain, are we really going to wait here? Why don't we go directly to the new world? You bastard, if you want to die, don't drag me with you. The adults told us to wait, so we will wait. Otherwise, will there be room for us to survive in the new world? Yes, we all listen to the captain. Inside the Fishman Island Palace, a guard ran in a hurry, sweat dripping from his forehead. Your Majesty, this is bad. The guards found Romon, the calamity of the beasts, on Fishman Island. Neptune, who was talking to Shark Star, heard this and thought he had misheard. He said in an uncertain tone, you mean? That beast plague with a bounty of over 8 billion has come to our Fishman Island, right? Yes, it was him who came to Fishman Island just now. After getting confirmation again, Neptune and Shark Star Yama were stunned. Why did Romon come to their Fishman Island? Did he want to attack Fishman Island? That's not right either. According to the previous war on the top, Romon and Whitebeard have a special relationship, and Fishman Island is the territory of Whitebeard, so they shouldn't attack Fishman Island. So what is he doing here? Is he here to see the scenery? However, a person like him shouldn't be so closed. Both of them couldn't figure it out. Shark Star looked at his father solemnly. Father, don't think about it for now. We don't have the power to stop a person like Romon from doing anything to Fishman Island. Let's treat him well first. I hope he has no ill will towards Fishman Island. Right, we can't just wait like this, go call the other princes, we have to receive him with the highest standards. After saying that, Neptune added Jinbei has also returned to Fishman Island. He is the only one here who has had contact with Romon. Call Jinbei as well, and then arrange for Fishman Island's special food and wine. Shark Star, you go and make the arrangements. I will go there first. After you have made the arrangements, come over with the other princes. After arranging everything, Neptune turned his gaze to the guards again. Where is Mr. Romon now? Your Majesty, Mr. Romon is in Xylee's coffee shop. Okay, I'll go there now. Neptune and Shark Star began to act separately. Shark Star prepared according to Neptune's arrangement, while Neptune and the guards rushed to the coffee shop. Chapter 70. Besides, as soon as Romon got off the boat, he walked towards the place where there were many fishmen. It was the first time for him to see a pile of fishmen. He felt a little novel and looked around. The scenery of Fishman Island was also very dreamy. The architectural style was also different from that outside. He also saw some houses made of shells. He walked and stopped along the way and accidentally saw a character from the original play. He walked in slowly. Hello, please give me a cup of coffee. Xiaoli also recognized Luo Meng and poured him a cup of coffee without saying a word. Thank you. Luo Meng took it and took a sip. It still tasted the same, bitter with a hint of sweetness. He didn't like drinking it, whether it was before or after the wear. Seeing that the other party was a little nervous, Luo Meng played with the cup in his hand and chuckled, "Don't be nervous. I came to you because I heard that you have the ability to predict the future. Can you tell me a fortune?" After a moment of silence, Xiaoli didn't speak, and took out the crystal ball directly. As her hand touched the crystal ball, the scene in the crystal ball was reflected in her eyes. The more she looked at it, the more frightened she became, and her body was shaking slightly. You look like this, the scene you see is a bit scary, can you tell me what you see? Xiaoli Shen was a little flustered. Lord Luo Meng, I can't see your future clearly, but what I see in your future is endless war and millions of corpses lying on an island. That's all I can see. Endless war? Romon believes it. His main mission is destined to start a war one day. It seems that Xylee has something. However, Romon did not take it seriously. Divination is just for fun. He put down the coffee in his hand. I can't get used to this. Do you have any wine? Give me a glass. Yes, please wait. Charlie hurriedly poured a glass of wine for Romon. This time the taste was right. Romon drank while chatting with Charlie. Not long after, a person walked in from the door. Romon didn't need to look back, he knew who was coming. When someone approached this side, his observation color had already captured the person's figure. After Neptune came in, he walked quickly to Romon's side. Mr. Romon, welcome to Fishman Island, it's an honor. I have prepared a banquet for you in the palace. Please move to the Dragon Palace. Romon put down the wine glass in his hand. Generally speaking, his side quests inevitably involved contact with people in the palace. He did not refuse Neptune's invitation. Sure, I just happened to come to Fishman Island to do something, and I need you to lead the way. No problem, Mr. Romon, please tell me what you want. I will do my best to help you. Romon stood up and walked out of Charlie's coffee shop with Neptune. When they arrived at the palace, they met Shark Star and others. Jinbei stepped forward and said, Sir Romon, nice to meet you again. How are you these days? Not bad, life is quite enjoyable. When will you return to Fishman Island, Jinbei? When I returned to my father's territory, I came back to Fishman Island. Like that? At this time, Neptune began to introduce his three sons. Mr. Romon, this is my eldest son Shark Star, my second son Emperor Star, and my third son Overturn Star. Romon didn't put on airs and greeted them all. Seeing that Romon was not difficult to get along with, Neptune and the others breathed a sigh of relief and invited Romon to the palace. The banquet was almost ready, and they ate, drank, and talked. After getting along, Neptune completely let down his guard. The banquet was almost over, and Romon didn't forget his mission. King Neptune, I heard that you have a daughter. Can you take me to see her? This is the first time Neptune has been silent since the banquet. Since Shirahoji is involved, he has to consider why Romon wanted to meet Shirahoshi. Others may not know, but he knows very well that Shirahoshi is the Sea King of this life. Does Romon know it too? Impossible. Even the prince doesn't know, so how could Romon know? Then why did Romon want to know? As Romon spoke, the atmosphere became a little silent. Neptune did not speak, so Jinbei had to speak first. Sir Romon, may I ask what is the matter with you meeting Princess Shirahoshi? Ha 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 ha. Don't be nervous, everyone. I'm purely curious. I heard about the name of the mermaid princess and came here to see it for myself. Hee hee. It's normal to see it for yourself and then take a nap at the top. Yes, it's okay, it's very reasonable. Neptune glanced at Jinbei and saw him nodded. He had no choice but to agree. Romon followed them to a tall room. He opened the door and saw Shirahoshi playing with a shark. Father, brother, why are you here today? Shirahoshi, this is Mr. Romon, he wants to meet you, so we came here. Shirahoshi looked at Romon with her twinkling eyes, she was very curious, it seemed that her father was a little afraid of this man. Romon was also looking at Shirahoshi. 2 years later Shirahoshi would be 17 meters tall, now Shirahoshi looked to be only about 15 meters tall at most. His appearance was similar to Yamato, both with round faces, and his eyes were purer than Yamato's, whiter than white paper. Romon jumped onto her bed. Shirahoshi was not afraid, she could feel that Romon had no ill will towards her. Neptune wanted to say something, but Jinbei pulled him, motioning him not to speak, and then whispered, Your Majesty, His Excellency Romon will not do anything to Princess Shirahoshi, don't worry, let's go out first and let them talk alone. Neptune was originally against it, but when he thought about what Romon was going to do, he couldn't stop him and would anger him instead, which would bring disaster to Fishman Island. Jinbei took Neptune and the others out, which was exactly what Romon wanted. If he slept on his daughter's peak in front of Neptune, Fishman Island might fight him to the death. Without anyone else to disturb them, Romon and Shirahoshi were chatting happily. It wasn't until Shirahoshi was sleepy and fell asleep that Romon remembered his mission. Looking at the pure person in front of him, he wondered if it was a bit bad for him to do this. But looking at that peak, it was a bit tempting. Thinking about not doing this, his body was still very honest, and he leaned on it and slowly fell asleep. He slept soundly that night, and woke up to find himself lying on the sea, his body swaying with the waves. Lord Luomeng, wake up quickly. Luomeng felt a lot of movement in his body, and slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was Bai Xing's sparkling eyes, and he looked like he wanted to cry. Bai Xing, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Romon was a little confused and didn't notice that there was a watermark on Bai Xing's peak. Bai Xing didn't reply, as if she had suffered a great injustice, and her tears fell like a broken string. The tears that formed could be used to take a bath. Romon woke up completely and understood why Bai Xing cried. It was all because of him. He didn't know how to comfort her. Finally, Romon said he would take Bai Xing out to play, and she stopped crying. It was all because of Vander, Deacon, that Bai Xing didn't dare to leave the tower. Once she left the tower, weapons would attack her. He was just a small shrimp, so why would Romon care? He would just find him out tomorrow and let him see God. After this incident, Romon was embarrassed to stay here any longer. After agreeing to come again tomorrow, Romon went out and asked Neptune to arrange a place for her to live. Chapter 71. System Dad, have I completed the task? After returning to the room, Luomeng couldn't wait to contact the system. Ding! Congratulations to Suabeo for completing the task. Check-in rewards are now issued. The rewards are as follows. 1. A time fruit. Note: this fruit has been improved by this system and has become a fruit that can travel through parallel worlds at will and can bring people there. After the improvement, it is more appropriate to call the time fruit a parallel world fruit. 2. A summoning card. Note: this card, the host, you give to others. As long as that person uses this card, no matter where you are, you can come to the user at the first time. 3. A photo album of Sasaki. Note, this thing can eliminate distractions for the host and is the best choice when you are bored. Luo Meng was full of question marks. Wow, it is worthy of being a system. Parallel worlds have appeared. Awesome. System Daddy, if I eat this fruit, I can go to hundreds of parallel worlds and bring hundreds of Kaidos, Whitebeards and myself, then I can complete the main quest, right? Host, you are just daydreaming. The notes say that you can bring people over, but I didn't say that you can bring people back. Also, you are the only one, there is no you in other parallel universes. The operation of parallel universes is also a little different from what you see. You will know when you encounter it in the future. Tisk tisk. System Dad, if you want to give me this reward, then I will let myself go. With this fruit, I can destroy the parallel universe. Let's first let Kaido fight Nika in a mixed doubles match. Let's see if the two Kaidos can beat Nika. Host, you can play however you want, just don't play yourself to death. System Dad, from what you said, is there any danger in the parallel world? Is there some kind of time management bureau or something like that? No, this is not the Marvel universe, there is not so much chaos, there are some other crises, but I won't tell you, let you explore it yourself. Okay. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. After learning about the parallel world fruit, Luo Meng looked at the second reward, the summoning card. This is useless to me, and there is no need to look at the third reward. The rewards from the system seem to have this thing in the past few times, which is of no use to me. Does the system have no other rewards? Luo Meng took out the parallel world fruit from the system and ate it without hesitation. This fruit cannot be given to others. Wouldn't it be nice to eat it yourself? There were 3 fruits that came out before, Thunder, Phoenix, and Vermilion Bird, none of which were what I wanted. Although the one that came out now was not what I expected, the effect was too abnormal, and it would be unjust not to eat it. According to what the system said, I can still eat one, and I will eat it when I meet a suitable one in the future. Just after eating it, as soon as he got up, Romon could sense the time ability, as if he could travel through time and space at any time. It's just that the timeline of the parallel world is a little inaccurate, and he can only feel whether the timeline is going forward or backward. Sensing the vague timeline, Romon couldn't help but go through the one that went backward. Whoosh! The figure disappeared. The next moment, he appeared above a country, switched to the great demon form in seconds and stopped in the air. He sensed the route back, and fortunately he could sense it clearly, otherwise it would be no fun to come here but not find the way back. There was a sound of fighting below, and Romon looked down after making sure he could go back. Tisk 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 tisk. I didn't expect to come to this timeline, Dressrosa, Luffy vs Doflamingo brother. With his 5.0 vision, he can see everything clearly below. Luffy has started the 4th gear and is kicking Doflamingo like a ball. After this time, Doflamingo will have the title of a king, the newspaper king. After watching for a while, Romon felt that it was boring. He didn't have any feelings for Luffy and Doflamingo. He came here just to try out his abilities and didn't want to get involved. He would come back when he wanted to play and beat them both up. Retracting his gaze and crossing the timeline again, Romon looked around. It seemed that going to the parallel world, the location was random, but coming back was fixed, and the time was also synchronized. He just stayed there for a few minutes, and it took a few minutes to come back here. Interesting, very interesting. With a smile he slowly closed his eyes. He slept until dawn, and as promised, Romon came to take Shirahoshi out to play. As soon as Shirahoshi came out, weapons flew towards him. Romon took Shirahoshi and rushed to the direction where the weapons came from. After finding Deacon, he easily dealt with him. He was just a small character, so there was no need to write a fighting scene. From then on, Shirahoshi no longer had to hide in the building. She was free to do whatever she wanted. After Neptune and others knew about it, they thanked Romon again. Romon played on Fishman Island for 3 days. He had enjoyed mermaid massage and a dragon. He had also completed his mission, so he had no intention of staying any longer. Under the relaxed gaze of Neptune and the reluctant gaze of Shirahoshi, Romon boarded the boat he came from. Time flies by like a white horse passing by. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed quietly. In the past half-month, 2 earth-shaking events have occurred in succession within the Navy. These 2 events are like 2 boulders thrown into a calm lake, stirring up thousands of waves and attracting widespread attention and heated discussions. The first thing is that the new marshal has been decided. Akainu and Aokiji fought on an island for 3 days and 3 nights, turning the island into a world of ice and fire. In the end, Akainu won, and Aokiji lost a leg. After recovering from his injury, he automatically left the Navy. The second thing is that the Navy's world recruitment work is progressing very smoothly. Considering the various potential changes and challenges that are about to be faced, the original situation of only 3 admiral positions can no longer meet the current strategic needs. Therefore, after careful consideration, it was decided to expand the number of admirals to 5. The 4 new admirals specially recruited this time are Fujitora Ichisho, Araki, Soraniko, and Maniu. Each of them has extraordinary strength and unique fighting style, and will undoubtedly become the backbone of the Navy. The addition of these 4 new admirals has greatly enhanced the strength of the Navy. Together with the original 3 admirals, they will shoulder the heavy responsibility of maintaining peace and justice in the ocean and guarding the peace of the entire world. Romon held the newspaper in his hand, his mouth slightly raised. Hee, my appearance has made the world interesting. There are actually 2 more characters that were not in the original play. Interesting, it's really interesting. I don't know what abilities these 2 have, Uxiao and Araki know it themselves. Uxiao's swordsmanship plus gravity fruit, his strength can be said to be no less than that of Kizaru. Araki, if the name is the same, he is the ability user of the Mori Mori fruit, and his ability is acceptable. Compared with Uxiao, he is a little bit worse. The titles of the admirals are all related to their abilities. Kong Mao may be a cat-type ability user. A barbaric bull. Romon gently stretched out his hand and stroked his chin with his index finger. He may also be a cattle-type ability user, or a strong physical skill user. The boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridgehead. There is no use thinking about it now. You will know when you meet him. He put the newspaper down, gently hugged the sleeping beauty in his arms, cleared his mind, and looked up at the sky which was almost dusk. Chapter 72 Marineford. After a great battle, the messy site has been almost restored after more than half a month. The dilapidated buildings have also been rebuilt during this time, but they have not been restored to their original state. In the conference room, Akainu sat in the main seat, and below him sat Kizaru and the 4 new generals, as well as 2 old men, Sengoku and Garp. After that battle, Sengoku seemed to have aged by dozens of years, and his hair turned grey, but stepping down from the position of marshal made him feel more relaxed than ever before. Akainu's face was solemn and he said in a deep voice. Everyone, what do you think of the beasts and the white group? According to the information given by the 5 elders, Wano country is protected by something, and our intelligence personnel can't get in at all. Hearing Akainu's question, the other 5 generals were silent for a moment, and then smiled and said in a deep voice, since we can't get in, we have no source of intelligence. We still have too little information about Romon. If we act rashly, we will be in a passive state. What I mean is, temporarily give up the action against the beasts and rest for a while. The 5 elders are pressing us, so we have to do something, otherwise we will be hard to explain. Oh no! Marshal Akainu, it's useless for the 5 elders to urge us. The current situation is like this. We can't enter Wano country. We have sent people there before, but they couldn't attack. We don't know what Romon likes, so we can't even lure him out. In addition, the Kingdom of Women, like the Kingdom of Wano, is surrounded by an invisible force. This must be Romon's trick. We don't even understand what it is, let alone launching an attack without any clue. I never thought that the position of Marshal would have so many things to do. Faced with this series of problems just after taking office, Akainu had a headache. Glancing at Sengoku and seeing his bad state, Akainu found that he was actually a little envious. You still have to listen to the orders from above, tell the intelligence personnel near Wano country to keep an eye on Romon's movements, and report to me as soon as he comes out. After saying that, Akainu looked at a young man and said, "It's up to you then, Soraniko. We must not let him escape again in this encirclement." Soraniko said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, if we work together, Romon won't be able to escape. Don't be careless. You have also seen the war in Marineford. Romon is not someone that can be judged by ordinary people. If we are careless, we may suffer heavy losses again." Kong Mao nodded, but his expression was still a little careless. After all, he had full confidence in his own strength. Akainu ignored his thoughts and turned his eyes to others. "Then it is decided. As soon as Romon leaves Wano country, we will encircle and suppress him. Now you all go and do your own things." After Akainu finished speaking, everyone stood up calmly and left the meeting room slowly. An action against Romon began. "System Daddy, it's been more than half a month, why haven't you given me any missions? Have you forgotten about my cute and handsome host?" Romon was speechless. "Since leaving Fishman Island, the system hasn't given me any missions for more than half a month. I've been really bored during this period. I wanted to find Kaido to go to the parallel world to play mixed doubles with Nika, but I couldn't do it. For more than half a month, Kaido went crazy and didn't come back once. I say, host, you are a jerk. Since you came to this world, you are either busy or on your way to be busy. It's a rare opportunity for you to have some free time, but you insist on finding something to do. Don't you know how to enjoy life? Damn, system, you'll feel uncomfortable if you don't talk back to me for a day, right? Tisk, you bitch, who else should I blame if not you? You don't want to enjoy your life, but you have to seek abuse. Aren't you mentally ill? I'll bear it." Luo Meng calmed down the idea of screwing this damn system to death. Hee. I have only enjoyed half a month. If I continue like this, my body will get rusty. If I can't complete the main task, wouldn't that be a disgrace to your system? Yeah. You're right. It would be embarrassing if other systems knew that my host was so useless that I couldn't even complete the task. Ding, the side quest is now released. Please go to Marijoa to sign in. The sign-in condition is to kill at least 10 celestial dragons to complete the quest. Ha 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 ha. This quest. Romon's eyes showed a bloodthirsty light. If he hadn't eaten the parallel fruit, he might have been a little worried about fighting Marijoa. What's there to be afraid of now? If I can't win, I will go to another parallel world to play and come back. I don't believe they can stay where they are. The boring days are over. I will go on a new adventure. This time I didn't bring others with me. Romon set out on the journey alone. Because he flew out from Wano country, Romon was spotted by intelligence personnel hiding in the distance of Wano country using a telescope as soon as he appeared. Quick, inform Marshal Akainu that the prey has been spotted, and the hunting operation can begin. Okay, I'll call the Marshal right now. In the Marshal's office in Marineford, Akainu was processing documents when a Den Mushi rang. He picked it up and answered, "Hello. Do you have any news about Romon?" Akainu knew that the Den Mushi was connected to the intelligence personnel who were monitoring Wano country, so he went straight to the point. "Yes, Marshal Akainu, the prey has been dispatched, and the hunting can begin. We are following from a distance. I will notify you once the prey lands. Okay, don't lose me, you must tell me where Romon is going. Now tell me your location, and the Admiral will go over to meet you. Then, the intelligence officer gave Akainu his location and asked him to send someone over quickly. With Romon's flying speed, even his modified ship couldn't keep up, so he could only use a telescope to check at any time. Towards. After hanging up the phone, Akainu immediately contacted the 5 admirals. Fortunately, they had not left yet, otherwise it would be a bit troublesome to contact them. After quickly explaining some things, the 5 admirals took action. Kizaru was the fastest, so in order to prevent losing track, he set out first. The remaining 4 admirals led hundreds of elite naval soldiers and quickly boarded a huge warship. The warship was well equipped, with many gun barrels, and it sailed majestically in the direction indicated by the intelligence personnel. The admirals standing on the bow looked serious, with their eyes firmly fixed on the distance. They have been through many battles and are experienced, but they are still full of tension in the face of this mission. As the warship gradually moved away from the port, the sea became more and more vast, and the turbulent sea made people feel the infinite power of nature. On the bridge, the commander closely observed the surrounding situation through a telescope. He kept issuing orders and adjusting the fleet's route to ensure that it could reach its destination smoothly. The other crew members performed their duties, operating various equipment busy and orderly. Chapter 73. Hurry, Araki, you guys go directly to Marijoa. According to the information given by the intelligence personnel, Romon's target this time is very likely the Celestial Dragons. I have already told the 5 elders. You guys go directly there to set up an ambush. You are closer than them, so you can reach Marijoa first. Akainu quickly repeated the information given by the intelligence personnel through Den Mushi. Got it, we will change course now. After hearing this, Araki and his men quickly commanded the navy to turn around and head towards Marijoa. Each of them had a lonely expression on their faces, and they were determined to win this operation. Especially Araki, Soromao, and Maniu, they were looking forward to this operation. This was an opportunity to become famous and also an opportunity to show their strength to the world. There was only a smile and no expression on their faces. Because the warship was not far from Marijoa, they arrived in half a day. They were lying in ambush all around, waiting for the prey, Romon, to enter the cage. The 5 elders were also watching the action here. In a house not far away, there was also a group of hooded Tianlong people. Looking at this side, the guards next to them whispered and persuaded them to leave here, as it would be dangerous to stay here. However, the Tianlong people have long developed the character of I am the boss and the second in command, and ignored the guards' persuasion. I can only say that this group of brainless people really deserve to die. After a few hours, the time came to more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A black figure suddenly appeared in the sky, shooting towards this side like a meteor. Seeing this scene, the people in the dark were ready to take action at any time. Well. When Luo Meng came close, he stopped in the air, frowned and looked down, and whispered, "Why is it so quiet? It's a bit unusual. I always feel something is wrong. Did you find it?" This thought came to the minds of the people who were ambushing below, and then they saw Luo Meng slowly landing, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one found it. As soon as Luo Meng landed on the ground, everyone shouted, "Go! Space blockade! Sen, entangled! Twinkle, laser! Gravity knife, tiger! Take my punch!" Bang! The 5 generals attacked at the same time. Oh no, they were ambushed. Luo Meng was startled the moment the sound came out and quickly dodged the attack. He frowned and found something abnormal. Why did the speed slow down? Romon, you can't escape this time. The 5 generals are all out. Even if you die, you will have something to brag about down there. Araki stepped forward arrogantly. Kizaru also stepped forward and said, Romon, I'm going to ask those thousands of Navy officers to take responsibility for you. Manyu clenched his fists, ha ha ha. It seems that this kid is not as powerful as you say. Kung Mao looked at Romon casually, do you feel that your movements are a little bit unsmooth? This space has been blocked by me, and you can't use your ability of teleportation. He smiled and slowly pulled out a little gravity knife, everything is for justice. Romon didn't care much about what others said, but Kung Mao's words caught his attention. He tried teleportation, and it didn't work. After feeling the parallel fruit again, it worked, so Romon was relieved and smiled. It seems that your navy has placed a lot of spies near Wano country, and they can even grasp my movements. Stop talking nonsense, today is the day you die, give me your life. Ha 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 ha. There are so many people who want to kill me. Who do you think you are? You are so shameless to keep talking nonsense like that. Araki was very angry and turned into Sen-sen and yelled, Sen-sen, armed, 100 wood spikes. Hundreds of sharp wooden tips quickly attacked Luo Meng. The tips were covered with domineering power, which was quite powerful. Luo Meng didn't think of taking it head-on. Just when he was about to dodge, a huge pressure came from his body. Gravity is increasing. Haha. Fujitora smiled. This pressure is really heavy. The 81 way of binding, Jikung. Boom. Araki's attack fell on the invisible wall, was blocked, and could not move forward. Romon was surrounded, but he was not worried at all. Instead, he was eager to try. He laughed, and the more he laughed, the wilder he became. Ha 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 ha. Okay, that's it, let's fight to our heart's content. Even if he couldn't teleport, in terms of speed, Romon was not slow. After leaving the gravity range, he took the initiative to meet him. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Manyu took the initiative to exchange punches with Romon. Boom. Romon was a little impressed. This new general is quite something. In terms of strength alone, he is not much different from the normal Barret. I just don't know if he has the ability of the sub-demon fruit. He should have it. Otherwise, he is not qualified to be a general with this strength. This is not the time to daydream during a battle. Romon felt pain in his body and flew backwards. The great demon had super speed regeneration, so this kind of attack didn't matter to him. It didn't hurt. A mythical beast? The one who knocked Romon away was a cat, with wind-like turbulence surrounding it. A cat with spatial abilities, what the hell? System Dad, what is the name of this guy's devil fruit? Ding, this is a mythical beast, cat and fruit, ethereal cat form, with the power of space, very fast, but weak strength. It is indeed a mythical beast, a devil fruit that has never been seen before. This time it is a bit troublesome, the 5 generals are here, so the 5 old guys of the 5 elders must also know, and there are also a group of CP organization personnel. While dodging the attack, Romon wondered if there was still a chance to complete the task, and his observation color came out of his body. After a while, Romon's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes looked in one direction. There was a group of people standing there, some with strong and some with weak auras. Romon knew without thinking that the weak ones were the scum of the celestial dragons, and the strong ones were the CP members. They really don't know how to live or die. They knew I was here, but they still dared to watch the show openly. I just don't know if I'm in the flower room is watching. Kung Mao, Yuxiao, you all work together to block Luo Meng's actions. This won't work. He has too many tricks. Kung Mao, Yuxiao heard it, nodded, and took action quickly. Gravity, 20 times. Space blockade, block it for me. Boom. Romon's movements paused for a moment. The increased gravity and space compression made it difficult for him to move. The attacks of other generals were already in front of him. He couldn't dodge, so he could only defend with all his strength. Boom! Kizaru's laser shot through his chest, and Maniu punched him away. As soon as he fell to the ground, Araki's attack followed. Several vines sprang out from the ground and pierced into Romon's body. Ha 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 ha! Luo Meng, just be my nourishment. I feel it, such a huge vitality, this feeling is so comfortable. Araki absorbed the endless vitality, and the whole person laughed a little crazy. Damn, it's really difficult for one person to deal with 5 generals. Feeling the vitality draining away, Luo Meng gathered his strength, cut off the wooden thorns on his body, and jumped away quickly. Chapter 74. It seems that Romon can't escape this time. This is also an explanation to Nasu Xiaolang Sheng. The 5 generals are moving together. I don't believe he has the ability to escape. All that awaits him is our approval. Don't be careless, Luo Meng has too many tricks, it seems endless, don't end up with nothing. Don't worry, since Romon can't use teleportation, the chance of him escaping is basically 0. Don't forget, we are still watching. Luo Meng is a little overwhelmed now. I believe that it won't be long before the 5 generals can defeat him. By then, his secrets will be dug out by us. He he he. Yes. I really want to know his secrets. I will wait until he surrenders, then I will capture Kaido and his daughter and study them. And Jin, I didn't expect that the beast fire disaster was actually from that clan, we can't let the fish that slipped through the net go. On the rooftop not far away, the 5 elders were watching the battle. Seeing that Luo Meng was completely suppressed, they all expressed their opinions. It can be seen that the 5 old guys were laughing very happily. His gaze turned to the celestial dragons again. Ha ha ha! That's it, I want that man, I want him to be my slave, with him, I won't lose in the Colosseum. Why should I give it to you? I want that person too. I want that person too. A bunch of scum who can't see the situation clearly still wants to take Luo Meng as their slave. They danced with joy like a bunch of idiots, and wanted to command the CP members to take Luo Meng down. However, the CP members dared not leave, because their mission was to protect the Tianlong people. If they left, if something happened to the Tianlong people, they would not survive. Seeing that they couldn't command, a group of Tianlong people punched and kicked the CP members, and they didn't dare to resist and could only endure it. The attacks of the Tianlong people didn't hurt them, but it was a bit insulting. Ha 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 ha! Luo Meng, after this move, you are defeated, go to hell. Boom! 5 attacks fell on Luo Meng at the same time. By now, Luo Meng was covered with wounds. The 5 generals seized the opportunity again and attacked him at the same time. The smoke was lingering, the earth was broken, and Luo Meng's figure was unclear in the smoke. Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief. Is it solved? Araki said arrogantly. Is it still solved? I don't believe that Luo Meng can still fight back under this kind of attack. Maniu shook his fist, and the armed domineering retreated. If he can still stand up, then fight again until he has no strength to resist. Kung Mao licked his cat's paw casually, and said indifferently, Maniu is right. At worst, I can knock him down again. With me here, he can't escape. Kizaru glanced at the 3 arrogant people and felt a little helpless. It was their first time fighting against Romon and they didn't know how terrible Romon was. But it was not the first time he fought against Romon and he didn't believe that Romon could be defeated so easily. When he looked at Yuxiao, Kizaru had some bad thoughts in his mind. Why did Yuxiao look a little scared when looking into the smoke? When he was about to ask, Yuxiao shouted, "Get ready, Romon is fine, he is coming out." Although he couldn't see, his observation haki was outstanding. He clearly sensed that Romon was not hurt at all by their attack. Instead, he showed an unprecedented posture. Ha ha ha! You guys had a lot of fun fighting, didn't you? Then it's my turn next. When the smoke dispersed, the 5 generals saw that Romon was wrapped in a purple skeleton with no injuries on his body. Then they saw the purple skeleton continued to rise until it turned into a giant 100 meters tall. At that time, cold sweat began to ooze out of their foreheads. Araki, hey, hey! What the hell is this? Is this the ability of a devil fruit? Did Romon eat the 1000 changes fruit? Yuxiao, that's really exaggerated. Kizaru, I didn't expect that Romon still has some means that he hasn't used. Before, Romon's abilities were all converted. This time is different. He actually combined the black-winged birdman form with the giant form. The power must have increased exponentially. This is going to be difficult. Soracle and Maniou didn't say anything, but they didn't dare to underestimate Romon anymore. Romon in this state, his power increased exponentially. Romon looked at the ability he used for the first time, Susanoo, which was the 3rd stage. He could feel that he could condense the Kusanagi sword and the aim no mega bow at any time. His eyes also turned into a kaleidoscope shape, and some skills such as Amaterasu and Kagutsuki could also be used. Luo was a little immersed in the endless energy. After getting familiar with the abilities, Romon turned his gaze to the 5 generals. There was nothing else about the 5 generals, but that Soracle. There was no emotion in Romon's eyes, and his pupil power continued to surge out. Amaterasu, according to. Ah! What kind of fire is this? Why can't I put it out? Black flames appeared out of nowhere on Kung Mao's body, burning non-stop. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't put it out. Save me! The other 4 generals frowned at Sora. Araki could not help but sweep the wood across Sora. He was horrified the next second. When the wood swept across the black flame attached to his wooden thorns, as if it was attached to him. He could not get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. He could only break the wood to survive. Amaterasu is useless against the natural system. The natural system can split the body, so Amaterasu is naturally useless. Romon also knew it clearly. Kizaru saw that if he didn't save Sora, who had just become an admiral for a few days, he would die. Helplessly, Kizaru had to flash in front of him, condense a lightsaber with light, and cut off the place where Sora was burning with black flames. Ah! With a cry of pain, Kung Mao's skin was cut off, and the black flame left his body, falling to the ground and still burning. Kill you, I'm going to kill you. Kung Mao stood up and yelled at Luo Meng with a crazy look on his face, his expression was full of murderous intent. Sensing the discomfort in his eyes, but not blinding him, Luo Meng laughed wildly, ha 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 ha. Come and kill me if you can do it. Kusanagi sword, cut. The 100-meter-high Susanoo instantly condensed into a sword several dozen meters long, sweeping towards the 5 generals with an unstoppable momentum. The 5 generals used their magical powers to dodge, and Kung Mao was even more crazy and quickly approached Luo Meng along the blade. Give me the space blade, die! Boom! The invisible sword energy, carrying the power of space, fell on Susanoo. Luo Meng looked at it indifferently, without defending, because he knew that this attack could not break Susanoo. The fist as big as a clay pot hit Kung Mao at the moment when Kung Mao paused. Kung Mao was knocked to the ground cracked layer by layer, and he vomited a mouthful of old blood. Gravity, meteorite. The sky darkened, and Romon looked up to see a meteorite as big as Susanoo falling towards him. Come on, watch me kill him. Bang! With one sword, the meteorite that was about to hit him was split into 2 halves. Everyone, calm down. Luo Meng is very strong in this state, but it is also easier to hit. Don't fight him head-on or wear him down. After hearing what Kizaru said, they did not object. This was a good idea. Even the empty cat calmed down and used the advantage of speed to constantly interfere with Luo Meng. Chapter 75. Deep among the flowers, a person whose figure could not be seen slowly opened her eyes and felt the vibration coming from Mary Gioase. Her gaze seemed to be able to see through time and space and fell on the battlefield. He. Interesting, this attitude is a bit strong, but only a little bit. It seems that there are some interesting people appearing on the sea now. After saying this to himself, he did not speak again, but his eyes did not leave the battlefield. Instead, he watched with interest. Should we join the battle? I didn't expect that Romon still has some tricks up his sleeve. It's really a bit surprising. Haha. No need, the 5 generals have adapted to the battle now, and their tactics are not wrong. They know they can't win in terms of strength, so they change to roaming, which is good. Yes, although it was a bit shocking at first, it was clear that Romon had a weakness in this state. He was so big that it was not easy for him to dodge attacks. Ha ha ha. That's right, especially for Kizaru, now Romon is a living boss. If Romon knew what these 5 old guys were thinking, he would definitely laugh at them for looking at the sky from a narrow perspective. Do they think they can do nothing just because they are big? There are too many methods, and I just forgot which one to use for a moment. Do you really think I am your bird in a cage? Another round of attacks fell on Susanoo. Romon took a few steps back, and his huge body cracked the ground. This is not a solution. I don't need to worry about other people. I must deal with Admiral Sora first. His space blockade is too troublesome. With a change of mind, Romon's eyes lit up. Hey, why did I forget the way of binding? I have too many abilities, and sometimes it is easy to forget what I can do. Romon began to mutter to himself. Seeing this, Kizaru remembered that Vice Admiral Garp had told him before that Romon had a very strong binding ability, which could only be used in conjunction with certain spells. He couldn't help but be surprised. Everyone, use all your strength, don't let him use this move. Although the remaining 4 generals didn't know what would happen, seeing Huang Yuan's anxious look, they knew that Luo Meng's move was not simple, and they all attacked with all their strength. This time they attacked with all their strength, and for a moment they really broke Luo Meng's Susanoo, but the attack did not fall on Luo Meng. Luo Meng's spell was also completed at this moment, and the low voice echoed in the air. 6 beams of light shot at Kung Mao from all directions, blocking his movements. He fell down and slid on the ground for dozens of meters. Just as he was about to stand up, he heard the roar of Kizaru and the others. Watch out, Air Cat! Get out of the way! His fighting instinct made him aware of the danger. Just as he was about to get out of the way, he felt a pain in his chest. He looked down slowly and saw a blade piercing his chest. Luo Meng's voice also reached his ears. Sword of the Great River. Puff! A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and the body began to fall weakly. When the 6-stick light prison sealed Kung Mao, Luo Meng immediately switched to the sword fairy state, abandoned Susanoo, and used the sharpness of the sword moves to deal with Kung Mao. All this was done almost instantly, and it was too late for others to come forward to rescue. Seeing that General Kung Mao had not died yet, Luo Meng was about to make up a knife, but he felt the sound of breaking air behind him. There was no way to make up the knife, so Luo Meng had to dodge. When he stood still, he saw that it was Kizaru who saved Kung Mao's life at the critical moment. Then he sensed several figures rushing over here. Luo Meng looked in that direction and knew who was coming. After seeing Luo Meng solve the problem of Kung Mao, the 5 elders secretly said that it was not good, and at the same time they suddenly rushed towards Luo Meng. Sensing that the blocking force in the space was gone, Luo Meng laughed. I won't play with you anymore, wash your neck, and I will come to take your lives next time. Whoosh! Damn it! He escaped again. As soon as the 5 elders arrived here, Romon used teleportation to leave here. The 5 elders roared unwillingly. Boom! There was an explosion in the distance, which made the 5 old guys look even uglier. They knew that there was a group of celestial dragons watching the show. Romon disappeared, and there was another explosion over there. Even a fool could know what happened. After looking at each other, Peter Saint said, chase him. We can't let him be so presumptuous. Looking at Romon again, of course he couldn't just leave like this, the mission was not completed yet. He locked the direction of the celestial dragons with his observation haki, and came here using teleportation. He ignored the people of CP and started a massacre of the celestial dragons. He killed the dozen celestial dragons with just 2 moves. When he was about to retreat, Romon frowned. How insolent! An unprecedented pressure fell on him, and then a giant hand of more than 10 meters in length appeared in the air and grabbed towards Luo Meng. Teleport. Whoosh! The body left the attack range, and the giant hand of more than 10 meters in length that could not grab the target fell on the house, and the house was instantly smashed into ruins. What a palm technique that fell from the sky! As soon as Luo Meng appeared, he sensed that a person appeared in the air. Yumu? When he looked at the 5 elders, he was sure that the 5 elders at this moment knelt on the ground and trembled when this person appeared. Luo Meng looked at this person with interest. He was wearing exaggerated clothes and a mask, and his face could not be seen clearly. Not to mention, this figure is really a bit like a woman. Yumo was also looking at Luo Meng, and said indifferently, "Kid, I'll give you a chance to be my bodyguard. I can forgive you for everything you do, and I can also give you the noble identity of a Tianlong. You want me to be Yumu's bodyguard?" Luo Meng laughed. How could this be possible? His main task was to eliminate the cancer of the Tianlong people. What was the point of being her bodyguard? Ha ha ha! You want me to be your bodyguard? Who do you think you are? If I want to leave, can you keep me? Little ghost, do you think you can escape from me with that teleportation ability? Try it again and see if you can still use it. Luo Meng was shocked and tried to teleport, but it didn't work. Does Yumu also have spatial ability? However, after feeling it again and finding that he could still go to the parallel world, he felt relieved. Little boy, I will give you another chance to work for me, and everything you have done and your rude behavior just now can be forgiven. Instead of answering Yim immediately, Romon started chatting with the system. System Dad, I'm fully open, can I defeat Yumu? It would be great if I could defeat him, my main task would be completed in no time, without Yumu, I would be fearless. Ding, with the host's current strength, I can't kill Yumu. She has reached the level of a god. The host can open all 8 gates and at most cause Yumu a little bit of injury. Is that so? Chapter 76. Kid, what do you think? Don't challenge my patience. If you don't answer in 10 seconds, there's no need for you to live. Yim's voice was calm, but it also contained murderous intent. Kick. If you run away without a kick, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? With a firm determination in his heart, Romon smiled at Yim. You want me to be your bodyguard? I think you are dreaming, eat. You are looking for death. It seems that you don't want to live. Then I will help you. With this little strength, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Luo Meng smiled and took a step forward. Since you look down on my weak strength, then, how about trying this trick? After saying that, Luo Meng returned to normal and roared 8 gates of Dunjia, the 8th gate, give me, open. Boom. Oh. This state is interesting. You have actually touched the semi-god state. With your current state, you are already invincible in this world except for me. Come on. Let's see if you can hurt me in this state. Yim showed a little interest and waved his right hand towards Luo Meng casually. It was just right. I haven't stretched my muscles for a long time. It's good to stretch them after waking up. Ah! Romon roared, and came in front of Im, punched the air, and formed an air wave that attacked Im. By hitting the air quickly to generate pressure waves? This is a genius idea. Imu easily dodged Romon's attack and pointed her finger at Romon. A laser-like Kizaru shot out from her fingertips. Kid, this isn't your devil fruit ability, is it? Your ability has never appeared before. Are you some hidden race? Ha ha ha. Do you want to know? I won't do as you wish. Romon's footsteps missed, and he dodged Im's attack, teasing her by the way. Feeling the condition of his body, his bones had begun to split, and he could only hold on for about half a minute at most with all 8 gates open, so he had to retreat. Having lived for hundreds of years, her mind had long been as calm as water. Didn't care at all about Romon's innocuous words. It was nothing for a dead person to say a few more words. In her heart, Romon was doomed to die, and there was no possibility of turning over. After Romon made 2 more moves, his body couldn't bear it anymore, and it was useless to stop using ordinary attacks. He fell to the ground, mobilizing all the energy in his body, the breath around him surged, and his roar resounded throughout Mary Joa Night. Kai. Kizaru watched all this and said, "Oh my god, this is the same move again. Luo Meng is fighting hard." Then he thought, who is the man fighting against Luo Meng? Even the 5 elders are kneeling on the ground. It seems that the celestial dragons have a lot of strength. The strength of this man is such that the entire navy has no chance of winning. No wonder the celestial dragons can sit on the throne safely. It turns out that there is such a being supporting them. Be careful, adults. Glanced at the 5 elders who spoke, and ignored them. She thrust her palms forward and instantly condensed a shield. She felt that this move of Romon might cause a little harm to her. However, she didn't feel a great sense of crisis, so she didn't think about hiding, but just fought back with defense. Boom! The moment Romon's feet just touched the shield, felt a huge force, and her body flew backwards involuntarily, crashing through 2 buildings in succession before stopping. She stood up from the ruins and instantly returned to the original place, but Romon was no longer there, and her brows frowned. The 5 elders hurried over here and knelt on the ground. "My lord, are you okay?" Ignored the 5 people and sensed the surroundings, but no matter how she sensed, she didn't find Romon. Did he escape? This weird way of escape was unexpectedly invisible to me, but it doesn't matter. My strength is just like that, and it doesn't pose a threat to me. Then she glanced at the 5 elders. "You guys sort out the information about that person and send it to me in Huajianjian." "Yes, sir." When the 5 elders looked up, they could no longer see Yim. It was really dangerous. I didn't expect the adult to wake up. Fortunately, the adults did not blame us, otherwise we would have lost several lives. Luo Meng was able to escape from the adult's hands. It seems that we can't do anything to him again. I wonder what the adults will do after learning about Romon's information. Will they start a war against Wano country? This is not something we can guess. We just need to execute the Lord's orders and ignore the rest. After the discussion, the 5 elders turned their gaze to the 4 generals who were still standing in the distance. What should these 4 people do? They saw Lord Yumu. As he spoke, the man made a gesture of holding his neck. Peter Saint thought about it and shook his head slightly. The navy still needs these few people to guard. If we kill them, there will be no one available. Let them stay here first and see what the adults say. If the adults say to kill, then kill them. After listening to Peter Saint's words, the remaining 4-5 elders also nodded, and then they came to Kizaru and his team. Ordering Kizaru and his team not to leave Mary Joa and wait for their notice, the 5 elders also thoughtfully arranged a place for Kizaru and his team to live, and also found a doctor for Admiral Kung Mao. After doing all this, they quickly sorted out the information about Romon, sent it to Hana no Naka, and asked him how the Admiral would deal with it. It doesn't matter to her if others know her existence. She is invincible and has the confidence to suppress all enemies, so she has no interest in whether the Admiral lives or not. On the contrary, keeping them is also useful, which can prevent a lot of trouble. Of course, I'm also ordered the 5 elders that the Admirals only need to know about it, and don't let them spread it outside. The 5 elders walked out after receiving the order. Looked at the information in his hand belonging to Romon. Wano country? Since it doesn't go my way, there's no need for this country to exist. I'm walked into the innermost room. There was only one sci-fi machine in the room. As Yumu operated it, the machine lit up and data flowed on the display. As if the operation was complete, Yumu stopped and ignored it, and went back to the room and fell asleep again. She didn't believe that Wano country could still exist under this machine. Wano country. Everything was going on as usual. The people here were happier than before Romon came, and everything was developing in a good direction. Amidst the laughter and joy, the sky suddenly darkened near dusk, with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder, as if it was going to rain heavily. In Inagashima, Yamato, Jin, and others felt something unusual, too depressing, as if something terrible was about to fall in the sky. Several people frowned and dodged outside, looking at the sky with shock. The next moment, the endless energy in the sky poured down to Wano country. Jin and others were covered in cold sweat, and when they were about to go up to stop it, their sweat turned into question marks. Chapter 77. Jin, what do you think is going on? How could there be such a devastating energy attack on the country of Wano in the sky? Was it done by the world government? Also, what the hell is blocking this destructive attack above our heads? This kind of power is pouring down, but we can't even break it. Damn it, you ask me, but who should I ask? I am also confused now, can't I see it? Jin didn't reply to Quinn's words, his face was speechless. Only Yamato was lost in thought. Suddenly, a light flashed in her eyes. She clapped her hands and cried out, I know. Yamato's voice attracted the attention of others. Quinn hurriedly said, Master Yamato, do you know something? Tell us quickly. Haha. I remembered that before in the Kingdom of Daughters, Romon told me that he had something called a formation. I didn't know what a formation was. Romon said that as long as we were in the formation, even if the strongest person in the world came to attack Wano country, we didn't have to pay any attention to him. The attackers would never be able to break through the formation even if they fought for their entire lives. Now I understand that the formation was used for defense. Romon also said something strange. He said something like, when the enemy came, he could set up a table in Wano country, and then he would play music and dance or something like that. Anyway, what he said was sometimes weird. So that's how it is. Jin and the others understood. Romon could always come up with something unexpected. Now that they knew it was Romon's fault and they saw that the attack really couldn't break the defense, they were relieved and stood there chatting casually. The scene in the sky was like watching a fireworks display to them. Parallel universe. On a merchant ship sailing on the sea, Romon slowly opened his eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his body, and recalled what happened before he fainted. I still underestimated Im. I didn't expect that after the last kick that sent Im flying, Im could still attack me in return. Fortunately, I entered the parallel world before I fainted, otherwise I would have been screwed this time. Damn, fortunately I didn't die, but I was almost dead. The 8 gates are fully opened, and it's no joke. Hancock fed me senzu beans before. Not this time, almost all the bones in my body are broken, and it's a miracle that I'm not dead. I took out a senzu bean from the system with difficulty, and used all my strength to eat it into my stomach. His breath was recovering, and his injuries were also recovering. After a few seconds, Romon returned to his original state. He turned over and jumped out of bed, looking around the room. It seemed that he was rescued. Hearing the sound of fighting coming from outside, Romon walked out slowly. When he opened the door, he saw 2 groups of people fighting. The 2 groups were easy to distinguish. Luo Meng looked at the ship and found that it was a merchant ship. One of the 2 groups was dressed neatly, and the other was dressed casually. The first group was obviously pirates, with crazy murderous looks on their faces. The strength was a bit different, and the merchant group was obviously a bit overwhelmed. Sir, it's dangerous here, and you are injured. Go back and hide. One of them saw Luomeng and hurriedly told him to go back to his room. Luomeng smiled and his figure flashed. In less than 10 seconds, all the pirates had been killed by him, and he flashed in front of the man who had just reminded him. You, say what? Without, no. This person was frightened. Who was the person they rescued? He was so powerful. Who could have caused him to be so seriously injured? Which sea area is this? Sir, this is the East China Sea. We are a merchant ship. We just finished our trip and found you on the sea on our way back. We rescued you, come up. This person emphasized the word rescue a little longer, hoping that Luomeng would not attack them because they saved him once. Luomeng knew what this person meant. He was not the kind of person who would kill anyone he saw, and the people on this ship also saved him once. You don't have to emphasize that I saved me and helped you kill those pirates, so we are even. I won't attack you. Just do what you should do and ignore me. If you need food, just go and get me some. The man was a little embarrassed to have his thoughts seen through. After hearing Romon say that he would not attack them, he breathed a sigh of relief and went downstairs to prepare food for Romon. The other crew members were cleaning up the bodies. They also chopped off the head of one of them, presumably to collect the bounty. Romon ignored them and found a place to sit down. When traveling through parallel worlds, the location is random, but when going back, it is fixed. The flow of time is the same. If he goes back now, I should not be guarding it anymore. The Kingdom of Women and the Kingdom of Wano are protected by formations, so nothing will happen. He does not need to rush back. He can have some fun first. It can be regarded as relaxing after the war. With the blue sky and warm sunshine, Romon felt a little comfortable at the moment. After a while, the man who went to prepare the food came back, and he was followed by several people. They were holding food, fruit, and wine in their hands. After putting them in front of Romon, they left. Battle after the fight, Luomeng was a little hungry. He picked up the food and ate it. In less than 10 minutes, he finished all the food. Then, he took a sip of wine, leaned on the boat, and blew the sea breeze leisurely. Only then did he have time to look at the system's task rewards. This time, there were still 3 rewards. First, the 3-color domineering reached the advanced level. After the fusion, the strength became stronger. Now without opening the 8 gates, he has the confidence to easily defeat the Admiral-level strongman. Second, there is a devil fruit, a human fruit, a mythical beast species, and an elf form. This reward is not bad, but it is not what he wants to eat, so he didn't take it out. Third. It's not mentioned, it's another photo album. The system always rewards these things every time. He wants to make an international gesture to the system. It's better to sign in the real person than to give a photo album. It's more pleasing to the eye, but what's the use of the photo album? You can only look at it but can't move it. It's itchy to look at it. It can be said that he is speechless and asks the heaven. The voyage was boring. After 2 days, the merchant ship finally reached an island. On this day, Luomeng was basking in the sun with his eyes closed when he heard footsteps beside him, followed by a voice calling him. Sir, sir, we have arrived. Romon slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the person in charge of the ship. They had been getting along well for the past 2 days, and the people on the ship were accustomed to Romon's presence. After finding out that Romon would not attack them, they were no longer afraid of him and sometimes even made a joke. After learning about it, the final destination of this merchant ship was Sabro village. At that time, Romon felt a little familiar with it, but he just couldn't remember it for a while. After getting off the boat and waving goodbye to my companions on the merchant ship, I set foot on this island alone. Chapter 78. The pirates are coming, everyone come out. A long-nosed boy ran and shouted in the village, causing the villagers on both sides of the street to open their doors, holding weapons such as brooms in their hands and yelling at him. Usopp, you little brat are lying again. Aren't you tired of hearing me call you every morning? If you scream again, I'll punish you. It's so abominable to disturb people's sweet dreams every day. Wife, don't stop me. I have to teach this brat a lesson today. Stop shouting, it's too noisy, there are no pirates, why are you making so much noise every day? The shouting and cursing continued, which showed how much these people distrusted Usopp. Looking at all this, Romon finally knew where he came to, Usopp's hometown. He just felt a little familiar with it before, but now he remembered everything. He has not forgotten this classic scene of the boy who cried wolf. However, Usopp was not lying this time. Was he just a pirate? Romon looked at Usopp with a bit of weirdness in his eyes. His father had attacked him. Was he going to make up for his father's debt? Then he shook his head secretly. It was boring. He was not a threat to him at all. No, taking action would only be a waste of time, even for a second. Without looking at Usopp anymore, his observation haki unfolded, and after identifying a direction, Romon disappeared from the street in a flash. No one noticed his disappearance, as if no one had ever been to this place. Whoosh! After a series of flashes, Romon appeared in front of a house, looking at a beauty at the second-floor window. This was a frail and sickly beauty. At this moment, she was holding up her face with one hand and looking at the sky, not noticing that there was a handsome man standing below her. Looking at this beautiful scene, Romon felt a little embarrassed to disturb her. "Sir, who are you and how did you get in? This is private territory. It's not right to come in without the owner's consent." As soon as these words came out, the sick beauty above was startled. She slowly turned her head to look at Romon. There was no fear in her eyes, but a little curiosity. Romon was not surprised by the appearance of the person. When he approached, he found him. Turning his head, he looked at the person who came. He was wearing glasses, tall and thin, and looked gentle. He was looking at Romon with a smile on his face. "Isn't this the pirate CLO who didn't want to be a pirate? It seems that the timeline is about to begin. This CLO is a talent. In order to withdraw from the identity of a pirate, he created a false death phenomenon for the Navy. But he hid himself. He worked as a butler in the Kaya family for 3 years just to gain wealth. If the child of destiny hadn't come here, he might have succeeded in living a life of a rich man. He is a conspirator, but that's all. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies are useless." Romon released a little pressure on CLO. CLO was sweating all over, his legs swaying, and his heart was filled with turmoil. He thought, "What the hell is this? How can I face this person like a beast, as if I will die if I move? It's terrible. Mr. Craw, what's wrong with you? Why is your body shaking? Are you feeling unwell? If you are not feeling well, take a rest today." "Hey!" As soon as Kaya finished speaking, the pressure disappeared. Crow stood there panting violently. He didn't even dare to look at Romon. He said hello to Kaya and left quickly. "Sir, you have been looking at me, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Seeing that Luomeng was staring at her, Kaya felt a little shy and asked Luomeng with a blush on her face. Luomeng jumped onto a tree, looked at Kaya face to face, and said with a smile, "It's nothing, I just saw you looking at the sky and thought the scenery was beautiful, so I looked at it too much for a moment, don't blame me." When Kaya heard Luomeng's answer, a girl who had never been with a boy had never heard such straightforward words. Her face turned even redder, and she looked around, not daring to look Luomeng in the face. "Sir, I haven't seen you in the village. Where are you from? Don't call me Mr. Just call me Luomeng. I just arrived here and I came from a very far place." "Really?" Kaya looked up at the sky again, with a faint smile on her face. "That's great, I also want to go out and see the world outside." "Brother Luomeng, can you tell Kaya what the world outside is like?" No problem. Then, one of them talked while the other listened. When Luo Meng talked about the thrilling things, Kaya would let out a cry from time to time. At the corner, housekeeper Melly was also listening. He hadn't seen the young lady so happy for a long time. He came here to call Kaya to have dinner, but he didn't expect that there was another person downstairs. He wanted to chase the person away, but he found that Luo Meng was just chatting with the young lady, so he didn't care. This talk lasted for an hour, one talked vividly, and the other listened with yearning. Looking at this kind and lovely girl, Luo Meng wondered whether he should cure her. He had no means of treatment, but the magic beans should be able to do it. Bang, bang, bang. The knock on the door interrupted the laughter of the two. Miss, it's time to eat. Kaya looked back, then turned to look at Luo Meng. Brother Luo Meng, thank you for telling me such wonderful things. I want to invite you to dinner, okay? Luo Meng smiled and nodded, then jumped directly into Kaya's room and stood with Kaya. It was the first time she was so close to a boy, and her heart was beating like a deer. She turned around and ran to the door and opened it, and Luo Meng followed her out. Melly greeted Luo Meng and took the two of them to the dining room. The rich man's house is really different. The meals are very delicate, unlike in the beast group, where there are only big fish and meat. Although this meal was not the best one Luo Meng had eaten since he came to the pirate world, it was the most comfortable meal. Kaya, how long has that CLO been here with you? Who is CLO? Kaya was a little confused. It's the one with glasses whom you asked to take a rest just now. Oh. Brother Luo Meng, you are talking about him. His name is Kara, not CLO. Brother Luo Meng, you must have recognized the wrong person. Kra has only been here for 2 months. When he first arrived, he was seriously injured. After recovering from his injuries, he stayed at my house to work. 2 months, it's still too early for Luffy to go to sea, and the plot line hasn't started yet. Haha. Kaya, his name is not Kra, he is a pirate, don't you think so? It's Crow. After Romon finished speaking, he turned his head and looked towards the door. Kaya and Melly were a little at a loss, they also saw Crow coming in from outside. At this time, Crow had lost his gentle look and became gloomy. Chapter 79. Sir, I'm leaving now. Can you let me go this time? CLO had no intention of resisting. He almost couldn't stand when facing that breath just now. No matter how hard I fight, he dared not run away. He knew he couldn't escape. Luo Meng picked up the food on the table and took a bite. Miss Kaya and I had a very happy chat, so there is no reason for me to let you go. Hearing Luo Meng's words, CLO's face was very ugly. The plan just started, is this the result? No, I am unwilling to accept this, I will drag someone down with me even if I die. Thinking this in my mind, he quickly put on his weapon, his body swaying from side to side, as if he was drunk. Romon looked at it and shook his head slightly. When he first started watching One Piece, he thought this move was awesome, like teleportation, but after watching it more, he realized that any move related to movement in anime looks like teleportation. But this is reality, and CLO's speed is as slow as a snail in his eyes, jumping left and right, just like a clown. Romon was too lazy to make a move, his domineering aura emanated from his body. CLO, who was still jumping back and forth, fell to the ground with white eyes. Kaya, don't worry, it's all right now. Butler Meili, go find a rope to tie him up and give him to the navy, you can get tens of millions of Bailey flowers. Yes, sir, I'll go right away. Oh my god, tens of millions of pirates were solved by Romon just like that, and his strength has reached that level, Meili thought as he walked. Kaya still hasn't come back to her senses, Romon shook his hand in front of her eyes to wake her up. Brother Luo Meng, thank you, otherwise we wouldn't know he was a pirate. Luo Meng picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth casually, and said with a smile, you're welcome. Strictly speaking, I'm also a pirate. I can do anything. I just want to ask if you are afraid. When he said the latter, Luomeng also made a ferocious expression. He. I believe that Luomenga is a pirate, but he is also a good pirate. Kaya can feel that Luomenga has no ill will towards Kaya. TCH, that's boring. I'm already making a ferocious expression, Kaya, you should at least act like you're scared. Luomenga, I'm sorry, Kaya may not have the talent to be an actor. Oh, forget it, I was just joking with you, but you talked to me so seriously that I don't know what to say anymore. While the two were talking, housekeeper Melly came in with a few people and tied Chloe up like a dumpling. Well, if they tied him up like this, Chloe wouldn't even know how to break free. At this time, another person ran in quickly. Daughter, are you okay? Father, I'm fine. Fortunately, brother Romon exposed CLO, otherwise our family would be in danger. Fate is really wonderful. When this man came in, Romon recognized him. He was the leader on the merchant ship. He also saw Romon and showed a happy smile. Sir, thank you for your action again. You said that this man has a bounty of tens of millions. I will give it to you later. Romon waved his hand. No, I am not short of money. The bounty has been exchanged. You can keep it for yourselves. There is no need to give it to me. Kaya's father said a few more polite words, and when he found that Romon really had no intention of asking for money, he gave up. Then he ordered people to carry CLO away, and he followed him out. Romon, Kaya, and Melly were left in the room again. Kaya, do you want to go out and play for a while? I want to. But Kaya's body doesn't support her going out. Luomeng took out a magic bean and handed it to Kaya. Eat the magic bean and I will take you out for a flight. Kaya looked at the beans curiously, and then ate them. Strength flowed through her body, and the feeling of weakness instantly dissipated. For the first time, she felt so relaxed, as if she had returned to a healthy and painless time. She was very happy, it was so magical, she never thought that she would recover one day. Just when she was happy, she felt her body leave the ground, and her little hands automatically found a place to hold. When she looked up, she saw Romon's cold and handsome face, and her face became even more rosy. Everything that happened today was more exciting than her past life. At this moment, she also had an unclear feeling about Romon. Romon picked her up and came outside, switching to the big demon form in seconds, making his already cold and handsome face even more weird. With a cry of surprise, Romon held her and soared into the sky, leaving Melly standing there at a loss. Feeling the breath of freedom for the first time, Kaya hugged Romon tightly and laughed in the air. Romon took her to fly for an hour before returning. There was no pointer, so she didn't get lost. Back at Kaya's home again, her father and Melly were looking at the sky anxiously. When they saw Romon when Meng and Kaya appeared, he was relieved. Kaya's father was even more shocked. He had traveled all over the country for many years and had seen a lot. He saw at a glance that Romon might be a devil fruit user. And Mary said that Crow lost without Romon's attack. He also thought of the ability of Conqueror's Haki. He should have heard of people with such strength. No matter how he thought, he would not think that Romon was not from this parallel world. After landing, Kaya told her father about her physical condition and couldn't help but thank her again. For 2 consecutive days, Romon stayed at Kaya's house. During the day, he took Kaya to fly around, playing here and there. However, these days always have an end. That night, Romon left a letter and went back to the original world. The next morning, Kaya came to find Romon with a cheerful step, but the house was empty, leaving only a letter and a fruit. Kaya opened the envelope, read it word by word, walked slowly to the window, looked into the distance, and whispered, "Brother Romon, will we meet again one day?" "No, there will definitely be one. When I become stronger, I will go out to sea to find Brother Romon." Picking up the fruit on the table, she bit it firmly, while tightly holding the envelope in her hand. This is the devil fruit that Romon left for her, the human fruit, the young beast species, the elf form. At the same time, the envelope also contains the training experience of the two-color domineering. Although Romon's domineering was given directly by the system, it is not difficult to write a tutorial. Romon really wants to know which direction Kaya will go when she has strength. Every time he crosses the timeline, Romon can come back accurately, and he can also go to the future of this timeline. At that time, he really wants to see what Kaya will become. This is just an attempt. Try to have the factor of Kaya to see if this parallel time and space can bring a different direction. If it really changes, it will be fun. After the result this time, Romon decided to run around. First, go to one line to throw Luffy to be a navy first, leaving a little change in each timeline, and playing the pirate world. Chapter 80. Whoosh. Romon returned to Mary Goase, the place where he had fought with Im. He glanced at the quiet surroundings and did not plan to attack again. He used teleportation to leave. Uncle Jin, where did Romon go? He hasn't come back for a few days and I can't get through on the phone. Could he have really gotten into trouble? Jin was a little helpless. Yamato had been repeating this to him all day, and his ears were getting calloused. Master Yamato, I've already told you not to worry. Who can pose a threat to Romon now? Besides, even if there is, with Romon's ability to teleport, if he wants to run, who can stop him? Why doesn't that stinky Romon come back? I can't get through to him on the phone. Could it be that he's going to spend some time alone with Hancock? No, I want to go find him. Yamato wanted to get up and leave, but Jin stopped her quickly and said, Master Yamato, don't worry. We haven't figured out the situation yet. If you rush out of Wano country, you may be in danger. Wait for 2 more days. If Romon doesn't come back, I will go out with you to find him. That, all right. Ha 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 ha. No need to look for me, I'm back now, right? It was the first time that Romon used teleportation to travel, and it only took him an hour to get back to Wano country. He just happened to hear the conversation between Yamato and Jin. Whoosh! The figure fell with the sound, and appeared in front of Yamato. Great! You stinky Romon, you still remember to come back, tell me, did you go to find Hancock? Romon smiled and touched the angry Yamato's hair. I didn't go to find him, I went to kill a few celestial dragons, and by the way, I had a fight with the world government. Why, wasn't it reported in the news? No wonder. Luo Meng looked at Jin. Why do you say that? Did something happen during the days I was away? Something happened. On the day you left, a destructive energy appeared in the sky above Wano country and tried to destroy it. Fortunately, the formation you left behind was able to save Wano country. Destructive energy? Was it Im who did it himself or Uranus? According to Jin's description, it was most likely Uranus. The Uranus's ability made Romon think of space-based weapons, controlling nature, and targeted strikes. The power of science cannot be underestimated. In the original drama, Uranus could easily wipe out an island. Some of the people cloned by Vegapunk using the bloodline factor can fight against admirals. But it doesn't matter. With the formation, the world government can fight however they want. Ha ha ha. They want to destroy Wano country, but they are just dreaming. This formation not only has defensive capabilities, but also identification capabilities. Anyone who has murderous intentions towards me will be actively expelled from the island. So you can rest assured that the world government cannot get in. Well, let's not talk about this anymore. Brother Kaido hasn't come back yet. Jin and Yamato both shook their heads. It doesn't matter if you didn't come back. You don't have to stay in Wano country forever. If you want to go out, go out. Don't worry. Jin's mature face showed a smile. It's not that we don't dare to go out, but there's nothing to do outside, so we just stay in a Nagashima. Did Caesar research the senzu beans? No, he also has no idea. Neither Quinn nor Caesar could figure out the ingredients of senzu beans. It seems that senzu beans cannot be figured out. I will go to Vegapunk's big head and try it later. It's just that there is no pointer, so it's a bit difficult to find, but I remember that Vegapunk and the Revolutionary Army have a close relationship. Long should know how to find him. Then I will ask Long to lead the way. If he fails to come up with the research, forget it. In 2 months, tell him to get out. By the way, you haven't told Caesar about the effects of senzu beans, right? No, I just asked him to analyze the ingredients and didn't tell him anything else. That's good. Try not to spread the news about the senzu beans. It's getting late. Go to bed first. We'll talk tomorrow if there's anything else. After saying that, Romon dragged Yamato away. He hadn't eaten meat for a few days and felt a little hungry and thirsty. Back in the room, regardless of anything else, a big fight started. The fire didn't stop until the birds sang in the early morning, and the two fell into a deep sleep. At noon the next day, a 1,000-meter-long thunder blue dragon flew into Wano country and rushed towards a Nagashima, holding a person in its claws. After flying all the way to a Nagashima, Kaido changed back into human form and dropped the person in his hand. Jin immediately came up to him, took a look at the man who stood up from the ground, and then set his sights on Kaido. "Boss Kaido, how could you bring back such a thing after going out?" Hawkins was full of black lines on his head. "What do you mean by such a thing? I am also very strong, okay? Okay. Compared with you perverts, I really have no right to refute, you can say whatever you want. I am ready to give up. I met him when I was trying to commit suicide on an island. I heard he was a supernova. He is not very strong, but his abilities are interesting. It would be nice to bring him back as a decoration." Kaido replied to Jin in a muffled voice. Then he continued, "During the time I was away, did anything happen in Wano country? Is Romon on a Nagashima?" "Romon is here, something happened in Wano country these days." Then, Jin told Kaido about how Romon was beaten to Marijoa and the destructive energy. "Ha ha ha ha. This kid Luomeng never calls me every time he wants to fight. I have to find a time to attack Marijoa, because all the limelight has been stolen by that kid Romon." Jin shook his head secretly. Kaido was sick again. He used to attack Marineford, but now he is stimulated by Romon and has turned his attention to the celestial dragons. Crazy. They are all crazy. Hawkins was sweating profusely after hearing this. Is this what a person dares to say? They are trying to use the place where the celestial dragons live as a way to become famous. Is it too late for me to quit now? Hey! Brother Kaido, you are finally back. Why did you bring Hawkins with you? Fuck, why does everyone call me this guy? Who did I offend? I can't stand it anymore. Hawkins turned around and wanted to fight back, but seeing the visitor, he didn't dare to say a word. He turned around again silently. Romon glanced at him, feeling strange. Could it be that my handsomeness made Hawkins dare not look at himself? Well, it is possible. After all, handsomeness is innate. It is normal for him to have inferiority complex. Ha 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 ha. Romon, you can't do this. The bounty is almost twice as high as mine. You make my job as captain boring. Tomorrow I'm going to make a scene in Marijoa, and I'm going to raise the bounty too. Stop it, that place is not simple. I almost couldn't come back. The bounty is high. You are still the big brother, right? If you feel bored, I will take you to do something tomorrow. Kaido carried the club and laughed wildly. There is actually a master who almost made you unable to come back. Tell me who it is. Let's go in and talk. It's boring to stand here. Let's drink and talk. Everyone didn't object. They walked into the house together, eating meat and drinking wine. Luomeng also told Yim about it. There was no need to hide it.